Chapter 2877 We meet again. As Duan Ling Tian's voice trailed off, everyone on the scene fell deathly quiet. Initially, when they heard that Duan Ling Tian wanted to compete with He Pei Yuan, the profound heaven celestial sect's supreme duke-grade celestial alchemist, in heating speed, they had assumed Duan Ling Tian would heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron while He Pei Yuan would heat his duke-grade celestial pill cauldron. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian, whom they correctly assumed had hidden his true heating speed as well, would easily defeat He Pei Yuan in a heating speed competition. Knowing this, how could Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, use the sect's triple trait divine ability as a stake, even if Duan Ling Tian was using his triple trait celestial method as a stake, when he knew it would only be a losing bet? However, to everyone's shock, Duan Ling Tian had said he would compete with He Pei Yuan in heating speed by using prominent celestial pill cauldrons. Is he crazy? He wants to compete with Master He in heating speed using prominent celestial pill cauldrons. The prominent celestial alchemists from the profound heaven celestial sect were filled with shock and disbelief when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. They could not understand where Duan Ling Tian obtained the courage to propose such a challenge. If Duan Ling Tian heated a prominent celestial pill cauldron while He Pei Yuan heated the duke-grade celestial pill cauldron, they were rather certain of Duan Ling Tian's victory even if Duan Ling Tian was competing with He Pei Yuan who was a supreme duke-grade celestial duke. Moreover, since Duan Ling Tian dared to propose the bet, it was clear that Duan Ling Tian was confident about his heating speed. It was not surprising if Duan Ling Tian had hidden his true heating speed since he had concealed his true skills earlier as well. However, he did not think Duan Ling Tian stood a chance in winning, regardless if he had hidden his true heating speed. If Duan Ling Tian and He Pei Yuan were to compete using prominent celestial pill cauldrons, when the onlookers regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves in excitement. They felt Duan Ling Tian must have gone crazy to propose such a bet. Did I hear him right? He wants to compete with Master He in speed using prominent celestial pill cauldrons. You heard that right. That's what he really said. I really wonder who or what gave him the courage to propose such a bet. If he wins, I'll let him decapitate me, and he can kick my head around like a ball. It was only natural that most people thought that way. Duan Ling Tian was just a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old, and he only possessed what they thought was a prominent celestial fire. How could he compete with a supreme duke-grade celestial alchemist who possessed a supreme duke-grade celestial fire to heat prominent celestial pill cauldrons? With the help of a supreme duke-grade celestial fire, a supreme duke-grade celestial alchemist only needed a very short time to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. After all, with the supreme duke-grade celestial fire being superior to a prominent celestial pill cauldron, needless to say, a supreme duke-grade celestial alchemist only needed very little time to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. When Bai Wuji regained his senses, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with his deep eyes that seemed like the endless starry sky. Are you sure you want to compete with our profound heaven celestial sect's Master He in heating speed using prominent celestial pill cauldrons? Yes. Duan Ling Tian returned Bai Wuji's gaze in a neither humble nor overbearing manner. Upon seeing this, Bai Wuji's expression changed slightly, confused as to what Duan Ling Tian was plotting. He had no doubt Duan Ling Tian would not be able to best He Pei Yuan if they were to compete using prominent celestial pill cauldrons. Put everything else aside, just their celestial fires were on different levels and were not comparable at all. One was a prominent celestial fire while the other was a supreme duke-grade celestial fire. However, if he, a non-celestial alchemist, could think of this, there was no way Duan Ling Tian was not aware of this. Therefore, he was confused about Duan Ling Tian's motive. At this moment, a voice rang in the air. Sect leader, I'll accept his challenge. It was none other than He Pei Yuan. Bai Wuji's expression changed when he heard He Pei Yuan's words. He Pei Yuan continued to say, since he's willingly sending his triple trait celestial method to the profound heaven celestial sect, we should just accept it with open hands. He was furious. He felt as though his dignity had been trampled on. How dare a prominent celestial alchemist challenge him to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron? Did Duan Ling Tian think his supreme duke-grade celestial fire was fake? Bai Wuji did not immediately respond to He Pei Yuan. He looked at Duan Ling Tian thoughtfully. Regardless of how ludicrous Duan Ling Tian's proposed bet was, he was certain Duan Ling Tian did not have the intention of freely handing his triple trait celestial method over to the profound heaven celestial sect. Moreover, he had killed He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, not too long ago. Even if he did not, would there be anyone who was willing to give up a triple trait celestial method for no reason at all? Of course not. Even the profound heaven celestial sect only possessed one triple trait divine ability. Is he really confident about winning? Impossible. A prominent celestial fire is incomparable to a supreme duke-grade celestial fire. Warring thoughts appeared in Bai Yuji's mind. Despite how unlikely it seemed, he could not shake the feeling that Duan Ling Tian must be certain of his victory to propose this bet. However, there was no way Duan Ling Tian could best He Pei Yuan, who would be using his supreme duke-grade celestial fire to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Is it possible that he also has a supreme duke-grade celestial fire, or perhaps, an even higher grade celestial fire? Bai Wuji thought to himself. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Impossible. He clearly has a prominent celestial fire. He couldn't have hidden a supreme duke-grade celestial fire as well. After all, when a celestial alchemist obtains another celestial fire that's higher in grade, it would obliterate the lower grade celestial fire. As the saying goes, two tigers can't live on the same mountain. No matter how hard Bai Wuji thought about it, he really could not figure Duan Ling Tian out. Why is he so confident? He Pei Yuan grew anxious when he saw Bai Wuji deep in thought. He hastily sent a voice transmission to Bai Wuji. Sect leader, I'm 100% confident I'll defeat him. He's just a prominent celestial alchemist after all. There's no way he'll be able to best me in heating a prominent celestial pill cauldron. If I really lose to him, I'll be too ashamed to continue living in this world. His voice was brimming with confidence. Master He, don't you think this is really strange? If he's not confident he's able to best you, why is he so confident when he proposed this bet to our profound heaven celestial sect? Bai Wuji said apprehensively. Upon hearing this, He Pei Yuan finally realized what was going on in Bai Wuji's mind. It seemed like Bai Wuji was afraid that he would not lose. With his revelation, he could no longer hold himself back as he said out loud, Sect leader, if I lose to him and lose our sect's triple trait divine ability, I'm willing to hand my king-grade celestial weapon to the sect. The value of my king-grade celestial weapon shouldn't be any less than that of the sect's triple trait duke-grade divine ability, right? Stimulated by Bai Wuji's words, he willingly used his king-grade celestial weapon as a guarantee to bet with Duan Ling Tian. Master He, that's not what I mean. Bai Wuji smiled wryly when he heard He Pei Yuan's words. Although a king-grade celestial weapon was more valuable than a triple trait duke-grade divine ability, he did not dare to let He Pei Yuan use the king-grade celestial weapon as a guarantee. After all, if he accepted He Pei Yuan's proposal, did it not show that he and the profound heaven celestial sect did not have confidence in He Pei Yuan? At that time, a rift would definitely form between He Pei Yuan and the sect. He Pei Yuan was just an interim revered elder of the sect and was not tied to the sect. He could leave the sect at any time. In the end, he could only say, the profound heaven celestial sect will support you. Then, Bai Wuji quickly turned to Duan Ling Tian to agree to the bet, afraid that Duan Ling Tian would suddenly change his mind. Meanwhile, a pair of middle-aged men who looked identical, twin brothers, walked over to the periphery of the crowd from nearby. He said to his twin, this Master Duan is an interesting person. These two middle-aged men were none other than Zhang Sheng and Zhang Qi. Zhang Sheng was a supreme duke-grade celestial alchemist while Zhang Qi was a 10-direction celestial duke. They were both from the alliance of celestial masters. Brother, why do you say that? Zhang Qi asked curiously. Zhang Sheng replied, that's because he asked me a question through voice transmission earlier. What did he ask you? Zhang Qi was even more curious now. He asked me how long would a supreme duke-grade celestial alchemist take to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron using a supreme duke-grade celestial fire. Zhang Sheng replied as he narrowed his eyes. Master Zhang, you're finally here. Bai Wuji greeted Zhang Sheng as soon as he saw Zhang Shan. He had planned to tell Zhang Sheng about what happened and request him to be a witness for the bet between the profound heaven celestial sect and Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Sheng did not wait for Bai Wuji to explain and directly said, I was nearby earlier so I've already heard about what happened. I'm willing to be the witness for the bet. Thank you, Master Zhang. Bai Wuji cupped his fist slightly at Zhang Sheng. After that, he looked up at Duan Ling Tian who was standing nearby. He thought to himself calmly, the deal is sealed. There's no going back now. I really want to see why he so confidently proposed this bet. He really could not figure out why Duan Ling Tian was so confident. After Zhang Shang greeted He Pei Yuan, who was also a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist, he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully and said, Master Duan, we meet again. Chapter 2878. He's done with heating the cauldron. Master Zhang. Duan Ling Tian returned Zhang Shang's greeting with a smile. Zhang Shang could see a hint of gratitude flashing in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He asked through voice transmission, Master Duan, you seem confident. Was I mistaken? Do you, perhaps, possess a Supreme Duke-grade celestial fire instead of a prominent celestial fire? Master Zhang, you think too highly of me. There's no doubt my celestial fire is a prominent celestial fire, Duan Ling Tian responded. Then, why are you so confident about your competition with He Pei Yuan, a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist from the Profound Heaven celestial sect? A prominent celestial fire is definitely inferior to a Supreme Duke-grade celestial fire, especially when they're used to heat prominent celestial pill cauldrons. They aren't even in the same league. Zhang Shang said, perplexed. Duan Ling Tian replied to Zhang Shang through voice transmission, Master Zhang, do you think I'm the kind of person who would go looking for trouble? Moreover, I only decided to challenge him after I've confirmed the heating speed of a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist with you. Upon hearing how confident Duan Ling Tian was, Zhang Shang looked at Duan Ling Tian intently before he said, in that case, I look forward to seeing your performance. Then, he looked at Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven celestial sect, and confirmed the terms of the bet. I'll witness the competition between Master He of the Profound Heaven celestial sect and Master Duan, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. If Master Duan wins, the Profound Heaven celestial sect must hand their sect's triple trait divine ability to Master Duan. If Master He wins, Master Duan will have to hand his triple trait celestial method to the Profound Heaven celestial sect. Although Zhang Shang's voice was not loud when he confirmed the details of the bet, almost everyone's attention was focused on him. The people from the Blissful sect and the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect were among the onlookers. Ji Fan, the arhat of the Blissful sect, and Mirong Bing from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect were watching as well. Ji Fan was accompanied by Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the Blissful sect, while Mirong Bing was accompanied by her junior sister, Liu Luo. Duan Ling Tian is going to compete with Master He in cauldron heating speed using prominent celestial pill cauldrons. Ji Fan was confused when he heard about the bet. For a fleeting moment, he even thought he had heard wrongly. He muttered to himself, is he unaware that Master He from the Profound Heaven celestial sect is a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist? This means Master He possesses a Supreme Duke-grade celestial fire. He's just a prominent celestial alchemist with a prominent celestial fire, and yet, he wants to compete with Master He. Is he intentionally looking for trouble? Xiao Gangyu, who was standing at the side, scoffed and said to Ji Fan, Arhat, it seems like Master Duan has become arrogant after winning the Blissful sect's triple trait celestial method. He even has the audacity to compete with a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist in heating prominent celestial pill cauldrons. Ji Fan snapped back to his senses when he heard Xiao Gangyu's words. A sneer appeared on his face when he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the distance. Although we can't take back our celestial methods even if he loses, I'd still rather lose it to the Profound Heaven celestial sect than him. I can't wait to see him make a fool out of himself. Meanwhile, Liu Luo, who was standing next to Mirong Bing, said, Senior sister, I can't believe he's challenging a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist. Is he really that eager to give the triple trait celestial method he won from the Blissful sect to the Profound Heaven celestial sect? Liu Luo, there's no point speculating before the outcome is revealed. Back when he competed with Master Xiao, everyone thought he would lose as well. Look at what happened in the end. Mirong Bing said as she shook her head when she heard Liu Luo's words. She could clearly sense the confident aura Duan Ling Tian exuded when she looked at him. She thought to herself, although I don't know why you're so confident, I believe in you. Coincidentally, Duan Ling Tian saw Mirong Bing just as she looked away. She's here, was she looking at me earlier? At this moment, Zhou Shuchu, a disciple from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, called out, Binger. She and a few people had come to watch the show. As soon as she saw Mirong Bing, she quickly made her way over to Mirong Bing's side. Zhou Shuchu really did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to win this time around. How could a prominent celestial fire compare to a supreme Duke-grade celestial fire? The former definitely would not be as fast as the former when used to heat prominent celestial pill cauldrons. As certain as she was about the outcome, she still could not help asking, Binger, do you think he'll win? Of course, her faith in Duan Ling Tian did not waver. Moreover, based on how confident Duan Ling Tian was, it seemed he was certain he could best Pei Yuan. Master Duan. Although the three prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, knew Duan Ling Tian had an astonishing speed in heating cauldrons, they still could not help but feel worried. The gap between Duan Ling Tian and Pei Yuan was too wide, after all. Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemists were in a completely different league than prominent celestial alchemists. Although they were aware his celestial fire had to be extraordinary since he could heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron in only half an hour, they assumed Pei Yuan's speed would be even faster when heating a prominent celestial pill cauldron with his supreme Duke-grade celestial fire. In their opinion, no matter how amazing or extraordinary Duan Ling Tian's prominent celestial fire was, it could not compare to a supreme Duke-grade celestial fire. At this moment, Zhang Sheng's voice rang in the air again. The two masters can begin to refine an overarching heaven pill now. Both of them can only use a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Although it was a competition of speed, Duan Ling Tian and Pei Yuan still had to refine a pill to determine the result of the competition. Otherwise, it would be easy for either of them to resort to cheating. As soon as Zhang Sheng finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian and Pei Yuan began to move immediately, taking out a prominent celestial pill cauldron respectively. No one doubted the grade of the duo's cauldrons, so they did not check it. After all, there was no way it was a lower-grade celestial pill cauldron, since one would need a prominent celestial pill cauldron, at least, to refine the overarching heaven pill. Since the duo was competing in speed, there was no way they would use a cauldron that was a higher grade than a prominent celestial pill cauldron, since the higher the grade of a cauldron, the more time one would need to heat it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, celestial fires shot out of Duan Ling Tian and Pei Yuan's hands respectively. Based on the aura of Duan Ling Tian's celestial fire, everyone could sense it was a prominent celestial fire. The aura of Pei Yuan's celestial fire, on the other hand, was slightly stronger. This is a supreme Duke-grade celestial fire. Isn't it obvious? Master, he is a supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist, it's only natural he has the supreme Duke-grade celestial fire. Although we already know the outcome of this competition, it's still worth watching since we get to see a supreme Duke-grade celestial fire. Many of the onlookers were amazed by Pei Yuan's celestial fire. At the same time, the celestial fires in Duan Ling Tian and Pei Yuan's hands shot toward the cauldrons hovering in front of them. The cauldrons shook slightly, looking as though they were coming to life. Upon seeing this, the onlookers' eyes lit up. They've begun to heat the cauldrons. Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing of the Taiyi celestial sect were still fretting inwardly. After all, Pei Yuan was a supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist who possessed a supreme Duke-grade celestial fire that was far superior to the prominent celestial fire. Since Duan Ling Tian took only half an hour to heat a cauldron, Pei Yuan would definitely take less time to heat his cauldron. However, at this moment, Pei Yuan was still motionless. It seemed like he was still not done with heating the cauldron. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian finished heating his cauldron at this moment. Chapter 2879 Pretentious. A deception. Am I dreaming? Master Duan is done heating his cauldron. This is ridiculous. It's only been half an hour, and he's done. Impossible. It's impossible. That's right, it's impossible. Master, he from the profound heaven celestial sect is a supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist with a supreme Duke-grade celestial fire, but he's not even done heating his prominent celestial pill cauldron. How's it possible for Duan Ling Tian to be faster than him? Duan Ling Tian must be cheating. He must not have completed heating his cauldron. How could that be? If the cauldron is not completely heated, it'd be impossible to refine the overarching heaven pills. The two prominent celestial pill cauldrons are not preheated. Before they began heating the cauldrons, I investigated them with my divine consciousness. Therefore, it's wrong to say that Duan Ling Tian had secretly preheated his cauldron. The crowd was in shock and disbelief when they saw Duan Ling Tian was done with heating the cauldron at such a speed. They broke into an uproar as they discussed fervently among themselves. Some of them were not convinced that Duan Ling Tian was done heating his cauldron and thought that perhaps he was cheating. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, sneered. I'd love to see how you're going to refine the overarching heaven pill after pretending to have completely heated the cauldron. The members from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect looked at Duan Ling Tian and jeered as well. Meanwhile, Liu Luo asked, third senior sister. Isn't he acting rather recklessly? In the beginning, she was rather confident about Duan Ling Tian since Marong Bing, her senior sister, seemed to believe in him. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian had stopped heating his cauldron after a short time and claimed that he was done, she was rendered speechless and was appalled by his actions. Similar to many others, she thought he was cheating or lying. Marong Bing did not respond to Liu Luo's question, opting to stay silent. Although she believed in Duan Ling Tian, it did seem rather impossible for him to be finished with heating the cauldron in just half an hour. Moreover, he was heating a prominent celestial pill cauldron. It was not any ordinary cauldrons. At the same time, a frown could be seen on Zhou Shuchu's face as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. She was confused and worried about him at the same time. What's going on in his mind? Doesn't he know it's useless to pretend? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to the next step of pill refining without giving much thought to the commotion in his surroundings. The majority of the people present on the scene were certain there was no way Duan Ling Tian would be able to successfully refine the overarching heaven pill since they assumed he had only pretended to be done with heating his cauldron. Only a few people remained hopeful. They were Huaner and the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi celestial sect, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing were conversing among themselves through voice transmission at this time. It's been half an hour now. Master He, the Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, is still not done with heating his cauldron. It's been half an hour. He's a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist, but he's still not done. Isn't he rather slow? Did he deliberately slow down? The three prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect were baffled. Did he Pei Yuan deliberately slow down? Duan Ling Tian was only a prominent celestial alchemist with a prominent celestial fire, but he was already done with heating his cauldron. And yet, the dignified and respected Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist who possessed a Supreme Duke-grade celestial fire was still heating his cauldron. Time continued to pass. When He Pei Yuan was finally done heating his cauldron, an hour had passed. At this moment, it suddenly dawned on Situ Ming, Yang Chong, Yu Zhongjing that this was their first time witnessing a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist heating a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Therefore, none of them knew how long it would take for He Pei Yuan to finish heating his cauldron. They had just assumed since He Pei Yuan was a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist, his speed would, naturally, be faster than Duan Ling Tian who was a prominent celestial alchemist. After all, He Pei Yuan possessed a Supreme Duke-grade celestial fire that was a grade higher than Duan Ling Tian's prominent celestial fire. Situ Ming finally smiled. He sighed in relief before he said, "Perhaps, we've been wrong. Master Duan's prominent celestial fire must be even more extraordinary than we thought." "I agree. We thought his prominent celestial fire is only extraordinary among prominent celestial fires. However, it seems like even a Supreme Duke-grade celestial fire is no match for his prominent celestial fire. This is truly unbelievable. If I didn't see it for myself, I wouldn't have believed it." Yu Zhongjing, who was usually taciturn, chimed in as well. "Look at He Pei Yuan. He's looking at Master Duan condescendingly even though Master Duan has already stated he has finished heating his cauldron half an hour ago. He must assume that Master Duan didn't heat his cauldron properly and thinks that Master Duan will fail at refining the overarching heaven pill." Situ Ming and Yang Chong instinctively looked at He Pei Yuan. Indeed, he was looking at Duan Ling Tian contemptuously. Just like most people, it was clear he did not think it was possible for Duan Ling Tian to be faster than a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist. Meanwhile, He Pei Yuan contained his laughter and thought to himself smugly, "I'd love to see what you're going to do when you fail to refine the overarching heaven pills. There's no doubt you'll have to hand over the triple trait celestial method you won from the blissful sect." The crowd watched in anticipation as He Pei Yuan began to refine the overarching heaven pill. They gasped and erupted in excitement when He Pei Yuan began to collect his pills. "Master, he has begun to refine pills. Now that's the skills of a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist. Although that pretentious Master Duan claimed he was done heating the cauldron first, look at how Master He surpassed him. It's almost time for Master He to collect his pills. Refining the overarching heaven pills is just a walk in the park for a supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist like Master He. It'd be easy for him to refine 10 pills, at least. The crowd watched in excitement as He Pei Yuan finally collected his pills. 11 overarching heaven pills. Indeed, he's worthy of being a supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist. He easily refined 11 overarching heaven pills. At this moment, Zhang Shang, a supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, who agreed to be a witness, loudly said, "Master, he took an hour to heat the prominent celestial pill cauldron." Upon hearing Zhang Shang's words, everyone instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian was giving it his all to refine the pills, he was no match for He Pei Yuan's speed in refining the pills. Only after a few hours had passed did he begin to approach the last step of the pill refinement process. Although Master Duan took longer to refine the pills, as long as he successfully refines the overarching heaven pills, he'll win the bet. It'll prove that he really did heat his prominent celestial pill cauldron in just half an hour. If he fails in refining the pills, it'll prove that he was lying about heating the cauldron in only half an hour. Look, he's refining the pills now. He's prepared to collect it. Refining the pills. Do you think he'll succeed? It's impossible for him to succeed since he didn't completely heat his cauldron. Many onlookers shook their heads when they looked at Duan Lingtian. They did not think it was possible for Duan Lingtian to successfully refine the overarching heaven pill. Meanwhile, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhangjing discussed among themselves. These people, did they really think Master Duan will lose? I'd love to see their reactions when Master Duan successfully refines the overarching heaven pills. In your opinion, how many overarching heaven pills do you think he'll be able to refine, since it doesn't seem like he's holding back this time? I don't know the exact number, but it'll certainly be more than what He Pei Yuan refined. At this moment, the 3 prominent celestial alchemists' eyes lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian raising his hand. Master Duan is ready to collect the pills. How pretentious. Meanwhile, Bai Wuji and the members of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. All of them were convinced Duan Lingtian was only putting on an act. They began to imagine the embarrassment and humiliation Duan Lingtian would have to suffer when he failed to refine the overarching heaven pill. Meanwhile, unlike Liu Luo, who seemed to be in low spirits, Marong Bing remained hopeful, praying for a miracle. Is he really able to refine the overarching heaven pills after heating the cauldron for only half an hour? Soon after, 13 streaks of light shot out of Duan Lingtian's cauldron into his hands. The lights were the overarching heaven pills. The onlookers were dumbstruck. They were shocked, speechless. Naturally, a huge uproar broke out when they regained their senses. 13 overarching heaven pills. Good heavens. He successfully refined the overarching heaven pills. Chapter 2880. The voice of the chaos divine flame reappears. This, the party from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was shocked beyond belief. Their widened eyes were brimming with incredulity. It took a while before it finally dawned on them that the chief celestial alchemist from the Taiyi Celestial Sect really did heat his cauldron in just half an hour. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to successfully refine the overarching heaven pill. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had successfully refined 13 overarching heaven pills, surpassing the numbers of pills He Pei Yuan, a supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist, had refined. This proved that Duan Lingtian's skills in alchemy surpassed that of He Pei Yuan to a certain degree. The expression of Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, soured immediately. It seems like he was still holding back when he competed with me earlier. He was, naturally, displeased when he saw the 13 overarching heaven pills in Duan Lingtian's hand. Nonetheless, he no longer doubted Duan Lingtian and was amazed by Duan Lingtian's skills despite himself. Although they were both prominent celestial alchemists, there was no doubt Duan Lingtian was leagues above him. On the other hand, Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, remained skeptical. He had trouble believing this. How's this possible? How could he heat the prominent celestial cauldron in just half an hour and refine 13 overarching heaven pills? No, he must have cheated. That's it, he cheated. Ji Fan's words were just groundless accusations. At this time, it was completely unreasonable to say that Duan Lingtian had cheated. After all, Even if Duan Ling Tian had a few tricks up his sleeves, there was no denying he had successfully refined 13 overarching heaven pills, proving that he, indeed, only took half an hour to heat the cauldron. Meanwhile, Liu Luo looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock as she exclaimed, He successfully refined the overarching heaven pills. Zhou Shuchu, who was standing next to Liu Luo, also had an expression of disbelief on her face. Various emotions flashed in the depths of her eyes. Murong Bing inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. It was clear that she had been immensely worried throughout the competition. At this time, Zhang Sheng, the Supreme Duke Grade Celestial Master from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, looked at He Pei Yuan and hesitantly said, Master He, this competition. He seemed at a loss for words. He would not hesitate to announce the outcome of the competition if He Pei Yuan was just a prominent celestial alchemist. However, since He Pei Yuan was a Supreme Duke Grade Celestial Alchemist, he had to allow him some respect. Upon hearing Zhang Sheng's words, He Pei Yuan seemed to recover from his shock. He said dejectedly, I've lost. It doesn't matter if he used some petty tricks to win, there's no doubt I lost this bet. It seems like Master He is a blunt and honest man, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he raised an eyebrow. With this, his regard for He Pei Yun rose slightly. Then, He Pei Yun did not hesitate as he raised his hand and produced a shining token in his hand. He passed it over to Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, as he said, Sect leader, this is the King Grade Celestial Weapon, the Flame of Ancient Orders, that I always carry with me. However, Bai Wuji refused to accept He Pei Yuan's King Grade Celestial Weapon. Master He, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect will not take your celestial weapon. It's only a mere Duke Grade divine ability. It's not a big deal. A memory celestial talisman appeared in his hand after he raised it. Master Duan, this is what you won from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. We admit defeat. Duan Ling Tian was delighted when he received the memory celestial talisman from Bai Wuji. He studied it for a brief moment before he extended his divine consciousness into the memory celestial talisman. Indeed, it's a triple traits Duke Grade divine ability. It's called the Eastern Purple Qi. Although it's not remarkable, the abilities are balanced. The triple trait divine ability was called the Eastern Purple Qi. The offensive, defensive, and movement techniques were balanced, unlike the Duke Grade celestial method he obtained from the blissful sect that had an excellent defensive technique and 2 mediocre offensive and movement techniques. At this moment, a voice transmission rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Congratulations, Master Duan. It came from Zhang Sheng. Master Zhang, I wouldn't have been able to win this prize if you didn't share the information you have with me. I'm indebted to you, Duan Ling Tian, replied through voice transmission as he looked at Zhang Sheng. Prior to the bet with the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, he did not know how long it would take for a Supreme Duke Grade Celestial Alchemist to heat a prominent celestial cauldron. It was Zhang Sheng who had given him an answer, giving him the confidence to challenge the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect for their triple trait Duke Grade divine ability. It's not worth mentioning, I only answered your question, that's all. However, I didn't expect your heating speed to be so fast. Your prominent celestial fire is truly extraordinary, being able to heat the cauldron in such a short time, Zhang Sheng replied. A hint of curiosity could be heard in his voice. You can tell. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He knew people had assumed he had relied on some petty tricks to be able to heat the cauldron in such a short time. He Pei Yuan probably had the same thought. Therefore, he was rather surprised by Zhang Sheng's words that indicated he knew Duan Ling Tian had won due to his extraordinary celestial fire and not due to some petty tricks. I've been a Supreme Duke Grade Celestial Alchemist for many years. I would have lived in vain if I can't discern that much, Zhang Sheng replied with a smile. I beg to differ. Master He from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is also a Supreme Duke Grade Celestial Alchemist, and yet, it's clear he hasn't realized that my prominent celestial fire is extraordinary, Duan Ling Tian replied as he shook his head. Master He still hasn't realized it because he's still in shock after his loss. Moreover, an outsider would have a clearer perspective compared to the parties involved. If Master He were in my shoes, he would have been able to come to this conclusion as well. Although there were many who gathered to watch the competition between Duan Ling Tian and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, there were even more people who were unaware of it. However, shortly after the result was announced, word of it spread like a wildfire in Alchemy City. The chief celestial alchemist of Taiyi Celestial Sect bested Master He of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. They competed in heating speed using prominent celestial pill cauldrons. A supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist like Master he lost in a heating speed contest. You must be joking. I find it hard to believe as well, even though I witnessed it with my own eyes. Once again, Duan Lingtian was thrust into the limelight due to his competition with He Pei Yuan. Many sectless cultivators and cultivators from the top sects clamored to get Duan Lingtian's attention. All of them were trying to get acquainted with him. Good heavens, is Master Duan even human? He's not even 100 years old, but there's no doubt he's the most outstanding person in the alchemy conference this time. I don't think there's any celestial alchemist under the age of 100 who's as outstanding as him in the Southern Heaven Territory, right? Imagine how formidable he would be in the Southern Heaven Territory when he matures. We should befriend him now. Opportunities like these don't come twice. As the saying went, a man dreads fame as a pig dreads being fat. At this moment, this proverb accurately described Duan Lingtian's feelings. He dealt with the crowd clamoring for his attention half-heartedly as he thought to himself, I finally obtained a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. There's no need for me to compete or bet anymore. Although he decided to stop competing since he knew no one would dare to challenge him anymore, he had no plans on leaving Alchemy City or the Barren Land yet. At this moment, Sun Chao, the chief celestial alchemist from the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect, who had befriended Duan Lingtian before his competition with the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, cut through the crowd and approached Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, I truly didn't expect you to heat the cauldron in half an hour. The title of the most skilled prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions belongs to you now. He was truly amazed by Duan Lingtian's skills. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian nodded modestly in response. In a blink of an eye, almost a month had gone by, and the alchemy conference was about to come to an end. Duan Lingtian was wandering around the alchemy square when a voice rang in his mind. He came to a halt immediately, shocked by the sudden voice in his head. Young lad, look for a quiet and secluded space. The profound divine metal and I will join forces to help you open that box. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian to identify the owner of the voice. It's the Chaos Divine Flame. Chapter 2881, The Box's Content. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian was reminded of the mysterious old and quaint box that he had obtained by trading a single trait Duke-grade divine ability from the Taiyi Celestial Sect. It was deemed as useless by many people, including the deceased Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect. He had insisted on trading for the box since he trusted the Chaos Divine Flame when it said the box's content would benefit him, and it was imperative for him to obtain it. The Chaos Divine Flame also said that the profound divine metal in it could open the box for him. According to the Chaos Divine Flame, only celestial lords or those who were stronger would be able to detect the content of the box and open it. Anyone weaker than a celestial lord would not be able to see through the formations that concealed the content of the box. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, is Senior Profound Divine Metal awake? Duan Lingtian asked immediately after he stopped in his tracks. As soon as he finished speaking, a weak voice that sounded as though it belonged to a middle-aged man said, Young lad, I won't be able to stay conscious for long. Find a quiet and secluded spot immediately. If we open the box in public, it'll definitely attract trouble. It was the profound divine metal. All right, Duan Lingtian sensed the urgency in the profound divine metal's voice, so he did not hesitate and called out to Huaner. Both of them quickly left and made their way to a secluded place in a corner of the alchemy square. Almost a month had passed since Duan Lingtian shot to fame in the alchemy conference. Therefore, people were paying him less attention than before. He could walk freely without attracting too many people's attention. In just a short moment, Duan Lingtian and Huaner found a deserted corner where a few giant boulders were lying around. The duo went behind one of the giant boulders and turned their backs to the alchemy square. Huaner, alert me if someone is approaching, Duan Lingtian said to Huaner, reminding her to keep a lookout. Although he did not know what the box held, he knew it had to be valuable since the Chaos Divine Flame had said so. Moreover, the profound divine metal had also reminded him to be careful. Yes, Brother Lingtian. Huaner took Duan Lingtian's words seriously and began to scan their surroundings. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Liu Luo, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, had seen Huaner and him hiding behind one of the giant boulders. She quickly said to Marong Bing, third senior sister, that Duan Lingtian is not a decent man. He just took that woman and hid behind the giant boulders. They must be up to no good. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian did not hear Liu Luo's words. Otherwise, he would have been furious. Behind the boulders, Duan Ling Tian had taken the old and quaint box from his spatial ring, so he said to the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame, "Seniors, the box is in my hand now." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a gray and a golden streak of light that were intertwined shot out of his chest into the box, disappearing from sight in just a blink of an eye. It did not take long before the box began to vibrate violently. A gray and golden light shrouded the seal of the box. In just a matter of seconds, the lights grew brighter. A loud and crisp sound rang in the air suddenly. The tightly sealed box sprung open. The gray and golden light shone brilliantly in the box as well and took a while before they finally dimmed, revealing the box's content. At this moment, the chaos divine flame spoke again. "Young lad, the profound divine metal and I are about to fall into a deep slumber again. We've inspected the object in the box. It's a consumable royal grade celestial weapon. You can use the royal grade celestial weapon up to 3 times. Every time you use it, you'll have strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. Your soul and celestial origin energy will be at the level of a celestial lord until its effect wears off. You should use this royal grade celestial weapon." Before the chaos divine flame could further explain, it suddenly fell silent. A consumable royal grade celestial weapon. An intricate hairpin lay in the box. The hairpin had a 3-petal flower that was an eye-catching blood red. It shimmered in the box. Its blood red color looked fearsome. The chaos divine flame said it's a consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian's expression was solemn as he studied the hairpin in the box. He was no longer the same clueless young man he had been when he had first ascended to the Devata realm. He had gained a level of understanding of the celestial weapons in this Devata realm. Consumable celestial weapons were only of the royal grade or the emperor grade. Most of them could be used as little as 1 time up to a maximum of 5 times. I can use this royal grade celestial weapon thrice. It seems like each flower petal will give me strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord until its effect wears off and the petal wilts. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply, stunned by this discovery. When he regained his senses, he surveyed his surroundings intently before he furtively put the hairpin away, afraid of being seen. A royal grade celestial weapon, consumable or not, was more than enough to cause an uproar in the alchemy square. Moreover, for someone with Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base, a consumable royal grade celestial weapon was much more beneficial to him compared to an emperor grade celestial weapon. Due to his cultivation base, he would not be able to unleash an emperor grade celestial weapon's full potential. He was only a profound stage overarching heaven supreme celestial, after all. On the other hand, the consumable royal grade celestial weapon would directly increase his strength to that of an ordinary celestial lord. In other words, whenever he used the royal grade celestial weapon, he was no different from an ordinary celestial lord. Even if the weapon only granted him strength comparable to a 1 basic celestial lord without any powerful celestial methods or divine abilities, his celestial origin energy would be powerful enough for him to conquer the 6 southern regions in the entire borderlands of the southern heaven territory. The chaos divine flame has no reason to lie to me. It should be true that I'll gain the strength of an ordinary celestial lord when I use this consumable royal grade celestial weapon, even if the effect only lasts a short time. Moreover, according to the chaos divine flames, there are no side effects to using it at all, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone. He could vividly imagine possessing the strength of an ordinary celestial lord after using the weapon. This was too good to be true. The royal grade celestial weapon was a life-saving tool, and it was extremely precious since it could only be used thrice. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian definitely would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary and he was in a dire situation. There's no need to use this royal grade celestial weapon unless it's a life or death situation. Chapter 2882 Duan Ling Tian's confidence. Huaner, let's go. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to suppress the excitement brewing in him before he called out to Huaner. Soon after, both of them returned to the center of the alchemy square that was bustling with people. Brother Ling Tian, did you manage to open the box? Huaner asked curiously. Yes, Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission as he nodded slightly. Huaner, it's imperative that no one finds out about the box's content. That's why I had to find a place to hide before opening it. Huaner nodded obediently even though she did not fully understand Duan Ling Tian's words. She asked through voice transmission, "Brother Ling Tian, I saw something in the box when you opened it. I thought it was empty." When Duan Ling Tian first received the box from the old man, Huaner had probed the box with her divine consciousness. Just like everyone else, she discovered it was empty. Although she thought the box was worthless as well, she remained silent when he insisted on obtaining the box. In her opinion, even if it was a worthless box, it was worth the trade as long as it made Duan Ling Tian happy. It was only natural that she was shocked when she discovered the box was not empty. "Oh, you saw it." Duan Ling Tian did not deny it and proceeded to tell Huaner everything the Chaos Divine Flame had said to him. "A consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that can be used thrice and will grant you the strength of an ordinary celestial lord. Brother Ling Tian, this means you're given 3 life-saving talismans." Huaner's eyes lit up as she spoke. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. "This trip to the alchemy city in the barren land has been fruitful. On top of this consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, I also obtained a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had obtained 2 Emperor-grade celestial weapons, the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring and the mystical Yin 9-water chestnut ring. Alas, they did not belong to him. Brother Ling Tian, does this mean we can return to the Tai Yi celestial sect now?" Huaner asked. "No, although it's safe for us to travel on our own now that I have the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, we still need to wait for the others," Duan Ling Tian replied. Initially, he had toyed with the idea of leaving for the Tai Yi celestial sect first. However, after giving it some thought, he dismissed the idea. He was not afraid of the cultivators from the top sects or the sectless cultivators, but he was worried about the vicious bandits he might meet during his journey back. Previously, he had Hishan's protection. Unfortunately, Hishan had passed away. As a precaution, he had decided to tag along with the party from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect when they returned to the wasteland. He did not think any sect would reject his request since most sects were clamoring to do him a favor. The Thousand Spiders celestial sect would certainly be more than happy to do him a favor now that they had seen his alchemy skills. Moreover, they were under the impression that he came from a powerful clan in the central area. He decided to speak to the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect after the alchemy conference ended. For now, I'll just have to wait until the alchemy conference ends. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he walked around the lively alchemy square. Over the past few days, Duan Ling Tian had approached Mirong Bing and tried to persuade her to leave with him. Alas, she remained stubborn and resolute, leaving Duan Ling Tian helpless. "Looks like I'll have to visit her master at the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and warn her not to harm Mirong Bing." Duan Ling Tian was now confident he could protect Mirong Bing since he had obtained the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. "With the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, I'll be able to annihilate the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect if I so wish. I'm sure her master won't dare to harm her if I warn her." Despite his thoughts and confidence, Duan Ling Tian was still worried about Mirong Bing's safety. What if her master killed her before he could save her? Therefore, he decided to speak to Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Sect leader Nangong, Duan Ling Tian greeted Nangong Shu with a smile. Although there was enmity between him and Nangong Shu because she had sent someone to kill him in the past, he was still grateful that she did not reveal Mirong Bing and his affair to her master. "Master Duan," Nangong Shu replied, "what brings you here?" Her hostility toward Duan Ling Tian seemed to have vanished after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's talents in alchemy and discovering he might be from a powerful clan in the central area. As someone who had lived a long time, she had developed a discerning eye after meeting so many people in her lifetime. Although her interactions with Duan Ling Tian were brief, she could tell that Duan Ling Tian was a man of integrity. He was responsible and worthy of Mirong Bing. She was not sure if Duan Ling Tian truly came from a powerful clan in the central area, but she did not place much importance on it. After all, with his talent in alchemy, so long as he was willing to join the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she would help him and Mirong Bing get married. After all, she believed their marriage would benefit the sect. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush and said, "Sect leader Nangong, I believe you've learned about what happened between your beloved disciple, Mirong Bing, and I. I'm truly grateful that you've been keeping her safe all this while. However, I'm afraid this matter can't be hidden from her master for long. Therefore, I'd like to ask for a favor from you." Can you please stop Murong Bing's master from harming her if her master finds out about our affair? If the 10 Directions Celestial Duke from your sect intervenes, please tell them my clansmen are very capable, and I will never let them go if Murong Bing is harmed. I'd also like to ask you to send someone to the Taiyi Celestial Sect to inform me of this if it should happen. His tone was cold when he spoke. Nangong Shu gasped inwardly when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of fear could be seen in the depths of her eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. She was even more certain of Duan Lingtian's background after listening to his words. Otherwise, why would he be so confident if he was not from a powerful clan in the central area? In the end, she sighed in relief and nodded as she said, I'll bear your words in mind, Master Duan. I'll dissuade them and stop them from harming Binger. Duan Lingtian was right. Nangong Shu was capable of protecting Murong Bing from her master. However, Nangong Shu would be helpless if the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 10 Directions Celestial Duke intervened. Now that she had seen how determined Duan Lingtian was to protect her niece, she was, naturally, relieved. One could see how determined Duan Lingtian was to protect Murong Bing based on how willing he was to use the precious consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. After a few days, the alchemy conference was finally coming to an end. On the final day of the alchemy conference, according to the traditions, the Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters would announce the few celestial alchemists who had performed outstandingly during the alchemy conference. Since Duan Lingtian's extraordinary performance had outshone everyone in the alchemy conference, it was not a surprise that his fame had even surpassed Sun Chao, the chief celestial alchemist of the Blazing Sun supporting sect, who was selected as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions during the last alchemy conference. As we all know, 30 years ago, Master Sun Chao made his mark in the alchemy conference of the 6 southeastern regions and is widely regarded as the top prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southern regions. This time we have the dark horse who's remarkably talented, Master Duan from the Taiyi Celestial Sect in the Wasteland. Chapter 2883 by Wu Zan faked his death. Master Duan Lingtian managed to heat a prominent celestial cauldron with a prominent celestial fire in half an hour. Master Duan Lingtian successfully refined 13 overarching heaven pills. Master Duan Lingtian. Most importantly, Master Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old. The announcer was Zhang Shang, the Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. He was also the witness for Duan Lingtian's bets with the Blissful Sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. After Zhang Shang's announcement, the crowd turned to look at a purple-clad young man. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was tall and handsome with an extraordinary bearing. He remained poised even though everyone's attention was on him. It was as though he would remain unfazed even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him. He seemed unfettered like a martial elite with no worldly desires. Duan Lingtian. Lian, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as sharp as daggers. It was clear he wished to kill Duan Lingtian. Alas, he could not act recklessly before he ascertained Duan Lingtian's true identity. Meanwhile, Ji Fan, the arhat of the Blissful Sect, glared at Duan Lingtian. He's not even 100 years old, how did he become an overarching heaven supreme celestial and a prominent celestial alchemist at the same time? Moreover, he's capable of refining the overarching heaven pills, and his alchemy skills are comparable to a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist. His eyes were brimming with jealousy. He had always regarded himself highly as though he was the son of heaven. Previously, he stood out among his peers and was in a league of his own. However, ever since Duan Lingtian appeared, things had changed. He was nothing more than ordinary when compared to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, due to his mistake and careless judgment, he had cost the Blissful Sect its triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method. For these reasons, similar to Lian, he wished he could kill Duan Lingtian. Ji Fan's eyes that were filled with jealousy flashed with killing intent as he thought to himself, for your sake, you'd better come from a powerful clan in the central area. If not, the day we find out otherwise will be the day you die. Duan Lingtian felt as though he was being watched by a venomous serpent, so he turned to have a look. The arhat of the Blissful Sect. Upon discovering it was Ji Fan, he only glanced at Ji Fan briefly before looking away. He might have been slightly worried if it were Lian. He could not be bothered about Ji Fan at all. How dare he look down on me? Ji Fan was infuriated. He could, naturally, tell Duan Lingtian did not take him seriously. The killing intent intensified in his eyes as he clenched his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, who was also looking at Duan Ling Tian, thought to himself, Xuan'er might not be as capable as Duan Ling Tian, but he definitely had the potential to improve the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect in the future if he were still alive. Although he had lost the sect's triple trait divine ability to Duan Ling Tian, he did not have any animosity toward Duan Ling Tian. In fact, he rather admired the young man. Duan Ling Tian must really come from a powerful clan in the central area. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident to say such words at that time. Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slight smile on her face. Binger will be in good hands. She'll be able to lead a happy life with Duan Ling Tian. Her deceased mother will be able to rest in peace now. Meanwhile, Marong Bing, who was standing next to Nangong Shu, appeared to be in a dilemma. It did not matter to her if Duan Ling Tian was from a powerful clan in the central area or not. She wanted to obtain her master's permission to be with Duan Ling Tian. She had been orphaned since she was young, and in her heart, she had long regarded her master as her mother, even more so than Nangong Shu, who treated her like her child. In her opinion, if her master had not adopted her and brought her up, she would have died after her parents passed away. Therefore, she would oblige if her master wanted her to atone for her sin with her life. Jian Chu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, thought to herself, thank heavens Duan Ling Tian will leave the wasteland soon. Otherwise, the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect will be suppressed by the Taiyi Celestial Sect with his presence. At the same time, a bashful expression could be seen on Zhou Shuchu's face when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was difficult not to notice the hints of affection flashing in the depths of her eyes. Even a woman with a high standard like her had fallen for Duan Ling Tian's remarkable talent and charm. At this time, after Zhang Sheng finished speaking, the remaining 3 Supreme Duke-grade Celestial Alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters took turns to give their speech on the ruined stone platform. Soon after, the Alchemy Conference had officially come to an end. After the Alchemy Conference ended, Duan Ling Tian brought Xuan'er and the 3 prominent Celestial Alchemists from the Taiyi Celestial Sect with him as he approached the party from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Sect leader Jian, since the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect has passed away, it'll be too slow for us to travel alone. Do you mind taking us with you back to the wasteland? Jian Chu Luo was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's sudden requests as she hesitated for a moment. As Zhou Shuchu looked at her with an anticipatory gaze, she said, since Master Duan has personally requested this, I'm more than glad to do so. However, I'm doing this out of respect for you, not the Taiyi Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian nodded and replied, I understand. I owe you a favor, sect leader Jian. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Jian Chu Luo was, indeed, smart. Although she was not 100% certain about Duan Ling Tian's identity and background, his extraordinary alchemy skills alone were compelling enough for her to agree to his request. When do you intend to leave, Master Duan? Jian Chu Luo asked. I'll leave it for you to decide, sect leader Jian, Duan Ling Tian replied. We plan to leave after a few days. Why don't all of you come stay at the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's residence in Alchemy City? It'll make things more convenient when we depart later, Jian Chu Luo said. All right, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate and agreed immediately. When Duan Ling Tian and the others left the Alchemy Square with the party from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, a few people looked at Duan Ling Tian greedily. However, none of them dared to act recklessly. Not only were they afraid of the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and Taiyi Celestial Sect, but they were even more afraid of his true identity. What if his clansmen were secretly protecting him in the dark? In a restaurant near the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's residence in Alchemy City, a young man sat by the windows in a private room as he observed the group of people who had arrived in the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's residence. His expression was gloomy as he cursed, damn it. Duan Ling Tian and that woman are staying with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. How am I supposed to abduct her? The young man was none other than Bai Yuzan, the seemingly deceased young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. He was clearly alive and well. At this moment, Bai Yuzan looked at the old man standing next to him and solemnly asked, Elder Tan, are you confident in pulling this off? Young master, Jian Chu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, is a 7-star Celestial Duke. Although I'm also a 7-star celestial duke, my strength is no match for hers since I've only broken through recently. I'm afraid she'll discover me as soon as I enter their residence. This old man next to Bai Yuzhan was an elder of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. He was one of the 3 heroes of Huangzhong in charge of Bai Yuzhan's safety. When Duan Lingtian had met Bai Yuzhan previously, he was absent because he was cultivating in seclusion since he was close to a breakthrough. Although he had broken through and successfully became a 7-star celestial duke, he could not help but smile bitterly when he heard Bai Yuzhan wanted him to abduct Huaner from the 1,000 Spiders Celestial Sect's residence in Alchemy City. Bai Yuzhan's expression soured. He was extremely displeased. So, am I supposed to just sit by and watch her slip through my fingers? Chapter 2884 Frightened yet thankful. Young master, why don't you seek help from the sect leader? Elder Tan tentatively suggested after he sensed the displeasure in Bai Yuzhan's tone. My father. Bai Yuzhan glared at the old man and scoffed. If my father finds out that I faked my death, he would severely reprimand me. Do you still think it's wise to ask him for help? It'd be good if he doesn't discipline me after learning about what I've done. Ask him for help to get that woman? You must be kidding me. After taking a deep breath, he muttered, just forget about it. I faked my death not entirely because I want that woman. The death of Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, has almost assuaged my anger and hatred. As for that woman, I'll get her when the time's right. At this moment, a voice rang from outside the private room. Young master. Soon after, a young man entered after Bai Yuzhan granted him entry to the room. The young man was none other than the person who accused Hishan of killing Bai Yuzhan, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had called him Xiaolu. Why are you here, Xiaolu? Didn't I tell you not to come see me for the time being? Bai Yuzhan frowned immediately when he saw the young man. If you're not cautious, you might expose me. My father would be furious if he finds out I'm still alive. Moreover, most of the people from the top sects are still around. If they find out I'm alive as well, they might pressure my father into killing me to seek justice for the Taiyi Celestial Sect. Bai Yuzhan said with a grim expression. Young master, I know you're trying to snatch Duan Lingtian's woman away. There's something you need to know beforehand. Xiaolu said with a bitter smile. Why must you tell me now? Can't it wait until we return to the sect? Bai Yuzhan asked impatiently with a frown on his face. Young master, I have to tell you this before you offend Duan Lingtian. Xiaolu replied. Bai Yuzhan finally sensed something was amiss from Xiaolu's tone. Why are you so afraid of me offending Duan Lingtian? He's just a prominent celestial alchemist from the Taiyi Celestial Sect, isn't he? Bai Yuzhan had been secretly staying in Alchemy City of the Barren Land since he faked his death. However, since he and Elder Tan did not step foot outside, they were both unaware of the incidents that happened during the Alchemy Conference. All they knew was that Hishan had been killed by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Young master, during the Alchemy Conference, Duan Lingtian, Xiaolu began to recount everything that had happened during the Alchemy Conference to Bai Yuzhan. Duan Lingtian had won a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method from the Blissful Sect. He also won our sect's triple trait Duke-grade divine ability by competing against Master He. How's that possible? Master He's a supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist, and Duan Lingtian's just a prominent celestial alchemist. How's it possible for him to best Master He? There's a possibility that Duan Lingtian comes from a powerful clan in the central area. Bai Yuzhan's face turned pale. He was in disbelief and shock after hearing Xiaolu's words. Previously, he had already suspected Duan Lingtian's identity and background when he saw how skilled Duan Lingtian was in alchemy. After all, it was normal for direct descendants from powerful clans to train outside the central area. It seemed like his suspicion was true. He was intimidated just by the thought of it. The consequences of kidnapping Duan Lingtian's woman and offending Duan Lingtian would be disastrous. Not only would his father be unable to save him, but even the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect would suffer the consequences. Although there might be some quasi-celestial kings protecting their sect in the dark, they were still no match for powerhouses from powerful clans in the central area. Moreover, based on how talented Duan Lingtian was, it was highly likely that his clan was extraordinary. Who knew if Duan Lingtian's clan had celestial kings and celestial lords? Thank goodness. Thank goodness Duan Ling Tian and the woman decided to stay in the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's residence. Otherwise, it'll be disastrous if Elder Tan makes a move. I'll definitely be implicated as well. When Bai Yu Zhan regained his senses, a sense of immense relief washed over him. He was glad he could not make a move that he would regret due to Duan Ling Tian's decision to stay with the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Elder Tan. Bai Wuji glared at the elder as he furiously asked, "When I ordered you to tail Duan Ling Tian earlier, didn't you hear about what happened during the alchemy conference? If you'd reported this back to me, I wouldn't even think about kidnapping Duan Ling Tian's woman. Do you know your mistake could have cost me my life? If I die because of you, don't even think about getting away with it." He was clearly venting the frustration and fear in his heart on the elder. Similarly, Elder Tan was in shock as well after hearing Xiao Lu's words. After Bai Yu Zhan was done venting, he smiled wryly and said, "Young master, I was too caught up in following Duan Ling Tian so I didn't pay attention to the rumors. Thank goodness we didn't make a move on Duan Ling Tian because he's staying with the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Otherwise, it'd be disastrous." He wiped off the beads of cold sweat on his forehead. He felt as though he had barely escaped from the jaws of death. Bai Yu Zhan sighed before he said, "Xiao Lu, I don't care what you do, just make sure my father and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect are the last to leave Alchemy City. I don't want to return on my own. The safest way is for me to return with the sect." He knew he would not be in a favorable situation if it was made known to the people from the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions that he was still alive. He knew he would have to wait for time to pass. As long as enough time passed, even if the truth came to light at that time, the matter would not be so serious. He had even planned for the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect to compensate and given an explanation to the Taiyi Celestial Sect so he could further secure his safety. "Yes, young master." After receiving orders from Bai Yu Zhan, Xiao Lu left immediately. After Xiao Lu left, Bai Yu Zhan slumped back into his seat and looked out the window in the direction of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's residence again. The fear swirling in his eyes was now replaced with relief. "I didn't expect my suspicion to be right and that Duan Ling Tian really came from a powerful clan in the central area. Looks like I won't be able to get my hands on that woman." He was so terrified that it seemed like he had been shocked into being sensible. With Duan Ling Tian's formidable background, he knew Huaner was strictly off limits. Huaner might be a peerless beauty, but he, naturally, cherished his life above everything else. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Bai Yu Zhan had faked his death. Otherwise, he would have sought justice from Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, and force him to kill his son. Alas, he was currently cultivating in a room with Huaner, oblivious to what was going on in a restaurant nearby. Although Zhou Shuchu had long heard from Liu Luo that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner shared a room, she was still shocked when she witnessed it for herself. He's sharing a room with that woman. Chapter 2885 Zhou Shuchu's True Feelings. Zhou Shuchu had long heard from Liu Luo that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner shared a room. However, she was still taken aback when she witnessed it for herself. She stood at the entrance of Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's room, pondering on what she should before she decided to silently walk away. Meanwhile, the prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi Celestial Sect, Situ Ming and Yang Chong, were passing by the courtyard and saw Zhou Shuchu leaving with a dejected expression on her face. The little princess of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect seems to have fallen for Master Duan. Yang Chong said to Situ Ming as they watched Zhou Shuchu slowly disappear from their sight. "It's no surprise," Situ Ming said, "Master Duan's not even 100 years old, and he's achieved such remarkable feats. Apart from that, he's from a powerful clan in the central area. Most women would fall for such an outstanding young man. I've long heard that this little princess has high standards when it comes to men. Only a perfect man would make her fall head over heels in love. Master Situ, you seem to understand the minds of women," Yang Chong said, slightly taken aback. "Of course, after all, I've had my fair share of relationships when I was a young lad," Situ Ming proudly said. He puffed out his chest and held his head up high as they returned to their courtyard. Fair share of relationships. It took a while for realization to dawn on Yang Chong. Master Situ seems very straight-laced. I didn't expect him to be an expert in relationships. His impression of Situ Ming had changed drastically at this moment. A few days later, Duan Ling Tian and the people of the Taiyi Celestial Sect gathered at the front courtyard of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's residence in Alchemy City, preparing to depart from the city. Brother Ling Tian, how long would it take you to completely master the celestial method and divine ability you obtained? Huaner sent Duan Ling Tian a voice transmission as they waited to depart. I'm not sure. I'd be able to master them faster if I put in more effort to comprehend them, Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. He had been spending his time cultivating and comprehending the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability he had won from the Blissful Sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect respectively during the Alchemy Conference. His winning record was unprecedented in the history of the 6 southeastern regions. The Eastern Purple Chi is mediocre but well-balanced. It shouldn't take me long to comprehend them since it bears similarities to the divine abilities that I'd comprehended. As for the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, I'm afraid I'll need to spend more time on it. If it's a celestial method suitable for swords, it'll only require half the effort from me since I have the knowledge I gained from mastering the Sovereign Heart Sword. Alas, it's not related to the swords at all. Just as the moon waxes and wanes in cycles, things won't always go my way. I should be grateful and content for obtaining the celestial method and divine ability, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. During the past 2 days, Duan Ling Tian had been comprehending the celestial method, the Immobilization King method, and the divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. He discovered that in the Devata realm, as long as the celestial methods or divine abilities were of the same types, they would share a lot of similarities. For example, the Eastern Purple Chi was a mediocre and well-balanced divine ability with no distinctive characteristics, and it bore similarities to the divine abilities he had mastered in the past. Thus, it was easier for him to comprehend it. I should choose the same type of celestial methods and divine abilities if conditions permit. It'll help me to comprehend them faster. Duan Ling Tian came to this conclusion after thinking about it. Previously, although he was aware of this, now that he was experiencing it, he could acutely feel the difference. Soon enough, Jian Chu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and few others finally arrived. Master Duan, Jian Chu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and her disciples greeted Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader Jian, Duan Ling Tian responded with a smile. Then, he looked at Zhou Shuchu and nodded slightly. After all, it would be rude if he did not acknowledge an old acquaintance. He saw her nodding back at him in response and thought about her drastic change in behavior over the past few days. She had been rather friendly, but she had suddenly become cold and indifferent. He was truly confused by her sudden change in behavior. He only thought to himself with a sigh, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Jian Chu Luo was quick to notice Zhou Shuchu's indifferent attitude toward Duan Ling Tian. She asked through voice transmission, "Junior sister, what's wrong? You like Master Duan, don't you?" Zhou Shuchu's face flushed red as soon as she heard Jian Chu Luo's words. She quickly retorted, "Senior sister, you must be joking. That womanizer, I won't like him even if the entire male population is dead." "What's wrong? Are you jealous of Miss Huaner?" It was easy for Jian Chu Luo to see through Zhou Shuchu's thoughts. She advised Zhou Shuchu, "Junior sister, in this world, strong and powerful men rarely settle down with just one woman. Master Duan is a good man, you should grab hold of it if an opportunity comes your way." Although she had no prior experience in relationships, as the saying went, one might not have seen it but one must have heard about it. She had been in a sect where women made up the majority of it for so many years, it was only natural for her to know a thing or two about relationships. "Senior sister, it's not what you think." Zhou Shuchu wanted to explain herself but found herself unable to find the words for it. At the same time, a voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. "Master Duan, I assume you're aware that the little princess of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect is suddenly being cold to you." Duan Ling Tian looked around and discovered the voice transmission was sent by Situ Ming. "Master Situ, do you know why she's giving me the cold shoulders?" Although he was aware of her sudden change in attitude, he did not pay any attention to it. Since Situ Ming seemed to be aware of the reason, his curiosity was suddenly piqued. "Master Duan, 3 days ago." Situ Ming proceeded to recount how Zhou Shuchu had discovered Duan Ling Tian and Huaner cultivating in the same room. "What does it have to do with her sudden change of attitude?" Duan Ling Tian asked, puzzled. "Master Duan, aren't you aware that she has feelings for you?" Situ Ming stared at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. "What?" Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. He instinctively glanced at Zhou Shuchu before he turned back to look at Situ Ming and said, She has feelings for me." Master Situ, there must be a misunderstanding. It's definitely not a misunderstanding. Situ Ming shook his head and said, Master Duan, it seems to me that the little princess of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect is an old acquaintance of yours. If I'm not mistaken, her current attitude is totally different from when both of you were in the wastelands, right? It seems like it. Duan Ling Tian realized that Situ Ming was right. He turned to look at her again and coincidentally caught her looking at him. She averted her eyes immediately as her face flushed red. He sighed inwardly upon seeing this, realizing Zhou Shuchu did, indeed, have feelings for him. He did not expect this at all since he had only treated her like Murong Bing's best friend. He had assumed her positive attitude toward him was due to Murong Bing as well. I should keep a distance from Miss Zhou. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He already had enough on his plate. His 2 wives, partner, parents, children, and friends were waiting for him to rescue them in the Divine Offering Land. In the next 900 years, he would need to increase his strength as fast as possible so that when the spatial tunnel connecting the Divine Offering Land to Devata realms opened again, he could go to the Divine Offering Land to rescue them all. Even if he did not have to rescue his loved ones, he would still avoid Zhou Shuchu, similar to how he used to avoid the women surrounding him in the mundane realm. He loved his wives very much and did not want to hurt them because of another woman. Murong Bing was an exception due to the accident. He had to be responsible for his action after all. Even with a peerless beauty like Huoner, he had been consciously keeping a distance from her as well. Chapter 2886 Return to the Wasteland. This is bad, how can I avoid her forever? Duan Ling Tian knew that it was impossible to sever all ties with Zhou Shuchu. However, he would have to exercise caution during their interactions. If there was an opportunity, he thought it would be best if he made it clear to her that there was no chance of them being together. After half an hour, when the remaining people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect finally gathered, Jian Chu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, said with a faint smile, Master Duan, we're planning to leave now. Do you have any business left to attend to in Alchemy City? If you do, we can wait for you. No, we're ready to leave as well. Duan Ling Tian replied as he shook his head. In that case, let's leave Alchemy City and the Barren Land, and return to the Wasteland. Under Jian Chu Luo's lead, the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect along with Duan Ling Tian and the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect departed for the Wasteland. The group attracted quite a fair bit of attention when they left due to Duan Ling Tian's presence. Many of them coveted the things in Duan Ling Tian's possession, but they, naturally, did not dare to act recklessly. Put aside the presence of the Thousand Spiders Sect and the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's support, they would still be afraid to act against him since he might be from a powerful clan in the central area. That alone was more terrifying than the Tai Yi Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Meanwhile, in a private room of a restaurant in Alchemy City, an old man was reporting to a young man at this moment. Young master, Duan Ling Tian and that woman have left with the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. This young man was none other than Bai Yuzan, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The old man was Elder Tan who usually accompanied him. Understood. Bai Yuzan nodded without any changes in his expression when he heard Elder Tan's report. Ever since he learned that Duan Ling Tian might come from a powerful clan in the central area, he no longer dared to have any thoughts about Huoner. Although he could not forget about a peerless beauty like Huoner, his life was, ultimately, still much more important. In this regard, he had his priorities straight. At the very least, before confirming Duan Ling Tian's identity, he did not dare to have any covetous thoughts. He turned to Elder Tan and asked, how many top sects from the 6 southeastern regions are still in Alchemy City? Now that the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect has left, there are 7 sects, including our Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, in the city, Elder Tan replied. Okay. Bai Yuzan faintly nodded and waved his hand dismissively. Continue paying attention to the whereabouts of the 6 remaining sects. Once they leave, I'll return to my father and the others. At this moment, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, was still unaware that his son was alive. He wanted to leave Alchemy City as soon as possible since the city reminded him of how his only son was killed by Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Master He and the others said they want to stay longer in Alchemy City. However, over the past few days, they didn't go out at all. What are they doing? Bai Wuji was rather confused. Naturally, Bai Wuji was unaware that, at this moment, the entire party from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, except for him, knew that Bai Yuzhan was still alive. They were stalling for time and had said they wanted to stay in the city for a little longer only so Bai Yuzhan could return to them once the dust had settled. Put the others aside, if it were before, He Pei Yuan, the Supreme Duke grade celestial alchemist from the Profound Heaven celestial sect, would not have agreed to this. However, due to the incident during the alchemy conference, he could not help but feel responsible for the Profound Heaven celestial sect losing their triple trait Duke grade divine ability. On top of that, the sect leader refused to take his king grade celestial weapon as a compensation. Apart from feeling guilty and ashamed, it had increased his sense of belonging to the Profound Heaven celestial sect. Therefore, upon learning that Bai Yuzhan was alive and had requested him to pacify Bai Wuji, he agreed without any hesitation. When Duan Ling Tian and the others traveled to Alchemy City, they were brought by Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. Since Hishan was an 8 trigram celestial duke, his speed was rather fast. Their speed when they were returning to the wasteland was, naturally, slower since Jian Chu Luo was only a 7-star celestial duke. When they finally arrived in the wasteland, Jian Chu Luo asked Duan Ling Tian, "Master Duan, do you really intend to leave for the central area soon?" Initially, she was glad to hear that he was returning to the central area soon since that would mean he was leaving the Taiyi celestial sect as well. However, at this moment, she wished Duan Ling Tian would stay longer in the wasteland or the 6 southeastern regions. After all, she had done him a favor by bringing them back to the wasteland, so he owed her a favor. It would be easier for her to collect the favor if he stayed in the wasteland. Moreover, she was still uncertain about what she would ask from Duan Ling Tian. "I won't be leaving so soon." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Indeed, he had planned to leave the 6 southeastern regions when the alchemy conference concluded. However, that was only if Mirong Bing had left with him. Since she did not want to leave with him, he was in no hurry to leave the 6 southeastern regions. He had already planned his next step. After returning to the Taiyi celestial sect, he would continue to comprehend the Duke grade celestial method and divine ability that he obtained. Then, after mastering them, he would try to raise his cultivation base before finally heading to the central area. "It's better for me to stay for a little longer. After all, who knows when Brother Pei will show up?" Duan Ling Tian had not forgotten the man with the surname Pei whom he had encountered quite a while ago. He was still in the possession of the man's 2 emperor-grade celestial weapons, the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring and the mystical Yin 9-water chestnut ring. Jian Chu Luo inwardly sighed in relief when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, she said, "The borderlands are quite good. It might be difficult for you to return once you leave. Therefore, if you have time, it's best if you stay a little longer." Then, she jokingly said, "Moreover, the Thousand Spiders celestial sect would love for you to visit. You should visit our sect at least once before you leave. You won't think our humble sect is too small for a great man like you, right?" "Sect leader Jian, you really know how to joke. Since you've spoken, I'll definitely visit your sect," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile as he shook his head. At this moment, an ancient voice rang in the air. "We've arrived." It was an old woman from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. She was an elder with a high status in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Although her cultivation base was lower than Jian Chu Luo's, Jian Chu Luo was still respectful to her. At the same time, Situ Ming said, "Master Duan, it's the sect leader and Elder Tai." Duan Ling Tian looked up and saw 2 figures at the border of the wasteland and the barren land. He was rather familiar with these 2 figures. The 2 individuals were none other than Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, the sect leader and the supreme elder of the Taiyi celestial sect respectively. Soon enough, the people from the 2 sides met up. Bai Ping did not waste time as he looked at Jian Chu Luo and said with a hint of gratitude, "Sect leader Jian, many thanks for bringing them along. My Taiyi celestial sect will not forget this favor." However, Jian Chu Luo did not respond kindly to Bai Ping's words. She said, "Sect leader Bai, there's no need for the Taiyi celestial sect to remember this favor. After all, I did Master Duan a favor, not the Taiyi celestial sect." Her attitude toward Bai Ping was no longer cordial like before. After all, Hishan, the Taiyi celestial sect's strongest powerhouse, was dead. With Hishan's death, the Taiyi celestial sect was sure to decline. At this moment, out of the 3 major sects of the wasteland, only 2 sects had an 8 trigram celestial duke. Therefore, her change in attitude was not completely unexpected. After replying to Bai Ping, Jian Chu Luo looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Master Duan, since sect leader Bai is here to receive you, we'll part ways here. Keep in mind your promise to visit our Thousand Spiders sect. Then, she left with her sect members in tow. Zhou Shuchu, who was next to Jian Chu Luo, felt slightly reluctant to leave. After Jian Chu Luo left, a self-mocking smile could be seen on Bai Ping's face. It seems like as soon as the old ancestor is gone, my Taiyi celestial sect is no longer the same in the eyes of sect leader Jian. V. Chapter 2887. Bai Wuji is furious. Bai Ping and Situ Ming, the sect leader and the supreme elder of the Taiyi celestial respectively, had come to receive the party from the sect that had gone to participate in the alchemy conference because Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect, had sent them a communication celestial talisman. Through the talisman, Situ Ming had told them about the death of Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, during the alchemy conference, and that they would be returning with the party from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Upon receiving the communication celestial talisman, Bai Ping brought Tai Tai He to the border to wait for Duan Ling Tian and the others' return. They waited at the border of the wasteland and the barren land for 3 days before Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived. Tai Tai He said, this is only to be expected. After all, with the death of the old ancestor, our Taiyi celestial sect no longer has an 8 trigram celestial duke. This makes our sect weaker than the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Therefore, the attitude of sect leader Jian is rather normal. Yes. Bai Ping nodded faintly. He, naturally, understood this. He had only said such words to relieve himself of the adverse feelings swirling in him. Then, he looked at Situ Ming and grimly asked, Master Situ, in the talisman, you said that the old ancestor killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, and thus, was killed by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. However, you didn't go into details. Why would the old ancestor kill the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? Moreover, why would he leave behind such a huge loose end if he really killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, had lived for a long time and had many experiences. If he were to kill someone, he definitely would not leave any clues behind that would point to him. Situ Ming said, according to the young man who accused the old ancestor had thought he had successfully killed him. However, the young man's heart was located slightly to the side so the old ancestor's attack missed, and he survived. His heart is positioned slightly to the side. Upon hearing Situ Ming's words, Bai Ping's expression turned blank for a moment before he sneered. Master Situ, do you think the old ancestor would make such a rudimentary mistake? If he truly did kill the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect and his companion, do you think he wouldn't have confirmed if they were truly dead or alive with his divine consciousness? Situ Ming remained silent. In fact, he had also found the entire incident rather suspicious. Bai Ping turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Master Duan, do you think the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect was killed by the old ancestor? Duan Ling Tian had been standing at the side, listening to Bai Ping and Situ Ming's conversation. Upon hearing Bai Ping's question, he shook his head and said, Sect leader, in my opinion, it's unlikely that the old ancestor killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. When the young man first arrived in the alchemy square and before he made his accusations, the old ancestor's expression showed that he didn't recognize the young man at all. The old ancestor likely had no knowledge about the death of the young master of the profound heaven sect. There's a possibility that the death of the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect was only a means to kill the old ancestor. Then, he paused for a moment before he continued saying with a sigh, regardless of my suspicion, in the absence of evidence, there was nothing I could do. Moreover, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, is a 9 palaces celestial duke. When he attacked the old ancestor, I couldn't stop him. Bai Ping's eyes flashed murderously as he said in a cold voice that made one feel as though winter had arrived, Master Duan, if you think the old ancestor didn't kill the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, then, it must the case. The Taiyi celestial sect will not take this lying down. We'll investigate the matter and seek justice for the old ancestor. The atmosphere turned somber and only dissipated until Bai Ping spoke again. He inhaled deeply, trying to suppress his anger. His furious expression was replaced with a faint smile as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Master Duan, I heard Master Situ said you gained a lot during the alchemy conference. However, he didn't say exactly what you gained. Yes, The gains are pretty good. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly before he told Bai Ping about the double trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability he won from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect respectively. Then, he also told Bai Ping about the triple trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability he won from the Blissful Sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. It was still within Bai Ping's expectation for Duan Ling Tian to best the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. After all, even before Hishan and Duan Ling Tian left for Alchemy City, they were all certain Duan Ling Tian would be able to win some high-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to win an offensive-defensive movement Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability as well. This triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability were rare among Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. After all, an expression of awe could be seen on Tai Tai He's face as he said, "The Blissful Sect's Immobilization King Method and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's Eastern Purple Chi. This celestial method and divine ability are highly coveted in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. I didn't expect Master Duan to win both of them." Then, he added with a sigh, "With this, to a certain extent, at least the old ancestor did not die in vain." Bai Ping seemed to be stunned speechless by Duan Ling Tian's gains as well. The fury in his heart due to Hishan's death seemed to have been temporarily flung to the back of his mind at this moment. Duan Ling Tian looked at Bai Ping and said, "Sect leader, according to our prior agreement, I'll share the celestial method and divine abilities I won during the conference with the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. After I've mastered them, I'll leave them for the sect before I leave." "Master Duan, you are going to leave?" Bai Ping's expression changed drastically. Duan Ling Tian was going to leave. If Duan Ling Tian left, the sect would be receiving another blow. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. At this moment, Situ Ming, who was standing at the side, told Bai Ping about Duan Ling Tian's identity. The Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area. Bai Ping jolted when he found out Duan Ling Tian was from a powerful clan in the central area. With this, he seemed to accept Duan Ling Tian's impending departure. Since Duan Ling Tian was from the central area, it was inevitable that Duan Ling Tian would leave at some point. Moreover, he was also keenly aware that with Duan Ling Tian's alchemy skills and talent, even if Duan Ling Tian were not from the central area, Duan Ling Tian still would not stay with the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Soon after, under Bai Ping's lead, all of them returned to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's estate, Alchemy City, the Barren Land. After the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions finally left Alchemy City, Bai Yuzan, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, returned to his father, Bai Wuji. "Father." Bai Yuzan kowtowed as soon as he appeared in front of Bai Wuji. He kept his forehead to the ground, too afraid of lifting his head. What's going on?" Bai Wuji's dull gaze turned into one of confusion. Over the past days, he had already come to terms with the fact that his son had been killed by Hishan. He was even thinking of having another son after returning to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect to ensure the continuity of his bloodline. How could he not be dumbfounded when he saw his son alive and well? "Master He." Bai Wuji looked at He Pei Yuan, the Supreme Duke-grade Celestial Alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, with a bewildered expression on his face. "Sect leader, I only recently found out the young master is alive." He Pei Yuan sighed as he looked at Bai Yuzan, who was still kowtowing. "Young master, the sect leader is your father, after all. As the saying goes, even a tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Why don't you tell your father everything?" "Yes, Master He." Bai Yuzan trembled slightly before he disclosed how he and Xiaolu had plotted against Hishan. Then, he concluded the story by saying, "Father, I've lived for so long but I've never felt so angry before. I really hated Hishan. When I recalled my soul pearl would be running out of energy at that time, I came up with the plan." He did not dare to lift his head and meet his father's gaze at all when he spoke. "You faked your death and put the blame on Hishan so you could borrow my hands to kill him." Upon hearing Bai Yuzan's explanation, Bai Wuji's body trembled from anger. He pointed at Bai Yuzan and angrily roared, "You should know once news of you being alive spreads out, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect will surely make you pay for it with your life." Bai Yuzan replied, "Father, I've already thought about this. We can just say that Hishan failed to kill me, similar to how he failed to kill Xiaolu. We can just say I was grievously injured but survived due to luck." Bai Wuji sneered, You think the Taiyi celestial sect will believe such nonsense? Xian was an 8 trigrams celestial duke. You're saying he failed to kill 2 people. It's still somewhat believable if one survived, but you want me to tell the world that both are alive and kicking. Chapter 2888 Bai Yu Zhan didn't die. Preposterous. Bai Wuji roared as he glared at his son. Father. Bai Yu Zhan mustered up his courage and lifted his head to meet his father's gaze. Even if the Taiyi celestial sect doesn't believe us, they don't have any evidence. At most, our profound heaven celestial sect would just have to compensate them. If they refuse the compensation, it'd only be their loss. The Taiyi celestial sect won't dare to wage a war on our profound heaven celestial sect. Put aside the fact that their only 8 trigrams celestial duke is gone, even if he were alive, they still won't have the courage to go against our profound heaven celestial sect. So long as our profound heaven celestial sect doesn't completely annihilate the Taiyi celestial sect, even the quasi-celestial king from their sect wouldn't interfere in the matter. No matter how unresigned the Taiyi celestial sect feels, they can only grit their teeth and endure it. After all, they have no evidence to prove Xian didn't try to kill me. I intentionally waited until the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions had left Alchemy City before I returned so I could keep the news of me being alive a secret for a little longer. With time, they won't care anymore. Moreover, all of them are concerned with their own regions. They won't pay any attention to the Taiyi celestial sect even if the Taiyi celestial sect knocks on their doors and asks for help. Based on his words, it was clear he had carefully considered the consequences. Upon hearing Bai Yu Zhan's words, Bai Wuji's gaze turned complicated, and his anger was replaced with helplessness. It seems like father has underestimated you. You've considered everything. Although he felt his son was wrong, and he was also cheated by his son, it was just as He Pei Yuan had said, even a tiger would not eat its own cub. After all, how could he kill his son to compensate for the death of the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect? Bai Wuji sighed helplessly as he thought to himself, my reputation is finally destroyed by my unfilial son. He had lived his life in an upright manner. Although his reputation was not exceptionally spotless, it was not lackings by any means. Outsiders would surely connect his son's deeds to him. Nobody would believe he was unaware of his son faking his death. They would surely think he had deliberately targeted Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. Regardless, he knew the Taiyi celestial sect would not be able to do anything since they did not have any evidence. He could easily dismiss their words as forced logic and hollow arguments. Due to their lack of evidence, the other sects would not stand with them as well. In the end, Bai Wuji looked at Bai Yu Zhan and solemnly said, after we return, you'll spend 10 years in closed-door cultivation in profound heaven limit. 10 years? Bai Yu Zhan smiled bitterly when he heard his father's words. Father, aren't 10 years a bit too long? He could still endure it if it were just 3 or 5 years. He could easily pass time by cultivating. However, 10 years would be too boring. One more word from you, I'll increase it to 20 years, Bai Wuji said coldly. Bai Yu Zhan fell silent immediately. He no longer dared to speak up despite how aggrieved he felt. He knew this was the most lenient his father would be. Whatever. At most, I'll just treat it as a long cultivation session. It's a pity I can't bring women with me to the profound heaven limit. I can only imagine how bad it would be to go without women for 10 years. In the Taiyi celestial sect's estate in the wasteland. Upon his return to the Taiyi celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian only focused on comprehending the triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability he gained from the blissful celestial sect and the profound heaven celestial sect. He wanted to master them as soon as he could since it would greatly improve his strength. After that, he planned to leave the 6 southeastern regions in the wasteland and head to the central area. There were many elites in the central area, and the cultivation environment and resources were far superior to the borderlands. Although with Huaner's divine crystal he did not have to worry about the cultivation environment, he was still attracted to the superior cultivation resources in the central area. Most importantly, he no longer felt it was a challenge to stay in the borderlands. He was already a chief celestial alchemist in one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Although his cultivation base was lacking, with his alchemy skills, his status could be considered to be on the same level as Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect. Therefore, no one cared whether his cultivation base was high or low or pressured him to raise his cultivation base. I need to leave the borderlands and head to the central area. Without a challenge or pressure, I won't be able to cultivate and break through as easily. It's still fine for now. However, once I become a celestial duke, my progress would be slow. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that with his talent and sufficient overarching heaven pills, since he was just an overarching heaven supreme celestial, his progress would not be slow. However, once he had broken through and become a celestial duke, pills like the overarching heaven pill and great overarching pill would no longer be effective. He could only solely rely on himself to progress if he stayed here. After all, pills that could help with one's cultivation after one became a celestial duke were extremely rare. For all these reasons, he did not hesitate over leaving the borderlands for the central area. Duan Ling Tian had only delayed his journey to the central area because he wanted to master the triple trait celestial method and divine ability first. Apart from that, he also wanted to wait for the mysterious man with the surname Pei so he could return the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring and mystical Yin 9-water chestnut ring. They were emperor-grade celestial weapons. He did not think Brother Pei had forgotten about the weapons. He was certain Brother Pei was delayed due to some matters. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. The figure belonged to Marong Bing, whom he had intimate relations with once. I won't be able to leave until I visit the compassionate celestial traveler sect and deal with our matters. It doesn't matter if you're willing to leave with me or not, but I definitely won't let any harm come to you. Duan Ling Tian was determined to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon from Marong Bing's sake. The weapon would endow him with strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. With that strength, he could intimidate her master and her master's father, who was a 10-direction celestial duke. Time continued to pass quietly, and Duan Ling Tian lost track of time as he comprehended his triple trait duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. He was unaware that the blissful sect had already sent people to the places he had been in the wasteland to investigate his background. One by one, his secrets were slowly being discovered by the blissful sect. One day, news arrived in the Taiyi celestial sect and turned the entire sect upside down. Everyone, including the high-ranking officials of the Taiyi celestial sect, was in an uproar. Bai Yu Zan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is alive. How's this possible? Then, why did they kill the old ancestor? Wasn't he killed because he was accused of killing Bai Yu Zan? How's he alive? Moreover, if he's alive, doesn't this mean the old ancestor died in vain? The young master of the profound heaven celestial sect is alive. They said the old ancestor failed to kill him, and he managed to survive just like his companion. When Bai Ping received the news, only one word flashed in his mind: preposterous. If the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect wanted to kill those two people, it was already quite a stretch that one of them managed to survive. How could there be such a coincidence that both of them survived? How could the old ancestor be so careless? Upon hearing the news, Situ Ming immediately came to look for Bai Ping. He said with a grim expression, "Sect leader, this must be a scheme by the profound heaven celestial sect. Their young master didn't die at all. They only used it as an excuse to kill the old ancestor." He paused for a moment and sighed before he said, "The old ancestor really died an unjust death." Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had left his room for some fresh air, finally received the news. What? Bai Yu Zan didn't die? The profound heaven celestial sect is really vicious. Flames of fury danced in Duan Ling Tian's eye. It seemed like they were capable of burning down everything that stood in their way. Chapter 2889 Responsibility. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had suspected someone else had killed Bai Yu Zan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, and Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, was used as a scapegoat. However, when he learned that Bai Yu Zan was alive, it dawned on him that the incident was a scheme by the profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Yu Zan had faked his death, and Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial, had used that as an excuse to kill Hishan. Hishan was unjustly killed by the profound heaven celestial sect. He was furious by this discovery of blatant injustice. Duan Ling Tian had been summoned by Situ Ming to calm Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect. Upon learning the truth, Bai Ping's celestial origin energy roiled under his skin, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Clearly, he was furious beyond words. When he learned the truth about Hishan's death, he had wanted to go to the profound heaven celestial sect to confront them. Tai He, Situ Ming, and the others, naturally, stopped Bai Ping. Sect leader, Duan Ling Tian called out at this moment. Master Duan. Bai Ping seemed to rein in his anger slightly when he saw Duan Ling Tian. He tried to calm his raging celestial origin energy as well. I know what happened, Duan Ling Tian said. The old ancestor is unjustly killed by the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect through their scheme. However, do you know why the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect wants to get rid of him? Was there animosity between them? In his opinion, there must be a conflict between Xian and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Otherwise, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect would not have gone out their way to get rid of him. No, Bai Ping shook his head. The old ancestor didn't have many interactions with those from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. There was no enmity between him and anyone from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. At this moment, Situ Ming, who was standing at the side, spoke up. Master Duan, I've also asked the sect leader about this. After mulling over it, it seems like the only time he had any sort of conflict with the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was when we first arrived in Alchemy City. Do you remember we had a conflict with Bai Yuzan, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? Master Situ, are you saying that the reason they killed the old ancestor is due to that incident? They devised such a plan to kill the old ancestor because of that? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he heard Situ Ming's words. If Situ Ming was right, then, he was partially to blame for Xian's death. After all, he was part of the reason the conflict had arisen between the Taiyi Celestial Sect and Bai Yuzan. As the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, will the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect really kill the old ancestor over such a trivial matter? Moreover, at that time, the old ancestor had shown them mercy and didn't kill any of them. If the old ancestor wanted them dead at that time, all of them would have died. When he finished speaking, a dejected expression could be seen on his face. Master Duan, do you still remember Bai Wuji's reaction when he learned his son is dead? Situ Ming asked. Upon hearing Situ Ming's words, Duan Ling Tian began to recall the events from that day. Bai Wuji didn't seem to be acting. His rage and anguish seemed real. I have lived long enough to be able to tell these things. We can assume that Bai Wuji didn't know his son is alive back then, Situ Ming continued to say. Master Situ, you're saying Bai Yuzan planned the entire thing? He's the culprit. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew what Situ Ming's words meant. He was not stupid, after all. Yes, Situ Ming nodded as his eyes turned cold. Bai Wuji has a fairly good reputation in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. It doesn't make sense for him to kill the old ancestor over such a trivial matter. However, it's in line with Bai Yuzan's character to do something like this. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, if you remember, at that time when Bai Wuji brought out his son's soul pearl, the soul pearl isn't shattered. It had only run out of energy. The energy in a soul pearl has to be replenished every once in a while. Bai Yuzan must have known the energy in his soul pearl would dissipate soon and came up with this plan to borrow his father's hands to kill the old ancestor. I have every reason to believe he faked his death so his father would kill the old ancestor out of anger and avenge him. He was very confident about his hypothesis. Bai Yuzan, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Bai Yuzan's figure appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, and his gaze turned cold. He said in a deep voice, since Bai Yuzan is still alive when the old ancestor is dead, shouldn't the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect pay for this with Bai Yuzan's life? The old ancestor had died because of Bai Yuzan's supposed death, but now, Bai Yuzan is still alive and kicking. Master Duan, Situ Ming smiled bitterly. Do you know why our sect leader is so furious? When news of Bai Yuzan being alive spread out, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect insisted that the old ancestor had truly meant to kill Bai Yuzan. They said the old ancestor's attack missed, and Bai Yuzan was grievously injured but survived due to a stroke of luck. Ridiculous. Duan Ling Tian cried out. He thought the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was absolutely shameless for saying such a thing. Xian was an 8 trigram celestial duke, how could he miss if he really intended to kill Bai Yuzan? He could easily kill Bai Yuzan with just a snap of his fingers. Indeed. However, how are we going to prove the old ancestor didn't attack Bai Yuzan at all like the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had asserted? Situ Ming asked. I'm sure none of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions believe their words, Duan Ling Tian said. Indeed. Situ Ming nodded. However, they won't speak up for us against the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect if we don't have evidence. Moreover, it has been a while since the alchemy conference ended, the incident has faded in importance. A hint of helplessness could be heard in his voice when he spoke. So, the old ancestor died for nothing. Upon hearing Situ Ming's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. Although he had personally witnessed He Shan being killed during the alchemist conference, he had only felt a hint of injustice. However, now that he learned He Shan was killed due to his part in the conflict with Bai Yuzhan, he felt extremely guilty as well. The conflict was largely due to Huaner. Naturally, she could not be blamed since Bai Yuzhan was the one who provoked them, and they merely reacted. Even then, he could not help the guilt that ate at him. His eyes glinted with killing intent. It was the first time he had felt such a strong urge to kill after ascending to the Devata realm. Bai Yuzhan. Yes, we don't have any evidence to disprove the profound heaven celestial sect's claim that the old ancestor tried to kill Bai Yuzhan. Unless Bai Yuzhan comes clean or his men come clean, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do, Situ Ming said with a sigh. The profound heaven celestial sect will continue playing the part of the victim and probably try to compensate us with some trivial things. Compensation? Who needs that? Bai Ling sneered. Profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Yuzhan. Flames that seemed as though they could not be put out danced in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He swore inwardly, Bai Yuzhan must die. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty about this for the rest of my life. After all this happened because of Huaner and me. He was determined to kill Bai Yuzhan to avenge He Shan. At this moment, he felt he was solely responsible for He Shan's death. After parting ways with Bai Ping and Situ Ming, Duan Ling Tian began to comprehend the blissful sect in the profound heaven celestial sect's Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. He became even more eager to improve his strength. This was the only way for him to protect himself against those who try to harm him and those around him. Chapter 2890 An Uninvited Guest. Soon after the news of Bai Yuzhan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, being alive spread to the wastelands Taiyi celestial sect, it quickly spread to the entire 6 southeastern regions. All the major sects in the 6 southeastern regions received word of it one after another. The profound heaven celestial sect's young master, Bai Yuzhan, is still alive. Word from the profound heaven celestial sect is that the Taiyi celestial sect's old ancestor had missed when he attacked. Missed? Do you think that's possible? The Taiyi celestial sect's old ancestor was an 8 trigrams celestial duke. You're right, although I'm just a 6 combination celestial duke, I don't think I would have missed if I were to kill Bai Yuzhan and his companion. There's a small chance the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect had missed in killing the disciple from the profound heaven celestial sect. However, it's highly impossible for him to fail in killing Bai Yuzhan as well. It seems like there's more to the Taiyi celestial sect's old ancestor's death. All of the top sects from the 6 southeastern regions, similar to the Taiyi celestial sect, that attended the alchemy conference in Alchemy City of the Barren Land had no doubt the entire incident was a scheme hatched by the profound heaven celestial sect to kill He Shan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. I've always thought Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, was an honorable man. Who knew he would do such a thing? As the old saying goes, looks can be deceiving. Bai Wuji is a man with a fair face but a foul heart. I used to wonder how a gentleman like Bai Wuji ended up with a son who has such absurd values. It seems like his son learned it from him. He's just better at hiding it than his son. It was just Bai Wuji had expected. His reputation was completely ruined due to his son's actions when news of his son being alive spread in the 6 southeastern regions. It was also just as Bai Yuzhan had predicted. Without concrete evidence, the top sects could only discuss this among themselves. They would not stand against the profound heaven celestial sect even if they were aware of the truth unless the Taiyi celestial sect could provide them with evidence. Since this matter was related to the death of He Shan, an 8 trigram celestial duke from one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, it remained a hot topic for quite a while. Just as Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist from the Taiyi celestial sect, had said, the profound heaven celestial sect tried to compensate the Taiyi celestial sect even though He Shan supposedly attempted to kill Bai Yuzhan to show their magnanimity. They offered to compensate the Taiyi celestial sect with primitive celestial stones and ordinary pills. The profound heaven celestial sect had sent one of their elders to bring the compensations over to the Taiyi celestial sect. However, before the elder could even step foot into the Taiyi celestial sect's estate, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect, had already chased him away. Take your things and get lost. Tell Bai Wuji that actions speak louder than words. The Taiyi celestial sect will never let this matter go. Upon hearing Bai Ping's angry words, the elder from the profound heaven celestial sect scoffed with a sour expression on his face. He left in a huff after saying, "Our sect leader did say that the profound heaven celestial sect will not force the Tai celestial sect to accept the compensation if the Tai celestial sect refuses." These words angered many of the people from the Tai celestial sect. How they wished to chase after the elder from the profound heaven celestial sect and kill him. Alas, they could not act recklessly. After all, the death of an elder of the profound heaven celestial sect would bring complications to the Tai celestial sect. The profound heaven celestial sect would definitely seize the opportunity and use it to condemn the Tai celestial sect instead. As the saying went, time heals all wounds. As time passed, the incident was gradually forgotten, and before long, nobody spoke about it anymore. Tai celestial sect seemed peaceful as always, but underneath this pretense, everyone in the Tai celestial sect, from the sect leader to the normal disciples, was heavy-hearted due to Xianxia's death. If Xianxia truly did kill Bai Yuzhan, they would have slowly come to terms with Xianxia's death even if they were sad. After all, it was only fair. However, Xianxia had died unjustly. Xianxia was dead, but Bai Yuzhan was alive and living a carefree life. Moreover, it was likely that Xianxia did not even attempt to kill Bai Yuzhan. How could they not feel unresigned and frustrated? One day, a sudden announcement outside of the Tai celestial sect shocked everyone in the sect. The blissful sects Lian and Jifan, the Arhat, are here to visit the Tai celestial sect. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they heard this. Blissful sect, aren't they from the Cross region? Yes, blissful sect is from the Cross region. In fact, it's a powerful sect with 10 direction celestial dukes. Blissful sect, as far as I know, the successor of the sect leader is known as Arhat. Why is the successor of the blissful sect here? That's not all. More importantly, someone else brought him here. Who the hell is Lian? Many people in the Tai celestial sect were both shocked and curious about Lian. They did not know who Lian was. Although they did not know Jifan as well, they were familiar with the title Arhat. Therefore, they knew he was the successor of the sect leader of the blissful sect. Naturally, this did not apply to the high-ranking officials in the Tai celestial sect. They certainly knew who Lian was. Lian, isn't he the blissful sect's old ancestor? He's a 9 palaces celestial duke, right? The blissful sect's old ancestor. The 9 palaces celestial duke. He's known as the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions, right? What's he doing here? I heard before our old ancestor was killed by Bai Wuji, he was blinded by Lian. I'm afraid these people from the blissful sect didn't come with good intentions. I agree. Our Tai celestial sect doesn't have any dealings with the blissful sect, after all. It did not take long before Lian's identity spread out, and everyone in the Tai celestial sect's estate who were unaware learned about Lian's identity. It, naturally, caused an uproar. Many of them were worried. The strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions. Why would someone like this come to our Tai celestial sect? I don't think they come in peace. Many of them began to speculate about the reasons for Lian and Jifan's visit. I remember now, during the alchemy conference, Master Duan won a triple trait duke grade celestial method and divine ability from the blissful sect and the profound heaven celestial sect respectively. That's right, the triple trait duke grade celestial method is one of its kind in the blissful sect. It is called the immobilization king method. Did Lian come to take it back? I don't think so. Although the blissful sect lost the bet, they did not lose their celestial method. They only shared it with Master Duan. Moreover, Master Duan won fair and square. The celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Master was a witness. If they truly came to take the memory celestial talisman back, do you think there would be people who are willing to compete with them during the next alchemist conference? If not, then why is he here? Meanwhile, when Bai Ping heard about Lian's arrival, his expression changed drastically. Although he did not attend the alchemy conference, Situ Ming had recounted everything that happened as soon as Situ Ming returned to the sect. The blissful sect's Lian. What's he doing here? Chapter 2891. Are you looking for me? Therefore, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, was aware that Lian and Jifan, the old ancestor and the Arhat of the blissful sect respectively, had a conflict with Duan Ling Tian, the chief alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. Considering Lian's character, he would not have hesitated to kill Duan Ling Tian if Duan Ling Tian did not come from a powerful clan in the central area. What do they want? The three prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi Celestial, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, had a grim expression on their faces. Similar to the others, they thought the men from the blissful sect did not come with good intentions. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had mastered the triple trait Duke-grade divine ability from the profound heaven celestial sect, the Eastern Purple Chi, was concentrating on comprehending the blissful sect's triple trait Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. He was distracted by Li An's announcement of his arrival as well. Lian, Ji Fan, what are they doing here? Duan Ling Tian was quite curious about the reason for their visit, but he was certain they were here to look for trouble. I won the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, under many people's watch. Even the supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters was a witness. I don't think they're here to snatch back the memory celestial talisman that contained the Duke-grade celestial method. Otherwise, their reputation would be ruined. If so, why did they come? No matter how Duan Ling Tian thought about it, he could not figure out the reason for Li Yan and Ji Fan's visit. He was not worried Li Yan would attack the Taiyi Celestial sect, therefore, he continued comprehending the blissful sect's Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. For some reason, he did not think Li Yan had come because of him. After all, his lie about being from the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area was more than enough to intimidate Li Yan. Duan Ling Tian sat on his bed crossed-legged as a golden light shimmered on the surface of his body. He looked somewhat similar to a golden Buddha statue at this moment. The golden light seemed to be protecting him. He had unconsciously activated the Duke-grade celestial method that he had yet to completely master. At this moment, 5 figures were standing in the main hall where Bai Ping received guests of the Taiyi Celestial sect. 3 people stood on one side while the other 2 people stood across them. The 3 people were Bai Ping, Situ Ming, and Tai Tai He, the sect leader, the prominent celestial alchemist, and the supreme elder of the Taiyi Celestial sect respectively. Standing across them were the 2 uninvited guests, Li Yan and Ji Fan, the old ancestor and the arhat of the blissful sect. Due to Li Yan's status and strength, Bai Ping did not dare neglect etiquette or offend him. He asked respectfully, "Senior Li Yan, may I know what brings you to the Taiyi Celestial sect today?" Li Yan did not even deign to spare Bai Ping a glance as he bluntly asked, "Where's Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial sect?" "Master Duan, Senior Li Yan, did you come for Master Duan?" Bai Ping was taken aback. Situ Ming and Tai Tai He exchanged a look. They did not expect Li Yan had come to visit Duan Ling Tian. Their worries disappeared immediately. After all, they were also under the impression that Duan Ling Tian had come from a powerful sect in the central area. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian was also now widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Therefore, it was unlikely that they had come to look for trouble with the Taiyi Celestial sect or Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps, Li Yan had come to ask for a favor from Duan Ling Tian. Ever since the alchemist conference had come to an end, Sun Chao, the former prominent celestial alchemist who was hailed as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, had publicly admitted his alchemy skills were inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, with Duan Ling Tian's outstanding performance during the alchemy conference, no one doubted it at all. In fact, recently, there were many people who had visited the Taiyi Celestial sect to look for Duan Ling Tian so they could ask for his help to refine pills. However, none of them had a high status like Li Yan. "Senior Li Yan, did you come to ask Master Duan to refine pills for you?" Similarly, Bai Ping sighed in relief inwardly when he heard Li Yan was here to look for Duan Ling Tian. Li Yan was stunned and confused by Bai Ping's words. Ask for his help to refine pills. At this moment, Ji Fan, who was standing next to Li Yan, scoffed before he said with a sneer, "We're not here to ask for Duan Ling Tian to refine pills. You can either summon him here or lead us to him." Bai Ping frowned when he heard Ji Fan's words. If he were not wary of Li Yan, he would have reprimanded Ji Fan for his rudeness. The arhat of the blissful sect might be the future sect leader of the blissful sect, but it did not give him the right to speak to him, the sect leader of the Taiyi Celestial sect, in such a manner. As the sect leader of one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern region, his status was on par with the sect leader of the blissful sect after all. Meanwhile, Li Yan only looked at Bai Ping indifferently as he said, "Bring us to him." "Senior Li Yan, why are you looking for Master Duan?" Bai Ping asked in a deep voice. After listening to Ji Fan's words, the feeling that these men from the blissful sect came with ill intentions rose in his heart again. Nevertheless, he felt relieved when he recalled Duan Ling Tian came from a powerful clan in the central area. Lian ignored Bai Ping's question. Instead, he said in a voice that seemed as cold as winter, "I don't want to repeat myself." Sensing Li An's impatience, Bai Ping no longer dared to question him. He only said, "Please follow me, Senior Lian." Then, he proceeded to lead Lian and Ji Fan to Duan Ling Tian. Currently, Bai Ping was still under the impression that Duan Ling Tian was from a powerful clan in the central area. Therefore, he did not think Lian would dare to harm Duan Ling Tian. Li An's expression eased when Bai Ping obediently acquiesced to his request. Meanwhile, Situ Ming and Tai Tai He exchanged a look before they rushed to follow Bai Ping. Tai Tai He sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian, "Master Situ, it seems like the blissful sect's old ancestor, Lian, didn't come with good intentions." "I agree. However, since Master Duan is from a powerful clan in the central area, I don't think he'll dare to offend Master Duan," Situ Ming replied through voice transmission. His voice was dripping with confidence. "That's true." Tai Tai He nodded. He had heard about Duan Ling Tian's true identity as well. At this moment, Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and Situ Ming were confident of Duan Ling Tian. After all, they were unaware that Duan Ling Tian had lied to them and made up a fake identity. When Bai Ping arrived at Duan Ling Tian's residence with Lian, Ji Fan, and the others in tow, Bai Ping took a deep breath before he loudly said, "Master Duan, Lian, the blissful sect's old ancestor, is here to look for you." Since he had infused his celestial origin energy into his voice, it easily breached the formation protecting Duan Ling Tian's room. The blissful sect's old ancestor, Lian, is here for me." Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened. He was slightly taken aback. He got up from his bed and walked out of the room. "Brother Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian was not cultivating in the same room as Huaner this time around. When she heard Duan Ling Tian's door open, she came out of her room as well. She naturally linked her arms around his arms as she followed him out. What a perfect pair. This thought popped up in Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and Situ Ming's minds when they saw the pair, even though it was not their first time seeing them together. No matter how they looked at it, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner seemed like a match made in heaven. At this moment, Ji Fan broke the silence. He sneered as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, so you're still in the Tai Yi celestial sect. I'm afraid you didn't expect the old ancestor and I would come to look for you, right? You probably can't guess the reason for our visit." His eyes flashed coldly when he spoke. Regardless, Duan Ling Tian did not even deign to look at Ji Fan. He looked at Lian as soon as he stepped out into the courtyard. He coldly asked, "You're looking for me?" Chapter 2892 Transcender. "You're looking for me, Lian?" Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly. "Impudent." Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, cried out fiercely. His eyes flashed with a murderous intent. "How dare you address my Grand Master by his name? Do you really think of yourself as someone from a powerful clan in the central area?" Then, he said mockingly, "How preposterous." Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and Situ Ming, the sect leader, the prominent celestial alchemist, and the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, were baffled. They did not understand Ji Fan's words. What did Ji Fan mean by, "Do you really think of yourself as someone from a powerful clan in the central area?" Was it possible that Duan Ling Tian was not from a powerful clan in the central area? "What do you mean?" Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly as he looked at Ji Fan. Inwardly, he had already guessed that the blissful sect must have already seen through his lie. "It seems like the blissful sect has thoroughly investigated me. Otherwise, they won't dare to act so rudely. They must know I'm not from a powerful clan in the central area." "What do I mean?" The sneer on Ji Fan's face deepened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "Duan Ling Tian, the blissful sect hasn't been idle over the past few years. We've sent our people all over the wasteland. You're not from a powerful clan in the central area. You're a transcender, someone who had ascended to the Devata realm from a mundane realm." His eyes were brimming with smugness, triumph, disdain, and confidence when he spoke. Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and Situ Ming could not help but laugh upon hearing Ji Fan's words. Duan Ling Tian was so talented even though he was not even 100 years old. Before reaching the age of 100, he was already a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. His alchemy skills were widely acknowledged as the best among the prominent celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions. Apart from that, at such a young age, he was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could there be a transcender from the mundane realm who was a top prominent celestial alchemist and overarching heavenly supreme celestial before even reaching the age of 100? Master Duan is a transcender. Arhat, it'd be more believable if you told us Master Duan is a direct disciple of the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor of the Southern Heaven Territory. Do you think we're fools and will believe your claim that Master Duan is a transcender? Situ Ming said with a sneer. Exactly, Tai Tai he chimed in, a cultivator who's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a top prominent celestial alchemist under the age of 100 as a transcender. If you can find a transcender like this in the spirit overarching heaven, or even the 81 Devata realms, I, Tai Tai he, will give you my head to do as you please if you can find a transcender in the 81 Devatal realms capable of such feats. It was clear did not believe Ji Fan at all. Absurd. Bai Ping, who was usually taciturn, agreed with Situ Ming and Tai Tai he as well. You don't believe me. Ji Fan felt wronged and furious when he saw the disbelief on Bai Ping, Tai Tai he, and Situ Ming's faces. Duan Ling Tian laughed at the sight of this. Lian looked at Duan Ling Tian with a calm expression and said to Ji Fan, "Fanur, why are so worked up? After all, if it weren't for the blissful sects investigation, we would also find it hard to believe that Duan Ling Tian is just a transcender. There's no need to argue with them. Don't forget the purpose of our visit. Focus on our objective and ignore everything else." He looked at Duan Ling Tian with a calm and peaceful expression as he conversed with Ji Fan. Bai Ping, Tai Tai he, and Situ Ming could sense the indifference and disdain in Lian's tone, and an uneasy feeling rose in their hearts. However, even with that, they were still not convinced by Ji Fan's claim of Duan Ling Tian being a transcender. Lian looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Duan Ling Tian, I'm here on behalf of the blissful sect. Our sect has thoroughly investigated your background." Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply, he continued to say, "I'm going to give you 2 options. First, join the blissful sect and become a revered elder of the sect. We won't mistreat you. Second, if you refuse, I'll kill you today." His eyes gleamed with killing intent during the end of words. The killing intent from a 9 palaces celestial duke caused Duan Ling Tian to shudder inwardly. He felt uncomfortable. He knew his life was hanging by a thread at this moment. "What makes you think I'm not from a powerful clan in the central area just because I'm a transcender?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a straight face. Ji Fan laughed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "Duan Ling Tian, are you really going to insist you're from a powerful clan in the central area?" Then, he added, "Since you're not reconciled, let me share with you another piece of information. The blissful sect has some knowledge of the great clans in the central area. After our investigation and speaking to people who have been to the central area before, we discovered there's no Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area at all." He spoke slowly as though to make sure everyone would clearly hear his words. Before Ji Fan could refute his words, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lian and nonchalantly said, "It seems like the blissful sect expended a lot of effort to investigate me. However, do you think the blissful sect will be able to find anything if the Crimson Skies Duan clan is a reclusive clan? If I'm not mistaken, even if I choose the first option, you'll still kill me anyway. You'll probably try to dispose of me a few years down the road. There's no need to deny it. How can you possibly spare someone who's liable to become a threat to the blissful sect in the future?" He looked at Lian knowingly as he spoke. "You're very intelligent." Lian's expression changed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Surprisingly, he did not deny Duan Ling Tian's words. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he said, "Well, you could have lived a few more years. It's really a waste, but as it is, I guess you'll have to die today." Celestial Origin's energy surged and rippled out Lian's body like a wave. His aura easily suppressed the people from the Taiyi celestial sect. Even Bai Ping and Tai Tai he, who were 7 stars celestial dukes, turned slightly pale from the pressure of Lian's celestial origin energy. It was only natural since Lian was no ordinary 9 palaces celestial duke. He was invincible to everyone below 10 directions celestial dukes. His strength was just lacking a little compared to an ordinary 10 directions celestial duke. He was the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions. Naturally, his aura and celestial origins energy were far superior to ordinary 9 palaces celestial dukes. Bai Ping and Tai Tai he exchanged a look before they rushed to Duan Ling Tian's side to protect him. Sect leader, Elder Tai. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Bai Ping and Tai Tai He to protect him even though they knew they were no match for a Nine Palaces duke like Lian. He was, naturally, moved by this gesture. Sect leader, Elder Tai. This is between me and him. There's no need to involve yourselves in this matter, Duan Ling Tian said. He knew Bai Ping and Tai Tai He could not protect him from Lian. Master Duan, Bai Ping said unwaveringly in a low voice, regardless, if you're a transcender or from a powerful clan in the central area, all I know is you're currently the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Therefore, if anyone wants to harm you, they'll have to do it over my dead body. He sounded determined. Although Tai Tai He stayed silent, his towering stature standing unmoving next to Bai Ping made it clear he shared Bai Ping's thoughts. Lian chuckled derisively, amused, do you really think you're able to stop me from killing Duan Ling Tian? Both of you are just puny 7-star celestial dukes. In just a blink of an eye, Lian appeared in front of Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, leaving no time for the duo to respond at all. The gap of their strength was way too big. After the explosion sounded, Duan Ling Tian noticed Bai Ping and Tai Tai He were no longer by his side. Only Lian stood at the spot where Bai Ping and Tai Tai He were standing earlier. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He were sent flying back in a wretched manner. It was painfully clear they were no match for Lian at all. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lian with a serene expression as he held a hairpin out of sight. Lian, I'd like to know if the decision to kill me is your own or the collective decision of the blissful sect. Chapter 2893 The Consumable Royal Grade Celestial Weapon. Huaner was holding onto Duan Ling Tian's left hand while he held a hairpin in his right hand that was hidden behind him. The hairpin gleamed brightly. It was clearly a precious artifact. It had 3 petals that glow with a strange red light. I'm curious, are you here to kill me for personal reasons or on behalf of the blissful sect? Duan Ling Tian asked Lian. At the same time, one of 3 petals on the hairpin began to vanish and turn into a red liquid. The liquid passed through the intricate network of patterns on the hairpin before it finally entered Duan Ling Tian's body through his right hand. A deaf man doesn't need to know too much. Lian scoffed and sneered. Then, he suddenly raised his hand and a crescent-shaped light shot toward Duan Ling Tian. The attack was similar to when he attacked Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, the sect leader and supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect respectively. His attack was so swift that Huaner, Situ Ming, and even Ji Fan could not catch his movements. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, who were grievously injured, cried out in unison, Master Duan. Their eyes widened in shock, and their expressions changed drastically. They desperately wished they could save Duan Ling Tian, but they struggled to even rise to their feet. The crescent-shaped light that was like a reaper's scythe was halfway to Duan Ling Tian. It buzzed noisily, and in just a moment, it was merely inches away from him. Suddenly, a voice rang in the air, a mobilization king method. Before Li An's attack landed on Duan Ling Tian, a golden light shield shot out of Duan Ling Tian's body at the speed of light. The golden light shield that shrouded him had the silhouette of a golden Buddha. Earlier, when Lian had attacked Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, Duan Ling Tian could not catch Li An's movements at all. However, at this moment, not only could he clearly see Li An's movements, but Li An's movements seemed incredibly slow to him as well. For this reason, he had plenty of time to react to Li An's attack. He could have reacted faster, in fact, but he was taken aback by the sudden surge of his improved strength and celestial origin energy after using one of the 3 petals of the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. He was, currently, so powerful that he did not even need to use his divine consciousness to sense or investigate his surroundings. He could clearly sense 6 people on the scene, including him. He could sense Huaner, who was standing closest to him, Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, Situ Ming, and Ji Fan. Everything felt as though they were in the palm of his hands, as though everything was under his control. He was certain he would be able to destroy everything here with just a thought, just by using his celestial origin energy alone. So, this is the strength of a celestial lord. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by the strength that he had just been granted. He had never experienced such a radical improvement in his strength before. Who knew the petal that transformed into just a small drop of red liquid would grant him such immense power? He felt invincible at this moment. When Li An's attack was about to land on him, Duan Ling Tian, who was still in awe of his newfound strength, regained his senses. He had instinctively cast the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, that he had yet to completely master. Duan Ling Tian had won the immobilization king method from the blissful sect during the alchemy conference. The silhouette of a golden Buddha would appear and shroud and protect him. A soft sound rang in the air as Li An's attack was easily deflected by Duan Ling Tian's golden Buddha silhouette. The shield was not the slightest bit damaged. Impossible. Li An cried out in disbelief when he saw Duan Ling Tian alive and well after supposedly being attacked by him. His expression changed drastically. This. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, who struggled to rise to their feet, were dumbfounded as well as they stared at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. Brother Ling Tian, Huaner cried out anxiously when she heard Bai Ping and Tai Tai He calling out to Duan Ling Tian. Her expression was cold. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered a surge in Huaner's celestial origin energy. He could tell she was attempting to use a secret technique that would be detrimental to her. This is 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's secret technique. Duan Ling Tian grew anxious, concerned about Huaner. He did not hesitate to stop Huaner from using her secret technique. He hastily sent her a voice transmission. Don't forget, I still have the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. I've already used one of the petals. Huaner had completely forgotten about the consumable royal grade celestial weapon since she was too worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. She was willing to sacrifice her life as long as Duan Ling Tian was safe. Once she heard Duan Ling Tian's words, she regained her senses and stopped accumulating celestial origin energy to cast her secret technique. However, the abrupt halt of amassing her celestial origin energy caused her to have serious internal injuries due to the backlash. Her energy disappeared, and her face turned pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Huaner. Duan Ling Tian cried out in horror when he saw Huaner's blood. He felt his heart ache tremendously as he said, "What kind of secret technique is that? You've only mastered the early stage of the technique, and yet, it's already so detrimental to your body." He did not expect her to suffer from such a huge backlash. Upon seeing the distressed expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, Huaner shook her head weakly and feigned a smile. "Brother Ling Tian, I'm all right." As soon as she finished assuring Duan Ling Tian, her face paled even further as she threw up another mouthful of blood. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his left hand from Huaner's hand and placed it on her back. He sent his celestial origin energy into her body to heal her. In just a moment, his celestial origin energy successfully righted and calmed Huaner's deviated celestial origin energy, giving her some relief from the pain of the internal injuries. "Brother Ling Tian, this is the strength bestowed to you by the royal grade celestial weapon." Huaner was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's powerful celestial origin energy that was pouring into her body. His celestial origin energy had easily suppressed her deviated and agitated celestial origin energy in no time at all. With his help, she easily regulated the flow of her celestial origin energy. She felt better immediately. However, due to exhaustion she lost her footing. At the critical moment, Duan Ling Tian reached out with his left hand and curled them around her waist as she softly fell on his chest. She hugged him tightly like a clingy koala bear hugging a tree. Meanwhile, Li An looked at Huaner pointedly from afar and sneered. "So, it's all that little girl's doing." Chapter 2894. The Sky Changes. Initially, Li An, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, was baffled by the fact that Duan Ling Tian survived his attack. However, when he saw Huaner's vomiting blood, her ashen face, and her lack of aura, he assumed she had overexerted herself to protect Duan Ling Tian, resulting in Duan Ling Tian being alive. Although he had no idea how Huaner could have possibly helped strengthen the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, and deflected his attack, he remained adamant about killing Duan Ling Tian. He sneered as he thought to himself, "I don't know how you helped Duan Ling Tian in deflecting my attack, but it seems like you're no longer in any condition to help him now." Master Duan, Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, the sect leader and the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect respectively, thought Duan Ling Tian survived due to Huaner as well. Now that they saw Li An attacking for the second time, their expressions changed drastically again. They continued to struggle, determined to save Duan Ling Tian when Li An's body flashed out of sight. When Li An appeared again, he raised both his hands and struck at Bai Ping and Tai Tai He with his palms. He said coldly as he attacked the duo, "Mind your own business, you fools." Two loud explosions rang in the air as Li An's palms landed, stirring up the dust in the surroundings. When the dust settled, Li An was shocked to see two figures shrouded in a golden light that had the silhouette of a Buddha. The protective shield was impenetrable and easily deflected Li An's double palm strike. Bai Ping and Tai Tai he were clearly unharmed by his attack. Naturally, it was Duan Ling Tian who stopped Li An's attack. As he hugged Huaner with one of his hands, he said with a cold gaze and a sneer, "Are you sure you're the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions? Is this all you got? How's that possible?" At this moment, it finally dawned on Li An that Huaner was not the one who had deflected his attack earlier. He was dumbfounded. How did Duan Ling Tian appear in front of him without him noticing it? Most importantly, how did Duan Ling Tian manage to deflect his attack? It seemed like Duan Ling Tian was far stronger than him. Even a 1 basic celestial king that's a rank higher than a celestial duke wouldn't be able to move without me catching a trace of it. Li An could not see Duan Ling Tian's movement at all. A frightened expression appeared on his face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and stammered, why you? Who are you? Why are you so powerful?" Not only was this young man below the age of 100 and a remarkably superior prominent celestial alchemist, but it was clear now that the young man was incredibly powerful, to the extent that it seemed like the young man was even more powerful than a celestial king. Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, rushed to Li An and said, "Grandmaster, Duan Ling Tian's finally revealed his true strength. His speed is remarkable, I couldn't even catch his movements. If he grows stronger in the future, he'll definitely become a threat to the blissful sect. Grandmaster, there's no reason for you to hold back with him. Hurry up and kill him." He seemed oblivious to the grim and frightened expression on Li An's face. Otherwise, he would have discovered something was amiss. He was also ignorant of the real situation due to his low cultivation base. He only thought Duan Ling Tian was too fast for him because Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. It did not occur to him that Duan Ling Tian was currently stronger than Li An. He thought Li An was deliberately toying with Duan Ling Tian and was holding back. "Hold back, hurry and kill him." Li An's body trembled from anger as he clenched his fists to suppress his anger and frustrations. He seemed apprehensive as he studied Duan Ling Tian. How was it possible for someone who was not even 100 years old to be so strong? Did he master some secret technique? Let alone the spirit overarching heaven, there might not be someone like him who's a prominent celestial alchemist and a celestial king before reaching the age of 100 in the other Devata realms. In the end, Li An concluded the Duan Ling Tian must have used a secret technique that granted him the strength of an ordinary celestial king. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian released a slight amount of his aura into his surroundings. It did not take long for the people around him to sense Duan Ling Tian's formidable aura. Bai Ping and Tai Tai he who were the first to sense the aura since they were closest to him cried out, This is the aura of a celestial lord." They were thoroughly shocked. They finally realized it was not Huaner that protected Duan Ling Tian earlier. They could tell Duan Ling Tian's aura was even stronger than the aura of a 10 directions celestial duke. After all, they had both felt the auras of 10 directions celestial dukes before. Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy continued to surge as he looked at Li An pointedly with killing intent. The huge amount of pressure from his aura caused Li An's face to turn ghastly pale. A loud explosion rang in the air as Li An was suddenly shot into the sky to the horizon. He was not certain if Duan Ling Tian were relying on some secret technique that granted him this formidable strength, but he was certain at this moment he was no match for Duan Ling Tian. The only thing he could do now was flee. He was panic-stricken as he left his beloved grand disciple, Ji Fan, behind and escaped on his own. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian remained calm. He was not in a hurry to chase after Li An. He only watched as Li An escaped. "Grandmaster." Ji Fan looked at Li An who had left him behind in confusion. He had lost his arrogant expression at this moment and looked as timid as a mouse. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said loudly, "Li An, do you think you can escape from me?" Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated through the entire Tai Yi celestial sect. The disciples broke out in an uproar when they heard his voice. One by one, they flew up into the sky, heading to the source of the voice. "Is that Master Duan's voice? What's going on? Did Master Duan say the old ancestor of the blissful sect, the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions, is running from him? Sounds like it. Well, there's a rumor going around that Master Duan is from a powerful clan in the central area. If that's true, I'm sure his clansmen are secretly protecting him here. Maybe his clansmen have appeared to deal with Li An. Come on, let's go check it out." At this moment, a series of explosions rang in the air. The blue sky suddenly turned purple in a blink of an eye. Good heavens, what's What's going on? What happened to the sky? Can anybody tell me what's going on? Why did the sky suddenly change? The disciples of the Taiyi celestial sect discussed among themselves in panic. Chapter 2895 Li An's death. In the Taiyi celestial sect's estate, only a few people are privy to the reason the sky changed. Is this the Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi, from the Profound Heaven celestial sect? Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, the sect leader and the supreme elder of the Taiyi celestial sect respectively, stared at Duan Ling Tian with a shocked expression on their faces. Duan Ling Tian easily flew into the air with Huaner in his arm as his aura surged and exploded into a purple streak of light. The ground began to quake as the horizon near the Taiyi celestial sect's estate turned purple. Master Duan has mastered the Eastern Purple Chi. It looks like one of the methods from the Eastern Purple Chi called the Purple Void. This method can only be used once one has completely mastered the Eastern Purple Chi, right? The Purple Void has shrouded the entire Taiyi celestial sect's estate. Seems like the Purple Void cast by the two 10 Directions celestial dukes from the Profound Heaven celestial sect didn't even reach 10% of the Purple Void that Master Duan cast, right? Judging from Master Duan's display of strength, he must have surpassed the level of an ordinary celestial king. It's impossible for an ordinary celestial king to cast to such an overwhelmingly powerful Purple Void. It's said those targeted by the Purple Void will not be able to hide or escape as long as they remain in the Purple Void. While Bai Ping and Tai Tia He discussed among themselves, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect, Situ Ming, and Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, overheard their conversations. They were perplexed. Master Duan is a celestial king. Situ Ming was dumbfounded. It took him a while to regain his senses. Duan Ling Tian, a celestial king. In fact, he doesn't seem like an ordinary celestial king. When he cast the Purple Void, it's far more powerful than when the two 10 Directions celestial dukes from the Profound Heaven celestial sect cast it. After overhearing Bai Ping and Tai Tai He's conversation and sensing Duan Ling Tian's aura, Ji Fan, who was shocked and terrified, fell to his knees and trembled uncontrollably. Many questions flitted in his mind at this moment. How's this possible? How's he so powerful? Didn't he just ascend here not too long ago? Isn't he younger than 100 years old? How's this possible? He wished with all his might that the scene before him was just a nightmare. After a few breaths, an energetic yet frightened voice rang in the air. A hint of false bravado could be heard in the tone. The Eastern Purple Chi, your mastery of the Eastern Purple Chi is, indeed, powerful. Not even an ordinary celestial king is capable of this. It was none other than Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, who had spoken. At this moment, a disciple of the Taiyi celestial sect who was hovering in the sky above the sect's estate cried out, "Look! The purple sky is starting to revert to its original color." Everyone instinctively turned to look. They saw the purple energy receding at a fast speed. "Look, there's a figure in the middle." A figure could be seen in the center where the purple energy seemed to be attracted to. "It's a monk, isn't that the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lian? I've met him once." "What? This shabby-looking monk is the strongest 9 Palaces celestial duke in the 6 southern regions, Lian." Lian, who was surrounded by the purple energy, looked miserable in his torn kasaya. His aura seemed to have disappeared. Just as the people from the Taiyi celestial sect slowly approached Lian, a purple and white figure suddenly appeared out of thin air near Lian. Their appearance caught the attention of the people from the Taiyi celestial sect instantly. Isn't that Master Duan? Lady Huaner is there as well." The members of the Taiyi celestial sect, naturally, recognized Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, who were embracing tightly, looked like they were one entity for a brief moment. Duan Ling Tian scoffed and said disdainfully, "Who would expect the strongest 9 Palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions would have such a day as well?" His expression was calm. One of his arms was still wrapped tightly around Huaner while the other rested on his back. Master Duan. At this time, Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and Situ Ming finally arrived near Duan Ling Tian. "Grand Master!" Ji Fan cried out. He had tried to escape but was cowed by Bai Ping's pointed and threatening stare. He could only obediently follow them here. When he saw Li An's miserable and roughed-up appearance, his expression changed drastically. He rushed to Li An's side. It was an instinctive reaction. After all, Li An was the only one who could make him feel secure at this moment, regardless if it was obvious Li An was no match for Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, I underestimated you." Li An looked at Duan Ling Tian and laughed mirthlessly. "I thought you're a mere transcender. I didn't expect you to be so strong." However, I don't think this is your true strength, right? You must have used some secret technique. Li An's energy had dropped drastically that he struggled just to speak. It was clear he was severely injured. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, two beams of gray light shot out from Li An's glabella as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. A soul attack. The people from the Tai Yi celestial sect were shocked to see Li An casting a soul attack on Duan Ling Tian. Your resistance is futile. Duan Ling Tian smirked coldly. He knew Li An would think his soul was not on par with the strength he displayed. After all, if he only possessed the strength of a celestial lord without the corresponding soul and celestial origin energy, he would be vulnerable to soul attacks. Alas, he did not use such a secret technique. The consumable royal-grade weapon not only granted him strength comparable to celestial lord, but it also temporarily gave him the soul and celestial origin energy of a celestial king to match. Although it was just the strength of an ordinary celestial lord, it was still more than enough to conquer the entire 6 southeastern regions if he so wished. At this moment, a light flashed in Duan Ling Tian's left eye and easily destroyed Li An's soul attack before it hit Li An's soul. Li An hastily said with his last breath before his soul was destroyed by Duan Ling Tian, "Duan Ling Tian, it was me who wanted to kill you. It has nothing to do with the blissful sect. Is that so?" Duan Ling Tian sneered when he heard Li An's words. At the same time, the purple energy that rendered Li An immobile finally disappeared with just a thought from Duan Ling Tian. Then, Li An's body fell from the sky and hit the ground with a loud thud. Then, Duan Ling Tian smiled coldly as he looked at Ji Fan and asked, "Arhat, is he telling the truth?" Chapter 2896 Freakish Talent. Previously, Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, would not have cared if Duan Ling Tian glared at him. However, at this moment, although Duan Ling Tian was smiling, he could not help but flinch as his expression changed drastically. He unconsciously tensed up as though he was standing on pins and needles. Although he did not clearly see how Li An, his Grand Master and the old ancestor of the blissful sect died, it was not difficult to discern that Duan Ling Tian was the one who killed Li An based on the reactions of the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect in the past. Ji Fan would never even flinch if Duan Ling Tian would glare at him. Ji Fan grew even more panicked and fearful when he heard the discussions of the high-ranking officials and members of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Heavens! Master Duan's soul attack is frightening. It destroyed Li An's soul attack and annihilated his soul. Li An's soul attack is not a match for Master Duan's soul attack at all. Master Duan's strength is too formidable. Master Duan is really good at hiding his true abilities. Previously, he had also hidden his skills in alchemy during the alchemy conference. It was later revealed he's extremely skilled and talented in alchemy. Who knew his strength is as remarkable as his skills in alchemy as well? Based on his display of strength earlier, even a 10 Directions Celestial Duke is no match for Master Duan, right? Master Duan must be a celestial king. Otherwise, he couldn't be so strong. When the sky turned purple and the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li An, was imprisoned by the purple energy, I didn't expect it to be an attack by Master Duan. I thought it was his clansmen protecting him. Heavens, what kind of background does Master Duan have? He's freakishly talented, a prominent celestial alchemist and a celestial king powerhouse, all before he reached the age of 100. Not even in 10,000 years have we seen someone like that in the entire spirit overarching heaven. Who knows, up till today, I didn't think there's a celestial king who hasn't even reached the age of 100. Who knows if he's the first in the spirit overarching heaven? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's gaze grew colder as he asked, "Arhat, are you deliberately ignoring me?" Ji Fan's face paled immediately, and he felt as though he had fallen into an icy lake. He shook his head and hastily said, "No, no, no. I'm not. Master Duan, it's not intentional. I was just distracted. Sorry. I'm really sorry." He bowed repeatedly as he apologized to Duan Ling Tian. His body trembled violently. He was afraid Duan Ling Tian would attack him. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, he was just like a helpless chicken on a chopping board. Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow and lightly asked, "So are you going to answer me now? Did Li An tell the truth? Is it just his personal vendetta against me and has nothing to do with the blissful sect? You better not lie to me. After all, it won't be difficult for me to uncover the truth." He stared at Ji Fan intently, clearly warning him not to lie. "No, no, even if I had the courage of a lion, I won't dare to lie to you," Ji Fan replied hastily as he gestured with his hands, After the high-rank officials of the blissful sect discovered Master Duan's a transcender, they decided to get rid of you. That's why my Grand Master and I are herein. You know the rest of the story. He looked at Duan Ling Tian timidly as he asked tentatively, Master Duan, that's all I know. May I leave? Now. He, naturally, could not wait to leave. He felt as though he could die at any given moment if he continued to stay here. Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded in approval after listening to Ji Fan's explanation. Ji Fan was just about to heave a sigh of relief when fear paralyzed him. Duan Ling Tian said, Arhat, I feel like visiting the blissful sect. Would you mind showing me the way there? The people of the Taiyi celestial sect, naturally, knew the reason Duan Ling Tian wanted to visit the blissful sect. Is Master Duan planning to cause trouble in the blissful sect? Looks like it. It's madness, and it's not wise, right? To an ordinary person, it might be crazy, but it's not a big deal to Master Duan. That's right. After all, Master Duan's a celestial king. The people of the Taiyi celestial sect fervently discussed among themselves. Word continued to spread. Even the lowest of disciples were aware of Duan Ling Tian's strength. Everyone was shocked and excited to find out their revered elder was a celestial king. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly as he said, looks like the Arhat is unwilling to take me there. No, of course, I'm willing. It's an honor for me to show you the way. It's a blessing. Ji Fan hastily replied when he saw the coldness of Duan Ling Tian's gaze. He was so frightened that sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Then, Duan Ling Tian looked at Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect, and asked with a smile before he glanced at Tai Taiyi, sect leader, will you allow me to bring Supreme Elder Tai with me to the blissful sect? Of course. Bai Ping did not hesitate at all. Although he did not know why Duan Ling Tian wanted to bring Tai Taiyi to the blissful sect, he had no reason to reject Duan Ling Tian's request. It was a small request, after all. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he looked at Tai Taiyi and said, Elder Tai, I'll need you to bring us to the blissful sect since I plan to continue comprehending the celestial method during our journey. Bai Ping finally understood why Duan Ling Tian wanted to bring Tai Taiyi along. It was so Tai Taiyi could carry Duan Ling Tian with his energy while Duan Ling Tian concentrated on comprehending the celestial method. All right, that's not a problem, Tai Taiyi replied with a smile. A hint of respect could be seen flashing in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He had always been impressed by Duan Ling Tian's talent in alchemy. After all, not even a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist was a match for him. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to also be a celestial king. It was only natural that he had even more respect for Duan Ling Tian now. After speaking to Tai Taiyi, Duan Ling Tian lowered his head to look at Huaner and said, Huaner, you should stay here and recuperate while I go to the blissful secton. Before Duan Ling Tian finishes speaking, Huaner interjected, Brother Ling Tian, I want to come along. I don't want to be away from you. Since Elder Tai is carrying you there with his energy, I can recuperate during the journey as well. She was clearly determined to follow Duan Ling Tian. All right. Duan Ling Tian shook his head helplessly as he smiled wryly. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Bai Ping and left the Taiyi celestial sect for the blissful sect with Ji Fan as their guide. When Duan Ling Tian and the others' figures finally disappeared from sight, the people from the Taiyi celestial sect slowly regained their senses and broke into an uproar. Master Duan's gonna turn the blissful sect upside down. However, if Master Duan threatens the foundation of the blissful sect, their quasi-celestial king that lives in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions won't just stay idle, right? Quasi-celestial king, do you think they're a match for Master Duan? Exactly. Even an ordinary celestial king is no match for Master Duan, let alone a quasi-celestial king. It's best if the quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect stay out of this matter. If they anger Master Duan might kill them with just a flip of his palm. I'm really curious about Master Duan's background now. What kind of clan is able to produce such a talented freak? The people of Taiyi celestial sect were, naturally, shocked at Duan Ling Tian's monstrous talent. After all, he was not even 100 years old, but he had already achieved so many remarkable feats. It was truly unprecedented. Chapter 2897 Incredulous. It was possible for one to conceal one's aura through some techniques. However, It had been proven impossible for someone over the age of 100 to disguise himself as someone below the age of 100. At the very least, it was unprecedented in the spirit overarching heaven and the other Devata realms. For this reason, nobody doubted Duan Ling Tian's age. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength that was comparable to a celestial king, the high-ranking officials from the Taiyi celestial sect knew Duan Ling Tian's time in the wasteland was limited. Once word spread about what happened in the Taiyi celestial sect's estate, the entire 6 southeastern regions in the borderlands would be shocked. That's right, this would be especially true for those who have met Master Duan. I'm sure they didn't expect him to be so powerful. It's unfortunate that Master Duan is from the central area, and he'll have to leave our Taiyi celestial sect sooner or later. Otherwise, with this strength, it'd be easy for us to dominate the 6 southeastern regions in the borderlands. Stop daydreaming. Have you forgotten? There's a formation between the borderlands and the central area. A celestial king's time is limited in the borderlands. This means Master Duan will have to leave soon. Master Duan is only still here because he wants to fully master the immobilization king method and the Eastern Purple Chi first so he can give us the copies of them before he leaves, one of the high-ranking officials of the Taiyi celestial sect said. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect, could not help but sigh inwardly. Based on the power of the Eastern Purple Chi and the immobilization king method when Master Duan cast them, it seems like he has already mastered the Eastern Purple Chi. It won't take long for him to completely master the immobilization king method as well. When that time comes, he'll leave the Taiyi celestial sect. He felt heavy-hearted when he thought about this. After all, with Duan Ling Tian's departure, the Taiyi celestial sect would not only lose an extraordinary prominent celestial alchemist who bested a supreme duke-grade celestial method and was widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions in the borderlands, but the sect would also lose a celestial king. Master Duan is really amazing. Similarly, Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect, who was hovering in the air sighed inwardly. He was still in a daze over Duan Ling Tian's performance earlier that he did not even realize that Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing had arrived by his side. Unbelievable. Master Duan is also a celestial king. Yang Chong exclaimed. A monster. Yu Zhongjing only uttered 2 words. However, they were more than enough to express the impact Duan Ling Tian had left on him. Shortly afterward, the people of Taiyi celestial sect began to disperse. Some of them left the Taiyi celestial sect's estate to spread the word of what happened today. It did not take long before it spread through Taiyi City into the Thousand Spiders City and the Martial Dragon City. It continued to spread like a wildfire to the major cities in the wasteland, causing an uproar. However, it was only natural that there were many who were skeptical. At the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the chief celestial alchemist of Taiyi Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian, is not only an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist, but he's also a celestial king powerhouse. How's that possible? I've met Master Duan. It's true he's not even 100 years old. He's incredibly talented and outstanding in alchemy. How's it possible that he's a celestial king as well? This news must be fake. The people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect were in disbelief. They did not believe Duan Ling Tian was a celestial king and thought the news was fake. Duan Ling Tian toyed with Li Yan before killing him. He even destroyed Li Yan's soul attack and killed Li Yan with his soul attack. HMPH. If it's true, why didn't he save Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect from sect leader Bai Wuji from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect during the Alchemy Conference? That's right, he only watched Hishan died. In fact, Duan Ling Tian revealed his cultivation base during the Alchemy Conference. Although he's extraordinarily talented in alchemy, he has said he's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect who attended the Alchemy Conference remained skeptical and did not believe Duan Ling Tian was a celestial king. Jianchu Luo and Chai Kong Yu, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect respectively, paid no heed to the rumor as well. They only shook their heads and sneered. A celestial king. Even Zhou Shuchu shook her head in disbelief. Although word of Duan Ling Tian killing Li Yan had spread through the wasteland, nobody except those from the Taiyi Celestial Sect took it seriously. After all, even the 2 major sects in the wasteland, the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, did not believe it. Nobody believes it. HMPH. Master Duan's indeed a celestial king. I personally witness his strength. How dare the people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect doubt him? Just let them be. We can't go begging for them to believe it, can we? The people of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect were, naturally, upset that nobody believed them. It's only natural for the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to be skeptical. After all, none of them saw how Duan Ling Tian killed Lian. We didn't record it with a floating image pearl at that time. An ordinary floating image pearl is too slow to catch Lian's movements. Only a floating image pearl created by a celestial duke could catch his movements. That may be so, but it still won't be able to catch the movements of a celestial king. Only a higher grade floating image pearl would be able to capture a celestial king's movements. Among the high-ranking officials of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, there were a few of them who possessed duke-grade floating image pearls. Alas, nobody remembered to record the fight. They felt extremely regretful. Although it might not be able to capture Duan Ling Tian's movements, it would be able to record Lian using soul attack on Duan Ling Tian in the moment Lian died. That would be enough evidence to prove the news was not fake. Even then, the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and Martial Dragon Celestial Sect made a good point though. It's reasonable why they don't believe the rumors. They said if Duan Ling Tian is a celestial king, why didn't he save our old ancestor from Bai Wuji's attack during the alchemy conference? That's true. Why didn't I think of it? Perhaps Master Duan didn't intervene because he thinks the old ancestor should pay with his life for killing the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. It's possible. Furthermore, he won't be able to protect the old ancestor forever since he'll leave the Tai Yi Celestial Sect soon. What if he intervened and further offended Bai Wuji? That'll only bring trouble to us. That makes sense. It must be the reason why Master Duan didn't intervene. Meanwhile, Bai Ping seemed bothered as he stared blankly into the air. He thought to himself with a frown, previously, Master Duan had mentioned he was helpless to save the old ancestor. I guess this means he had no intention of staying idle if he were strong enough to help at that time. Then, if that's the case, how did he grow so strong in such a short time? How did he become a celestial king in such a short time? Chapter 2898 The Old Ancestor of Blissful Sect, Li Ping. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not know about the commotion that broke out once he left the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's estate in the wasteland. He, Huaner, Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and Ji Fan, the arhat of the Blissful Sect, were making their way to the Blissful Sect in the Cross region. With Tai He carrying them, he was able to comprehend the Duke-grade Celestial method, the Immobilization King method, that he had gained from the Blissful Sect. He planned to leave the borderlands and venture into the central area after completely mastering this celestial method. Now that Duan Ling Tian had used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he had temporarily gained the strength, soul, and the celestial original energy of a celestial king. In all manners, he was a celestial king for now until the effect faded. To conserve his energy, he had asked Tai He to bring them to the Blissful Sect. After all, the effect would grow less and less every time he used it until it was completely depleted. After a round of attack, I can clearly feel my celestial origin energy and soul had dropped from that of an ordinary celestial lord to that of a 10-direction celestial king. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. The 10-direction celestial king was just one stage away from becoming a celestial lord, but the gap in their strength was extremely wide. He consoled himself inwardly, it's fine. With this strength, it's still more than enough for me to dominate the 6 southeastern regions if I wish. Feeling much better, he continued focusing on comprehending the Immobilization King method while Huaner recuperated from the injuries. On the other hand, Ji Fan, the arhat of the Blissful Sect, was like a mindless zombie during their journey to the Blissful Sect. Tai He had been constantly keeping a sharp eye on him. He truly regretted begging Lian, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect and his Grand Master, to bring him to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. His expression was grim as he thought to himself, news of Grandmaster's death should have reached the sect by now, right? Ji Fan was not saddened by Li An's death at all. Previously, he had respected his Grandmaster. However, when he saw his Grandmaster deserting him and trying to escape on his own, all his respect for Lian had vanished. Although he would probably have done the same if he were in Li An's shoes, he still could not and would not forgive Lian for attempting to desert. In the Blissful Sect's estate in the Cross region, the estate was located high on the mountains that were shrouded by a mist all year round. It was the effect from an illusory formation. The blissful sect was always peaceful, however, unbeknownst to them, chaos would soon descend on the sect. All of a sudden, the buildings in the blissful sect's estate began to shake as though there was an earthquake. Is it an earthquake? Impossible. Our estate is protected by many formations. There's one that will protect us from the shockwaves of an earthquake. Then, what's the cause of this? Due to quaking building and ground, many members and disciples halted their cultivation and came out to have a look. All of them wore a confused expression on their faces. At this moment, an earth-shattering cry that was angry and mournful rang through the blissful sect's estate. Brother, isn't that old ancestor Li Ping's voice? He sounds angry. Did something happen to old ancestor Lian? Old ancestor Lian has gone to the wasteland to look for Duan Ling Tian. I don't think there's anyone in the wasteland who's a threat to him, right? That's right, unless Duan Ling Tian truly comes from an extraordinary clan in the central area, and his clansmen acted against old ancestor Lian when old ancestor Lian tried to kill Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, no one from the wasteland is a threat to old ancestor Liam at all. Meanwhile, when the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect heard the cry of Li Ping, another old ancestor of the blissful sect, they knew something was amiss. They fervently discussed among themselves as they rushed toward Li Ping. Let's find out what happened. Come on. One by one, the high-rank officials of the blissful sect, including their sect leader, rushed toward Li Ping's direction. Although they could not say for certain, based on Li Ping's words, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. Old ancestor Lian hasn't returned from the wasteland, and old ancestor Li Ping just cried out old ancestor Li An's name in anger. He must have discovered something wrong with old ancestor Li An's soul pearl. Is it possible that old ancestor Lian is dead? That's the only reason old ancestor Li Ping would be so angry. Old ancestor Lian, dead? I hope that's not the case. Anyway, we'll find out what happened once we see old ancestor Li Ping. All of them wore a gloomy and tense expression on their faces as they rushed over to Li Ping. After all, the blissful sect would be tremendously affected in a negative manner if Lian was dead. Lian was, after all, the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions. He had a very high possibility of breaking through and becoming a 10-direction celestial duke. How could the blissful sect not suffer if they lost such a person? As the disciples from the blissful sect continued to discuss among themselves, the high-ranking officials of the sect finally arrived at Li Ping's courtyard. The blissful sect had 2 old ancestors, Lian and Li Ping. They were not biological brothers but paternal cousins. The duo had been through thick and thin together, so their bond was even stronger than most biological brothers. Needless to say, they both cared about each other a lot. The sect leader of the blissful sect, a tall and stout middle-aged monk with a jade-like complexion who was wearing a red kasaya, asked with an unsightly expression on his face, "Senior uncle, what's wrong?" Meanwhile, the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect bowed and greeted Li Ping in unison. "Greetings, old ancestor Li Ping." Li Ping was a skinny old man. As he stood before the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, his robes fluttered violently in the wind due to his surging celestial origin energy. At this moment, he was staring intently at a shattered soul pearl in his palm. Rage could be seen flashing in his eyes. He was consumed in anger that he did not reply to the others. After a while had passed, he finally looked at the sect leader of the blissful sect with bloodshot eyes and said in a trembling voice that was brimming with anger, "Konger, your master is dead, master." The sect leader of the blissful sect, Lu Zhankong, had prepared himself for the worst, but he was still shocked by Li Ping's words. He was devastated as he fell to his knees and cried. Tears streamed down his face as he slammed his fists on the ground, overwhelmed by grief, as he cried out, What happened? What happened?" Li Ping looked at the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect and grimly asked, "Tell me. Where's Brother N? Based on his shattered soul pearl, he has been dead for a while. Before I started my closed-door cultivation, he had gone to Alchemy City to attend the alchemy conference." Since Li Ping had been in closed-door cultivation before this, he was not aware that Lian had returned to the sect before setting out again. Upon hearing Li Ping's question, Lu Zhankong quickly recounted the events that happened while Li Ping was in closed-door cultivation. A prominent celestial alchemist under 100 years old is capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. He's acknowledged as the top celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions during the alchemy conference, and he's also an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He's just someone who has ascended from the mundane realm not too long ago. Li Ping was, naturally, shocked to hear the Taiyi celestial sect in the wasteland had such an outstanding elder. He was so shocked that he temporarily forgot about Li An's death. When he regained his senses, he looked at Lu Zonkong and solemnly asked, "So brother-in went to the Taiyi celestial sect in the wasteland to kill him?" "Yes." Lu Zonkong nodded tentatively. "Fools." Li Ping glared at Lu Zonkong and barked, "Even if he's a transcender, you should have been more thorough with your investigation. In the spirit overarching heaven, there are many powerful factions that have relations with those from the mundane realms." "Senior uncle," Lu Zonkong said with a bitter smile, "if he really has an extraordinary background, his clan would have picked him up as soon as he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Based on our investigation, he has been alone all this time. He's come so far by relying on his own effort. Previously, he was almost killed by an elder from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, that elder is still alive and well today." Chapter 2899 One more month. "Senior uncle, if Duan Ling Tian really has an extraordinary background, do you think that elder from the compassionate celestial traveler sect who tried to kill him would still be alive? Would Duan Ling Tian and his clansmen let things slide?" Lu Zonkong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, said bitterly as he looked at Li Ping, the other old ancestor of the blissful sect. "Based on the results of our investigation, all signs indicated that Duan Ling Tian isn't from any powerful clan. After we've confirmed this, we decided to get rid of him. Master insisted on personally killing Duan Ling Tian. He brought Ji Fan with him to the wasteland." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically as though he was just reminded of something. He raised his hand and a soul pearl appeared out of thin air. "Ji Fan is still alive," Lu Zonkong exclaimed as he looked at the soul pearl in his palm. Upon hearing Lu Zonkong's words, the high-ranking officials discussed among themselves in confusion. "That's the Arhat's soul pearl. The Arhat's soul pearl is intact. This means he's still alive. However, isn't it strange that old ancestor Lian is dead, but the Arhat is still alive? What happened? Old ancestor Lian is clearly very strong, and the Arhat is extremely weak in comparison. How is it that the Arhat is alive while the mighty old ancestor Lian is dead?" Meanwhile, Li Ping looked at the soul pearl nestled in Lu Zonkong's palm intently with narrowed eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Fenur's still alive? Konger, are you sure this is Fenur's soul pearl?" Ji Fan was not only the blissful sect's future sect leader, but he was also Li An's beloved grand disciple. As the saying went, love the house, and love its crows. Naturally, Li Ping doted on Ji Fan as well. Now that he discovered Ji Fan was alive, he could not help but feel something was amiss. "Senior uncle, Ji Fan's my last disciple. There's no doubt this is his soul pearl. Even if it's not, the soul pearls in my hands are all intact. At least one of them belongs to Ji Fan. This means there's no doubt he's alive," Lu Zonkong replied. Li Ping nodded before he grimly said, "I think this matter must be related to Duan Ling Tian as well. Although we have confirmed that Duan Ling Tian's a transcender with an ordinary background, we can't be 100% certain. There's a small chance we've overlooked something. Senior uncle, what should we do? Master is dead, should we send someone to the wasteland to investigate the matter?" Lu Zonkong asked. "Not at this moment." Li Ping shook his head as his eyes flashed. Since Fenur's still alive, he'll definitely send us a message through a communication celestial talisman. What we must do now is wait for his communication celestial talisman." Li Ping solemnly said, "Senior uncle, you mentioned earlier that Master has been dead for a while now. If Ji Fan really sent a communication celestial talisman, we should have received it by now. Is it possible that it was intercepted?" Lu Zonkong asked tentatively. "It's possible. Only a couple of people in the 6 southern regions in the borderlands are able to threaten brother-in. He might have been killed by a quasi-celestial king or even a celestial king. Otherwise, it's impossible for someone whose cultivation base is lower than that of a celestial king to kill brother-in," Li Ping replied. "Is it possible that the quasi-celestial kings from the Taiyi celestial sect came out from seclusion and killed Master because Master tried to annihilate the sect?" Lu Zonkong asked with a grim expression. "Impossible." Li Ping shook his head and vehemently said, "It's impossible that brother-in would even think about annihilating the Taiyi celestial sect. After all, He clearly knows the Taiyi celestial sect is protected by their quasi-celestial kings. There's no doubt he would only kill Duan Lingtian and leave the Taiyi celestial sect alone. He had spent so many years with Li, and so he knew Lian very well. He knew Lian would never jeopardize the sect by provoking the quasi-celestial kings from the Taiyi celestial sect. In fact, Lian was even more cautious than Li Ping. Since he would not even consider doing such a thing, how could Lian do something like that? Upon hearing Li Ping's words, Lu Zhanlong was reminded that, indeed, it was not in Li An's character to do such a thing. It seemed like he was too anxious that he had blurted the earlier words without giving it much thought. It seems like there's only one possibility, Li Ping said grimly. A powerhouse capable of intercepting a communication celestial talisman had killed Brotherin. Therefore, Fenrir didn't bother with sending a communication celestial talisman since it's futile. In any case, sooner or later Fenrir will return. All we can do now is wait. So long as Fenrir is alive, he's bound to return to the sect. At that time, we'll be able to learn about what happened from him. Although Li Ping was utterly devastated by Li An's death, he still remained level-headed, and his judgment was sound. After all, as the oldest member of the blissful sect, his experience was more than enough for him to maintain his composure when faced with such a situation. Lu Zhankong and the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect agreed that Li Ping's words were logical. Even if they thought otherwise, no one would dare to blatantly voice out their opinion. After all, Li Ping was not only one of their old ancestors, he was also the blissful sect's top powerhouse, a formidable 10-direction celestial duke. In the end, the blissful sect could only wait for Ji Fan's communication celestial talisman or his return for now. It did not take long before peace was restored in the sect. Little did they know, it was only the calm before the storm. In just a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. The distance between the cross region and the wasteland was far longer compared to the distance between the wasteland and the barren land. Under Tai Taihe's lead, after a long and arduous journey, they finally arrived in the cross region. About a month after they arrived in the cross region, Duan Lingtian was sitting cross-legged as a bright golden light suddenly shot out from his body, and a loud noise rang in the air. Tai Taihe and Ji Fan instinctively turned to look. They saw the golden light surrounding Duan Lingtian like a halo before it morphed into the silhouette of a Buddha. The golden Buddha was the size of a hill, and it was like a hologram with realistic features as it shrouded Duan Lingtian. He managed to completely master the immobilization king method in such a short amount of time. Ji Fan whispered in disbelief, gulping. As the arhat of the blissful sect, he had comprehended the immobilization king method since he was young, so he had already mastered it. Hence, he could tell Duan Lingtian had completely mastered the blissful sect's duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. Master Duan has mastered the blissful sect's celestial method. Tai Taihe thought to himself as he raised an eyebrow. Although Ji Fan had spoken softly, his words did not escape Tai Taihe's keen ears. However, he was only slightly surprised that Duan Lingtian had successfully mastered the celestial method. After all, Duan Lingtian had mastered the duke-grade divine ability he gained from the profound heaven celestial sect, the Eastern Purple Chi, before they even left the Taiyi celestial sect for the cross region. His expression turned slightly gloomy as he thought to himself with a wry smile, now that Master Duan has mastered the Eastern Purple Chi and the immobilization king method, it's likely that he'll leave once we return to the sect. He felt conflicted. He was happy that Duan Lingtian had finally mastered the celestial method and divine ability, but he was sad because it meant Duan Lingtian would be leaving soon. After the silhouette of the golden Buddha disappeared, Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes before he asked, Elder Tai, where are we now? Master Duan, we're in the cross region. According to the Arhat, we'll arrive at the blissful sect's estate within a month with our current speed, Tai Taihe replied. 1 more month. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. Chapter 2900 arrived at the blissful sect's estate. Congratulations, Master Duan, you've finally mastered the duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. Tai Taihe, the supreme elder of the Taiyi celestial sect, congratulated Duan Lingtian as he looked at him with a wide grin. Elder Tai, you're able to tell that I've mastered it? Duan Lingtian looked rather surprised. No, I can't, but the Arhat can, Tai Taihe replied. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. His gaze that was similar to a hunter looking at its prey caused Ji Fan to shudder. Then, he shifted his gaze to Huaner and extended. his divine consciousness to check on her condition. The level of one's divine consciousness was similar to one's soul. Therefore, with the divine consciousness of a 10-direction celestial king, it was easy for him to see that Huoner had fully recovered from her injuries and was currently in the midst of comprehending her celestial method and divine ability. Almost a month passed by quickly. There were only a few days left before they arrived at the blissful sect's estate. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stopped cultivating and looked at Tai Tai He before he said, "Elder Tai, once you send us to the blissful sect's estate, your job here is done." Before Tai Tai He could reply, he added again, "I don't want the Tai Yi celestial sect to be involved in this matter. You understand what I mean, don't you?" He looked at Tai Tai He meaningfully as he spoke. "Master Duan, I understand you don't wish to trouble the Tai Yi celestial sect because of your public identity as our chief celestial alchemist. Rest assured, Master Duan, the blissful sect won't dare to harm us even if you act with the identity of the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect and cause a commotion in the blissful sect," Tai Tai He said confidently. "Cause a commotion in the blissful sect?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly when he heard Tai Tai He's words. He shook his head and said with a cold smirk, "I'm going to annihilate the blissful sect. If things go according to plan, after I'm done, the blissful sect will no longer exist in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven territory." Tai Tai He inhaled sharply. A hint of panic could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian asked to be brought to the blissful sect's estate, he thought Duan Ling Tian was only going to stir up a commotion. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian intended to annihilate the blissful sect. Ji Fan shared the same thought as Tai Tai He. Panic set in and his face turned ashen when he learned of Duan Ling Tian's intention. He knew he would not be able to escape if that was Duan Ling Tian's intention. Various thoughts flitted through his mind as his expression changed drastically. Finally, he made up his mind with much determination and said through gritted teeth, "Master Duan, I've decided to sever all ties with the blissful sect. I'll officially announce my decision to the people of the blissful sect immediately once we arrive." "You're smart, Arhat." Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback by Ji Fan's sudden decision. "If you're determined and keep your words, I'll be willing to forget the enmity between us." He had never had a good impression of Ji Fan. However, Ji Fan's determination to live and decisiveness to give up his position as the future sect leader of the blissful sect made his regard for Ji Fan slightly rise. It was not easy to give up on power and status after all. "Thank you, Master Duan," Ji Fan replied before heaving a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and tentatively asked, "Master Duan, did you plan to kill me after we arrived at the blissful sect?" "It did cross my mind," Duan Ling Tian bluntly said. Duan Ling Tian's words sent chills running up Ji Fan's spine. It further deepened his resolve to cut ties with the blissful sect. As he looked in the direction where the blissful sect's estate was located, he thought to himself, "Master, I'm sorry. I have to betray the sect for the sake of my puny life." His master was none other than Lu Zonkong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. "Master, please don't blame me. Whoever was sent by the sect to investigate Duan Ling Tian should be blamed instead. The old ancestor wouldn't have died, and the sect wouldn't have fallen into this situation if they didn't say that Duan Ling Tian's a mere transcender, and we're free to do whatever we want to him." Then, he became immersed in his thoughts about the future and finding a new path to walk on after leaving the blissful sect. At this moment, a thought appeared unbidden in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He looked at Ji Fan and called out, "Arhat. Master Duan, from now on, you can just call me Ji Fan. Since I've decided to sever ties with the blissful sect, I'm no longer the Arhat of the blissful sect," Ji Fan said with a bitter smile. Then, he asked, "Is something the matter, Master Duan? You must possess a Duke-grade floating image pearl, right?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Yes," Ji Fan replied honestly as he nodded. "When we arrive at the blissful sect, remember to use your floating image pearl to record the scene when your 10-direction celestial Duke attacks. All needed later." "Yes, Master Duan," Ji Fan courteously replied. "Master Duan, the 10-direction celestial Duke is my senior granduncle. He's my grandmaster's paternal cousin. I know a thing or two about him, including his expertise. Should I tell you more about him?" He was, naturally, doing this to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian. Alas, he was unsuccessful in his attempt. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and confidently replied with a hint of contempt, "I have no need for such information. A mere 10-direction celestial Duke is nothing. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's display of strength when they were at the Taiyi celestial sect, Ji Fan and Tai Taiyi thought Duan Ling Tian's arrogance was justified. I beg your pardon for interjecting. Indeed, Master Duan's right. With your strength, a mere 10 directions celestial duke's not a concern at all. Ji Fan immediately agreed with Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan, the blissful sect estate is not far away now. Ji Fan said to Duan Ling Tian as he pointed toward the lofty mountains shrouded in mist. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response before he looked at Huaner, who was in the midst of comprehending her celestial method and divine ability. It seemed like she would not wake up for quite some while. Elder Tai, please stay here and take care of Huaner for me. I'll be right back after I deal with the blissful sect. My divine consciousness will always be able to sense you, so rest assured, you're safe here, Duan Ling Tian said to Tai Taiyi. Yes, Master Duan, Tai Taiyi said. In fact, he really wanted to witness Duan Ling Tian annihilating the blissful sect. Alas, he could only comply with Duan Ling Tian's request. Previously, he had treated Duan Ling Tian as an equal and a friend. However, things had subtly changed since he witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength that was comparable to a celestial king. At this moment, he had regarded Duan Ling Tian as being superior to him, and he genuinely respected Duan Ling Tian. Show me the way, Ji Fan. Under Tai Taiyi's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian and Ji Fan flew in the air toward the misty mountains. Although there were many formations protecting the lofty mountains, they did not pose any difficulty to Ji Fan at all. He easily bypassed them. Soon enough, they arrived in the blissful sect's estate. Who goes there? A few disciples from the blissful sect descended from the sky and approached them. When they saw Ji Fan, they hastily bowed down in unison and greeted him. Greetings, Arhat. Ji Fan was the Arhat of the blissful sect, the successor of the sect leader of the blissful sect. It was only natural that most people respected him since his status was only below a few people in the sect. Ji Fan did not reply and raised his hand to mobilize his celestial origin energy that surged into the sky like a hurricane. Shadows in the shape of a palm rained down and struck the disciples, killing them instantly. Meanwhile, a new group of disciples from the blissful sect who had just arrived and was about to greet Ji Fan witnessed this scene. They were frightened, shocked, and confused as they recalled the scene where Ji Fan killed their fellow disciples. Isn't that the Arhat? Why did the Arhat kill the sect's disciples? They were bowing and greeting him, weren't they? Under the disciples' watchful eyes, Ji Fan flew directly above the blissful sect estate and announced in a loud voice, I, Ji Fan, hereby announce that from today onward, I'm severing all ties with the blissful sect. I'm no longer the Arhat nor a disciple of the blissful sect. His voice that had been injected with his celestial origin energy resonated throughout the blissful sect's estate. Chapter 2901. He is Duan Ling Tian. I, Ji Fan, hereby announce that from today onward, I'm severing all ties with the blissful sect. I'm no longer the Arhat nor a disciple of the blissful sect. Ji Fan's voice reverberated through the entire blissful sect's estate, shocking everyone. The disciples of the blissful sect watched in stunned silence as Ji Fan, the Arhat, now former Arhat, of the blissful sect, announced his intention to cut ties with the blissful sect. All of them were dumbstruck and wore a disbelieving and confused expression on their faces. Their Arhat had killed his own sect's people and severed ties with the sect. What was going on? What was wrong with the Arhat? It did not take long before the disciples discovered Duan Ling Tian's presence. He stood there calmly with an apathetic expression on his face. He exuded an aloof and mysterious air. Who's that man? Well, he came with the Arhat. I've never seen him before, so I'm certain he's not from our sect. Since the Arhat decided to cut ties with us, do you think it has something to do with that man? Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect had come out of their residences after hearing Ji Fan's announcement. When they gathered, they looked at each other in confusion as they began to discuss fervently among themselves. Ji Fan has returned. Has he gone mad? Does he know what he's saying? He wants to cut ties with the blissful sect. What's wrong with him? His words are definitely going to infuriate the sect leader. I feel that Ji Fan's acting strange. It's not in his character to do something like that. Is it possible that he has been coerced into saying such words? The disciples of the blissful sect did not stop and continued to discuss among themselves. Is it really the Arhat who has spoken? Sounds like it. I guess he has finally returned. The sect leader and old ancestor are waiting for his return. I bet not even in their wildest dreams did they imagine the Arhat would cut ties with the sect once he returned to the sect. I heard that the Arhat went out with old ancestor Lian. Old ancestor Lian's dead, but the Arhat's alive and well. Nobody knows what had happened at all. The Arhat's acting rather strangely. Could it be related to the old ancestor's death? Ji Fan's words, naturally, caused a huge uproar in the blissful sect's estate. At this moment, a thunderously loud and furious voice resonated through the entire blissful sect. Ji Fan, it's the sect leader. Many of the disciples, naturally, recognized the voice as belonging to Lu Zonkong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. He sounds furious. Of course, he's furious. How could he not be? The Arhat is his direct disciple. If I were him, I'd be furious as well regardless if the Arhat has a good reason for doing this. Well, the sect leader has every reason to be furious. A loud explosion sounded as soon as Lu Zonkong spoke. A tall and stout figure seemed to appear out of thin air at this moment. The figure moved at lightning speed, leaving the air distorted in his wake. So this must be Lu Zonkong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Previously, Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to see Lu Zonkong's movements. After all, just like Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lu Zonkong was also a 9 palaces celestial duke. Lu Zonkong might not be as powerful as Lian, but he was still much more powerful than ordinary 9 palaces celestial dukes. At this moment, Lu Zonkong's appeared slow in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, making it easy for him to see Lu Zonkong's every movement. After all, his strength was now that of a 10 palaces celestial king after it had slightly depleted. How could a 9 palaces celestial dukes hide his movements from a 10 palaces celestial king? With Lu Zonkong's appearance, many people began to fly from all directions of the blissful sect's estate and gathered behind Lu Zonkong. Lu Zonkong finally stopped a distance away from Duan Ling Tian and Ji Fan. He looked at Ji Fan somberly and asked, Ji Fan, do you know what you're saying? Moss. Upon seeing Lu Zonkong, Ji Fan almost instinctively blurted out the word, Master. However, he swallowed the words back when he remembered he had cut ties with the blissful sect. With the thought of the impending disaster that was about to befall the blissful sect in mind, he ignored Lu Zonkong even though there was a feeling of bitterness that rose in his heart. A gust of wind stirred in the air as another group of people appeared behind Lu Zonkong. They were the high-rank officials of the blissful sect. All of them glared at Ji Fan and rebuked him one after another. It was clear they could not wait to skin him alive. Ji Fan, the sect leader is talking to you. Ji Fan, have you grown arrogant and sprouted wings after returning from the wasteland that you don't see the need to bow and greet the sect leader who's your master? You even dare to ignore him. Ji Fan, are you out of your mind? What do you mean by cutting ties with the sect? Ji Fan, even if you regret this, I will no longer acknowledge you as the Arhat of our blissful sect again no matter what. That's right, you're a disgrace to the sect. We won't allow filth like you to tarnish the position of the sect leader of the blissful sect. Ji Fan was, naturally, discomfited and felt pressure from listening to their angry words. Nevertheless, when he recalled the strength of the purple-clad young man next to him, he remained unwavering and resolute. In the end, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and pointed at Lu Zonkong as he said, Master Duan, he's Lu Zonkong, the sect leader of blissful sect. Li Ping, the blissful sect's other old ancestor, isn't here yet. He's a 10 directions celestial duke. Ji Fan, how dare you? Lu Zonkong felt his blood boil when he heard Ji Fan's words. A hint of exasperation could be seen in his eyes as well. Needless to say, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect were similarly incensed by Ji Fan's lack of respect, their faces flushed red in anger. Ji Fan, not only did you disrespect your master, but how dare you disrespect old ancestor Li Ping by addressing him by his name? How impudent! Ji Fan, are you seeking death? Ji Fan, according to the sect rules, you'll be severely punished for disrespecting your elders. That's right, do you think you can leave the sect just because you want to? You were brought up by the sect. You can only leave if the sect agrees to it. Ji Fan, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear to their rebukes. He turned to Duan Ling Tian before humbly gesturing him over. Duan Ling Tian, as poised as usual, stepped forward slowly before he stood in front of Ji Fan. With this, everyone's attention shifted to Duan Ling Tian. They extended their divine consciousness immediately to probe him. Although he could easily stop them from doing so, he chose to let them probe him. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect discovered they could find out Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base, they only managed to find out his age. This purple-clad young man is not even 100 years old. Ji-fan addressed him as Master Duan earlier, and Master Duan is less than 100 years old. Could he be? Is he Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? As soon as they discovered Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, the shocked high-ranking officials of the blissful sect finally realized the purple-clad young man standing before them was Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. Chapter 2902 Li Ping, a celestial king. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect burst into an uproar. All of them were confused and curious as to why Ji-fan, the former arhat of the blissful sect, had brought Duan Ling Tian to their sect's estate. Duan Ling Tian, he's Duan Ling Tian, so, he's the transcender who's not even 100 years old and is widely regarded as the best celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. So he's the person old ancestor Lian went to the wasteland to kill. How's he still alive? What's he doing in the blissful sect's estate? What happened? Why did Ji-fan bring him here? At this moment, Lu Zonkong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian pointedly. He decided to suppress his anger for now as he asked in a deep voice, "So, you're Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect?" Duan Ling Tian did not deign to respond to Lu Zonkong's question. Instead, he asked nonchalantly, "Ji-fan told me that the bunch of you there unanimously decided to kill me." Ji-fan's strange behavior and Duan Ling Tian's presence in the blissful sect's estate gave rise to an ominous feeling in Lu Zonkong's heart. "Why are you here? Was it your people who killed my master?" "No," Duan Ling Tian replied as he shook his head. "No." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's answer, Lu Zonkong looked at Duan Ling Tian intently, trying to gauge if Duan Ling Tian was telling the truth. When he ascertained that Duan Ling Tian was not lying, he felt relieved. Before anyone could say anything, Ji-fan said, "Lian, your blissful sect's old ancestor, overestimated himself and attempted to kill Master Duan. Alas, he died by Master Duan's hand." As soon as Ji-fan finished speaking, the entire place was as silent as a graveyard. The people of the blissful sect were rendered speechless. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes as they exchanged a look among each other. At this moment, an old monk wearing a silver kasaya who was standing behind Lu Zonlong broke the silence. He sneered at Ji-fan before he said, clearly not believing Ji-fan's word, "Ji-fan, do you take us for 3-year-old children? How could this brat who's not even 100 years old kill old ancestor Lian? Ji-fan must have lost his mind. I've already suspected he has gone crazy when he announced he's cutting ties with the blissful sect. With this, I can confirm he has really gone crazy. Did he hit his head and sustain an injury to his brain? How could he utter such nonsense? It's already unbelievable for someone who isn't even 100 years old to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. And yet, he claims that brat killed old ancestor Lian. Only a fool would believe his words. Needless to say, nobody took Ji-fan's words seriously. They thought he had gone crazy. I lost my mind. Ji-fan sneered inwardly when he heard the discussion in his surroundings. However, he did not bother explaining himself. It would only be a waste of his energy. He thought to himself, praying fervently as his eyes darted to the purple figure in front of him. I kept my promise and has cut ties with the blissful sect. I really hope Master Duan would spare my life after he annihilates the blissful sect. Meanwhile, the voices of the people from the blissful sect had reached a crescendo as they discussed among themselves. Duan Ling Tian found the cacophony of noises irritating, so he scoffed before releasing his celestial origin energy, allowing it to ripple into the surroundings within 1,000 meters radius. He had restricted the area to 1,000 meters to increase the energy's destructive power. In the next moment, miserable cries from the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect rang in the air one after another. They were clearly in pain. Meanwhile, the disciples of the blissful sect with poorer cultivations were less fortunate. The energy caused blood to surge out of their orifices, resulting in their deaths. Their corpses dropped like flies to the ground. Upon seeing many disciples falling to the ground, the high-ranking officials extended their divine consciousness to probe them, only to discover the disciples were all dead. Not even the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial disciple survived. It seemed like only those high-ranking officials who were celestial dukes managed to survive. There were, however, a few high-ranking officials with a lower cultivation base who managed to survive as well. However, they suffered minor injuries to their eardrums, and some even bled from their orifices. In any case, A small release of celestial origin energy from the purple-clad young man had successfully killed all the low-ranked disciples of the blissful sect. Dead, they're all dead. At this moment, the expressions of Lu Zhankong and the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed dramatically. Their eyes were widened in horror as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Even Lu Zhankong, a 9 palaces celestial duke, was shocked to the core by the destructive force of Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Although he was also capable of this, he did not think he would be able to do it as effortlessly as Duan Lingtian did. Panicked thoughts surfaced in his mind at this moment. He's definitely stronger than me. In fact, there's a possibility he's even stronger than an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke. Is it really possible that he's a quasi-celestial king? If it's true, then, there's no doubt he's the one who killed Master. Upon witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, a terrifying realization finally dawned on the people of the blissful sect. It seemed like Ji Fan was not lying. With this realization, the atmosphere turned heaven and tense. At this moment, the atmosphere was even worse than when Li Ping, the only surviving old ancestor of the blissful sect, found out about the death of Lian, the late old ancestor of the blissful sect. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian looked into the distance as he extended his divine consciousness to the deepest part of the blissful sect's estate. The corner of lips curled up slightly as though he had discovered something amusing. Interesting. The grounds of the blissful sect's estate suddenly shook and quaked for 15 minutes before it came to a stop. Then, a burst of hearty laughter rang in the air before a voice sounded. I, Li Ping, have finally broken through and become a celestial king. His voice was extremely energetic. A moment later, an uproar erupted among the high-rank officials once again. Did I mishear? Did the old ancestor Li Ping say he has become a celestial king? Old ancestor Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king. It's been 10,000 years since a celestial king had appeared in our blissful sect, right? After 10,000 years, a celestial king finally appeared in the blissful sect again. Senior uncle has broken through and become a celestial king. Lu Zhankong's eyes lit up immediately. A hint of hope could be seen flashing in his eyes. Earlier, he had been worried if Duan Lingtian was a quasi-celestial king. If it were true, Li Ping, who was a 10-direction celestial duke, would definitely not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Relief coursed through his veins now that he heard Li Ping has become a celestial king. The energetic and ancient voice rang in the air again. Fenrir has returned. He had clearly enveloped the entire blissful sect's estate with his divine consciousness and had discovered Ji Fan's presence. Master Duan, it's Li Ping, the other old ancestor of the blissful sect I told you about earlier, Ji Fan promptly said to Duan Lingtian. It seems like he has just broken through and become a celestial king. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he stared intently at Duan Lingtian. He tried to look for signs of fear in Duan Lingtian's eyes as well. After all, if Duan Lingtian was afraid, it meant that Duan Lingtian was not confident he would be able to best Li Ping, who had just become a celestial king. Chapter 2903 The Celestial King Attacks. Ji Fan, the former arhat of the blissful sect, stared at Duan Lingtian unblinkingly, trying to study Duan Lingtian's expression to see if he could glean anything about Duan Lingtian's thought about the breakthrough of Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Currently, he felt as though his heart was in his mouth. If Duan Lingtian was afraid of Li Ping, who had become a celestial king, or was not a match of Li Ping, it meant he had essentially destroyed his own future since he had denounced the blissful sect. He would no longer be able to return as the arhat of the blissful sect. Celestial king. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged even after he heard Ji Fan's words. He surveyed the blissful sect's estate indifferently before his eyes finally landed in the direction of where the voice came from. A small smile could be seen on his face. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's reaction, Ji Fan deduced Duan Lingtian must feel confident, and he sighed in relief inwardly. It was obvious to him that Duan Lingtian did not seem afraid of Li Ping, who had just broken through and became a celestial king. What happened? Why are all these men dead? The loud and clear voice rang again. Obviously, he had just discovered the blissful sect's disciples who were killed by the wave of Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. He is here. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned pointed. An old figure appeared before his eyes. The figure belonged to an old monk, and his speed was much faster than Lu Zhankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. However, he was unsurprised. After all, that old monk, Li Ping, was the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Moreover, Li Ping had just announced he had become a celestial king. Li Ping. He was a 10 directions celestial duke before this, but he has just become a celestial king. Li Ping was now undoubtedly the strongest person in the blissful sect. After all, no one from the sect knew if they had quasi-celestial kings protecting secretly. Even if these reclusive powerhouses were celestial kings, having stayed in the borderlands for so long, their cultivation bases would have deteriorated to that of a quasi-celestial king or a 10 directions celestial duke. For this reason, they were definitely not a match for a real celestial king like Li Ping, who had just had a breakthrough. Moments later, everyone, excluding Duan Ling Tian, saw Li Ping seemingly appear out of thin air next to Lu Zonkong. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he could, naturally, catch Li Ping's movements. Congratulations, senior uncle, for breaking through and becoming a celestial king. Lu Zonkong immediately congratulated Li Ping as soon as Li Ping appeared. Congratulations, old ancestor. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect followed in Lu Zonkong's footsteps and quickly congratulated Li Ping when they regained their senses. However, Li Ping ignored the words of congratulations as he looked at the corpses strewn on the ground. These are our blissful sect's disciples. It seems like they were killed by a wave of celestial origin energy. Even before becoming a celestial king, it would have been easy to determine the cause of the men's death with his divine consciousness, let alone now that he had become a celestial king. His voice gradually turned louder and louder in fury, striking fears into the hearts of the members of the blissful sect, as he said, "Who can tell me what happened?" As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, he finally saw Ji Fan, who was standing across him near Duan Ling Tian. He could tell something was amiss and was about to say something to Ji Fan when one of the elders of the blissful sect standing behind Lu Zonkong spoke up. "Old ancestor." The elder of the blissful sect cried out in anger as he pointed at Ji Fan. Ji Fan brought an outsider back to our sect and announced he's cutting all ties with the blissful sect. All the men are killed by the man Ji Fan brought here. After he finished speaking, he shifted his eyes to Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in front of Ji Fan as he spoke. "What?" Li Ping's expression changed drastically as a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It was the celestial origin energy of a celestial king. It, naturally, sent chills running up the spines of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Zonkong. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect looked at each other and saw their fear in each other's eyes. Although all of them were celestial dukes, they could clearly feel the threat Li Ping posed. So this is the celestial origin energy of a celestial king. A celestial king is truly powerful. On the other hand, although Ji Fan's cultivation base was weaker than those high-ranking officials from the blissful sect, he was not really affected since he was protected by Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in front of him. Nevertheless, his face still turned deathly pale when he saw Li Ping looking at him coldly. Then, Li Ping turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. All of a sudden, he extended his powerful one basic celestial king's divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian. He's not even 100 years old. He was shocked to discover Duan Ling Tian's age. He quickly tried to probe Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base as well, but he yielded no result. Then, he turned to the elder who had spoken earlier and asked with a chilling grin on his face, "You said he's the one who killed our sect's disciples?" His tone turned more and more pointed as he continued to say, "Someone who's not even 100 years old killed so many of our sect's disciples in front of all of you, and yet, all of you are standing motionlessly like a puppet." The elder from the blissful sect broke out in cold sweat, but he remained silent, too afraid to speak. At this moment, Lu Zonking said in a somber tone, "Senior uncle, don't underestimate him just because of his age. He's actually stronger than me. If I'm not mistaken, he's a 10 directions celestial duke at least. In fact, there's a possibility that he's a celestial king." When he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian warily. A 10 directions celestial duke or a celestial king? Li Ping was stunned by Lu Zonkong's words. He instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian skeptically and said with a sneer, "Him? It'd be easy for me, Li Ping, to kill a brat who isn't even 100 years old with my little finger." As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy began to rage before they converged in his right hand. Li Ping, the celestial king, had finally begun to attack. Li Ping pushed his right hand out before his celestial origin energy shot toward Duan Ling Tian's head with a terrifying momentum. The celestial origin energy was palpable and seemed like tens of thousands of soldiers stampeding in the air. It left a series of explosions in its wake as it shot toward Duan Ling Tian. At the crucial moment, The immobilization king method. A golden light appeared on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's skin. Then, in just a blink of an eye, it grew in size and formed the shape of a Buddha as it shrouded Duan Ling Tian, effectively protecting him. A deafening sound rang in the air as Li Ping's palm attack landed on the golden silhouette of the golden Buddha. The golden Buddha shield only rippled, but it remained unbreached. It was like a powerful guardian, loyally protecting Duan Ling Tian. The immobilization king method. Who are you? How did you master the blissful sect celestial method? Although Li Ping did not use much strength in his attack, he was still stunned to see someone who was less than 100 years old surviving his attack. Most importantly, he was thoroughly shocked by the celestial method Duan Ling Tian had used. Was that not the blissful sect's triple trait Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method? Moreover, based on what he could see, it was obvious that Duan Ling Tian had completely mastered the immobilization king method. Senior uncle, Lu Zhankong said to remind Li Ping, he's the one who won our blissful sect's immobilization celestial method during the alchemy conference. He's Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. He continued to say in a tone that grew increasingly grim, I suspect he's probably the one who killed my master. What? He's the Tai celestial sect's chief celestial alchemist. The brat who's not even 100 years but is recognized as the best prominent grade celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. What's the meaning of this? Didn't you say he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Although Li Ping did not attend the alchemy conference, the others had reported everything that happened during the alchemy conference. Chapter 2904 I don't mind killing one more person. Lu Zhankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, and the high-ranking officials of the sect could only smile bitterly in response to Li Ping's questions. As sect leader Lu Zhankong couldn't help but smile bitterly in response to Li Ping's questions. How were they supposed to answer his question? Who should they ask for an answer? Naturally, they did not dare to verbalize this. Finally, still with a bitter smile on his face, Lu Zhankong said, Senior uncle, I didn't attend the alchemy conference in Alchemy City as well. It was my master who told me that Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Then, the high-ranking officials chimed in one after another, going along with Lu Zhankong's words as soon as he finished speaking. That's right, old ancestor. We obtained the information from old ancestor Lian. Yes, we didn't attend the alchemy conference, so we haven't seen the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect prior to today. How could we have known what his cultivation base is? Old ancestor. Upon hearing the high-ranking official's words, Li Ping's expression darkened greatly. He rebuked them immediately. Based on your words, it seems like you're pushing all responsibilities to my late brother. Or all of you trying to blame a dead person. Li Ping's tone was so cold that Lu Zhankong and the others no longer dared to speak. After a brief moment of silence, Li Ping turned to look at Duan Ling Tian with a sneer. If someone had told me that someone who's not even 100 years old would be able to withstand a casual hit from me after I've broken through and become a celestial king, I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't witness it for myself. To be capable of such a feat, you must be a 10-direction celestial duke at least. In fact, you might even be celestial kin, right? Toward the end of his sentence, it was clear he was trying to probe Duan Ling Tian. A celestial king. A small smile could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's face as he cocked an eyebrow. A sense of unease rose in Li Ping's heart for a moment when he saw Duan Ling Tian's composure. He was instantly on alert. He knows I'm a celestial king, and yet, it seems like he has no intention of backing down. He had lived for a long time, and therefore, was much more experienced. He was rash and would think things through before acting. In Li Ping's opinion, there were only 2 reasons why Duan Ling Tian seemed unafraid of him. First, Duan Ling Tian was bluffing and putting on a front to intimidate the blissful sect into backing down. Second, Duan Ling Tian might really come from a powerful clan and was therefore unafraid of the blissful sect. Naturally, he wished the reason was the former. If it were the latter, there was a risk the blissful sect would be annihilated today when he killed Duan Ling Tian. After mulling over it for some time, Li Ping took a deep breath before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Duan Ling Tian, did you kill Brother N? Brother N? Duan Ling Tian seemed confused. Lian, he's my younger cousin, Li Ping said in a low voice. Lian, Duan Ling Tian returned Li Ping's gaze and nonchalantly said, that's right, I killed him because he tried to kill me. It seems like he wasn't the only who wanted to kill me. From what I know, there are many men from the blissful sect who want me dead. Then, he glanced at the people present with a sneer. This is the reason I decided to visit the blissful sect. I don't have a habit of letting those who want to kill me live. At the end of his sentence, his voice was icy, and his gaze flashed with killing intent. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence, Li Ping's expression changed. Similarly, the expressions of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed drastically as well. They knew Duan Ling Tian was referring to them. Before Lian, the late old ancestor of the blissful sect, brought Ji Fan with him to the Tai Yi celestial sect in the wasteland to kill Duan Ling Tian, they had convened for a meeting. During the meeting, everyone unanimously voted for Duan Ling Tian to be killed. After all, based on their investigation, they ascertained Duan Ling Tian did not come from a powerful clan in the central area. Alas, at this moment, they could finally see how wrong their decision was. Even if Duan Ling Tian was not from a powerful clan in the central area, it was terrifying enough that he was a 10-direction celestial duke or possibly a celestial king. Someone like that was not someone the blissful sect could afford to offend. At this moment, many of the high-ranking officials in the blissful sect sighed in relief inwardly as various thoughts flitted through their minds. The consensus was most of them were extremely glad Li Ping had a breakthrough and become a celestial king at the crucial moment. All of them fervently hoped Li Ping would kill Duan Ling Tian. How lucky, we're lucky old ancestor Li Ping broke through at this moment and became a celestial king. Otherwise, he might not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. The heavens are really looking out for our sect. If old ancestor Lian didn't become a celestial king, our sect would probably be annihilated. After all, a celestial king wouldn't be afraid even if we have hidden quasi-celestial kings protecting us. With old ancestor Li Ping's current strength, it shouldn't be hard for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. Contrary to the expectations of the people from the blissful sect, Li Ping did not make a move. He seemed very cautious. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, "Duan Ling Tian, since you've already killed brother and, don't you think you should let this matter go?" I'll let the matter go as well. Although he was more inclined to believe Duan Ling Tian was just putting on a front to intimidate them, he did not dare to take the risk. After all, if he was wrong, it would be the end of the blissful sect. Let the matter go. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard Li Ping's words. Then, he burst into laughter. When his laughter subsided, he said, "Well, I don't think I can let things go. Ji Fan told me you weren't present at the meeting where everyone decided to kill me. For this reason, I'll spare your life. However, as for everyone else, they'll have to die." At the end of his sentence, his eyes found Lu Zonkong and the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Ji Fan had told him all these people had voted to kill him. One of the elders from the blissful sect glared at Duan Ling Tian spitefully as he mockingly said, "Duan Ling Tian, our old ancestor is now a celestial king. He's magnanimous enough by sparing your life. If you continue talking, don't blame us for killing you." "That's right, you want to kill all of us. Can you even defeat our old ancestor?" Another blissful sect's elder said. All the blissful sect's high-ranking officials, including Lu Zonkong, regarded Li Ping as their lifeline. They were confident Li Ping was strong enough to protect all of them. Duan Ling Tian grinned. "So all of you think Li Ping will be able to protect you?" Duan Ling Tian's grin made the uneasy feeling rise in Li Ping's heart again. He began to grow more warier by the minute. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, "Duan Ling Tian, all of them are the pillars of the blissful sect. Killing all of them is no different from annihilating the blissful sect. I agree we're at fault. If you let this matter go, I promise the blissful sect will compensate you accordingly. If it's within our means, we will not refuse your request." Based on Li Ping's words, it was obvious he was trying to defuse the situation and come to a peaceful solution. He was clearly trying to save the lives of Lu Zonkong and the others. After all, after becoming a celestial king, he had no thought of staying in the 6 southeastern regions. He had already made up his mind to leave for the central area as soon as he could. If he did not leave, his cultivation base would only deteriorate, and it would cause his cultivation progress to slow down in the future. Without him in the blissful sect, if Duan Ling Tian killed Lu Zonkong and the others, the blissful sect was as good as dead. He, naturally, did not want this to happen, nor would he allow it to happen. Old ancestor. All the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, apart from Lu Zonkong, cried out in unison when they heard Li Ping's words. They were confused. Why did it seem like Li Ping was negotiating with Duan Lingtian? In their opinion, Li Ping should just kill Duan Lingtian. Lu Zonkong, who had remained silent, vaguely felt that something was amiss. He quickly sent a voice transmission to the high-ranking officials of the sect. Everyone, don't you find it strange that Duan Lingtian remains unafraid of our old ancestor even though he knows our old ancestor is now a celestial king? How sure are we that he isn't from a powerful clan in the central area? He's not even a 100 years old, but he's a 10-direction celestial duke, if not a celestial king. Could someone like that come from an ordinary background? Moreover, it seems like our old ancestor is trying to come to a compromise. He's probably worried killing Duan Lingtian would bring disaster to the blissful sect. Upon hearing Lu Zonkong's voice transmission, the high-ranking officials of the sect fell silent. On second thought, it did seem risky to kill. At this moment, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes that were flashing coldly at Li Ping as he said, "Sorry. I came to kill all of them today. I will not compromise on this. Li Ping, you should stand aside and watch. Otherwise, I don't mind killing one more person." Chapter 2905 Li Ping attacks. All the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect heard Duan Lingtian's statement, causing them to feel chills running up their spines. At this moment, many of them were overwhelmed with fear. Since Duan Lingtian dared to make such a bold claim at this moment, it was likely that he was confident about being able to kill them. There might be a possibility he was just putting on a front to intimidate them, but they were becoming increasingly uneasy and unsure about what is true or not. "You don't mind killing one more person?" Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, said scornfully. "Duan Lingtian, I'm only compromising out of respect for your clan. Don't mistake it for me being afraid of you." His words were dripping with disdain. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes imperceptibly as he calmly asked, "Is that so?" "No matter what, I won't stand by idly and watch while you kill all of them. You'll have to pass through me if you want to kill them," Li Ping said in a deep voice. As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, a dense and vast aura surged out of his body, causing the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect to shudder. The aura placed a heavy pressure on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Only Lu Zonkong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, fared better than the others. Even then, his expression was grim. It was clear he felt the pressure as well. Currently, Li Ping had released all his celestial origin energy without holding back. Wave after wave of his terrifying celestial origin energy rolled out into the blissful sect's estate. At this moment, every other member of the sect in the estate could clearly feel it. Many disciples discussed among themselves as they made their way to the source of the energy. Naturally, they did not dare to come near, they only dared to watch from afar. Such a powerful aura. Does it belong to old ancestor Li Ping? So this is the aura of a celestial king. It did not take long for the disciples of the blissful sect to discover the corpses strewn on the ground. It belonged to the disciples who had come earlier to watch the show. The new group of disciples began to speculate among themselves again. What happened? Why are so many disciples dead? Isn't that Senior Huang Bin? He was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How did he die? There are no visible wounds on any of them. However, they seem to have bled through their eyes, noses, and ears. No visible injuries. It doesn't seem like they're killed by a soul attack. It's likely they're killed by a soundwave of celestial origin energy. Heavens, just the celestial origin energy is enough to kill our senior brothers. How powerful is the culprit exactly? The culprit's cultivation base should at least be on par with Lord's sect leader. Soon enough, the disciples' attention shifted to the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. "It's Lord's sect leader. The elders are here as well. Is that old ancestor Li Ping?" "I think so. However, don't you think old ancestor Li Ping seems extremely wary of that purple-clad young man? Look, isn't that person standing next to the purple-clad young man our Arhat? Didn't you hear? Earlier, Arhat announced his intention to sever all ties with our sect. Do you think he plans to join the purple-clad young people's sect instead? Well, the purple-clad young man must be remarkable if our old ancestor is wary of him. Our senior brothers are most likely killed by the purple-clad young man." At this moment, the eyes of the disciples of the blissful sect were trained on Duan Lingtian. Anxiety and fear could be seen churning in the depths of their eyes. After all, the dead disciples on the ground were far stronger than them. How could they not be afraid of the purple-clad young man releasing a wave of his celestial origin energy to kill them? Lord Sect Leader and the elders have been here for a while now. The old ancestor has just arrived not too long ago. Don't tell me the others didn't fight with the purple-clad young man at all before the old ancestor came. Since Lord Sect Leader and the elders didn't make a move even after the purple-clad young man killed so many disciples of our sect, it's quite clear the purple-clad young man is extremely powerful. Let alone Lord Sect Leader, even the old ancestor seems wary of him. Who's he? Is he really a 10 Directions Celestial Duke? I have never heard of there being such a young 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the 6 southeastern regions. Well, it doesn't matter who he is. Now that our old ancestor is here, he'll be greatly injured if not dead. That's only natural since old ancestor Li Ping is now a celestial king. All of the disciples from the blissful sect speculated among themselves and came to the conclusion that Duan Ling Tian must be very strong. Otherwise, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect would have taken action immediately after seeing so many disciples being killed. Nevertheless, their confidence in Li Ping was unwavering even if they could discern Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Lu Zonkong. It was only natural since they knew Li Ping had broken through and become a celestial king. In the 6 southeastern regions and the entire borderlands, celestial kings were invincible. It seems like you're determined to stop me. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Li Ping's raging celestial origin energy that looked terrifyingly fierce. His eyes flashed coldly for a brief moment. The cold light in Duan Ling Tian's eyes did not escape Li Ping's notice. Fear gradually grew in his heart as a thought appeared unbidden in his mind. He found it difficult to dismiss the thought. Could he be stronger than a 10 Directions Celestial Duke? Is he a celestial king as well? Duan Ling Tian said, since you're determined to stop me, you'll have to die along with the rest of them. A terrifying aura surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body as soon as he finished speaking. His aura was clearly stronger and more terrifying compared to Li Ping's. At this moment, Li Ping's expression changed drastically, and his face turned deadly pale. Similarly, the expressions of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed drastically as well when they sensed Duan Ling Tian's aura. Their eyes flashed with a mixture of panic, desperation, and fear. After all, they could acutely feel the difference between Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy. The gap was so wide, the difference was like between heaven and earth. Before the people from the blissful sect could react, a purple energy wave rolled from Duan Ling Tian's body toward Li Ping. Li Ping had already prepared himself for Duan Ling Tian's attack. Therefore, he reacted immediately as soon as Duan Ling Tian attacked, casting his defensive technique. An almost solid-looking golden Buddha's silhouette shrouded him immediately and protected him. Apart from that, a huge translucent bell could be seen near him as well. The Immobilization King method, the mythical bell guard. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect could, naturally, tell Li Ping had cast the sect's triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, and the sect's double-trait Duke-grade divine ability, the mythical bell guard. Defense-wise, both were first-rate. Seeing this, they grew hopeful, thinking, perhaps, Li Ping would be able to defend against Duan Ling Tian. It seemed like they had forgotten just how terrifying Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy was. Meanwhile, Ji Fan, the former arhat of the blissful sect, had quickly taken out his floating image Peril as soon as Duan Ling Tian made a move. However, he discovered Duan Ling Tian's speed was too fast. He's too fast, I can't even record his movements. Ji Fan continued thinking to himself, fortunately, it seems like the old ancestor has no intention of fleeing. At the very least, I'll still be able to record the moment when Master Duan's attack lands on the old ancestor's defenses. I wonder if Master Duan will be able to breach the old ancestor's defenses. Since the old ancestor cast 2 defensive techniques, I think it'd be difficult even for a 2-formed celestial king, who hasn't mastered any offensive Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability, to breach the old ancestor's defenses. Ji Fan was unharmed by Li Ping's celestial origin energy since he was somewhat protected, standing behind Duan Ling Tian. It was also for this reason he did not realize the huge gap between Duan Ling Tian and Ji Fan's celestial origin energies. Chapter 2906 Li Ping's death. Ji Fan, the former arhat of the blissful sect, was still lost in his thoughts when Duan Ling Tian's purple celestial origin energy that surged out violently crashed onto the silhouette of the golden Buddha that was protecting Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, in just a blink of an eye. the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect heard another explosion before they saw the silhouette of a golden Buddha shrouding Li Ping being shattered by Duan Ling Tian's purple energy. It did not even manage to endure for a minute before it was easily destroyed by Duan Ling Tian's energy. No, Li Ping roared, unresigned, as his golden Buddha silhouette was destroyed by Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a mini bell appeared in his hand. His celestial origin energy entered the bell, causing it to shine brilliantly. Duan Ling Tian watched as numerous translucent and complicated runes shot out of the mini bell in Li Ping's hand as soon as Li Ping sent his celestial origin energy into it. Then, the runes merged with the giant bell hovering next to Li Ping. In just an instant, runes appeared on the surface of the giant bell. It was clear it was the runes from the mini bell. Based on this, a thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind: royal-grade celestial weapon. The blissful sect has 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. One of them is in the possession of their 10 directions celestial duke, and the other one is in the possession of their sect leader. He had learned about this from Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Since he did not find any royal-grade celestial weapon in Li An's spatial ring after killing him, it stood to reason the royal-grade celestial weapon must have been in the possession of the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping. An explosion rang in the air again. Duan Ling Tian did not waste any time. As soon as the runes appeared on the giant bell's surface, he cast the Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. His attack landed true on the giant bell. A series of loud explosions rang in the air again as the giant bell trembled. The runes seemed to be disappearing at a rapid speed as well. I didn't expect your defense would grow so much stronger after you use your royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback by the improvement in Li Ping's defense after he began to use the royal-grade celestial weapon. After all, earlier, it has been easy for him to destroy Li Ping's immobilization king method. Although Duan Ling Tian did not use all his strength, and his attack was weakened by the first layer of Li Ping's defense, it was not much weaker than before. Therefore, he had managed to successfully get rid of all the runes on the surface of the giant bell. Based on the situation and the addition of the royal-grade celestial weapon, it seemed like he had to attack once more to destroy the bell and kill Li Ping. At this moment, Li Ping suddenly cried out with a frightened expression on his face, "Duan Ling Tian, I surrender. From today onward, I'll cut ties with the blissful sect and will no longer be the old ancestor of the blissful sect. The blissful sect's affairs have nothing to do with me now. Please show mercy." Humans were inherently selfish. Perhaps, Li Ping might have sincerely thought he would be able to sacrifice everything he had for the blissful sect in the past. However, now that his life was on the line, it was clear that it was not true. Moreover, he had just broken through and become a celestial king. He was planning to leave the borderlands for the central area soon. If he kept a low profile, his future would be boundless. However, if he died now, everything would be for naught. His death would not even count for anything. Once he died, there was no doubt all the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect would be killed as well. The blissful sect would be destroyed. At that time, would there even be anyone left who remembered his sacrifice for the sect? Therefore, in the end, he came to the conclusion that his life was more precious than the sect. "It's too late," Duan Ling Tian said flatly with a cold gaze. He remained indifferent to Li Ping's frightened expression. As soon as the runes on Li Ping's giant bell disappeared, it did not take long for the giant bell to disappear as well. In just half a breath's time, the giant bell was destroyed by Duan Ling Tian after the runes disappeared. Once both layers of Li Ping's defenses fell, Duan Ling Tian's attack fell on Li Ping and devoured him like a ferocious beast. Just like that, Li Ping, a one basic celestial king, had died. After Li Ping's death, the remnants of Duan Ling Tian's attack did not die down. It continued to explode, seemingly endlessly, in the spot where Li Ping was standing. The series of explosions stirred up a gust of violent wind that blew against the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. High-ranking officials. Those with a lower cultivation base staggered several steps back to resist the force of the wind with pale faces. Apart from that, even the group of disciples watching from afar was affected by the remnants of Duan Ling Tian's attack. Although they were standing far away, their cultivation bases were really weak. Many of them were sent flying back and some even suffered internal injuries. A fight between strong powerhouses would, naturally, a wide area around them. It was inevitable and no surprise that the backlash from the fight would injure onlookers. Scatter. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian dispersed the raging purple energy. Peace was restored immediately. It seemed as though the purple energy was never there at all. Come. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and brought the spatial ring and mini bell that was hovering in the air to him. Indeed, it's a royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian confirmed the bell's grade as soon as he touched it. It's rather powerful. Based on how well it worked with the blissful sect's defensive divine ability, it should work well with my Eastern Purple Chi as well. With these thoughts in mind, Duan Ling Tian's skin began to glow purple. The purple energy formed a shield surrounding him. Then, he moved the bell in his hand. In just an instant, runes began to shoot out from the mini bell and appeared on the surface of the purple shield. I wonder if this royal-grade celestial weapon can improve the defenses of my celestial method as well. Duan Ling Tian quickly cast the celestial method he won from the blissful sect, the immobilization king method. A golden Buddha silhouette appeared and shrouded him in the purple energy shield. He shook the bell again, and sure enough, runes appeared on the golden Buddha as well. His eyes lit up immediately when he saw this. It works. He could clearly feel his defense was stronger now. He studied the bell in his hand and thought to himself, it seems like the bell is a defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. After arriving in this Devata realm, Duan Ling Tian learned that there were a few types of celestial weapons. Defensive celestial weapons were one of them, and the bell in his hand is exactly a defensive celestial weapon. While Duan Ling Tian is testing out the royal-grade celestial weapon, none of the blissful sect members dared to make a sound or move a muscle. All of them were staring at Duan Ling Tian anxiously and fearfully. They were worried that one wrong move would get them killed. After all, even the strongest person in the blissful sect, Li Ping, had been killed. They might not have been as afraid if Li Ping did not become a celestial king. After all, the quasi-celestial kings secretly protecting their sect would surely be able to save them. However, if Duan Ling Tian could kill a celestial king, would he even need to be afraid of those quasi-celestial kings? Although Li Ping had just recently become a celestial king, he was stronger than those quasi-celestial kings whose cultivation bases had deteriorated due to their prolonged stay in the borderlands. Since Duan Ling Tian could easily kill Li Ping, it would be even easier for him to kill those quasi-celestial kings. Chapter 2907 Shirking Responsibilities. In the distance, the terror in the eyes of the group disciples from the blissful sect intensified when they saw what happened. All of them were worried Duan Ling Tian would kill them even though they were not sure of the purpose of his visit to the sect. Regardless, they knew if Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill them, Lu Zonkong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, would not be able to protect them. After all, Duan Ling Tian had no problem killing Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Based on this, it could be seen that it would be easy for Duan Ling Tian to destroy the entire blissful sect if he so wished. The disciples from the blissful sect furtively discussed among themselves. Who's he? The old ancestor called him Duan Ling Tian earlier. The name Duan Ling Tian sounds familiar. Duan Ling Tian, isn't he the chief celestial alchemist of the Wasteland's Taiyi celestial sect? He caused an uproar in the 6 southeastern regions. That's right, it's him, the chief celestial alchemist of the Wasteland's Taiyi celestial sect is also called Duan Ling Tian. No wonder this name sounds so familiar to me. It's not possible that this person is the same person as that Duan Ling Tian, right? You're overthinking things. The chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect is not even 100 years old. Although he's widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, it's not possible for him to be so powerful at such a young age. Exactly. This person should be a celestial king, at least. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill old ancestor Li Ping so easily. Old ancestor Li Ping used one of our 2 sect guarding celestial weapons, the 10,000 Talismans Bell. Even then, he couldn't withstand Duan Ling Tian's attacks. Based on this, I'm afraid Duan Ling Tian is a 3-talent celestial king, at least. I agree. After all, Duan Ling Tian didn't use any celestial weapon when he attacked. Why did he come to our blissful sect? He won't kill us, right? We don't stand a chance at all if he decides to kill us. Surely he won't bother killing us since he's so powerful, right? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to the disciples from the blissful sect. Instead, his pointed gaze was firmly trained on Lu Zonkong and the other high-ranking officials from the blissful sect. Now, it's time to settle our grievances. When Li Zhankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect saw Duan Ling Tian's pointed gaze, their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, an elder from the blissful sect who was standing behind Lu Zhankong stepped forward. He had a nervous expression on his face as he said with a stutter, Di Duan. Di Duan Ling Tian. O old A ancestor Li and acted on his own. He didn't go to the Taiyi celestial sect under the blissful sect's order. This is all a misunderstanding. The blissful sect has nothing to do with it. It's not our fault. An expression of relief briefly flitted past the faces of Lu Zhankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect when they heard the elder's words. Although they did hold a meeting and decided to kill Duan Ling Tian, it was certainly not a good time to admit to it now. There was no doubt all of them would die if they admitted it. After all, even Li Ping, their sect's old ancestor, who had broken through recently and became a celestial king, was no match for Duan Ling Tian. They would not even have a chance to escape. It would be a walk in the park for Duan Ling Tian to kill all of them. Another blissful sect's elder stepped forward, supporting the other elder's words. Yes, it's true, Master Duan, we didn't order old ancestor Li and to go to the Taiyi celestial sect and kill you. He went on his own accord to seek revenge because he felt you were too arrogant and pretentious during the alchemy conference. He didn't dare to attack you back then because he thought you came from a powerful clan in the central area. When he returned to our sect, he used our sect's intelligence network to investigate you. When he discovered you didn't have an extraordinary clan, he brought Ji Fan with him to the Taiyi celestial sect to kill you. The elder paused for a moment before he shifted his gaze to Ji Fan, the former arhat of the blissful sect, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian. He looked at Ji Fan coldly before he continued to say, Ji Fan is the one who incited old ancestor Li and to kill you. He's only trying to shirk all responsibilities and protect himself by pushing all the blame to the sect and saying it's the sect's decision to kill you. He spoke with feigned sincerity, clearly trying to win Duan Ling Tian's trust. Before the elder could continue speaking, Ji Fan, who had just put his floating image peril away, cried out furiously, Rubbish! Elder Yuan, stop talking nonsense. I admit I attended the meeting pertaining to killing Master Duan. I admit I even voted for Master Duan to be killed. However, don't think you can shift all the blame to me. I refuse to shoulder the blame for all of you. His expression was cold when he spoke. Apart from Lu Zhankong, the other high-ranking officials spoke up one after another, turning against Ji Fan now that they were faced with their impending deaths. All of them shifted the blame to him, in hopes of turning him into a scapegoat. Ji Fan, you're clearly the culprit. We have no quarrel with you in the past, why must you implicate us? Ji Fan, you and old ancestor Li and went to kill Master Duan without our consent, and yet, you expect all of us to pay the price for your wrongdoing now. Ji Fan, do you think you can fool Master Duan? Master Duan is wise. I'm sure he knows it was all you and old ancestor Li An's doings. Meanwhile, the group of disciples from the blissful sect who was standing in the distance was stunned when they overheard their sect elder's words. The elders are addressing Duan Ling Tian as Master Duan. Wait, most importantly, based on their words, it seems like this person truly is Duan Ling Tian from the Wasteland's Taiyi celestial sect. Is he really Master Duan from the Wasteland's Taiyi celestial sect? No, that's unlikely. The Taiyi celestial sect's Master Duan hasn't even reached 100 years old. His accomplishments and skills in alchemy are already mind-blowing, and now you're saying he's also a celestial king. You must be joking. All of the disciples knew Duan Ling Tian was from the Wasteland's Taiyi celestial sect. They knew he was widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, even though he had not even reached the age of 100. However, that was the extent of their knowledge about Duan Ling Tian. That's right, it's impossible for them to be the same person. That's right, wouldn't he be a freak if he's such an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist and also a celestial king at such a young age? How could there be someone like that in this world? I agree, I think it's highly unlikely for them to be the same person. Soon enough, the tide of the conversation among the group of disciples from the blissful sect changed. But how can there be such a coincidence? Didn't you hear the elders talking about the grievances between Duan Ling Tian and old ancestor Li and during the alchemy conference? To my knowledge, there's only one person called Duan Ling Tian who attended the alchemy conference. So, he's really that Duan Ling Tian. Incredible. This is too incredible. How could the disciples not be shocked speechless that the purple-clad young man in front of them, a 3-talent celestial king at least, was the chief celestial alchemist from the Wasteland's Taiyi celestial sect as well. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian scoffed when he heard the blissful sect's elders trying to shift all the blame to Ji Fan. The elders from the blissful sect fell silent immediately when they heard Duan Ling Tian scoffing. Ji Fan looked at the group of elders from the blissful sect coldly before he grimly said to Duan Ling Tian, "Master Duan, even if you kill me today, I stand by my words that these elders all voted to kill you." Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, the group of elders from the blissful sect who had just fallen silent began to protest vehemently. "Ji Fan, how dare you lie about our involvement in this matter? It was clearly your idea. Master Duan, don't listen to Ji Fan. He knows he won't be able to get away with it, so he's trying to implicate all of us as well." "It's true, Ji Fan is lying, Master Duan." The elders were sweating profusely as they tried to convince Duan Ling Tian of their innocence again. Duan Ling Tian did not even deign to respond to the elders. Instead, he looked at Lu Zonkong and asked, "Sect leader Lu, what do you have to say about this?" Lu Zonkong, who had remained silent all this while, finally spoke up. "Master Duan, it's just as the elders said. The blame lies solely on the shoulders of my unworthy disciple, Ji Fan, and my master, Lian. However, if you still feel dissatisfied after killing my master and disciple, you can kill me as well, Master Duan." Chapter 2908 Curtain drops. "Although I played no part in their attempt to kill you, they're my master and disciple. I have to bear some responsibility as well." The expression of Li Zonkong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, was one of sincerity as he said, "However, I hope you'll spare our sect's elders who are completely innocent." As soon as Lu Zonkong finished speaking, Ji Fan, the former arhat of the blissful sect, burst out laughing. When his laughter subsided, he said, "Lu Zonkong, although I've been your direct disciple for years, I never knew you had this side to you. You really know how to act. Grandmaster, you, me, and all the elders. All of us unanimously decided to kill Duan Ling Tian. But now, you're trying to shift all the blame to me and Grandmaster." A sneer could be seen on his face as he continued to say, "If what you say is true, why didn't you try to explain yourself earlier? Why are you only scrambling to explain yourselves after Master Duan killed Li Ping?" The group of high-ranking officials from the blissful sect panicked again when Ji Fan brought up their conduct earlier. "Master Duan, don't listen to him. Master Duan, he is lying. Master Duan, he is spouting nonsense." However, Duan Ling Tian paid no heed to them at this moment. The more these people tried to deny their involvement, the more certain he was that Ji Fan did not lie to him. Moreover, he had interrogated Ji Fan directly after killing Lian, the other old ancestor of the blissful sect. At that time, Ji Fan was so utterly frightened that it was impossible for him to lie at the moment, even if he were to be given the courage of a lion. The group of elders from the blissful sect was still scrambling to explain themselves and shift all the blame on Ji Fan when Duan Ling Tian scoffed. His expression was even colder than before, making everyone feel as though the surroundings' temperature had drastically dropped. Before Lu Zonkong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect could even react, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent as a golden Buddha's silhouette appeared. A purple energy surged out of his body at the same time. When the golden Buddha's silhouette merged with the purple energy, it turned lifelike. With a wave of his hand, purple palm prints fell like torrential rain on the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. "No!" Lu Zonkong could only cry out miserable in a voice laden with despair, clearly unresigned, when he finally regained his senses and was drowned in the palm prints. Meanwhile, the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, whose strength was inferior to Lu Zonkong, had not even regained their senses before they were killed by the shower of palm prints. For a moment, a shower of blood rained down on the blissful sect's estate, dyeing the ground red. When the rain of blood finally stopped, the metallic stench permeated the entire estate. The disciples from the blissful sect felt like throwing up when the smell of blood wafted into their noses. Although they could not see Duan Ling Tian's movements at all, seeing the shower of blood and Duan Ling Tian collecting a large number of spatial rings, they knew that the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect had died. All of them were terrified. Many of them wanted to throw up from the reek of the blood in the air, but they endured it, fearing they might draw the ire of the purple-clad young man standing in the distance. Meanwhile, after Duan Ling Tian collected all the spatial rings, he looked at his hands as he clenched them a few times. An expression of fascination could be seen on his face as he thought to himself, how good would it be if this strength doesn't fade away? At this moment, He felt as though he was truly unrivaled in the 6 southeastern regions. He felt as though he had the world in the palms of his hands. He was truly fond of this feeling. Duan Ling Tian's strength was similar to that of a 10 directions celestial king today. It had been so easy for him to kill Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, who had recently broken through and became a celestial king. It was even easier for him to kill all the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian's true strength was incomparable to the strength he possessed after using the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Alas, the strength granted to him by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon was fast depleting. Killing Li Ping and the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect took a lot of the strength granted to him by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. He sighed inwardly, lost in his thoughts. Unfortunately, with every use, the strength would deplete. It seems like I've used quite a bit of it. At this moment, my strength is probably comparable to an 8 trigrams celestial duke. Meanwhile, Ji Fan, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, was laden with anxiety. After all, he did not know if Duan Ling Tian would kill him or spare him. Every second was agonizing to him as he waited for Duan Ling Tian to act. Duan Ling Tian, who was still lost in his thoughts, shook his head. I'm a little too greedy. I'm lucky enough to obtain this consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that's able to grant me the power of an ordinary celestial lord. Even if it doesn't last, I should be thankful. Not everyone is so lucky after all. Any other person in Duan Ling Tian's shoes would have the same thoughts as well. If one was ignorant, one, naturally, would not know what one was missing. However, if one experienced something amazing, it was only natural to be reluctant to part with it. When Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses, he turned to look at Ji Fan and lightly asked, "Those people who voted to kill me, are there any who escaped?" Ji Fan was momentarily taken aback when Duan Ling Tian spoke to him. Then, he shook his head and hastily replied, "No, no. There are a few elders left, but they weren't in the sect when he had that meeting." Then, as though he was speaking to himself, he mumbled in a soft voice, "Well, I can't say that none of the culprits escaped." Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow and asked, "So there are people who escaped?" Well, I mean, there's me." Ji Fan pointed to himself nervously. "You?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Ji Fan indifferently, and he did not continue down that line of conversation. Instead, he asked, "I asked you to record me killing Li Ping with your floating image pearl. Did you do it?" Although it was unexpected that he had broken through and became a celestial king, he stood at one spot from the beginning until the end when I killed him. Under such circumstances, your Duke-grade floating image pearl should still be able to record his death. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Ji Fan and continued to say, "Don't tell me you've forgotten this task. Otherwise, don't blame me for going back on my words and killing you." Ji Fan hastily replied, I recorded it, Master Duan. I recorded it." He sighed in relief inwardly, glad he did not forget the task he was entrusted with. "Good, I have another task for you." Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he said, "If you complete the next task well, I'll disregard the enmity between us. Otherwise, you should know what the consequences are." Faced with Duan Ling Tian's threat, Ji Fan earnestly said, "You can rest assured, Master Duan. I, Ji Fan, will make sure to complete this task well." After acknowledging Ji Fan's words, Duan Ling Tian no longer paid any attention to Ji Fan. He turned around and left. Ji Fan sighed in relief as he watched Duan Ling Tian disappear into the fog from the formations. Then, he flew toward the disciples from the blissful sect. The disciples from the blissful sect, who just sighed in relief after Duan Ling Tian left, tensed up again when they saw Ji Fan approaching them. The disciples' expressions changed drastically, but all of them respectfully greeted Ji Fan in unison. Arhat. It was as though they did not hear Ji Fan openly proclaiming that he was severing ties with the blissful sect earlier. Since they were standing in the distance earlier, they did not hear the conversation between Ji Fan and Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, they were unaware that Duan Ling Tian no longer had anything to do with Ji Fan after assigning him a final task. They instinctively thought Ji Fan must have a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian, someone who was a 3-talent celestial king, at least. However, even if they were privy to the conversation, they still would not dare to act disrespectfully toward Ji Fan. After all, Ji Fan was much stronger than them. Thus, they were extremely deferential toward Ji Fan. Ji Fan looked at the disciples from the blissful sect indifferently and said, "I need your help with something." Despite the indifference in Ji Fan's voice, the disciples from the blissful sect felt chills running up their spines when they heard him speak. They did not dare to dally and quickly responded with a, yes. Chapter 2909 Next Destination, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Master Duan, Tai Tai He, the Supreme Elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, greeted Duan Ling Tian as soon as Duan Ling Tian emerged from the fog. He had been waiting outside the blissful sect's estate, and due to the fog from the formations, he was not able to see what happened there. His eyes that seemed as bottomless as an ancient well flickered faintly when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Elder Tai. Duan Ling Tian returned to Tai Tai He's side. After greeting Tai Tai He glanced at Huaner, who was still comprehending her celestial method and divine ability. Then, he turned back to look at Tai Tai He and said with flashing eyes, Elder Tai, I'll have to trouble you to lead me to the general region next. General region? Tai Tai He looked at Duan Ling Tian blankly. Then, he asked in confusion, Master Duan, although the cross region borders the general region, it's on the other side of where we are. Why do you want to go to the general region? The general region was located in the opposite direction of the direction they had to take to return to the wasteland, after all. I'm going to make a trip to the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Duan Ling Tian bluntly replied, but he did not explain further. His eyes that were gleaming flashed even brighter than before like stars in the night sky. Before coming to the blissful sect, he had already decided to visit the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Naturally, he did not plan to take her away against her will. There was no doubt that Marong Bing was his woman. He wished that she would be able to live a safe and stable life. If Marong Bing left the 6 southeastern regions, and the borderlands and followed him to the central area, it was only natural that she would have to face dangerous situations. He could not selfishly let her brave dangers for his sake. After all, his future was riddled with uncertainties. Who knew if he would die? Moreover, she had spent all her life, relatively sheltered, in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, so she might have trouble adjusting to new surroundings. Therefore, after mulling over the matter, he decided it was not a bad thing if she continued to stay in the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a pretty good option. When he had gained enough strength and had rescued his wives Ka and Li Fei, and his family from the divine offering land, he would return to the southern heaven territory again to take Marong Bing away. He knew it would not be an easy task to gain enough strength in 10 years to rescue Ka, Li Fei, and the others from the divine offering land. The path he needed to take to grow stronger would certainly be fraught with dangers. He did not want Marong Bing to walk down this treacherous and vicious path with him. The general region was just next to cross region, therefore, their journey was faster compared to if they were traveling from the wasteland. With Tai Tai He's speed, it would take them a few months to arrive at their destination. Not long after they left the blissful sect, Tai Tai He finally could not suppress his curiosity and asked, Master Duan, why you didn't really kill all the high-ranking officials in the blissful sect, did you? He knew very well the blissful sect was the second strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, after all. Their strength was only inferior to the profound heaven celestial sect. I did, Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently with a faint nod. All the blissful sect members who voted to kill have been killed, including Lu Zonkong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Ji Fan is the only exception. His tone was extremely nonchalant, as though he was speaking about an insignificant matter that had nothing to do with him. Although Tai Tai He had mentally prepared himself for this outcome, he still could not help but inhale sharply when he heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. Oh, right, I did kill one person who didn't have anything to do with the plan to kill me. However, since he tried to stop me from killing Lu Zonkong and the others, I had to kill him, Duan Ling Tian said tonelessly. Someone tried to stop you from killing Lu Zonkong and others? Tai Tai He asked in confusion. However, his eyes widened as realization dawned on him. Master Duan, are you talking about Li Ping, the other old ancestor of the blissful sect? It was not difficult for him to guess the identity of the person Duan Ling Tian mentioned. After all, after the death of Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lu Zonkong was the only 9 palaces celestial duke left in the blissful sect. Someone who tried to stop Duan Ling Tian from killing Lu Zonkong, naturally, had to be stronger than Lu Zonkong. Only one person fit this criterion, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect and a 10-direction celestial duke. Naturally, he was unaware that Li Ping had a breakthrough and became a celestial king. Tai Tai He sneered when he heard Duan Ling Tian's confirmation. Master Duan, he's just a 10 directions celestial duke, but he had the audacity to stop you from killing Lu Zhan Kong and the others. He was seeking death. 10 directions celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Tai Taihe's words. Elder Tai, that's no longer accurate. Li Ping had just broken through and became a celestial king today. Otherwise, how could he have the guts to stop me from killing Lu Zhan Kong and the others? What? Tai Taihe was frightened by Duan Ling Tian's words. Shock and disbelief were clearly written on his face as he asked, Master Duan, did you say Li Ping became a celestial king today? Yes. Duan Ling Tian faintly nodded. Tai Taihe looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dumbfounded expression on his face. This means you killed a one basic celestial king. Yes. Duan Ling Tian faintly nodded again. Tai Taihe's mouth was agape, he was rendered speechless. This was just too shocking. As he continued to lead Duan Ling Tian and Huaner on the journey, he thought to himself, it seems like Master Duan is no ordinary celestial king. Since he's capable of killing Li Ping, who's a one basic celestial king, he has to be a two-form celestial king, at least. He said a silent prayer for the blissful sect as he thought about this. From today onward, even if the blissful sect exists, it would no longer be considered as one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Once news of Master Duan killing Li Ping despite Li Ping becoming a celestial king spreads, even those reclusive quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect wouldn't dare to confront Master Duan about it. Since Master Duan is able to kill a celestial king, it would be easy for him to kill those quasi-celestial kings. Alas, this outcome was due to the blissful sect provoking someone they couldn't afford to provoke. The blissful sect is finished. With these thoughts in mind, Tai Taihe glanced at Duan Ling Tian briefly. He felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly called out, Elder Tai. He looked at Tai Taihe and asked, if I'm not mistaken, the profound heaven celestial sect is also located in the cross region, right? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he recalled the matter of Hishan, the late old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, being unjustly killed by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, during alchemy conference. At that time, Bai Wuji had killed Hishan with the justification that Hishan had killed Bai Yuzan, his son and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. With this, the Taiyi celestial sect had lost their pillar, an 8 trigram celestial duke. If Bai Yuzan had truly died, he might have let the matter rest. However, Bai Yuzan was alive and kicking. Most importantly, everything seemed like a scheme to kill Hishan. Yes, in truth, before they even reached the cross region, Tai Taihe had hoped that Duan Ling Tian could avenge Hishan. He simply did not know how to bring it up to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was just an interim elder of the Taiyi celestial sect, he had no obligations to the sect at all. However, now that Duan Ling Tian mentioned the profound heaven celestial sect, he vaguely understood Duan Ling Tian's intention. How could he not feel excited? In that case, let's visit the profound heaven celestial sect first. Duan Ling Tian's expression eased up as he said with a sneer, I want to ask Bai Yuzan how exactly did he manage to avoid being killed by the old ancestor? Yes, Master Duan. Tai Taihe could not help but feel moved. He did not hesitate and led Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. Estate's direction. He had visited the profound heaven celestial sect's estate several years back with his master. Thus, it was not difficult for him to find his way there. After 3 days, Tai Taihe, who had been traveling at top speed, suddenly came to a halt and said, Master Duan, the profound heaven celestial sect is just up ahead. Chapter 29:10 Barging into the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. The profound heaven celestial sect was the strongest of all the top forces in the 6 southeastern regions. Its strength far surpassed the other top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, and the sect's foundation was extremely stable. In the 6 southeastern regions, some of the top sects did not even have a 9 palaces celestial duke, let alone a 10 direction celestial duke. There were a few sects that had 9 palaces celestial duke but no 10 direction celestial duke. The top sects in the 6 southeastern regions with 10 direction celestial dukes such as the profound heaven celestial sect, the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and the blissful celestial sect were the cream of the crop. However, the compassionate celestial traveler sect and the blissful sect only had 1 10 direction celestial duke in their respective sects. How could they hope to compare with the profound heaven celestial sect that had 3 10 direction celestial dukes? It was all thanks to the 310 Directions Celestial Dukes that the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect managed to stand on the peak of the 6 southeastern regions in the borderlands. Naturally, this ranking of strength did not take into account the reclusive quasi-celestial kings from each sect. After all, no one knew for sure if a sect had a quasi-celestial king or not. All of the top sects had celestial kings before. Who knew if some of these celestial kings stayed behind in the borderlands for the sake of their sects? If so, how many did they have? These reclusive elites would only appear when their respective sects were on the verge of destruction. In the known history of the 6 southeastern regions, the Taiyi celestial sect was known to have quasi-celestial kings. For all these reasons, although the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions had varying strength, none of them would recklessly make a move against each other due to the hidden danger. However, although the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not dare to anything as bold as completely destroying the weaker sects due to the deterrence from the reclusive quasi-celestial kings, the other sects still did not dare to challenge the authority of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Even the sect leaders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect and Blissful Sect, who were equally as strong as Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial, greeted him with a now. After all, as long as the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not do anything brash and foolish, the two sects would not recklessly oppose the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is up ahead. In fact, when He came to a halt, Duan Ling Tian had already guessed they had arrived at the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Upon hearing the former's words, he instinctively looked up. He saw a lush forest that seemed to stretch infinitely. Thousands of meters up high in the sky, there was an area that was shrouded in fog where the clouds looked peculiar. If he did not use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, and thus, possessing extra strength, he would not have noticed this peculiarity. With this strength, it only took him a moment to discover the strangeness in the sky. When he saw Duan Ling Tian staring at the peculiar spot in the sky, he explained, "The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate is located in the clouds and fog. This forest has many celestial beasts with the ability to fly that are without intelligence. The sect uses it as a training ground for their disciples." Duan Ling Tian nodded faintly as he said indifferently, "Come. Let's have a look at the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect who managed to survive the old ancestors' attack. I want to hear the details of how he managed to survive." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying celestial origin energy surged out his body and gently enveloped He and Huaner. In just a blink of an eye, the trio seemed to have disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, the trio had arrived at the sky 10,000 meters above the forest and passed through the fog from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's formation. This formation could be considered as the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's first layer of defense. If an outsider were to charge in, even if it was a one basic celestial king, the formation would still detect him or her. However, since Duan Ling Tian was now like an 8 trigrams celestial king, he easily walked into defensive formation as though it was his own backyard. As soon as the trio entered the formation and into the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, Huaner, who had woken up from cultivating a few days ago, said, "Brother Ling Tian, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate seems a lot more powerful than Taiyi Celestial Sects." He only smiled wryly when he heard Huaner's words. He had already gotten used to her blunt manner of speaking. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate with bright eyes as he said, "This is the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, after all. Their estate, naturally, would be impressive." Indeed, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate and its scenery were stunning. The estate consisted of beautiful islands hanging in the air. However, each island was different. The only thing in common they had was they were all exquisitely built. "Elder Tai, we traveled such a long way just to visit the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Why don't you make a friendly announcement about the arrival of the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial Sect?" Duan Ling Tian said. Despite the faint smile on his face, his eyes were terrifyingly cold and pointed. When Duan Ling Tian first learned that Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, had been plotted against and unjustly blamed for the death of Bai Yuzan, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, a fire of fury had blazed in his heart. Xian had suffered such a great injustice, after all. Although he was not particularly close to Xian, the Taiyi Celestial Sect had not mistreated him. Therefore, if it was within his ability to do something, he would not stand by idly and close an eye to this matter. Okay, he had anticipated these words from Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, He did not hesitate and infused his celestial origin energy into his voice before he loudly announced their arrival. The Taiyi Celestial Sect Supreme Elder and Chief Celestial Alchemist, Taiyi and Duan Ling Tian, have come to visit the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Taiyi's voice resonated clearly in the entire Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate, causing an uproar. After all, it was clear they had charged in uninvited. If they were outside the formation, even a 10-direction Celestial Duke's voice would have been difficult to hear in the estate. Apart from being a defensive formation, the formation also had a soundproofing effect. Only Celestial Kings would be able to easily project their voices into the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. The disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect began to discuss among themselves when they heard Taiyi's voice. Their voices were dripping with disdain when they spoke among themselves. The Taiyi Celestial Sect's Supreme Elder, Taiyi, the former Left Guardian who recently broke through and became a 7-star Celestial Duke. I don't think our sect had invited them here, nor did they inform us of their intention to visit in advance. So not only did they come uninvited, but they also charged into our sect's estate. Someone scoffed. Just an insignificant 7-star Celestial Duke. How audacious. It seems like he has brought Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, with him. Could Duan Ling Tian be the source of his confidence? Someone said with a sneer. Even the former best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, Sun Chao, had to wait outside before being invited in. Even if Duan Ling Tian has replaced Sun Chao as the best prominent celestial alchemist, he doesn't have the qualifications to barge in unannounced. Meanwhile, Bai Wuji's eyebrows rose when he heard Taiyi's voice. Taiyi, Duan Ling Tian, why did they come? Based on the way they had barged in unannounced, it was clear they were not here for a friendly visit. Regardless, he was not bothered. He did not even personally receive them. After all, he had his status to consider. On the other hand, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had no qualms about going to see Duan Ling Tian and Taiyi. Come, let's have a look at the Taiyi Celestial Sect's Taiyi. I really want to see where he gets the confidence to barge into our Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. Even a mere 7-star Celestial Duke dares to act so impudently. Let's see if he's able to maintain his arrogance in front of me, an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. He thinks he can walk into our estate like it's his backyard just because of the brat who's recognized as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions is with him. I want to see how he's going to explain his impudence to us. Chapter 29:11 Liar. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate consisted of a cluster of floating islands. The floating islands looked majestic. It looked like a sacred utopia where the gods and deities dwelled. At the highest point of the estate, there were 3 smaller floating islands. Each of the islands housed a residence with a courtyard and was surrounded by a landscape of lush trees and beautiful flowers. The Taiyi Celestial Sect's Supreme Elder and Chief Celestial Alchemist, Taiyi and Duan Ling Tian, are here to meet the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The voice of Taiyi, the Supreme Elder of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, resounded across the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. His voice caught the attention of the 3 people living separately on the 3 small islands at the peak, temporarily interrupting their activities. Taiyi, the former Left Guardian of the Wasteland's Taiyi Celestial Sect who had a breakthrough and became a 7-star Celestial Duke a few years ago. An old man muttered to himself while sipping tea in his courtyard. The old man was skinny. The long white robe he was wearing made him look like a martial expert. His expression remained calm as he ignored Taiyi. On another small island, a middle-aged man was lying on the lawn in the courtyard, napping. He bolted up as soon as he heard Taiyi's voice. His blue robes fluttered in the air as his eyes glinted coldly. He muttered under his breath, a mere 7-star Celestial Duke dares to come looking for trouble at the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Is he tired of living? On the 3rd island at the peak of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, a green-clad middle-aged man was watering the flowers in his courtyard. He paused for a moment when he heard Taiyi's voice before he continued to silently water his flowers. The expression on his face remained the same from the beginning until the end. It felt as though even if a mountain were to collapse in front of him, he would still remain unfazed. The 2 middle-aged men living on 2 of the 3 smaller floating islands on the peak of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate were identical twins. Despite their similar appearances, it was not difficult to tell them apart based on their bearing and the auras they exuded. Meanwhile, in the outer ring of the profound heaven celestial sect's estate, as soon as Tai Tai He finished speaking, a group of profound heaven celestial sect's patrolling disciples appeared and surrounded Tai Tai He, Duan Ling Tian, and Huaner. Hints of fear could be seen in the depths of their eyes as they looked at Tai Tai He. Although a 7-star celestial duke like Tai Tai He was disdained by the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect, these patrolling disciples were no match for Tai Tai He at all. A 7-star celestial duke could easily kill them in just a blink of an eye. The disciples knew they were risking their lives by coming here to confront Tai Tai He. However, they had to carry out their duties. Otherwise, they would be reprimanded by the elders of the profound heaven celestial sect. Based on the tone of his voice, it's clear that the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect came to look for trouble. In the name of the profound heaven celestial sect, I pray that he doesn't act recklessly and attack us on a whim. One of the patrolling disciples prayed fervently as anxiety and fear set in. At this moment, the sound of wind howling rang in the air as a group of people appeared from all directions of the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. Upon seeing this, the patrolling disciples sighed in relief inwardly. Soon after, their eyes were brimming with contempt, and their expressions were smug when they looked at Tai Tai He. The fear in their eyes had completely vanished. Elder Hong is here. He's an 8 trigram celestial duke. Elder Qi is here too. He's also an 8 trigram celestial duke. Elder Huang, Elder Chu, Elder Chen. The 7-star celestial dukes of our sect are here as well. Tai Tai He has trespassed on our profound heaven celestial sect. His misconduct is considered a huge blunder in all the sects. The disciples, morale soared as the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect arrived. Now that the tides had seemingly turned, they began to feel sorry for the trio from the Tai Yi celestial sect instead. 2 men stood in the lead of the group of high-ranking officials from the profound heaven celestial sect. They were an old man and a middle-aged man. The old man wore a long green robe. His expression was grim and cold. The disciples had addressed the old man as Elder Hong, one of the profound heaven celestial sect's 8 trigram celestial dukes. The middle-aged man wore a light gray robe. He possessed a jade-like complexion. His eyes glinted coldly as he looked at Tai Tai He. The disciples had addressed him as Elder Qi. He was also an 8 trigram celestial duke. Tai Tai He, as the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, you should be aware that you violated the rules when you charged into the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. You better explain yourself, Elder Hong said coldly as he stared at Tai Tai He. That's right, Elder Qi chimed in as he glared at Tai Tai He. Tai Tai He, as a supreme elder you should know that trespassing is a big misconduct, right? I believe the Tai Yi celestial sect would be displeased as well if people were to trespass on its estate, right? His eyes grew colder as he spoke. As soon as Elder Hong and Elder Qi finished speaking, the elders behind them began to speak up one after another in an indignant manner as they glared at Tai Tai He. Killing intent flashed in their eyes as they spoke. Tai Tai He, if you don't give us a satisfactory explanation today, we won't let this matter go. That's right, even without Elder Hong and Elder Qi, we're still capable of imprisoning you in the profound heaven celestial sect. Tai Tai He, you should pay for trespassing. Tai Tai He was slightly taken aback by their blatant hostility. They had directly accused him of misconduct without any attempt at being diplomatic. Nevertheless, he turned a deaf ear to them and retreated to Duan Ling Tian's side in just a flash. The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect were dumbfounded when they saw this. Based on Tai Tai He's actions, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was the leader of the trio. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and casually said, "Today's misconduct has nothing to do with Elder Tai. I'm the one who suggested charging into the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. I, Duan Ling Tian, came today only for one purpose, and one purpose only. I want to listen to your young master, Bai Yu Zan, recount how he survived when he Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, supposedly tried to kill him." His eyes flashed coldly when he spoke. A commotion broke out among the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. You're the one who suggested trespassing on our profound heaven celestial sect's estate. Are you even qualified to do something like that? That's right, although you're a rare genius in alchemy, you're just a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's impossible for a puny overarching heavenly supreme celestial like you to be able to breach the defensive formation of our sect. Do you think we're stupid? The high-ranking officials sneered as they looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was an idiot. They continued mocking him. Hey, haven't you heard the news from the blissful sect? Master Duan from the Taiyi celestial sect had lied about coming from a powerful clan in the central area. I heard about it. How can we trust the words of a liar? He's nothing but a liar. Duan Lingtian remained unaffected by their words. Despite the nonchalance in his tone, when he spoke, his voice drowned out the clamor from the high-ranking officials. I'll give you 3 breaths time. In 3 breaths time, if no one summons Bai Yu Zan over, I'll kill one of you. I'll keep on killing one of you at a time until the young master is summoned. He had spoken so flippantly that it seemed as though he was talking about something insignificant. The entire place was as silent as a graveyard as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. After a beat, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect laughed uproariously when they regained their senses. This is killing me, everyone. Did you hear what he said? He said if we don't summon the young master here after 3 breaths, he's going to kill us one at a time until we accede to his demand. Chapter 29:12 A Hidden Powerhouse. The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect laughed uproariously when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Contempt brimmed in their eyes as they ridiculed Duan Lingtian. Although Elder Hong and Elder Qi, the 2 8-trigram celestial dukes from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, had remained silent, their disdain was palpable as well. I wonder where did this puny overarching heavenly supreme celestial get the courage to utter such nonsense? He must be crazy. He's only a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and yet, he has the audacity to spew death threats at us. I wonder after 3 breaths time, which of us does he think he's capable of killing? We'll see in 2 more breaths. At the same time, the patrolling disciples discussed among themselves furtively. Most of them thought Duan Lingtian had overestimated himself, and would soon have to suffer the consequences of his arrogance. So, he's the chief alchemist celestial from the Taiyi celestial sect, Duan Lingtian. The most famous person in the 6 southeastern regions during the alchemy conference. That's right, it's him. He's acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. It's also said that he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though he hasn't even reached the age of 100. It's undeniable that he's truly remarkable, having achieved such feats in both alchemy and his cultivation base. However, ultimately, he's still just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Why is he so confident? He just threatened to kill the elders if they don't comply with his demand. Is he crazy? Before his true identity was being exposed by the blissful sect, the elders were wary of him. However, after finding out that he's just a transcender, the elders are no longer wary. Isn't he aware that the blissful sect had thoroughly investigated and exposed his background and identity? I bet he's unaware. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air. Time's up. Although he had not spoken loudly, his voice drowned out the commotion in his surroundings. The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect looked at Duan Lingtian smugly and disdainfully. One of the elders stepped forward and said, "That's right. Time's up. I wonder who among us would you kill?" He continued to say derisively. Among the elders from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, a 6-combination celestial duke like me is considered mediocre. Why don't you try me? Upon seeing this, he shook his head and muttered under his breath, "A bunch of idiots." A wave of pity welled up in his heart as he looked at the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. He felt sorry for their ignorance. Duan Lingtian looked at the elder who had spoken as his eyes flashed with killing intent. Honestly, it's difficult to pick one. Since you couldn't wait and volunteered yourself, I'm more than happy to fulfill your wish. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 6-combination celestial duke suddenly clasped his hands around his neck. His face was flushed red, and his expression was twisted in agony. The other elders from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect watched in shock as their expressions changed drastically. A loud explosion rang in the air. The 6-combination celestial duke from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had exploded into a mist of blood. Only a spatial ring could be seen in the midst of the blood fog. They watched as a wave of energy brought the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian before he put the spatial ring away. When the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect regained their senses, they inhaled sharply. Fear crept into their hearts and flashed in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Elder Hong and Elder Qi, the 2 8-trigram celestial dukes from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, hurriedly surveyed their surroundings in search of hidden powerhouses. They were convinced this was the work of a hidden powerhouse. It would be easy for them to kill a 6-combination celestial duke with their cultivation bases, but it was impossible for them not to leave any traces behind. Only someone who has our sect leader's cultivation base, at least, is able to kill a 6-combination celestial duke without leaving any trace behind, right? Elder Hong asked Elder Qi through voice transmission. He was inwardly terrified. I'm afraid so. Only a 9-palaces celestial duke or someone stronger is able to kill a 6-combination celestial duke in such a manner. We weren't vigilant enough, that's why we didn't catch his movements. Elder Qi replied through voice transmission. In his opinion, as an 8-trigram celestial duke, he would be able to capture the movements of a 9-palaces celestial duke as long as he stayed alert. He was also convinced the hidden powerhouse who had killed their sect's 6-combination celestial duke was a 9-palaces celestial duke at most, only a rank higher than them. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciples were stunned and in disbelief. The derision in their eyes had vanished as they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Dead. The elder's dead. Elder Peng is a 6-combination celestial duke, right? He just exploded and died. Did Duan Lingtian kill him? Soon enough, the patrolling disciples noticed Elder Hong, Elder Qi, and the other elders seemed to be looking around their surroundings, and realization dawned on them. It must have been a sneak attack from a hidden powerhouse. However, why is there such a powerhouse with Duan Lingtian? Didn't the blissful sect prove Duan Lingtian was lying about coming from a powerful clan in the central area? That's right, but how else would you explain what happened earlier? At this moment, not only the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were confused, but even the high-ranking officials were confused as well. Despite the death of the 6-combination celestial duke, the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect seemed to have forgotten Duan Lingtian's request for them to summon Bai Yuzan, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, his patience was running low. Very well, another 3 breaths have passed. Earlier, the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect had dismissed Duan Lingtian's death threats. However, after witnessing the death of an elder, a 6-combination celestial duke, they began to take him seriously. When they heard Duan Lingtian's voice again, it felt as though the Grim Reaper had whispered in their ears. Chills ran up their spines, and their faces turned as white as a sheet of paper. Duan Lingtian scoffed. He flickered out of sight, leaving only afterimages in his wake. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Elder Hong. Upon seeing this, it finally dawned on the people of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect that there were no hidden powerhouses protecting Duan Lingtian in the dark. It was all Duan Lingtian's doing all along. Indeed, Duan Lingtian had intentionally made a move that would make it obvious that there was no hidden powerhouse. He stood in front of Elder Hong and coldly said, "An 8-trigram celestial duke." Elder Hong's expression drastically changed. His eyes widened in fear as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He's fast. Elder Qi, who had just regained his senses, was petrified when he saw Duan Lingtian standing in front of Elder Hong. Chapter 2913 The 3 Old Ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. An 8-trigram celestial duke? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Elder Hong, one of the 8-trigram celestial dukes of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Elder Hong and Elder Qi's expressions changed drastically when Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Elder Hong. Without any warning, a streak of purple light shot out of Duan Lingtian like a purple ribbon toward Elder Hong and bound his hands and legs together. The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were stunned, and their eyes widened in disbelief when they saw Elder Hong struggling in vain to break free of the purple energy's binding. Similarly, the patrolling disciples from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were in shock as well. Heavens, am I dreaming? Duan Lingtian, a prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old from the Taiyi Celestial sect, managed to restrict Elder Hong's movement. Based on Elder Hong's expression, it seems like he's struggling to break free. Isn't he just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? How could a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial possess such strength? This must be a joke. This is outrageous. At this moment, a hint of fear shone in Elder Qi's eyes as he asked Duan Lingtian, "Why, you're the one who killed our sect's 6-combination celestial duke." He realized now the 6-combination celestial duke was not killed by a hidden powerhouse protecting Duan Lingtian. It was clear the purple-clad young man, the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial sect, had killed the elder. Moreover, it was clear that Duan Lingtian was a 10-direction celestial duke, at least, since he was able to restrict Elder Hong so effortlessly. It was impossible even for a 9 palaces celestial duke to render Elder Hong completely helpless. He knew this very well since his strength and Elder Hong's strength were equal. There was no way Duan Ling Tian was just a puny overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It did not even occur to him that Duan Ling Tian was a celestial king. After all, a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old was terrifying enough as it is. A celestial king who was not even 100 years old was just absurd, so it did not even cross his mind. Faced with Elder Chi's question, Duan Ling Tian turned slightly and looked at him. "What do you think?" Elder Chi was about to reply when Duan Ling Tian forcefully pushed out his right hand against Elder Hong, who had been bound. "No," Elder Hong wailed miserably. His cry resonated through the entire Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. The people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect could clearly see a purple flame that seemed to be celestial origin energy shooting out of Duan Ling Tian's hand before it engulfed Elder Hong. When the purple flame disappeared, only a spatial ring hovered in the spot where Elder Hong was standing just a moment ago. When Elder Chi and the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect regained their senses, they were shocked out of their minds. After Duan Ling Tian put away the spatial ring, he stared pointedly at Elder Chi and said, "After 3 breaths, if there's still no one willing to summon the young master here, I'm going to continue killing." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Elder Chi looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly before he said, "Master Duan, our sect leader has sentenced the young master to 10 years in closed-door cultivation in the Profound Heaven limit to reflect on his mistake. This serves as a sign of respect for old ancestor Xianxia's death. A closed-door cultivation is punishment. 10 years. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback by Elder Chi's words. Then, he scoffed as he coldly said, "Preposterous. Sect leader Bai Wuji is really good at sugarcoating things. What's the difference between 10 years of closed-door cultivation and no punishment?" After a beat, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent again as he looked at Elder Chi. He said, "Another 3 breaths have passed." Elder Chi's face paled at once when he sensed Duan Ling Tian's killing intent. Duan Ling Tian was about to kill Elder Chi when a few furious voices cried out in unison from afar. "Stop at once." At the same time, 3 figures moved at lightning speed and appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian, shielding Elder Chi, in just a blink of an eye. "Greetings, old ancestors," Elder Chi cried out in relief. He was almost scared to death by Duan Ling Tian. A huge wave of relief overwhelmed him when the 3 men appeared. Nevertheless, he did not forget to bow and greet the trio. The trio consisted of an old man and 2 middle-aged men. The old man was skinny and was dressed in a long white robe. He looked like a martial arts expert. The 2 middle-aged men who shared similar appearances were clearly identical twins. One was dressed in a blue robe while the other was dressed in a green robe. These 3 men were none other than the old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. All 3 of them were 10-direction celestial dukes. They were the pillars of the sect, and the reason the sect was regarded as the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. "Greetings, old ancestors." The high-ranking officials and the disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect greeted the trio in unison. At this moment, another figure shot into the sky before appearing on the scene. Duan Ling Tian found the figure rather familiar. It did not take long for him to identify the figure before the figure arrived. He narrowed his eyes that were glinting coldly. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Indeed, it was Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Bai Wuji was the one who killed Xian, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. "Greetings, senior granduncle and junior uncles." Bai Wuji greeted the 3 men with a bow as soon as he arrived behind them. The senior granduncle he referred to was the relatively youthful-looking old man, and the twins were his junior uncles. After that, Elder Chi, the other high-ranking officials, and the disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect bowed and greeted Bai Wuji. "Greetings, sect leader." Bai Wuji and the 3 old ancestors had come after they heard Elder Hong's miserable cry. At this moment, Elder Chi had finished recounting what had happened, causing the 4 newcomers' expressions to change drastically. Based on Elder Chi's words, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was a 10-direction celestial duke, at least. Duan Ling Tian is a 10-direction celestial duke. Bai Wuji gulped before he stepped forward. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly said, "Master Duan, I sincerely apologize for old ancestor Xianxia's death. I was under the impression that he had killed my son at that time. However, when I discovered my son survived, I felt guilty. Therefore, I sent my men to the Taiyi celestial sect to offer reparation for the matter. Alas, it was rejected by the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect. Regarding this matter, the profound heaven celestial sect is, indeed, at fault. If the Taiyi celestial sect has any request, as long as it's within the sect's capability, we will surely fulfill it. Based on his words, he was clearly ready to compromise. Although he was still rather skeptical about Duan Lingtian's strength, based on the reactions of the people in the surroundings, he could only begrudgingly accept it. Request. A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard Bai Wuji's words. Sect leader Bai is really direct and upfront about this matter. Now that you mentioned it, I do have a request. I believe my request isn't too big, and it shouldn't pose any difficulties to sect leader Bai or the profound heaven celestial sect. May I know what the request is? An ominous feeling rose in Bai Wuji's heart when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I want the profound heaven celestial sect to summon Bai Yuzan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, here. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Yuzan is your son, right, sect leader Bai? It's not a difficult task for you to summon him over, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Bai Wuji pointedly. Bai Wuji's expression soured when he heard Duan Lingtian's request. When Bai Wuji was hesitating over Duan Lingtian's request, the green-clad middle-aged man, one of the three old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, scoffed. His gaze was frosty as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It felt as though winter had arrived early. Chapter 2914 The Death of a 10-Direction Celestial Duke from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. After being informed by his subordinate that Duan Lingtian was most likely a 10-Direction Celestial Duke, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, knew that although the sect had 3 10-Direction Celestial Dukes, they might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian at all. Moreover, how was it possible for a 10-Direction Celestial Duke under the age of 100 to have come from an ordinary background? What were the chances that someone like that was a transcender? These questions bothered him. He knew even if the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was able to kill Duan Lingtian, they would need to consider the consequences. For this reason, he had offered to compromise earlier. He had hoped to solve this peacefully. However, Duan Lingtian's request to summon Bai Yuzan, his son, here was tantamount to asking him to choose between his son's life and the sect's well-being. One of the twins, a green-clad middle-aged man who was also an old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, scoffed before he said, Master Duan, my junior nephew has been magnanimous to you, but you've overstepped the line. He had spoken up because he knew Bai Wuji was in a dilemma. I've overstepped the line. Duan Lingtian laughed uproariously when he heard the green-clad middle-aged man's words. Why are you laughing? The green-clad middle-aged man asked. His expression soured before it turned icy cold. Why am I laughing? Do I need to report to you? Duan Lingtian retorted nonchalantly as he briefly glanced at the green-clad middle-aged man. Flames of fury rose in the green-clad middle-aged man's heart and danced in the depths of his eyes. He was infuriated by Duan Lingtian's words. Since he had broken through and became a 10-Direction Celestial Duke and the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, he had never been blatantly disrespected until today when he met Duan Lingtian. Who do you think you are? Duan Lingtian added again. These words kindled the flames of fury rising in the green-clad middle-aged man's heart. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. He completely lost control of his temper. He said furiously, impudent. How dare you speak to me in such a rude manner? I, Zhou Ming, would love to see what you're made of, you brat. As soon as he finished speaking, purple celestial origin energy spiked and surged out of his body before he was shrouded by a purple flame. He had cast the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's triple trait Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. This was the divine ability that Duan Lingtian had gained from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect during the Alchemy Conference. Brat, here I come. The green-clad middle-aged man's voice rang the air as his celestial origin energy gathered and transformed into a giant purple sword. The purple sword sailed in the air like an arrow released from its bow toward Duan Lingtian. It left ripples in its wake as it flew in the air. The massive purple sword split into tens of thousands of purple sword chi all of a sudden as it shot toward Duan Lingtian before they merged into one again. However, unlike its previous giant form, it had shrunk to a size that was even smaller than the smallest sword chi. Its color had also turned a purple so dark that it was almost black. Its speed increased at an alarming rate. It seemed even faster than what a 10-direction celestial duke was capable of after it merged again. The movements of the green-clad middle-aged man, Zhou Ming, could only be seen by the other two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect. Even Bai Wuji, a 9 palaces celestial duke, was only capable of seeing the dark purple light from the sword. As for Elder Qi, the 8 trigram celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect, he could only catch a brief glimpse of the dark purple light before it vanished without a trace. Very well, Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhou Ming would take the initiative to attack. His eyes flashed coldly, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly. If you wish to die, I'd be happy to kill you. Purple celestial origin energy surged out and shrouded Duan Lingtian in an instant. His domineering aura rippled out into the surroundings. His body flickered and disappeared into thin air. Let alone Bai Wuji, even the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect could not catch Duan Lingtian's movements at all. It truly seemed as though Duan Lingtian had vanished into thin air. Is this a disappearing technique? At this moment, an invisible force blocked the incoming purple-black sword Qi, forcefully stopping it in its track. The backlash caused ripples in the air that spread into the surroundings. All of a sudden, the purple-black sword Qi turned around and shot toward Zhou Ming instead. He's too fast. He single-handedly blocked Brother Ming's attack. As the purple-black sword Qi took a sudden turn, the 2 old ancestors in Bai Wuji vaguely saw a figure beside the purple-black sword Qi. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had grabbed hold of the purple-black sword Qi with his bare hand. No matter how hard the purple-black sword Qi struggled, it could not break free from Duan Lingtian's grasp at all. With the purple-black sword Qi in his hand, Duan Lingtian moved at the speed of sound and headed toward Zhou Ming. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's strength had been reduced to that of an 8-trigram celestial king. However, it was more than sufficient to deal with Zhou Ming, who was a 10-direction celestial duke even without the use of a king-grade celestial weapon. The strength of a celestial king is indeed far superior to a celestial duke. A mere 10-direction celestial duke like Zhou Ming is no match for the celestial origin energy of an 8-trigram celestial king. Zhou Ming's attack felt like a mosquito struggling in Duan Lingtian's grasp. It was only natural since a 10-direction celestial duke could not be compared to an 8-trigram celestial king at all. You're one of the 10-direction celestial dukes of the profound heaven celestial sect. Is this all you've got? Duan Lingtian scoffed as he suddenly appeared before Zhou Ming. He raised his hand that was firmly grasping the purple-black sword Qi. He exerted a slight force, completely shattering the purple-black sword Qi. Then, he fisted his hand and gathered his celestial origin energy in his fist before he swung them at Zhou Ming. A golden Buddha silhouette shrouded him, and his fist that was shrouded in celestial origin energy shone with a golden light. It's the blissful sect's Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. The same thought appeared in the minds of the 2 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect as Duan Lingtian swung his fist. The blue-clad middle-aged man cried out anxiously and fearfully at this moment, "Please be merciful, Master Duan." Alas, it was too late. Before the 10-direction celestial duke, Zhou Ming, could even defend himself, Duan Lingtian's fist had landed on him. With just a punch, Zhou Ming exploded into a mist of blood that rained down from the sky and painted the ground red. It seems like the 10-direction celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect is nothing but an ant, Duan Lingtian said as he held Zhou Ming's spatial ring in his hand. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people of the profound heaven celestial sect slowly regained their senses. Duan Lingtian was too fast for them to see his movements, so they were unable to tell what happened. However, based on the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. Heavens! Did Duan Lingtian really kill old ancestor Zhou Ming? That's impossible, right? Meanwhile, Zhou Ming's twin brother, the blue-clad middle-aged man who was also an old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, cried out at the top of his lungs when he witnessed the death of his brother, Brother Ming. On the other hand, everyone from the profound heaven celestial sect, including Bai Wuji and the other old ancestor of the sect, looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. Chapter 29:15 Bai Wuji commits suicide. As the blue-clad middle-aged man, an old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, mourned the death of his brother, a bone-chilling killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He could not wait to grind Duan Lingtian's bones and scatter his ashes to avenge his twin brother's death. Tears welled up in his eyes again as his eyes shifted to the blood mist that was gradually dispersing in the air. Zhou Ming was his dearest twin brother, and both of them shared a close bond. They had depended on each other since they were young. After witnessing Zhou Ming's death, how could he not be consumed with revenge? However, he also knew how insignificantly weak he was compared to Duan Ling Tian after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's display of strength. Therefore, he could only forcibly suppress the storm of hatred in him. Zhou Ming, the expression of the old man, another old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, changed drastically when he witnessed Zhou Ming's death. His eyes brimmed with horror as he looked at the purple-clad young man who had killed a 10-direction celestial duke who was only slightly weaker than him. Zhou Ming did not even have a chance to defend himself. Based on this, he knew he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian at all. Zhu Junior Uncle Ming, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, cried out after he regained his senses. Similarly, his eyes were filled with horror as well when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he was seeing the Grim Reaper himself, here to harvest the souls of the members of the profound heaven celestial sect. It was clear to him how formidable Duan Ling Tian was. After all, even his junior uncle, a 10-direction celestial duke, was easily killed by Duan Ling Tian. The fear on his face intensified as he thought to himself, even a quasi-celestial king couldn't have easily killed junior Uncle Ming. This Duan Ling Tian, could he have become a celestial king? Although the other high-ranking officials and disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect could not see what happened earlier, based on the tense atmosphere and Zhou Ming's sudden absence, they could tell Duan Ling Tian had, indeed, killed Zhou Ming. They were in shock and disbelief that a young man who was not even 100 years old was capable of killing their old ancestor who was a 10-direction celestial duke in just a blink of an eye. Who was this young man? Old ancestor Zhou Ming is dead. Duan Ling Tian is capable of killing old ancestor Zhou Ming. Old ancestor Zhou Ming's a 10-direction celestial duke, but he's able to kill old ancestor Zhou Ming so quickly and effortlessly. Not even a quasi-celestial king is capable of such a feat, right? Is it possible that he's a celestial king? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Bai Wuji coldly and asked in a flippant tone, "Sect leader Bai, can you summon your son here now?" Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Bai Wuji's expression turned grim at once. Nevertheless, he cupped his fists together and replied, "Master Duan, I'll fetch my unfilial son here at once." As soon as he finished speaking, he took off in the direction of the profound heaven limit where his only son, Bai Yuzan, was in closed-door cultivation. The old man, one of the old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, quickly said, "Master Duan, I'll accompany the sect leader and make sure Bai Yuzan doesn't put up a resistance." Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not stop the old man. He knew the old man was worried Bai Wuji might release his son and allow his son to flee or even flee along with his son. If that were to happen, the old man knew disaster would definitely reign on the profound heaven celestial sect. After putting Zhou Ming's spatial ring away, Duan Ling Tian moved in a flash and returned to Huaner's side as he waited for Bai Wuji to bring his son, Bai Yuzan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, over. Huaner held onto Duan Ling Tian's arm and leaned against him, clearly unfazed by Duan Ling Tian's display of strength. Even Tai he seemed unsurprised by Duan Ling Tian's strength. After all, he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, who was a 9 palaces celestial duke. Moreover, according to Duan Ling Tian, he had also killed Li Ping, the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, after Li Ping had broken through and became a celestial king. Even a celestial king was no match for Duan Ling Tian. What could a 10-direction celestial duke do to Duan Ling Tian? It was only natural that Zhou Ming was so quickly and effortlessly killed by Duan Ling Tian. As the trio from the Taiyi celestial sect waited, the high-ranking officials and disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect were too afraid to speak. What if they accidentally offended Duan Ling Tian and incurred his wrath? They were plagued with anxiety and fear, and the feelings only grew stronger as time slowly passed. After a while, Bai Wuji's voice rang in the air. "Master Duan, I've brought my son here." He appeared with a confused-looking young man in tow. The young man was none other than Bai Yuzan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Upon seeing this, the high-ranking officials and the disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect finally heaved a huge sigh of relief. In just a moment, Bai Wuji brought Bai Yuzan before Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, Bai Yuzhan was thoroughly shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian. He was unaware of what had happened outside the profound heaven limit since he was in closed-door cultivation. He had no clue the master Duan his father had mentioned was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Yuzhan, who was hovering in the air in front of him, and said with a faint smile on his face, "Young master, we meet again." Why are you here?" Bai Yuzhan stammered. He could sense something was amiss. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Bai Wuji cried out, "Master Duan." Then, he truthfully recounted Bai Yuzhan's plot against Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. After that, he earnestly said, "Master Duan, I was truly unaware of it in the beginning. I'm at fault for shielding him even after I learned of the truth. Therefore, Master Duan, please take my life as well after you kill this unfilial son of mine to avenge old ancestor Xian. However, I beg you to spare the innocent lives of the people from the profound heaven celestial sect and the sect itself." The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect were moved by Bai Wuji's actions and words. All of them began to harshly reprimand Bai Yuzhan one after another. "Sect leader, this is all young master's fault. You're not to be blamed since you're unaware of his evil scheme." "That's right, sect leader. Young master should pay with his life, but there's no need for you to bear his responsibilities." Sect leader, after hearing the words of the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect, Bai Wuji smiled mirthlessly and said, "A father should be held accountable for his son's faults. As his father, I have to take responsibility for his actions as well." Then, he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "Master Duan, on account of my genuine remorse, I beg you to spare the sect and its member." As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy spiked and surged from his body. In the next moment, Bai Wuji shot up into the sky like a launched rocket and exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, a fog of blood appeared and rained down as Bai Wuji's spatial ring fell to the ground. At this moment, someone cried out, "Master Duan." Soon after, a figure appeared in the sky from afar. It did not take long before he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and solemnly said, "The sect leader is telling the truth. I can attest to that. Bai Yuzhan is solely responsible for old ancestor Xian's death. The man was none other than He Pei Yuan, the supreme duke-grade celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect. He was someone Duan Lingtian was rather familiar with. In fact, during the alchemy conference, he had left Duan Lingtian with a good impression. "Junior granduncle, help me." The terrified Bai Yuzhan begged the blue-clad middle-aged man. His face was pale, he was confused. He did not understand why his father would commit suicide. Nevertheless, he knew Duan Lingtian was not someone whom they could afford to offend. The blue-clad middle-aged was Zhou Wen, Zhou Ming's twin brother. Chapter 2916 The Death of Bai Yuzhan. Save you. Zhou Wen, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, was still grieving the death of Zhou Ming, his twin brother. Upon hearing the words of Bai Yuzhan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, he raised his head and looked at Bai Yuzhan coldly. "You little punk, I've treated you well in the past, and yet, you brought such a huge disaster upon our sect. Not only did you cause the death of your junior granduncle Ming, but you also caused the death of your father. How dare you ask me to save you?" Near the end of his words, the flames of fury in the depths of his eyes burned hotter as he looked at Bai Yuzhan. If looks could kill, Bai Yuzhan would have died a couple of times over. After catching his breath, Zhou Wen continued to say, "I would have killed you if I knew you would bring such a disaster upon us, you filthy brat. Punk, my brother died for nothing because of you." Bai Yuzhan was shocked to the core by Zhou Wen's words. "What, junior granduncle Zhou Ming, is dead?" At this moment, the old man, also another old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, scoffed before he chimed in, "He died because of you, you bastard. If you didn't plot to kill old ancestor Xian from the Taiyi celestial sect, would Master Duan come today? Would Zhou Ming die? Would your father die? In my opinion, the only person who deserves to die is you." He had always had an even temper, but at this moment, he had lost control over his temper. How could he not be infuriated by Bai Yuzhan's mistake that cost the profound heaven celestial sect the loss of a 10 directions celestial duke and their sect leader? It was a devastating loss to the sect. Master Duan, how's it possible? Didn't the people from the blissful sect had him thoroughly investigated? Isn't he just a transcender with no background? Bai Yuzhan thought to himself with a skeptical expression on his face. He knew Duan Ling Tian was someone not to be offended when he saw his father committing suicide. Naturally, he did think Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect who was a 10-direction Celestial Duke. He had assumed the remaining 2 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not raise any objection about Zhou Ming's death because Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary background. It did not occur to him that Duan Ling Tian was the one who killed Zhou Ming. Duan Ling Tian's alchemy skills were superior to a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist despite only being a prominent celestial alchemist who had not even reached the age of 100. This alone was rare enough. How could he guess that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was also stronger than the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? Bai Yuzhan trembled as his eyes darted around his surroundings. Where's the powerhouse protecting him? Even a quasi-celestial king might not be able to kill Junior Granduncle Ming or make Junior Granduncle Wen so wary. The powerhouse protecting Duan Ling Tian has to be at least an ordinary celestial king or stronger. Alas, regardless of how hard he searched his surroundings with his eyes, he found no trace of any hidden powerhouse. When Bai Yuzhan's eyes landed on Tai Tai He, he found Tai Tai He rather familiar. It did not take long for him to identify Tai Tai He. I remember now. He's the former left guardian of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, Tai Tai He. I've met him once before. There's no way he's the person protecting Duan Ling Tian. So where's the powerhouse protecting Duan Ling Tian? He continued to look around. Hints of doubts were visible on his face. He truly felt unresigned that Duan Ling Tian had a strong powerhouse protecting him. At this moment, Zhou Wen scoffed. He looked at Bai Yuzhan coldly as he said, "Stop looking around. It's pointless. There's no powerhouse protecting Master Duan." His anger that had not subsided fueled him as he continued talking. "It's all because of you, you bastard, that your junior granduncle Ming was killed by Master Duan. You're the reason your father has to atone for this crime with his life because he's afraid Master Duan might annihilate the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. It's all because of your evil scheme against old ancestor He Shan." Bai Yuzhan was shocked again. An incredulous expression could be seen on his face, and his mouth was agape as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. "What? He killed Junior Granduncle Ming? Father's afraid he'll annihilate our Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? It doesn't make sense. How's that possible? He's not even 100 years old. How can he be so powerful?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally spoke up. His eyes glinted coldly as he looked at Bai Yuzhan and slowly said, "If there's an afterlife, please remember that there are mountains beyond mountains, and heavens beyond heavens. Sometimes, a small mistake is all it takes to cost you your precious life." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed one hand out, and a purple palm print shot out of his hand. The palm print grew bigger and bigger until it was the size of a hill as it sailed toward Bai Yuzhan. A loud explosion rang in the air, and the shockwave from the explosion rippled into the surroundings. A mist of blood hung in the air where Bai Yuzhan had been standing just a moment ago. Only a spatial ring could be seen as blood began to rain down again. After killing Bai Yuzhan, Duan Ling Tian said, "What happened today is due to my personal grudge with young Master Bai. It has nothing to do with the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. If the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect intends to blame the Tai Yi Celestial Sect or seek revenge." He paused for a moment as he glanced at the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect before he slowly said, "I, Duan Ling Tian, don't mind visiting the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect again to annihilate it." Duan Ling Tian's words sent chills running up the spines of the people of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. "Rest assured, Master Duan." The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and hastily vowed, "As long as I remain an old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, no members of the sect would be allowed to act against the Tai Yi Celestial Sect." "Master Duan, I, Zhou Wen, assure you of that as well," Zhou Wen said solemnly. Although he really wished he could kill Duan Ling Tian to avenge his twin brother, he knew the difference between their strength was like heaven and hell. Under such circumstances, he could only force himself to suppress and bury the hatred in his heart. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "Bear in mind. This applies to the future generations of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect as well. If any of them dare to trouble the Tai Yi Celestial Sect regarding this matter, I won't spare the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect." The people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect felt their hearts skipping a beat. With a flurry of movements, Duan Ling Tian, Tai Tai He, and Huoner disappeared without a trace before the people of the profound heaven celestial sect. Even the two old ancestors who were 10 direction celestial dukes could not catch Duan Ling Tian's movements at all. They saw the fear in each other's eyes when they exchanged a glance. Finally, the old man somberly said, "Elder Qi, you're temporarily in charge of the sect's matter for now. We'll decide on the candidates for the new sect leader after Zhou Wen and I have a discussion. During this time, the sect should continue operating as normal in an orderly manner. If you perform well, who knows, you might be appointed as the new sect leader." At the end of his words, he looked at Elder Qi meaningfully. Yes, old ancestor. Elder Qi was, naturally, inwardly delighted that there was a chance he might be promoted. Elder Qi was among the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect whose lives were hanging by a thread before the arrival of the 3 old ancestors and the late sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. He was just an 8 trigrams celestial duke. How on earth did he suddenly obtain the chance to become the new sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect? Chapter 29:17 Shocking News. Elder Qi and Bai Wuji, the late sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, were from the same generation. In the past, he was a potential candidate for the position of sect leader and had competed against Bai Wuji for the position. However, due to his incompetence in all aspects, Bai Wuji was eventually selected to take up the mantle of the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. Since that day, he had been secretly obsessed with becoming the sect leader for half of his life. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect such an opportunity would come his way. For this reason, he was actually grateful for Duan Ling Tian's visit to the profound heaven celestial sect that had indirectly provided him with the chance to become the next sect leader. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had only gone to the profound heaven celestial sect to avenge Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, was unaware of Elder Qi's thoughts. Now that Bai Wuji and his son, Bai Yuxuan, were dead, Shan's spirit should be able to rest in peace in heaven. After Duan Ling Tian used his celestial origin energy to bring Tai He, the supreme elder of the Taiyi celestial sect, and Huoner away from the profound heaven celestial sect's estate, Tai He bowed at Duan Ling Tian and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Master Duan, on behalf of the Taiyi celestial sect, I would like to thank you for avenging old ancestor Hishan." To a certain degree, Duan Ling Tian could be considered as a member of the Taiyi celestial sect even if he was only an interim elder. However, as an interim elder, he had no obligations to avenge Hishan at all. Thus, Tai He truly felt grateful toward Duan Ling Tian. "Elder Tai, you're being too courteous. As a revered elder of the Taiyi celestial sect, it's my duty to avenge old ancestor Hishan," Duan Ling Tian said with a slight smile on his face. "Regarding this matter, the profound heaven celestial sect has gone too far. I just can't let things slide." Before Tai He could speak again, his eyes flashed as he continued to say, "Elder Tai, I'll need to trouble you to lead us to our next destination, the compassionate celestial traveler sect in the general region." The compassionate celestial traveler sect would be Duan Ling Tian's final destination before he left the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands for the central area. The central area would be an entirely new place that could help him to further improve his strength and skills. "Yes, Master Duan," Tai He humbly responded. After Duan Ling Tian had avenged Hishan, his respect for Duan Ling Tian had grown to the point where it exceeded his respect for Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect. Unbeknownst to Tai He, Duan Ling Tian had wanted him to bring them to the compassionate celestial traveler sect in the general region because he wanted to conserve his celestial origin energy that was granted to him by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. He was, naturally, unwilling to use his celestial origin energy that was currently comparable to a celestial king if it was unnecessary. Tai He had assumed Duan Ling Tian wanted his help because Duan Ling Tian wanted to focus on comprehending his celestial method and divine ability during the journey. "I've used up quite a large amount of my celestial origin energy. My strength is at least that of an 8 trigrams celestial king when we arrived at the profound heaven celestial sect. Now, at most, it's comparable to a 6 combination celestial king. I'll have to use my remaining celestial origin energy wisely when we arrive at the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Otherwise, my cultivation base might revert to its original level before I make it to the central area." Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly during their journey from the cross region to the general region. Tai He was only a 7-star celestial duke. It would take some time before they arrived at the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Apart from talking to Huoner occasionally, Duan Ling Tian spent most of his time during their journey cultivating to improve his true cultivation base. The trio from the Taiyi Celestial Sect on the way to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect was unaware of the commotion that had broken out in Blissful Sect at this moment. The disciples from the Blissful Sect who were not present during Duan Ling Tian's visit finally learned about the disaster from the disciples who escaped the ordeal. The chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian, charged into our sect and killed old ancestor Li Ping. Old ancestor Li Ping, didn't he just become a celestial king? This must be a joke, right? Old ancestor Li Ping did become a celestial king. However, he was no match for the chief celestial alchemist of Taiyi Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had easily killed old ancestor Li Ping. Heavens, this is unbelievable. Duan Ling Tian hasn't even reached 100 years old, has he? That's what makes him so terrifying. Most of the high-ranking officials from our blissful sect were killed by Duan Ling Tian. Only a few survived because they were out running some errands. Unfortunately, with just a few of them left, the blissful sect is no longer as powerful as before. Under these circumstances, I'm afraid we're no longer one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions or the borderlands. A few remaining high-ranking officials are insufficient to hold the blissful sect up. Even if the blissful sect has a few quasi-celestial kings, do you think they'll dare to step forward to help revive the sect? Of course not. In the past, the quasi-celestial kings from the Taiyi Celestial Sect managed to save their sect from total destruction. However, the blissful sect's current situation is different. Even old ancestor Li Ping, who had become a celestial king, was killed by Duan Ling Tian. How could the quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect dare to step forward? Old ancestor Li Ping was more powerful than the quasi-celestial kings the moment he became a celestial king. If the quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect show up, they're only seeking death. The blissful sect is doomed, my friends. It's time to think of an alternative now. I'll leave the blissful sect tomorrow and cultivate for a while. After I've grown my hair out, I'll join another top sect. I believe it's not difficult to do so with my talent. Why do you need to wait until your hair grows? Isn't it obvious that people would be able to tell that you're a disciple of the blissful sect if you're bald? News of the blissful sect being destroyed by Duan Ling Tian will soon spread throughout the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Do you think the top sects will dare to accept a disciple of an annihilated sect? That makes sense. Looks like I'll have to grow my hair out as well. The blissful sect was in chaos. The majority of the disciples were planning to leave the sect. At this moment, Ji Fan, the former arhat of the blissful sect, hovered in the air as he blankly stared at the throng of disciples leaving the blissful sect's estate. Before he left the sect, he muttered under his breath, "I've completed part of the task Master Duan entrusted me with. I'll just have to spread the word now. From today onward, the blissful sect no longer exists." Before Duan Ling had even entered the general region, news of the destruction he left in his wake in the blissful sect's estate spread like a wildfire and caused an uproar. The blissful sect was highly regarded as one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. How could people not feel shocked when they learned of its destruction? The blissful sect has been annihilated. The blissful sect has been annihilated. You're joking, right? Heavens. Is this true? The blissful sect is only second to the profound heaven celestial sect among the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions. How could they be annihilated? What's more outrageous is sources from the blissful sect said that it was Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, who had single-handedly ended the blissful sect. The chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian. The person who's acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions during the alchemy conference. Yes, it's him. He hasn't even reached the age of 100, right? How is it possible for him to annihilate the blissful sect? Listen, it gets even more outrageous. The people from the blissful sect claimed that Duan Ling Tian managed to easily kill their old ancestor who had successfully broken through and became a one basic celestial king. Someone who's not even 100 years old managed to kill a celestial king. Naturally, there were people who were skeptical about the veracity of the news. Some of them even made a trip to the blissful sect to verify the authenticity of the news. Under the lead of some powerful sectless cultivators, these people entered the blissful sect's estate and discovered the estate was completely empty. Even the primitive celestial stone ore that belonged to the blissful sect had been dug up. Everything aside, there was no doubt that the great blissful sect was truly gone. Chapter 29:18 arrived at the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. When Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, and Tai Tai He had left the cross region and entered the general region, news of the blissful sect being annihilated was verified by more and more people. As soon as the trio arrived in the general region, Tai Tai He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Master Duan, we've arrived in the general region. However, I don't know the exact location of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler's sect's estate since I've never been there before. My plan is to look for a city or a friendly sect we can lodge in while I look for the exact location of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler's sect's estate. We'll leave as soon as I find out the exact location of the sect." Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly and calmly replied, "Elder Tai, I'll leave this matter entirely up to you." As soon as they arrived in the general region, Duan Ling Tian had begun to feel restless. "I wonder if I'll meet her when we go to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect." Duan Ling Tian did not plan to insist on meeting Mirong Bing during this trip to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect unless she was willing to meet him. After all, for now, he had no plans of taking Mirong Bing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to the central area. "Brother Ling Tian," Huaner could sense Duan Ling Tian's restlessness even though he was behaving as usual. She reached out to hold his hand and gently squeezed it in hopes of calming him down. "Huaner, I'm fine," Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile on his face as he stroked the back of her hand with his fingers. His eyes were filled with affection as he looked at her. At the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate, after the deaths of Zhou Ming, Bai Wuji, and Bai Yuzan, the old ancestor, the sect leader, and the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect respectively, a gloomy atmosphere loomed over the sect's estate. Since that fateful day, the sect had not returned to its lively state from before. The members of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were morose, devastated by the deaths of crucial members of the sect. Elder Qi seemed to be the only one who was in a good mood. However, on this day, the Profound Heaven sect seemed to turn lively again when they received certain news. The news turned the entire sect upside down. Not only did Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, kill Li Ping, a one basic celestial king, but he also destroyed the blissful sect. Is it true that old ancestor Li Ping of the blissful sect had broken through and became a celestial king prior to his death? Many people have verified it to be true. Similarly, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were shocked as well when they heard the news. However, their shock was replaced with relief soon after. Heavens, Duan Ling Tian is capable of killing a one basic celestial king. In comparison, doesn't it seem like Duan Ling Tian was very lenient toward our Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? Since he's capable of killing a one basic celestial king, it'd be easy for him to destroy our sect. Thank the heavens he didn't do so even after everything Bai Yuzan had done. The two remaining old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were no exception and were equally shocked even though they had suspected this. Duan Ling Tian killed Li Ping after he became a celestial king. Indeed, he's not just a one basic celestial king. Based on the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed on that fateful day, they knew he was stronger than an ordinary celestial king. As 10 Direction celestial dukes, they should still be able to vaguely see his movements if he was a one basic celestial king. However, they could not catch his movements at all at that time. Therefore, they were rather certain he was stronger than a one basic celestial king. Now that the blissful sect's destruction confirmed their suspicions, they could not help but heave a big sigh of relief that Duan Ling Tian did not destroy the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. From today onward, the members of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect are strictly prohibited from finding fault with the Taiyi Celestial Sect. Be extra courteous when you encounter members of the Taiyi Celestial Sect. This is an order. In fear of Duan Ling Tian's formidable strength, the two old ancestors did not waste any time in passing down their order to the members of their sect. All of the members of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not object to the order and found it reasonable. Even without the order, they still would not dare to offend the people from the Taiyi Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of the situation in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. All he knew was news about the destruction of the blissful sect had spread like a wildfire shortly before he left the cross region. Everyone should have heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect by now, right? The quasi-celestial kings in the cross region should have also heard about it. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he arrived at the outer area of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian was right. Half a month ago, the quasi-celestial kings of the cross-region's blissful sect had heard about the destruction of their sect. Li Ping had become a celestial king, but he was still killed. The chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect possesses such formidable strength even though he hasn't even reached the age of 100. Who is he? How's it possible that he possesses such terrifying strength at such a young age? The three quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect were furious and devastated when they heard about the blissful sect's destruction. They were eager to come out from seclusion to avenge their descendants and disciples who were sacrificed in that ordeal. However, when they found out Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, was killed even after becoming a celestial king, they dismissed the idea of revenge. They did not even dare to think about stepping forward since they risked getting killed by Duan Lingtian. They knew even if they banded together, they would not be able to survive more than 100 moves from a one basic celestial king. They knew this very well since they were once one basic celestial kings as well. Therefore, they knew without a doubt how easy it would be for Duan Lingtian to kill them. Senior uncle, are we just going to sit back and do nothing? Due to the limit on our innate talent, we decided to stay in the borderlands to protect our sect. Is there nothing we can do now that our sect has been annihilated? I feel unreconciled with the fate of our sect. I just can't accept it. A middle-aged quasi-celestial king of the blissful sect said to an old man. The old man shook his head and said with a bitter smile on his face, "Do you think I can accept it? I know Li Ping was the disciple whom you're most proud of, and you want to avenge him. However, Duan Lingtian killed Li Ping even though Li Ping had become a celestial king. Do you think you stand a chance against Duan Lingtian?" Another old man chimed in at this moment. Perhaps, it's time for us to leave the borderlands. We didn't leave the borderlands due to our limited innate talent and decided to protect the sect instead. Inevitably, our cultivation basis had dropped from that of a one basic celestial king to that of a 10 directions celestial duke. Unless we're able to obtain rare medicinal herbs or rare celestial pills to eliminate the side effects of retrogradation, we won't be able to improve our cultivation basis for the rest of our lives. Now that the sect's gone, it's meaningless for us to remain in the borderland. Let's head to the central area. We might find rare medicinal herbs or celestial pills there to help us. This is the only chance we have to grow stronger. In the end, the three quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect decided it was best for them to leave the borderlands for the central area. At this moment, they regretted their decision to stay back in the borderlands. All these years, they had been protecting the blissful sect, but in just a day, all their efforts had gone to waste. For this reason, the trio hated Duan Lingtian to the core. Alas, they could not seek revenge since they knew they were no match for Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was oblivious to the fact that the three quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect had left the borderlands for the central area. He would never expect that, in the future, he would meet them in the central area. He looked at an area that was shrouded in fog and said to Duan Lingtian at this moment, "Master Duan, the compassionate celestial traveler sect is up ahead. Should we announce our arrival or should we just enter unannounced?" Chapter 29-19 Murong Bing's Predicament. He knew there was a conflict between Duan Lingtian and the compassionate celestial traveler sect even if he did not know the details. Although he did not attend the alchemy conference, he had heard from the prominent celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect, Situ Ming, that the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had sent an elder to kill Duan Lingtian in the past. However, according to Situ Ming, Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgiven the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Therefore, he could not figure out the reason for Duan Lingtian's visit to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian responded to Tai's question. "Let's just enter." His eyes glinted as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and shrouded Huaner and Tai. In just a moment, the trio disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were in a vast and majestic land filled with lush greeneries where the songs of birds rang in the air and the fragrance of flowers permeated the air. The mountains were so tall that they touched the clouds. Tai was about to greet the people of the compassionate celestial traveler sect when Duan Lingtian suddenly said in a thunderously loud voice, "My name is Duan Lingtian, and I'm Murong Bing's man. I have come to the compassionate celestial traveler sect to challenge your sect's 10 directions celestial duke, Wang Chu Kuang." Tai was thoroughly shocked by Duan Lingtian's words, although he had heard vague whispers of Duan Lingtian's romantic relationship with Murong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to travel all the way to the sect's estate just to challenge their 10-direction celestial duke, Wang Chu Kuang. It was not difficult for him to figure out the meaning behind Duan Ling Tian's actions. It was public knowledge that Murong Bing's master was Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. In her younger years, she was famous for her ruthlessness. Many people had also heard of how she had killed her direct disciple whom she had raised to be the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect when said disciple had a romantic relationship with an outsider. It seems like Master Duan and Murong Bing are really involved. Since this means Murong Bing would be disqualified from being the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Master Duan must be worried she would suffer the same fate as her senior sister. He must have come here to stop Wang Danfeng from doing so by directly challenging her father, Wang Chu Kuang, who's a 10-direction celestial duke. Tai he instantly understood what was going on. Meanwhile, Huaner's eyes were flashing with envy when she heard Duan Ling Tian announced he was Murong Bing's man. How could she not be envious when she had long developed feelings for Duan Ling Tian? However, her feelings were clearly unrequited since she could tell Duan Ling Tian was firmly keeping a distance from her. She sighed inwardly, dejected. If only I can capture his heart like sister Murong Bing did. Duan Ling Tian's thunderous voice that was infused with his celestial origin energy resonated through the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. The estate fell deadly silent. The high-ranking officials and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were shocked and baffled. Did you hear that voice? I'm not hearing things, am I? No, I heard it as well. A man just claimed to be senior sister Murong Bing's man. More importantly, he's here to challenge our Supreme Guardian. The Supreme Guardian is our second guardian's father. He's also the sect's one and only male member. This man wants to challenge our Supreme Guardian who's a powerful 10-direction celestial duke. Is he seeking death? I'm curious. Since when did senior sister Murong Bing become romantically involved with this man? She should know it's forbidden for her to be in a romantic relationship since she's going to be our sect leader in the future. Let's go find out what's going on. Who is he? Is he crazy? He must be crazy. It's normal for men to go crazy over senior sister Murong Bing's beauty, after all. Most of the disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect estate were of the opinion that Duan Ling Tian must have lost his mind to Murong Bing's beauty. They thought he was just a simpleton who had gone crazy due to his infatuation and came to challenge their supreme elder. These people seemed to have overlooked the fact that a simpleton would not have been able to enter the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate without the sect's permission. At this moment, a group of the disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect flew up into the air to the source of the voice. When they saw Duan Ling Tian, hints of pity could be seen in their eyes. It was as though they could already see their supreme guardian mercilessly killing Duan Ling Tian. Wait a minute, did he say he's Duan Ling Tian? Why does that name sound so familiar? Duan Ling Tian, isn't he the genius prominent celestial alchemist who recently became famous during the alchemy conference in the 6 southeastern regions? You're right, Duan Ling Tian's the chief alchemist celestial of the Taiyi celestial sect. Although he hasn't even reached the age of 100, he's already a prominent celestial alchemist. Most importantly, he's a prominent celestial alchemist whose skills are superior to the Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist from the Profound Heaven celestial sect. This lunatic is delusional. Not only does he think senior sister Murong Bing is his woman, but he also thinks he's the genius prominent celestial alchemist from the Taiyi celestial sect. How absurd. His actions are a blasphemy against senior sister Murong Bing. It's an insult to our Supreme Guardian as well. There's no doubt he's going to have to pay with his life today. A commotion broke out among the disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect as they fervently discussed the madman who was impersonating Duan Ling Tian, the genius prominent celestial alchemist. More and more disciples gathered to watch the show. It was human nature to be nosy, and this rang especially true for women. The female disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were no exception. Meanwhile, the elders of the compassionate celestial traveler sect who were infuriated by Duan Ling Tian's words took to the air immediately. Where did this madman come from? How dare he blaspheme our supreme guardian? He said junior niece Murong Bing is his woman. Preposterous. He even said he's Duan Ling Tian, the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions and the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. How dare he provokes our supreme guardian? He must be tired of living. On the contrary, a few prominent celestial alchemists who had attended the alchemy conference were able to recognize Duan Lingtian's voice. Moreover, based on what they had seen during the alchemy conference, they had long suspected there was something going on between Duan Lingtian and Mirong Bing. They did not waste any time and left their courtyards to have a look. Yes, it does sound like him, doesn't it? Master Duan wants to challenge the Supreme Guardian. Did he lose his mind? Who knows? Let's go find out. Why is he here? Is he seeking death? Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, had followed Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, to the alchemy conference. Therefore, she also recognized Duan Lingtian's voice. Nangong Shu had told her about the matter between Duan Lingtian and Mirong Bing, and she was rather happy when she heard Duan Lingtian saying he was from a powerful clan called the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area. The marriage between Duan Lingtian and Mirong Bing would definitely be a wonderful story in the history of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After returning from the alchemy conference, Lin Ru and Nangong Shu had even gone to speak to Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. As expected, Wang Danfeng was furious and wanted to kill Mirong Bing when she found out Mirong Bing had lost her virginity to Duan Lingtian. However, since Wang Danfeng was wary of Duan Lingtian's extraordinary background in the central area, she did not dare to kill Mirong Bing. It remained so until Wang Danfeng heard the news about the blissful sect's investigation that Duan Lingtian was just a mere transcender with no background. She had almost killed Mirong Bing. Fortunately, Nangong Shu managed to stop her in time. Nangong Shu had planted doubts in Wang Danfeng's mind, questioning the veracity of the result of the blissful sect's investigation. However, this was only a solution that could only temporarily preserve Mirong Bing's life. Mirong Bing was still held captive by Wang Danfeng as they waited for the result of their own investigation. As soon as Wang Danfeng confirmed Duan Lingtian did not have any extraordinary background, there was no doubt she would immediately kill Mirong Bing. Chapter 29:20 Wang Danfeng. The expression of Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, turned grim, and she narrowed her eyes when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice that resounded through the entire Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate. Although she had convinced her junior sister, Wang Danfeng, that the blissful sect might have made a mistake in their investigation of Duan Lingtian, in her heart, she did not doubt the result of the blissful sect's investigation. As the saying went, there's no smoke without fire. Since then, she was left with a terribly bad impression of Duan Lingtian, and she was angry at herself for naively believing him. After all, due to her foolishly believing his lies, she had gone to Wang Danfeng and revealed the matter between Mirong Bing, her niece, and that man. As a result, Mirong Bing was now being held captive by Wang Danfeng. As soon as Wang Danfeng ascertained Duan Lingtian did not come from an extraordinary clan, she would kill Mirong Bing immediately. He wants to challenge the Supreme Guardian of our Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Did he lose his mind? Nangong Shu recognized Duan Lingtian's voice as well since they had recently met during the alchemy conference. She was perplexed. Why did Duan Lingtian come to challenge their Supreme Guardian who was one of the most powerful 10-direction celestial dukes in the 6 southeastern regions in the borderlands? What could a mere overarching heavenly Supreme Celestial who had not even reached the age of 100 do to their sect's Supreme Guardian? Similarly, she felt he had gone crazy for doing such a thing. Nangong Shu's robe fluttered in the wind as she took off from her cultivation ground and headed toward Duan Lingtian's direction. In a courtyard built on the edge of the cliffs of the steep mountains in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler's sect's estate, a beautiful woman who was teaching a girl sword technique stilled at once when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Her originally cold expression turned even colder at this moment. Duan Lingtian, a green-clad girl who was standing next to the beautiful woman, widened her eyes as she exclaimed in shock inwardly, "Duan Lingtian. Why is he here? He wants to challenge Grandmaster. Is he mad?" The beautiful woman looked at the green-clad girl pointedly as she coldly asked, "Liu Luo, does the voice really belong to Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect?" The green-clad girl's heart skipped a beat before she replied hesitatingly, "Why yes, master. It's Duan Lingtian's voice." The green-clad girl was none other than Liu Luo, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The beautiful woman whom she had addressed as master was none other than Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Wang Dangfeng was also the only biological daughter of Wang Chuquang, the sect's supreme guardian and 10 Directions celestial duke. Well, who knew he would send himself to our doorstep? Wang Danfeng's eyes glinted coldly after she heard Liu Luo's words. In just a second, she disappeared into thin air. Master, wait for me. Liu Luo cried out. Although she could not catch Wang Danfeng's movements, she knew her master had gone to meet Duan Lingtian. She did not hesitate and followed suit. As she flew, she thought to herself with a sigh, third senior sister should have heard Duan Lingtian's voice by now, right? Unfortunately, she's unable to leave that dilapidated place now. In a dilapidated residence at the foot of the mountains in the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. Why is he here? Did he say he wants to challenge Grandmaster? A woman who was quietly sitting in front of an old wooden table suddenly rose to her feet when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice. If those who had only met Duan Lingtian once during the alchemy conference could recognize his voice, how could she fail to recognize his voice? Her eyes shone with hope for a fleeting moment before it was replaced with anxiety and fear. The woman wore a simple purple dress that revealed her wasp waist. Her eyebrows were perfectly arched, and her skin was clear. A translucent veil concealed the lower half of her face, but her bright eyes and elegant bearing were enough to make the surroundings pale in comparison. In fact, the translucent veil added to her charm. It filled people with the urge to remove her veil so they could have a look at her beautiful face. The veil did not detract from her beauty at all, so one could only imagine how much more beautiful she was without the veil. This woman was none other than Mirong Bing. She was currently being held captive by her master, Wang Danfeng, in this dilapidated residence that was covered with many formations that prevented her from escaping. Is it possible that he really came from an extraordinary clan in the central area? Did the blissful sect make a mistake? However, if he has brought his clansmen here, why did he challenge Grandmaster? Mirong Bing was perplexed. Based on her understanding, Duan Lingtian was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He was as vulnerable as an ant before a 10 Directions celestial duke. In the secluded area of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate stood the tallest mountain that stretched past the clouds. This place had the best cultivation environment in the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate since it was the closest place to the sect's primitive celestial crystal vein. This place was also the cultivation place of Wang Chuquang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and a 10 Directions celestial duke. Wang Chuquang was a tall middle-aged man with a strong build and average looks. He was sitting cross-legged in the air of a valley halfway up the mountain, cultivating, when he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian's voice. His eyes flashed coldly when he opened them. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the corner of his lips curled disdainfully as he said, "He wants to challenge me." He was a 10 Directions celestial duke, after all. He would not pay any attention to a nobody. He had never heard of Duan Lingtian, therefore, he was certain Duan Lingtian was not another 10 Directions celestial dukes from the 6 southeastern regions or the borderlands. Soon enough, he continued cultivating, completely dismissing Duan Lingtian as someone not worthy of his attention. Meanwhile, the members of the compassionate celestial traveler sect slowly surrounded Duan Lingtian, Tai He, and Huaner as they arrived in group after group in all directions. The patrolling disciples were the first to arrive before the high-ranking officials and other disciples. Soon after, a large crowd had formed around the trio. Naturally, their eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian as soon as he arrived. So he's the madman. Is he really Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? Suddenly, one of the disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect saw Huaner and exclaimed, "I heard there's a peerless beauty who's always by Duan Lingtian's side. This is my first time seeing such a flawless beauty. Even the most beautiful woman in our sect, Senior Sister Mirong Bing, pales in comparison to her." She continued to say, "It seems like this purple-clad young man is truly Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. What a stunning and perfect woman. Such a beauty. It's impossible to find another beauty like her in this world, right? Looks like this purple-clad young man is the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, Duan Lingtian." Most of the disciples who thought Duan Lingtian was a madman were convinced of Duan Lingtian's identity when they saw Huaner's peerless beauty. He's the chief celestial alchemist of Tai celestial sect, Duan Lingtian. For real. An expression of shock could be seen on the faces of the high-ranking officials of the compassionate celestial traveler sect when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. At this moment, a voice laden with fury rang in the distance. So, you're Duan Ling Tian. In just a moment, a beautiful woman appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Everyone from the compassionate celestial travelers sect recognized the beautiful woman immediately. Guardian Dan Feng. Chapter 2921. The three powerful 9 palaces celestial dukes of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. There were 3 9 palaces celestial dukes in the compassionate celestial traveler sect: Nangong Shu, the sect leader; Lin Ru, the first guardian of the sect; and Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the sect. At this moment, one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 9 palaces celestial dukes had arrived. It was none other than Wang Dan Feng. Wang Dan Feng's arrival caught the attention of the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect who were present. After regaining their senses, they greeted Wang Dan Feng respectfully. As the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Wang Dan Feng was weaker than Lin Ru, the first guardian. However, the people of the sect were more nervous around Wang Dan Feng compared to Lin Ru. 1. It was due to Wang Dan Feng's explosive temper. 2. It was due to the fact that Wang Dan Feng's father was the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a 10-direction celestial duke. He was an important pillar of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Even the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had to treat him with the utmost respect. Guardian Dan Feng. Duan Ling Tian had noticed the beautiful lady as soon as she appeared. When he heard the way the people had addressed her, it was not difficult for him to figure out the beautiful lady was Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Most importantly, Wang Dan Feng was Mirong Bing's master. Wang Dan Feng was the biggest reason for his visit to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. He had planned to give Wang Dan Feng a warning so she would not harm Mirong Bing. Wang Dan Feng was a beautiful woman who was dressed luxuriously. It was rather clear she was someone who paid attention to her appearance. She looked as though she was only around 30 years old. Although she might not look young and tender, she had a charismatic air about her. At this moment, her eyes were flashing with killing intent as she looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. It seems like she has already found out about Mirong Bing and me. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed imperceptibly when he saw the killing intent in her eyes. A sense of unease rose in his heart as he continued thinking to himself, there's no way she would let Mirong Bing off lightly if she has found out about us. She might hesitate to act in the beginning when she thought I come from a powerful clan in the central area. However, since the compassionate celestial traveler sect is located much closer to the blissful sect compared to the Taiyi celestial sect, I'm sure the compassionate celestial traveler sect has already heard about the blissful sect's findings. Mirong Bing. He did not dare to continue on that line of thoughts. He hastily extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate with it. The first thing he sensed was Wang Dan Feng's presence because Wang Dan Feng's strength was truly outstanding. Moreover, she, as a 9 palaces celestial dukes, was standing among lower-rank members from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. How could she not stand out? Duan Ling Tian focused on investigating the place with his divine consciousness. It did not take long before he sensed the auras of the other 2 9 palaces celestial dukes who were making their way to him at this moment. He was rather familiar with their auras since he had met both of them during the alchemist conference. The 2 9 palaces celestial dukes were Nangong Shu and Lin Ru, the sect leader and the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect respectively. It should be noted that Wang Dan Feng, Nangong Shu, and Lin Ru could not sense Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness at all due to the differences in their strength. After all, Duan Ling Tian was now similar to a 6-combination celestial king. Duan Ling Tian continued to extend his divine consciousness in the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. A 10-direction celestial duke. He must be Wang Chu Kuang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and Wang Dan Feng's father. When Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness swept over Wang Chu Kuang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Wang Chu Kuang was completely clueless. When Duan Ling Tian finally sensed Mirong Bing's aura, he inwardly sighed in relief. After confirming she was unharmed, he recalled his divine consciousness. Wang Dan Feng, who had been coldly staring at Duan Ling Tian the entire time, finally spoke up when she saw a hint of fear fleeting past Duan Ling Tian's face. You're Duan Ling Tian? That's right, I'm Duan Ling Tian. Pleased to meet you, Guardian Dan Feng. Although Duan Ling Tian had come to warn Wang Danfeng, he was still respectful toward her. After all, Wang Danfeng was Murong Bing's master. The cold expression on Wang Danfeng's face did not ease at all even after Duan Ling Tian had bowed and greeted her. She had been furious when she learned about Duan Ling Tian's arrival, but now that she had seen Duan Ling Tian, she had cooled down considerably. At the same time, she discreetly scanned her surroundings, looking for possible hidden powerhouses who might be protecting Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, followed suit and greeted Wang Danfeng with a bow. "I'm Tai Yi celestial sect's Tai Tai He. Pleased to meet you, Guardian Danfeng." Naturally, it did not escape Duan Ling Tian's eyes that Wang Danfeng was subtly looking for hidden powerhouses who might be guarding him. "Hence," he said indifferently, "Guardian Danfeng, you can stop looking around. Only 3 of us came to visit. There's no one else around. It's just as the blissful sect had said, I'm not from a powerful clan in the central area. I'm just a mere transcender from the mundane realm." He looked at Wang Danfeng knowingly as he added, "I'm sure you've heard about the results of the blissful sect's investigation." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, various expressions flitted past Wang Danfeng's face. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. A familiar voice rang in the air at this moment. "Duan Ling Tian, how dare you lie to me?" Duan Ling Tian saw Nangong Shu in the distance, and Lin Ru was following closely behind Nangong Shu. He raised an eyebrow before he greeted them. "Sect leader Nangong, Guardian Lin Ru." Duan Ling Tian did not have much interaction with Nangong Shu and Lin Ru, and there was no enmity between them. Although Nangong Shu had sent her subordinate after him once, he understood it was out of concern for Murong Bing. Therefore, he had a rather good impression of Nangong Shu. As Nangong Shu glared at Duan Ling Tian, he said with a sigh, "Sect leader Nangong, I only lied due to the pressing situation at that time. I hope you'll be able to understand." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Nangong Shu grew even more furious. She coldly said, "You lied to me, and yet, you dare to ask for my understanding. Sect leader Nangong, can we talk about this later?" Duan Ling Tian replied bluntly with a gleam in his eyes, "I came today to challenge your compassionate celestial traveler sect's supreme guardian, Wang Chu Kuang. We can talk about our issues later." When he finished speaking, he instinctively turned to look at Wang Danfeng. After all, Wang Chu Kuang was Wang Danfeng's father. "You want to challenge my father?" Wang Danfeng did not attempt to conceal her sneer that was laden with disdain. "Without a powerful force from the central area as your support, don't even think about leaving the compassionate celestial traveler sect alive." Killing intent spilled out in waves after waves as soon as she finished speaking. The disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler standing close to Wang Danfeng shuddered. Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated a few steps, trying to put some distance between themselves and Wang Danfeng. "It seems that Guardian Danfeng doesn't believe that I'm strong enough to challenge your father." Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by Wang Danfeng's disdain. "In that case, I'll show you that I'm capable of challenging your father." His demeanor changed completely as soon as he finished speaking. A series of explosions rang in the air as purple energy suddenly surged out of Duan Ling Tian in waves. As soon as the purple energy surged out of his body, it seemed to turn into hundreds of thousands of purple light beams. The 3 Palaces celestial dukes from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had not even reacted when the purple light beams shot toward Wang Danfeng. When Wang Danfeng finally regained her senses, she quickly readied herself to deflect Duan Ling Tian's attack. However, to her surprise, Duan Ling Tian did not attack her. Instead, the purple light beams had formed a cage around her, effectively trapping her. Her expression changed drastically when she realized what had happened. Similarly, Nangong Shu and Lin Ru's expressions changed drastically as well when they saw this. Both of them exchanged a look. Nangong Shu's voice seemed to tremble in the voice transmission she sent to Lin Ru. "For him to be able to act so quickly before the 3 of us can even react, I'm afraid he's a 10-direction celestial duke, at least." The people in the surroundings were equally as shocked by this turn of events. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian lifted his right hand before he suddenly fisted it. Shrink. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple cage that imprisoned Wang Danfeng suddenly shone brilliantly. Chapter 2922 The 9 Suns Lotus Throne and the World-Cleansing Horsetail Wisp. As soon as the purple cage shone intensely, it began to shrink as well, tightening the cage around Wang Danfeng. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who was trapped, struggled desperately, but it was futile. The purple energy seemed endless like the ocean. Every time she managed to muster up some of her celestial origin energy, the purple energy would ruthlessly nullify her celestial origin energy. Her expression changed drastically when she realized she was as helpless as a calf that was bound for slaughter. The Eastern Purple Qi, the expressions of Nangongshu and Lin Ru, the sect leader and the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect respectively, changed again when they saw that Wang Danfeng was trapped. They easily recognized the technique Duan Ling Tian had cast as the profound heaven celestial sect's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi. Moreover, they could tell that he had completely mastered the divine ability. Otherwise, he would not have such precise and free control of the purple energy. Although Nangongshu was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength and mastery of his skills, she did not hesitate to make a move when she saw Duan Ling Tian had imprisoned Wang Danfeng. Duan Ling Tian, release my junior sister. A gust of wind stirred in the air as Nangongshu shot toward Duan Ling Tian in the air. Lin Ru, who remained silent, followed suit. She was prepared to join hands with Nangongshu to fight Duan Ling Tian. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine they would have to join forces to fight Duan Ling Tian in anything apart from alchemy. In fact, they were not even certain they could defeat Duan Ling Tian even if they worked together. After all, based on the strength he displayed, it was clear he was very powerful and was a 10-direction celestial duke, at least. There was a possibility that he was even stronger than a 10-direction celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian had noticed the instant Nangongshu and Lin Ru made a move, but he did not even deign to spare them a glance. His eyes were trained on Wang Danfeng, who was still desperately struggling. If Mirong Bing did not have a close relationship with her master, he would have killed Wang Danfeng instantly to avoid future troubles. Although Wang Danfeng had the protection of a 10-direction celestial duke, Duan Ling Tian was, currently, capable of killing a one-basic celestial king. He did not fear a 10-direction celestial duke at all. Nangongshu and Lin Ru were fast approaching Duan Ling Tian at this moment. He still did not look at them, but he gathered his force inwardly with just a thought. The immobilization king method. In just a few short moments, a golden Buddha silhouette laced with purple energy appeared, shrouding and protecting Duan Ling Tian. A series of explosions rang in the air as Nangongshu and Lin Ru's attacks landed on the golden Buddha silhouette. They pulled back before they continued to attack. Alas, it was futile. Their attacks were akin to scratching the golden Buddha silhouette. The attacks posed no threat to Duan Ling Tian at all. The Nine Suns Lotus Throne. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk. Shocked by Duan Ling Tian's terrifying and impregnable defenses, Nangongshu and Lin Ru brought out their respective royal-grade celestial weapons with a grim expression on their faces. A miniature square lotus throne appeared in Nangongshu's hand. 9 boys could be seen standing in 3 rows on top of the lotus throne. 5 boys stood at the bottom row, 3 boys stood on the second row, and 1 boy stood at the top of the row. This was the Nine Suns Lotus Throne, one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 most powerful sect-guarding celestial weapons. It was a double-trait royal-grade celestial weapon that specialized in speed and offense. In fact, it was the strongest weapon among the sects. 3 sect-guarding celestial weapons. After Nangongshu solemnly sent her celestial origin energy into the Nine Suns Lotus Throne, 2 clones of the Nine Suns Lotus Throne appeared. The original Nine Suns Lotus Throne in her hands began to shine even more brilliantly. One of the clones appeared beneath Nangongshu's feet. It grew until it was big enough for Nangongshu to stand on. Meanwhile, the other clone grew so big until it became a translucent silhouette that shrouded Nangongshu. On the other hand, a horsetail whisk appeared in Lin Ru's hands. Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to the horsetail whisk. It was the celestial weapon Mirong Bing had obtained in the little world that they had both entered. It was one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 sect-guarding celestial weapons, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. It had been lost for many years before Mirong Bing found it and brought it back to the sect. The 3rd sect-guarding celestial weapon of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was in the possession of Wang Chu Kuang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. At this moment, the disciples and elders of the compassionate celestial traveler sect finally returned to their senses. They were shocked and baffled. Our sect leader has to use the Nine Suns Lotus Throne. Are Duan Ling Tian's defenses so terrifying? Isn't it obvious? Before they brought out their royal-grade celestial weapons, Sect leader Nangong and guardian Lin Ru weren't able to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses even after they joined forces. How could it not be terrifying? Since guardian Lin Ru has brought out the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, the two Nine Palaces celestial dukes should be able to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses with two royal-grade celestial weapons, right? So what if they manage to breach or destroy Duan Ling Tian's defenses? It's clear now that he's at least a 10 directions celestial duke. How could the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect not be shocked? Wang Danfeng was the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, a 9 Palaces celestial dukes, and yet, she was completely defenseless when faced with Duan Ling Tian. Although Wang Danfeng had underestimated Duan Ling Tian, it was clear even if she had been guarded, she would not have been able to do anything to Duan Ling Tian. This was sufficient enough to prove Duan Ling Tian's strength. Moreover, they had seen how the other two Nine Palace dukes from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had joined forces but were unable to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses. At this moment, they could only wait and watch what happened next now that the two Nine Palaces celestial dukes had brought out their sect-guarding celestial weapons. Most of them had assumed that it would be enough to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses even if they could not defeat him. Alas, they were quickly disabused of that notion. They saw a celestial weapon appearing in Duan Ling Tian's hand soon after Nangongshu and Lin Ru brought out their royal-grade celestial weapons. His weapon was an umbrella that was etched with strange carvings, even the handles were etched with strange carvings. Isn't that a royal-grade celestial weapon as well? Of course, it's impossible for a duke-grade celestial weapon to possess such an aura. Duan Ling Tian opened the umbrella as soon as it appeared in his hands. With a flurry of movements that could not be captured by the people present, the umbrella was soon in the hands of the golden Buddha silhouette that was protecting him. It shone with a golden light that was laced with purple energy as soon as it was in the hands of the golden Buddha silhouette. At this moment, Nangongshu and Lin Ru arrived. Close to Duan Ling Tian, it seemed as though the 9 boys standing on the lotus throne in Nangongshu's hand had come to life. The wind whistled in the air as the 9 boys left the lotus throne and flew toward Duan Ling Tian swiftly. As they flew, the 9 boys kept growing in size. When they finally arrived near the golden Buddha silhouette that was holding an umbrella, they dove fearlessly like suicide bombers. They glowed with a mysterious light as they landed with an explosion on the golden Buddha silhouette. The sound of the 9 boys exploding was thunderously loud and seemed as though it could shake the lands. Waves and waves of violent energies rippled out into the surroundings upon impact. The golden Buddha silhouette with an umbrella flickered in the midst of the explosions. It seemed as though it was going to shatter at any moment. The golden Buddha silhouette was still flickering when an ear-piercing noise rang in the air. Lin Ru, hot on the heels of Nangongshu, had attacked as well. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk seemed to have come alive in her hands. She swung her hand, and the air rippled and distorted as a flurry of violent tornadoes swept toward Duan Ling Tian. It swept out like a ravenous and powerful prehistoric beast, leaving destruction in its wake, as it continued on its trajectory toward Duan Ling Tian. The golden Buddha silhouette flickered even more intensely when the tornadoes landed on it. The elders and disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect stared at the golden Buddha silhouette unblinkingly. Their hearts were hoisted high as they watched with hope shimmering in their eyes. Will it be able to shatter Duan Ling Tian's defenses? Nevertheless, the subsequent scene destroyed all of their hopes. The golden Buddha silhouette with an umbrella protecting Duan Ling Tian remained even after the attacks. Nangongshu had shielded the disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect from the backlash of the attacks so the disciples remained unharmed. It's not enough to shatter his defenses. Well, his royal-grade celestial weapon is remarkable. It looks like a defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. There's no doubt he's at least a 10 directions celestial duke. Not only were the people of the compassionate celestial traveler sect shocked by Duan Ling Tian's defenses that were able to withstand Nangongshu and Lin Ru's attacks, but they were also amazed by the umbrella in the hands of the golden Buddha silhouette. The umbrella that shone with a mysterious golden light that was laced with purple energy seemed capable of blocking all attacks. While everyone marveled over Duan Ling Tian's strength, Duan Ling Tian noticed something in the distance. His eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he looked at a figure heading toward him at top speed. Is he finally going to show himself? Chapter 29-23 Someone you can't afford to offend. The figure was traveling at such a high speed that Duan Ling Tian was the only one who noticed his presence. None of the 3 powerful 9 celestial dukes of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had noticed his presence yet. Although the figure was fast, Duan Ling Tian could easily see his movements. A gust of wind stirred in the air, heralding the arrival of a tall middle-aged man with a well-built body. He seemed to have materialized out of thin air when he appeared next to Wang Danfeng. Supreme Guardian, Nangong Shu and Lin Ru, the sect leader and the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect respectively, were the first to react. However, they seemed unsurprised by the middle-aged man's appearance as they quickly bowed and greeted him. After all, they had used the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect guarding celestial weapons against Duan Ling Tian earlier. It must have caused quite a commotion. Although most of the disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect present on the scene knew about their sect's Supreme Guardian and that he was a man, it was their first time seeing their sect's elusive Supreme Guardian. All of them were staring at him at this moment. Supreme Guardian, he's the Supreme Guardian. Meanwhile, the eyes of the elders from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect lit up with hope when they saw Wang Chu Kuang, the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Earlier, their hearts had sunk when they saw Nangong Shu and Lin Er failing to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses even after joining forces. Wang Chu Kuang's arrival seemed to have rekindled their hopes. Wang Danfeng, who was held captive by Duan Ling Tian, cried out upon seeing her father, "Father!" Her eyes began to brim with tears at this moment. Although she was a 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes and the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she was like a young girl in front of her father. As soon as she saw her father, the floodgates of her emotions seemed to break. Fenger. Wang Chu Kuang was enraged when he saw the tears brimming in Wang Danfeng's eyes. He raised his arms as waves after waves of celestial origin energy surged out of him toward Wang Danfeng. His celestial origin energy dispersed the purple energy holding Wang Danfeng captive, freeing Wang Danfeng. Upon seeing Wang Chu Kuang successfully freeing Wang Danfeng, the eyes of the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect brightened even more. Even the sect's 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes could not deal with the purple energy. How could they not be amazed by Wang Chu Kuang's superior strength? With this, many of them assumed Duan Ling Tian was not any stronger than Wang Chu Kuang. They were, naturally, unaware that Duan Ling Tian had deliberately withdrawn most of his strength when Wang Chu Kuang arrived. Otherwise, Wang Chu Kuang would not have been able to free Wang Danfeng at all. "Who are you?" Wang Chu Kuang asked in a deep voice that was laden with arrogance as he stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. It was as though he was talking to someone whom he deemed inferior to him. He had never seen Duan Ling Tian before and was not present when Duan Ling Tian had revealed identity, therefore, he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian was the chief celestial alchemist of the Wasteland's Taiyi celestial sect. Moreover, how could anyone relate someone so powerful to the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect? Wang Chu Kuang had long sensed the commotion here before he arrived. Through his divine consciousness, he saw how Nangong Shu and Lin Ru had failed to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses even after they had joined forces and used their royal-grade celestial weapons. He could tell Duan Ling Tian's royal-grade celestial weapon was a defensive celestial weapon. Otherwise, he would not dare question Duan Ling Tian in such a manner. He would have been much warier if Duan Ling Tian managed to block Nangong Shu and Lin Ru's attacks without using the defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. After all, it would mean Duan Ling Tian was a quasi-celestial king or even a true celestial king. As a 10-direction celestial duke, he would not even dare to breathe loudly in front of a quasi-celestial king or celestial king, let alone question them. Duan Ling Tian had used his celestial weapon so that he would not have to use his celestial origin energy unnecessarily. The umbrella was a defensive royal-grade celestial weapon he had obtained in the little world where he had obtained the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring. Apart from the umbrella, he had obtained several other royal-grade celestial weapons. "Are you questioning me?" Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened when he heard Wang Chu Kuang's words. He sent his celestial origin energy that was similar to a 6-combination celestial king toward Wang Chu Kuang. His celestial origin energy left the air distorting and rippling in its wake. Wang Chu Kuang's expression changed drastically when he felt Duan Ling Tian's terrifying celestial origin energy sweeping toward him. He could not even mobilize his celestial origin energy in time when Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy landed on him. Wang Chu Kuang was sent flying several hundred meters back at once. He spat out mouthfuls of blood as he struggled to his feet. "It was easy for me, Duan Ling Tian, to kill Li Ping, a 1 basic celestial king, let alone a mere 10-direction celestial duke like you," Duan Ling Tian said. After hitting Wang Chu Kuang, he had retracted his celestial origin energy. His eyes were filled with disdain, and a sneer could be seen on his face as he spoke. The entire place fell deathly silent as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. Wang Danfeng had been standing next to Wang Chu Kuang when Duan Ling Tian attacked earlier. Although she was not the target of the attack, she had acutely felt the immensity of Duan Ling Tian's strength. She was almost suffocated by Duan Ling Tian's energy. She was certain he was stronger than a celestial duke. Even a quasi-celestial king might not be a match for him. Fear tightened its grip on her heart as a thought appeared unbidden in her mind. It seems like he didn't even use his full strength earlier. Wang Chu Kuang, who had yet to gather his composure after being hit by Duan Ling Tian, heard Duan Ling Tian's words. With an unreadable expression on his face, he said, "Li Ping had broken through and became a celestial king before you killed him." Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently, "There's no need for me to lie about this. In fact, it won't be long before news of it spread here." When Wang Chu Kuang recalled Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy that had hit him earlier, he did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. Based on Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy alone, it was clear Duan Ling Tian was stronger than an ordinary celestial king. He knew very well that even a one basic celestial king would not be able to injure him to this extent with just celestial origin energy alone. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and hints of incredulity flashed in them. It looked like he had seen a monster when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Wait, what did you say? Why you're Duan Ling Tian?" Wang Chu Kuang had heard about Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect in the wasteland. "I'm Duan Ling Tian, I'm Murong Bing's man, and I'm here to challenge the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 10-direction celestial duke Wang Chu Kuang." Duan Ling Tian's earlier words when he arrived at the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate resounded in Wang Chu Kuang's mind at this moment. There was no doubt the purple-clad young man standing before him was the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect whom he had looked down on. Although Wang Chu Kuang was surprised by Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base at such a young age, he had no time to dwell on it. Duan Ling Tian had said he had come to challenge him. In the past, he would not have even bothered with Duan Ling Tian since he did not think Duan Ling Tian was qualified to challenge him. However, after witnessing and experiencing Duan Ling Tian's strength, how could he dare to accept the challenge? What a joke! Duan Ling Tian had managed to injure him with just his celestial origin energy alone. He was clearly no match for Duan Ling Tian at all. A bitter smile could be seen on Wang Chu Kuang's face. Since Duan Ling Tian seemed to be targeting him, he asked, "Master Duan, is there a misunderstanding between us?" "There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm only doing this to show your daughter my strength. I want your daughter to know her disciple, Murong Bing, has me. Let alone your daughter, with me by Murong Bing's side, Murong Bing is not someone the compassionate celestial traveler sect can afford to offend." Duan Ling Tian's cold eyes shifted from Wang Chu Kuang to Wang Danfeng as he continued to say, "I came to say that if any harm comes to Murong Bing, not only would I kill you, but I'll make sure to completely destroy the compassionate celestial traveler sect." Chapter 29-24 Duan Ling Tian, a reincarnated powerhouse. "There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm here to inform your daughter that I'm with her disciple, Murong Bing. Murong Bing is someone the compassionate celestial traveler sect can't afford to offend. If any harm comes to Murong Bing, not only will I kill you, but I'll destroy the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect as well." Although Duan Ling Tian spoke calmly, those from the compassionate celestial traveler sect could feel the weight of his words. At the same time, they thought he was really domineering. If they did not witness his strength today, they would have treated him like a joke. However, after witnessing his strength, none of them doubted he would be able to carry out his threats. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, everyone from the compassionate celestial traveler sect shifted their eyes to Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Even Wang Chu Kuang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and Wang Danfeng's father, looked at Wang Danfeng immediately. Most of the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were confused by Duan Ling Tian's words. They did not understand why Duan Ling Tian spoke as though Wang Danfeng would harm Murong Bing since they were unaware of the matters between Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing. On the other hand, Wang Chu Kuang was privy to the matter between Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing. As soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he sent a voice transmission to Wang Danfeng. Danfeng, I know you're angry about Binger losing her virginity to him and that she has disappointed you. However, you can see for yourself now that the man Binger has chosen is extraordinary. He's stronger than ordinary celestial kings. If he intends to kill you or destroy our sect, it'd be as easy as snapping his fingers. A hint of helplessness could be heard in his tone when he spoke. Father, I understand, Wang Danfeng said. Despite her words, her expression was rather unsightly. She truly did not expect the man who had violated her disciple was a celestial king. She knew there was nothing she could do to her disciple at this point. Even if she insisted on punishing her disciple, her father and the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect would stop her. Binger, you really found yourself a good man, Wang Danfeng muttered to herself. She gritted her teeth to suppress her anger. Her helplessness was driving her crazy. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction where he had sensed Mirong Bing before he infused some energy into his voice and sent a voice transmission to her. I'll come back for you after 1,000 years. When Mirong Bing heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he had already made a move to leave the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate with Huaner and Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, let alone the others, even in the eyes of Wang Chu Kuang, a 10 directions. Celestial Duke, it seemed to him as though Duan Ling Tian and his companions had vanished into thin air. He's too fast. Even a one basic celestial king isn't so fast. Wang Chu Kuang shuddered inwardly when he saw Duan Ling Tian's speed. He vowed to guard his daughter carefully to ensure his daughter would not harm his grand disciple, Mirong Bing. Liu Luo, who was standing among the disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, had, naturally, witnessed everything. She was in shock and disbelief. He's so powerful. Third senior sister seems to have found herself an amazing man. However, why didn't he bring third senior sister away with him? After 1,000 years, I'm not sure if I'll still be alive at that time. Meanwhile, a bitter smile appeared on Mirong Bing's face after she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. She had assumed he had been forced to leave. She did not think much about how his voice transmission had managed to reach her ears even though they were a distance away from each other. She had thought someone had pointed him to her location, and he had sent her a voice transmission before he left. She did not dare to reply to his voice transmission in fear of someone intercepting the message. After all, she was unaware that Duan Ling Tian was incredibly strong now. All she knew was Duan Ling Tian did not really come from a powerful clan in the central area. She assumed her master would come looking for her soon to vent her anger now that it was proven that Duan Ling Tian did not have any extraordinary background. Meanwhile, Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, asked, Junior sister, do you want to personally release Binger or should I do it on your behalf? She wanted to release Mirong Bing immediately but decided to ask Wang Danfeng out of respect. No matter what, Wang Danfeng was still Mirong Bing's master and the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Moreover, Wang Danfeng's father was the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Before Wang Danfeng could respond, Wang Chu Kuang said, Sect leader, can you do it on her behalf? After he finished speaking, he used his celestial origin energy to carry Wang Danfeng away with him. Nangong Shu's eyes lit up when she heard Wang Chu Kuang's words. She did not waste any time and prepared to head to the place where Mirong Bing was held captive. At this moment, Liu Luo's voice rang in the air. Senior aunt, can I accompany you to release third senior sister? Nangong Shu, who had just begun to move, used her celestial origin energy to carry Liu Luo with her before she left. After Nangong Shu and Liu Luo left, Lin Ru, the first guardian of the celestial traveler sect, left as well. At this moment, only a few elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect remained on the scene. Can anyone explain what just happened to me? Based on sect leader's words, it seems like senior sister Mirong Bing is being locked up by guardian Danfeng. What happened? Earlier, Duan Ling Tian said he's senior sister Mirong Bing's man, right? Senior sister Bing is supposed to be the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, isn't she? She's prohibited from having relations with a man. Guardian Danfeng had locked her up. Duan Ling Tian even warned Guardian Danfeng not to harm her. It seems like he was genuinely worried Guardian Danfeng will harm her. Could it be? Although there were some elders present who knew the whole story, they, naturally, did not dare to gossip about it. Nevertheless, most people managed to piece the story together after witnessing what had happened earlier. the disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect gossiped among themselves when they pieced the story together. Many of them were envious of Murong Bing and amazed by Duan Lingtian's strength. Guardian Dan Feng had killed one of her disciples in the past because her disciple had relations with a man. After all, Guardian Dan Feng had such hopes for that disciple. She had hoped for that disciple to be the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Isn't this just like history repeating itself? Well, there's one difference. Senior Sister Bing seems to have found herself a powerful man to rely on. That man is so powerful that Guardian Dan Feng is powerless to do anything. I truly envy Senior Sister Bing. Where did she find such a powerful man? He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a celestial king. Can you just imagine his achievements in the future? A celestial king who hasn't even reached the age of 100. If I didn't witness it for myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Is there anyone like him in the Southern Heaven territory? I don't think so. Before today, I've never heard about anyone like him. Master Duan confirmed he's not from a powerful clan from the central area, but he's a celestial king who hasn't even reached 100 years old. Perhaps, he's not from the Southern Heaven territory. He merely said he's not from a powerful clan in the central area. That doesn't mean he doesn't have an extraordinary background. Most of the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler were convinced Duan Lingtian must have come from an extraordinary clan. In fact, he might belong to a force that was even stronger than all the top forces in the Southern Heaven territory. They continued to speculate among themselves and dissected Duan Lingtian's words, and soon enough, their speculation changed direction again. Wait, didn't Master Duan say that he's a transcender? If that's the case, Master Duan must be the reincarnation of some powerhouse who managed to retain his memories from his past life. This explains everything. The more powerful one is, the more dangerous it is for one to reincarnate. It isn't dangerous for those in the mundane realms to reincarnate, but it's a completely different story for those in Devata realms. If Master Duan is truly the reincarnation of some powerhouse, he must be a powerful sectless cultivator if he's not from a powerful sect or clan. More and more people were convinced that Duan Lingtian was the reincarnation of some strong powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he be so strong at such a young age? Meanwhile, Nangongshu was undoing the formations that kept Murong Bing captive. As soon as Nangongshu completely removed the formations, Liu Luo rushed forward and hugged Murong Bing, who had yet to regain her senses. Third Senior Sister. Murong Bing looked at Liu Luo, who was hugging her, before she shifted her eyes to Nangongshu in confusion. Liu Luo, Senior Aunt. Her confusion was apparent on her face. After all, she had expected her master to look for her and kill her as soon as Duan Lingtian left. How could she not be confused upon seeing Liu Luo and her senior aunt, who treated her like a daughter? Chapter 29-25. Preparing to leave the borderlands. Binger, you're free to leave this place, Nangongshu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, said when she saw the confusion on Murong Bing's face. A faint smile could be seen on her face, and her eyes were brimming with affection as she looked at Murong Bing. She was thoroughly relieved. Although Duan Lingtian had lied to her during the alchemy conference, she was really impressed by the strength Duan Lingtian had demonstrated today. With this, she no longer had to worry about Wang Danfeng, her junior sister, harming Murong Bing. She was pleased to see that her niece seemed to have found herself a good man. Leave. A bitter smile appeared on Murong Bing's face. Is Master going to punish me now? Did she send both of you here so we can say our goodbyes? Although she had expected this outcome, she found it difficult to remain indifferent. Silly girl, what are you thinking? You're fine. Your master won't be punishing you now or in the future. Nangongshu shook her head and smiled. Third Senior Sister, your man is truly amazing. Even our Supreme Guardian didn't dare to offend him, Liu Luo said after she released Murong Bing from the hug. A hint of excitement could be seen on her face, making her look childlike, as she spoke. She spoke as though she was in Duan Lingtian's shoes and was the one who possessed such intimidating strength. Murong Bing remained confused until Liu Luo recounted everything that had happened in detail. She found out Duan Lingtian had easily imprisoned Wang Danfeng, her master, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and a 9 palaces celestial dukes. Moreover, his defenses managed to withstand the attacks of Nangongshu and Lin Ru, the sect leader and the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect respectively. Most importantly, Nangongshu and Lin Ru were both 9 palaces celestial dukes as well. Both of them had even used two of the compassionate celestial travelers' sect guarding celestial weapons. Even then, they failed to breach his defenses. He's a celestial king. Mirong Bing was further stunned when she heard that even Wang Chu Kuang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and a powerful 10-direction celestial duke, was wary of Duan Ling Tian and did not dare to act rashly. Although she knew Duan Ling Tian had come to challenge Wang Chu Kuang, it did not cross her mind that he was truly stronger than Wang Chu Kuang. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission earlier, she had assumed he had failed and was forced to leave. Who knew he was capable of such feats? Even Wang Chu Kuang did not dare to accept his challenge and was forced to compromise. It took Mirong Bing a long time before she regained her senses. At this moment, Liu Luo asked in confusion, "Senior sister, he clearly came because of you, but why did he leave without even seeing you? Binger, did he say anything to you before he left?" As the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and a 9 palaces celestial duke, Nangong Shu, naturally, knew it would be easy for Duan Ling Tian to send Mirong Bing a voice transmission despite the distance that separated them. Yes, Mirong Bing nodded as she stared woodenly in the direction where the voice transmission came from. Then, she muttered in a low voice, "He told me he'll come back for me after 1,000 years. 1,000 years?" Liu Luo's eyes widened. So long, 1,000 years, naturally, seemed like a long time to Liu Luo who had not even reached the age of 100. Nangong Shu speculated out loud, 1,000 years. It seems like he has important matters to attend to, and it must be inconvenient to bring you along with him. It's inconvenient for him to bring third senior sister with him, but it's not inconvenient for him to bring another woman with him. Liu Luo retorted, clearly displeased. She was not convinced by Nangong Shu's words. Mirong Bing remained silent. Nangong Shu said, "Binger, I can't say for sure what his relationship is with the white-clad lady. However, it seems to me that the way he looked at the other woman is akin to the way an elder brother looks at his younger sister. It's not the type of love between a woman and a man. She might not be experienced, romance-wise, but after living for such a long time, she had seen her fair share of things. Therefore, she could tell Duan Ling Tian's relationship with Huaner was not that of a man and a woman." Upon hearing Nangong Shu's words, Mirong Bing's eyes seemed to lit up. Nangong Shu sighed inwardly when she saw Mirong Bing's reaction. She had bit her tongue and did not finish her sentence. She did not think it was wise to tell Mirong Bing that although Duan Ling Tian did not seem to look at Huaner as a man would, Huaner was definitely looking at Duan Ling Tian like a woman in love. In the end, she only said, "I'm sure Master Duan has his own reason for deciding to come back for you in 1,000 years. 1,000 years will pass in a blink of an eye for us celestials. Stay in the sect during this time to wait for him." After a moment, she continued to say, "Binger, for now, avoid seeing your master. I'm afraid she won't be too happy to see you now. After a few days have passed, I'll accompany you to visit her." "Thank you, senior aunt." Mirong Bing knew her master would be furious since she was forced to compromise. If she went to see her master now, there was no doubt it would worsen her master's mood. Huaner had remained silent from the time they left the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, she could no longer hold back and finally asked, "Brother Ling Tian, why didn't you bring sister Mirong Bing along? It's easy for me to bring her away from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, but I can't guarantee her safety if she were to come with us." Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully, "I think it's best for her to stay in the compassionate celestial traveler sect for now. When the time is right and I'm strong enough to protect her, I'll come back for her." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he turned to look in the direction of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate one last time as he thought to himself, "If I survive going to the divine offering land 1,000 years later, I promise I'll come back for you." He believed that if he survived the divine offering land, he would surely possess sufficient strength to roam the Devata realms fearlessly. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, with a glint in his eyes as he said, "Elder Tai, now that I've dealt with my affairs in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, I'm not planning to return to our sect. I plan to leave the borderlands and directly make my way to the central area." Duan Ling Tian did not wait for Tai Tai He to respond and immediately took out 2 memory celestial talismans. These memory celestial talismans hold the blissful sect's Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, and the profound heaven celestial sect's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern purple chi. Can you please bring this back to the sect leader? He used his celestial origin energy to pass the memory celestial talismans to Tai Tai He. Tai Tai He appeared anxious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Master Duan, please pass these memory celestial talismans to the sect leader yourself. Besides, don't you owe sect leader Jian from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect a favor? Isn't it best if you repay her favor before leaving? In order to convince Duan Ling Tian to stay, he even used the Thousand Spiders celestial sect as an excuse. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had promised Jian Chu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, a favor in exchange for bringing the party from the Tai Yi celestial sect back to the wasteland. I haven't forgotten that favor. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Elder Tai, please convey my message to sect leader Bai. Tell him that after he or someone from the sect has mastered the celestial method and divine ability I won, please choose either one of them and bring it to the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. With this, it can be considered that I've returned her favor. If she's unhappy about this, I'll have to return the favor in the future. Apart from that, please help me bid the sect leader, Master Situ, and the others farewell as well. Tell them I'll come back and visit if I have the chance. Duan Ling Tian vanished with Huaner as soon as he finished speaking. He did not even wait for Tai Tai He's reply. I didn't know Master Duan is in such a hurry to leave. Tai Tai He could only smile bitterly in response. He had expected Duan Ling Tian to leave for the central area after they had returned to the Tai Yi celestial sect. It had taken him by surprise that Duan Ling Tian decided to make his way to the central area as soon as they left the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner reappeared above a forest. Since Duan Ling Tian did not feel the need to hide anything from Huaner, he bluntly said to her, Huaner, can I trouble you to carry us for the rest of our journey to the central area? I can only use my celestial origin energy that's equivalent to that of a celestial king 2 or 3 more times before it's completely depleted. Although Duan Ling Tian had made an effort to conserve his celestial origin energy during his trip to the compassionate celestial traveler sect, he had exhausted quite a large amount of it. Currently, his celestial origin energy was only comparable to that of a 5-elements celestial king. Huaner nodded. She was aware of the importance of Duan Ling Tian conserving his celestial origin energy. Please rest, brother Ling Tian. Save your celestial origin energy for when you truly need it. Chapter 29-26 A Pack of Ravenous Wolves. Among all the techniques I mastered previously, only the assistive heaven grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, is of any use. I finally mastered the offensive defensive movement Duke grade celestial method and divine ability. This should be enough for now, technique-wise. I should focus on raising my cultivation base next. Although the consumable royal grade celestial weapon grants me strength equivalent to a celestial lord, ultimately, the boosted celestial origin energy would be depleted. In the end, I can only rely on my true strength. After using the boosted celestial origin energy that was granted to him by the consumable royal grade celestial weapon a few times, Duan Ling Tian's strength was now comparable to that of a 5-elements celestial king. Although he enjoyed the power the consumable royal grade weapon granted him, he was not blinded by it. He was keenly aware that he was just a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He did not forget that the power would disappear once he had depleted them. Apart from that, he could only use the consumable royal grade celestial weapon thrice. Since he had already used it once, he was left with only 2 more uses. The reason the rate of my celestial origin energy's depletion is so slow is due to my opponents being weak. The stronger my opponents are, the faster my celestial origin energy would deplete. Duan Ling Tian knew his celestial origin energy was depleting at a slow rate because his opponent was weak. The strongest among his opponents earlier had only recently broken through and became a 1 basic celestial king. He knew, to utilize the effect of the consumable royal grade celestial weapon to its full potential, it would be better for him to only use it against opponents whom he could kill in 1 blow. After all, if his opponent managed to survive his attack repeatedly, his celestial origin energy would continue to deplete to the point where it would make it easy for his opponent to kill him. Apart from that, the stronger his opponents were, the more celestial origin energy he had to use to kill his opponents. If I face a 9 palaces celestial king as soon as I use the consumable royal grade weapon that would grant me the strength of a celestial lord, I'm afraid I'll have to use up all the celestial origin energy just to kill the 9 palaces celestial king. Even against those who are slightly weaker than 9 palaces celestial dukes, I'm afraid I won't have much celestial origin energy left after dealing with them. This is not my true strength, after all. It's just a temporary boost. In the end, it's still best to rely on my own strength. With all these thoughts in mind, Duan Ling Tian immersed himself in cultivating. Thanks to the king rank cultivation method, the Tai Yi profound method, that was given to him by Du Fei, Huan'er's grandaunt, and the 99 heavenly veins he possessed, his cultivation speed was relatively fast even without the help of the heaven and earth spirit energy from Huan'er's divine crystal. Since Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er were traveling, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to recklessly use Huan'er's divine crystal in fear of exposing the divine crystal. With his current strength, he could sense everyone weaker than a 5 elements celestial king who approached them, but who could say for sure they would not encounter powerhouses stronger than a 5 elements celestial king? It was for this reason, he did not dare to risk using the divine crystal. The divine crystal was too precious. Not to mention celestial kings, even celestial lords and ordinary celestial emperors would be tempted by it. Duan Ling Tian, who had been immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. At this point, they had been traveling for a month. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he saw 9 figures flying toward him in the distance. He used his celestial origin energy that was currently comparable to a 5 elements celestial king and extended his divine consciousness to probe their cultivation bases. A 1 basic celestial duke and 8 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It did not take long before the 9 people appeared before Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er, blocking their path. The leader of the group, a short middle-aged man, inhaled sharply when he saw Huan'er. What a beauty! A lecherous expression appeared on his face immediately. He looked like a ravenous wolf staring at its prey. A young man standing at the back of the group looked at Huan'er with a similarly lecherous expression. He laughed heartily before he said, "Big brother, it seems like our luck is pretty good today. Not only will we be able to loot treasures, but we'll be able to enjoy ourselves as well." Everyone loved a beauty. With Huan'er's peerless beauty, ordinary men would definitely be tempted by her. This group of 9 people was experienced bandits. They had been looting and robbing people for a long time now. When they saw Huan'er carrying Duan Ling Tian with her celestial origin energy, they assumed that Huan'er's strength was superior to Duan Ling Tian's strength. They had ascertained that Huan'er was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Therefore, they were certain that Duan Ling Tian, at most, possessed strength equal to Huan'er. With this in mind, how could they be afraid of Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er? They had a 1 basic celestial duke in their group, after all. Apart from that, all of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. I've never seen such a beauty in my entire life. My life would be complete if I could spend the night with her. I feel the same way. Too beautiful. Where can you find such a beautiful woman? Our luck is really good. Today, the men standing at the back began to talk among themselves as they stared at Huan'er hungrily. They were completely unrestrained with their words. It seemed as though they were certain of capturing Huan'er and making her obey their orders. Based on their words, only 1 person among the group of 9 remained silent. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed in a simple robe. He had an ordinary appearance and average height. At this moment, he stepped forward and looked at the 1 basic celestial duke before he said, "Big brother, why don't we give up on this?" While he spoke, his eyes darted occasionally to Duan Ling Tian, who was calmly sitting cross-legged in the air. Although this was his first meeting with Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er, he felt chills running up his spine when he saw how calm Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er were. Moreover, Huan'er was, indeed, too beautiful. How could such a beautiful woman who traveled so confidently without hiding her appearance be an ordinary person? Give up. The 1 basic celestial duke was momentarily stunned when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Then, he said, "Old second, can you really bear letting such a beauty slip away before your eyes? Where do you think you'll find such a peerless beauty again? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance." Despite his words, his tone was rather polite and curious. At the same time, the remaining people of the group began to protest one after another as they stared at Huan'er lecherously. They also appealed to the small middle-aged man, afraid he would listen to the middle-aged man's words. "Second brother, you can't ruin our fun. Second brother, we know that you're very clever and extremely cautious. However, this time, I really think you're being too cautious for nothing." "Exactly. No offense, wise as you are, second brother, your judgments aren't always right. Big brother, don't listen to second brother. We must seize this opportunity. Old second, as you can see, I can't heed your advice today. The short middle-aged man smiled wryly at the middle-aged man, old second. His tone was somewhat helpless, but one could tell it was feigned based on the hungry manner in which he looked at Huoner. It was rather obvious that he could not bear to walk away from a beauty like Huoner. Fine, fine, at most, I'll just accompany all of you to death. The middle-aged man with average height, old second, shook his head helplessly. A grim expression could be seen on his face as though he had already prepared himself for death. Upon hearing this, the leader, the short middle-aged man, seemed rather annoyed. Old second, don't be like this. If you're not interested, you can leave first. Don't act as though we're forcing you to do this. A few men began to chime in one after another in support of their leader. That's right, second brother, if you don't want to be a part of this, you can leave. It just means we'll have one less person to share our prize with. Old second scoffed before he said, I'm not leaving. If I'm truly mistaken, I won't partake in the prize. Based on his tone, it was obvious that he was also rather angry. Good, second brother, it'll be as you said. Second brother really cares about us younger brothers. Without second brother, I should be able to have my turn with this beauty a bit sooner, right? Soon after, the men shifted their eyes to Huoner like a pack of ravenous wolves. Chapter 29-27 It's really an iron wall. While Huoner was enraged by the 8 men's unbridled gaze, Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man with an average height that was referred to as old second by the leader of the group of 9 people as he said indifferently, it seems like you're quite loyal. Duan Ling Tian's purple robe fluttered in the air as he rose to his feet. In just a moment, he stood next to Huoner before he gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Brother Ling Tian, you're awake. Huoner's attention had been focused on the 9 men before her that she did notice Duan Ling Tian had awakened from his cultivation. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded with a faint smile on his face before he said, it seems like I better carry us for the rest of our journey. Otherwise, who knows how many flies will come buzzing around us. He looked at her with a doting gaze, and he spoke as though only 2 of them existed in the world. He did not even spare the group of men a look. Meanwhile, old second still had not recovered from Duan Ling Tian's indifferent gaze. He had met many people before, but he had only seen a few people with a gaze that was completely calm and devoid of panic. Those few times he had encountered people with such a gaze, he had learned that those who possessed such a gaze usually had the situation under their control. He shuddered inwardly as the ominous feeling in his heart continued to grow. He's too composed. It seems like we've met an iron wall this time, old second thought to himself. He thought about dissuading the other 8 men again, but when he saw their hungry gazes as they looked at the white-clad woman, he gave up. He knew his 8 companions were currently blinded by desire. No matter how he tried to dissuade them, it would only be in vain. He had thought, perhaps, they might be lucky and avoid a disaster, but when he saw Duan Ling Tian's calm gaze, all his hopes vanished. Let it be. If it weren't for Big Brother, I would have died previously. Since I should have died back then, I'll just consider this as repaying him. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the 8 men were enraged. Flies. He called us flies. Does this brat have a death wish? The leader of the men, a short middle-aged man, glared at Duan Ling Tian as his body emitted killing intent. He flew toward Duan Ling Tian as he roared, Brat, since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill your wish. As the short middle-aged man flew out, his celestial origin energy surged out and gathered in his hands. Then, he struck Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. Although Duan Ling Tian was not threatened by the short middle-aged man's attack, he was displeased by the sudden attack. With just a thought, his body began to glow dazzlingly bright with a golden light that subsequently turned into a golden Buddha silhouette. The immobilization king method. As soon as the golden Buddha silhouette enveloped Duan Ling Tian, the expressions of the short middle-aged man and the 8 men behind him changed slightly. All of them, except for old second, looked at Duan Ling Tian greedily. The immobilization king method is a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method from the Cross Region's blissful sect. It's an offensive-defensive movement celestial method. It's not just that, it seems like this guy has completely mastered the immobilization king method. That's right, with his mastery, he'll be able to record the celestial method in a memory celestial talisman for others to comprehend. Then, the 7 men shouted one after another, afraid that their leader would forget himself and kill Duan Ling Tian. Big brother, don't be too harsh. Big brother, spare him. He's a walking and talking triple trait Duke-grade celestial method. The leader, who was charging toward Duan Ling Tian, naturally, shared the same thought as his companions. He quickly restrained a large amount of his strength to weaken his attack. Although the short middle-aged man had weakened his blow, it was not that weak. When his attack landed, a loud explosion rang in the air. Nevertheless, as soon as the earth-shaking attack landed on the golden Buddha silhouette, it left barely a ripple on the golden Buddha silhouette. It remained unmoving like a mountain or an impenetrable fortress, as expected of the Duke-grade celestial method from the blissful sect. It's truly powerful. Despite the futility of his attack, the short middle-aged man was still unaware of Duan Ling Tian's terrifying strength. He had assumed his attack had failed because of the Duke-grade celestial method, not Duan Ling Tian's strength. Therefore, he increased the strength of his attack on Duan Ling Tian. However, even as the man continued to increase the strength of his attack, he discovered he could not breach Duan Ling Tian's offense at all. Even then, he did not give up and continued attacking with increasing ferocity. After a while, the short middle-aged man finally realized something was amiss. He studied the purple-clad young man whom he had previously dismissed as being weak and found the purple-clad young man staring at him indifferently with a smile that was not quite a smile. Old Second did not look surprised. It seemed as though this was all within his expectations. On the contrary, the seven men's expressions changed drastically. What's going on? Earlier, Big Brother had used almost all his strength to attack, but he still failed to breach that young man's defenses. Heavens! The blissful sect's Duke-grade celestial method is too powerful, right? Is it really the blissful sect's celestial method? I'm suddenly unsure. Even if we completely mastered it, I'm afraid it'd still be difficult for us to withstand Big Brother's full attack, right? Moreover, look at how nonchalant he is. It's like it's easy for him to deflect Big Brother's attack. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at the short middle-aged man indifferently and said in an unhurried tone, "Now that you've attacked me, it should be my turn now, right?" Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the short middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth to speak, but alas, before words could leave his mouth, it was already too late. A purple sword energy shot out like a shooting star and pierced the short middle-aged man's forehead. As the purple sword energy exited from the back of the short middle-aged man's head, an explosion rang in the air. The air around the spot where the short middle-aged man stood rippled violently for a moment as blood rained down. The only thing left of the short middle-aged man was a spatial ring that Duan Ling Tian collected. The 8 men could not catch Duan Ling Tian's movements at all. All they heard was the sound of an explosion before their leader exploded into a blood mist. Their leader had died, just like that. Old Second sighed heavily, seemingly resigned to his fate. He had already foreseen this outcome earlier. On the other hand, the other 7 men's expressions changed drastically. The short middle-aged man was their leader, and most importantly, the only celestial duke among their ranks. The purple-clad young man had killed their leader, a one basic celestial duke, with just one move. Even with the blissful sect's duke-grade celestial method, only 3 talent celestial dukes and those who were stronger were capable of such a feat. All of their faces were pale as they looked at each other with a fearful expression on their faces. It's really as Second Brother said. We really kicked an iron wall. Soon enough, the 7 men followed in the footsteps of their leader. Even a one basic celestial duke had been easily killed. How could the 7 men who were only overarching heavenly supreme celestials put up a resistance? Old Second stood still, waiting for Duan Ling Tian to kill him. To his surprise, he heard Duan Ling Tian said, "You, there. Collect their spatial rings." He was stunned speechless for a long time. When Duan Ling Tian saw Old Second seemed to have fallen into a daze, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Do you want to follow them in their deaths as well?" Old Second snapped back to his senses when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words and hastily collected the 7 spatial rings that were falling from the sky. Despite feeling apprehensive about Duan Ling Tian's plans for him, he could not help but sigh in relief. It seemed like Duan Ling Tian did not intend to kill him. He respectfully passed the spatial rings to Duan Ling Tian's senior. Duan Ling Tian looked at Old Second indifferently and said, "You can keep them." Old Second was still in a daze when a powerful energy suddenly surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body. The energy that surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body was that of a celestial king. Unlike the energy he had used earlier to kill the other men, the energy pressed down on Old Second's body, making him feel as though his chest was being pounded by a huge hammer. His blood chi surged, causing him to feel dizzy. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's indifferent voice rang in Old Second's ears. Use your cultivation method now and break through the bottleneck. Chapter 29-28 Lu Guanglin. The middle-aged man, Old Second, was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Faced with the pressure of Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy that was comparable to a celestial king, he was like a lonely boat at sea on a stormy night that could capsize at any moment. Use your cultivation method and break through the bottleneck. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, he regained his senses somewhat. He inhaled deeply before he started cultivating with his cultivation method. Heaven and earth spirit energy converged from all directions, entered his body, and circulated in his body in increasingly big circles. After a dozen breaths, a gust of wind stirred in the air as Duan Ling Tian retracted his celestial origin energy and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. At this moment, a boundless and majestic energy surged out of Old Second's body. His eyes flashed briefly when he opened them. The energy surging out from his body was now similar to the short middle-aged man whom Duan Ling Tian had killed earlier. An ecstatic expression could be seen on his face at this moment. Congratulations. You must have waited a long time for this day, Duan Ling Tian said tonelessly. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Old Second prostrated himself before Duan Ling Tian and said, "My lord, I, Lu Guanglin, thank you for your help. Henceforth, my life belongs to you. As long as you're willing, my lord, I'm willing to be a slave at your side to serve you, and I'll never betray you." Old Second, whose name was revealed to be Lu Guanglin, finally had a breakthrough after being a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial for so many years. It was not because he lacked talents, he just did not have a Duke Grace cultivation method that could help him with a breakthrough. One needed to be exceptionally talented to become a celestial duke if one cultivated using a cultivation method that was below the duke grade. For example, the short middle-aged man, his leader, had cultivated using a subpar cultivation method, and his former leader was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial for a millennium before finally breaking through. Although he was much more talented than his former leader, he still needed 100 years before he could break through. He did not expect to meet a powerhouse who helped him to break through prematurely. His energy earlier. It's even stronger than that of a 10-direction celestial duke, right? Although Lu Guanglin's cultivation base was not high, he had traveled far and met many people. Hundreds of years ago, he had casually decided to attend the alchemy conference that was hosted by the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions. During the conference, he was lucky enough to witness Li Ping, the blissful sect's old ancestor and a 10-direction celestial duke, in action. He clearly remembered Li Ping's aura and energy. It was clearly inferior to the purple-clad young man before him. "You'll never betray me," Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. "Are you not betraying your 8 companions now?" "My lord," Lu Guanglin solemnly said, "out of those 8 men, I only owed my life to the leader. As for the others, we only have a mutually beneficial relationship. If it's not due to my leader's life-saving grace, I would have already left the group. My lord, I believe you're magnanimous and wouldn't kill someone who hasn't offended you or the lady." His eyes gleamed knowingly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and continued to say, "Although he's my leader, we didn't have a master-servant relationship. I only followed him out of gratitude. Since now I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master, I will never betray you. Although the Devata realms don't have anything like the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms, I'm willing to sever one of my arms to prove my loyalty to you." As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, he did not hesitate as he lifted his right hand. A saber ray shot out of his right hand toward his left arm. In Devata realms, regrowing one's arm was not easy as it was in the mundane realms. In the mundane realms, there were some rare medicinal plants known as celestial herbs that could help one regrow their limbs. However, after one had ascended to the Devata realm and soaked in the celestial ascension pool, one's body would turn into that of a celestial. A celestial body, once damaged, would not heal as easily regardless of how many celestial herbs one used. Perhaps, if one managed to gather truly rare and precious herb and medicinal pills from the Devata realms, one might be able to regrow a limb. The saber ray was about to sever Lu Guanglin's left hand when a gust of wind laced with a terrifying energy swept past and easily destroyed Lu Guanglin's saber ray. The saber ray disappeared into thin air in just a blink of an eye. "I believe you," Duan Ling Tian said. Having lived in 2 worlds, he had developed a discerning eye. He could tell Lu Guanglin was someone who would keep his word and return a favor. Lu Guanglin's character could be clearly seen earlier by how he had stayed put and did not abandon his companions even though he knew that only death was waiting for them. This left a rather good impression on Duan Lingtian. Moreover, unlike the other men, Lu Guanglin did not behave lecherously toward Huaner, so he had no intention of killing Lu Guanglin. For all these reasons, when he had extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Lu Guanglin was only a step away from breaking through, he decided to give Lu Guanglin a helping hand. Most importantly, he needed a reliable helper. The journey to the central area was a long one. With Huaner carrying them, their speed would be slow, and they would only attract trouble to themselves. Regardless if Lu Guanglin was familiar with the central area or not, it would still save Duan Lingtian a lot of time and effort if they had a celestial duke with them. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "From now on, you'll follow me. I'm Duan Lingtian. As for her, you can address her as Miss Huaner. She's my little sister." "Many thanks, my lord." Lu Guanglin thanked Duan Lingtian profusely. Then, he cupped his fists together at Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, and said respectfully, "Lu Guanglin greets Miss Huaner." Alas, Huaner did not seem to hear Lu Guanglin's words. Duan Lingtian's words echoed in her mind at this moment. "Little sister, as it turns out, he has always considered me as his little sister." Although she had long suspected Duan Lingtian only treated her like a sister and she could feel he was intentionally being oblivious to her feelings, she felt uncomfortable listening to his words. "My lord, where are you and Miss Huaner headed to?" Lu Guanglin asked Duan Lingtian respectfully. "We're intending to leave Borderlands for the central area. Since you decided to follow me, I'll count on you to carry us during the remaining journey to the central area," Duan Lingtian said. "Yes, my lord," Lu Guanglin replied respectfully. He assumed Duan Lingtian did not want to lead the way because Duan Lingtian wanted to cultivate or comprehend his celestial method and divine abilities. Just like that, there was an additional person in Duan Lingtian's group. After traveling for a while, it was clear to Lu Guanglin that Duan Lingtian had no intention of cultivating or comprehending techniques. He could not help but curiously asked, "My lord, why you a celestial king, right?" "For now, yes." Duan Lingtian nodded faintly. "For now." Lu Guangling was perplexed. He did not understand Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian asked, "You must have heard of consumable celestial weapons, right?" Consumable celestial weapons. Lu Guanglin's heart thumped loudly in his chest when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. My lord, I've heard about them, yes. However, I heard they're as rare as ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapons. I heard consumable weapons are able to bestow immense strength to its user for a time. Moreover, there are no negative side effects to using the consumable celestial weapons." All of a sudden, he stopped speaking as realization dawned on him. His expression was one of shock and disbelief as he looked at Duan Lingtian and stammered, "My lord, do you mean? Is it possible that you—" "Yes," Duan Lingtian nodded and bluntly said, "My current strength is bestowed by a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Although I've depleted much of the strength, I was as strong as a 5-element celestial king. However, after assisting with your breakthrough, my current strength is that of a 4-phenomenon celestial king." Then, he continued to explain, "The reason Huaner was carrying me with her celestial origin energy is so that I can conserve my strength. I asked you to carry us for the remainder of the journey for the same reason as well." After a beat, Duan Lingtian continued to say to Lu Guanglin without any prompt, "In fact, my true strength is slightly weaker than Huaner's strength. I'm only an insignificant profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although I'm about to break through, I'll only be an earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial." He had pushed his breakthrough to the back of his mind while he focused on comprehending celestial methods, divine abilities, and alchemy. He looked at Lu Guanglin intently as he said, "I'll give you one chance to leave now that you know the truth. I'll pretend I didn't hear your oath earlier." Lu Guanglin inhaled deeply before he solemnly said, "My lord, I'm still willing to follow you." Chapter 29. Huaner left without bidding goodbye. Duan Lingtian nodded in response after he saw the determination on Lu Guanglin's face. Then, he finally began to cultivate in a cross-legged position. He allowed Lu Guanglin to follow him not only because of his innate talent and trustworthiness, but most importantly, it was due to his intelligence. He needed someone reliable and capable of helping him out, and Lu Guanglin was the perfect match. Lu Guanglin greeted Huaner before she sat crossed-legged and closed her eyes, completely ignoring Duan Lingtian. No one knew if she was cultivating or comprehending celestial methods or divine abilities. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was aware of Huan'er's change. He knew she was upset because he had introduced her as his little sister to Lu Guanglin. However, he did not pay attention to her since he felt she would get over it sooner or later. Now that Lu Guanglin, who had broken through and became a one basic celestial duke, was carrying them, the trio was moving much faster compared to before. Their journey progressed smoothly. They did not encounter any obstacles along the way. In the borderlands, there were celestial dukes who robbed travelers as well, but it was rare. Moreover, the route they were traversing was lesser known and mostly empty. Therefore, robbers would not usually lie in wait here. A few months passed in just a blink of an eye. I'm almost there, just a step away from a breakthrough. Soon enough, I'll be an Earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian's energy surged for a moment as he cultivated using the Tai Profound method, a king-grade cultivation method. At the same time, the overarching heaven pill he consumed quickly took effect and turned into celestial origin energy that circulated in a great chi circulatory cycle. Duan Lingtian was sitting cross-legged in the air. At this moment, a tremendous surge of aura roiled in his body. The aura he emitted was clearly different from before. Finally, I've broken through. I'm an Earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A hint of joy could be seen in his eyes when he opened them. Congratulations, Master. Although Duan Lingtian's current strength was comparable to a four-phenomenon celestial king, Lu Guanglin could feel the changes in Duan Lingtian's aura that obviously belonged to an Earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He was shocked when he extended his divine consciousness to Duan Lingtian. Master, he's not even 100 years old. How could he not be shocked when he discovered Duan Lingtian was an Earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial younger than 100 years old? Such a person was never heard of in the past 10,000 years in the borderlands, right? Where's Huaner? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened slightly when he discovered Huaner was nowhere to be found. He stared at Lu Guanglin pointedly. Master. Lu Guanglin's face was pale as he smiled wryly. Miss Huaner. She left. When did she leave? Why wasn't I informed? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. He did not doubt Lu Guanglin's words. For him to be unaware of Huaner's departure, she must have willingly left. About a month ago, Lu Guanglin took out a spatial ring and passed it to Duan Lingtian as he said, before Miss Huaner left, she wanted you to have this spatial ring. I wanted to inform you when I found Miss Huaner was leaving, but she threatened me with her life, Master. She seemed determined. I'm sure she wasn't joking. That's why I didn't dare to tell you. A helpless expression could be seen on his face as he spoke. As Duan Lingtian listened to Lu Guanglin's explanation, he studied the spatial ring in his hand. The spatial ring was empty, save for two items, a necklace and a voice-recording celestial talisman. His expression changed drastically when he saw the necklace. It was the necklace that held the divine crystal. He opened the pendant that revealed the divine crystal in the spatial ring, and heaven and earth spirit energy filled up the ring immediately. Huaner. Duan Lingtian's expression was grim. He did not expect Huaner to leave him with her most precious belonging after she left. Without the divine crystal, her cultivation would be adversely affected. Silly girl. Then, Duan Lingtian took out the celestial talisman. After crushing it, Huaner's voice flooded his ears. Brother Lingtian, I'm leaving. I don't actually want to leave, but I think it's best for me to leave. Perhaps, you'll miss me once I leave, just like how you miss Sister Ka, Sister Li Fei, Sister Tian Wu, and Sister Marong Bing. Brother Lingtian, I know you want to grow stronger as quickly as possible to save those you love, so I left the divine crystal my mother has given me for you. I hope it will help you to improve your strength quickly. Huaner. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grimmer. It would be a lie to say he was not moved by her action. After all, her cultivation would slow down immensely without the divine crystal. Silly girl. What a silly girl. A hint of anxiety could be seen on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at Lu Guangyi with reddened eyes. He asked in a deep voice, which direction did Huaner go? That way. Lu Guanglin pointed to the side. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's body flickered out of sight as his celestial origin energy that was equivalent to that of a four-phenomenon celestial king surged out. Lu Guanglin stopped moving and waited for Duan Lingtian's return. He knew his master had gone to look for Huaner. With the strength granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, Duan Ling Tian was moving at top speed toward the direction Lu Guanglin had pointed out. Alas, even as his strength gradually weakened, there was still no sight of Huaner. Based on Huaner's speed, I should definitely catch up with her by now if she kept moving this way, unless she changed direction. Huaner has grown bored of the borderlands, so she would not stay here. There's only one possibility left. She intentionally left in this direction to mislead Lu Guanglin. She must have changed direction halfway and is moving toward the central area as well, Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly. Duan Ling Tian quickly returned to Lu Guanglin and continued his search as they traveled to the central area. He was moving at an extremely fast speed even though he had to carry Lu Guanglin with his energy as well. In just a short while, he arrived near the border of the borderlands and central area. Master, the mountain range ahead is the border between the borderlands and the central area. It's where the formation that forces celestial kings and those who are stronger to leave the borderlands is located. It stretches through the entire southern heaven territory, separating the borderlands from the central area. Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy had dropped to that of a 3-talent celestial king by now. Therefore, Lu Guanglin could vaguely make out his surroundings unlike before. We're about to enter the central area. Based on Huaner's speed, it's impossible for her to arrive before us. Could she have gotten into trouble? I would have kept her soul pearl with me if I knew she was leaving. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air above the border that separated the borderlands and the central area. His expression was grim as his eyes flashed with anxiety. Chapter 29:30 Supporting Fall Nation. Duan Ling Tian did not ask Huaner's soul pearl since it did not cross his mind that she would leave him. His eyes were red as he said in a low voice, "Take me and make a round trip around this area, we'll search for her as we go." "Yes, master." Lu Guanglin immediately averted his eyes away from Duan Ling Tian. He could tell Duan Ling Tian was anxious. Based on this, it was clear Huaner was important to Duan Ling Tian. He looked remorseful as he apologized to Duan Ling Tian. "Master, I'm so sorry about. It's in the past, there's no need to apologize. After all, you were left with no choice at all. I know Huaner can be rather stubborn." Although Duan Ling Tian was worried about Huaner's safety, he remained calm and did not wrongly blame Lu Guanglin. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Guanglin was moved, but he felt even guiltier. "Huaner, please be safe. How am I going to explain myself to Senior Dufay if something happens to you?" Duan Ling Tian clearly remembered the words of Huaner's grandaunt, Dufay, when she gave him the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai Profound method, in the little world that she created. She had requested Duan Ling Tian to prevent Huaner from coming in contact with members of the Phantom Fox tribe. If any members of the tribe that was not from the Du clan knew about her existence, he must kill them. He was so worried that he could not even cultivate. In just a blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. "Master, over the past 3 years, we've covered about 500,000 kilometers of the area in the direction where Miss Huaner had left. We even searched a vast area of the central area. Alas, we still fail to find Miss Huaner. After 3 years, it's going to be even more difficult to look for her." All this time, Lu Guanglin had diligently searched for Huaner with no complaints at all. However, after 3 years had passed and there was still no sign of Huaner, he knew it was futile to keep searching. Therefore, he had mustered up all his courage to speak to Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he also knew Duan Ling Tian was a reasonable man. Otherwise, he would not dare to speak up even if he was given the courage of a lion. Despair was evident on Duan Ling Tian's face as he nodded. He knew Lu Guanglin's words were reasonable, but he was unresigned. Although Huaner was capable of defending herself and people weaker than celestial dukes were rarely a threat to her, the central area was a completely different place. How could he not worry about her safety? However, he had to face the reality. 3 years had gone by. If they were to find her, they would have found her by now. "Huaner, please be safe. I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life if something happens to you," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After living 2 lifetimes, he rarely regretted his actions. However, he deeply regretted introducing Huaner as his sister to Lu Guanglin. Even if that was not the main reason Huaner left, it definitely was the trigger. "Let's find a place to stay and find out about our surroundings before we plan ahead." The duo was lingering in an area near the borderlands at this moment. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Guanglin took Duan Ling Tian and entered the central area. Half a month later, there were still no signs of civilization. They had left the desert and began to enter an oasis. It won't take long before we come across human settlements, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as they entered the oasis. Indeed. A few days later, a few figures appeared before them. When they approached one of the figures, the man was taken aback and wary. He thought Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin were trying to rob him. "Sorry to disturb you, we just wanted to ask, where is this place?" Lu Guanglin said to an old man who was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Upon hearing Lu Guanglin's words, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. He could tell Lu Guanglin was a celestial duke. If Lu Guanglin intended to kill him, he knew he would be helpless to do anything. He asked, "Are you from the borderlands?" "Yes." Lu Guanglin slightly nodded. It was his first time in the central area. "Since both of you came from the borderlands, you must have reached this oasis not long ago. The oasis is an indication that you've entered the supporting Fall Nation," the old man said. The supporting Fall Nation? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He did not think there were nations here, similar to the kingdoms in the borderlands. In the borderland, there were many celestial kingdoms. However, the celestial kingdoms were no match for the top sects in the borderlands. In fact, they were subordinates of the top sects. The supporting Fall Nation, Lu Guanglin was also curious. After speaking to the old man, he discovered the differences between the kingdoms and nations in the borderlands and the central area. In the central area, nations were mostly located near the borders in the central area. The nations were ruled by celestial kings. A celestial king can establish a nation. Does this mean that any celestial king from the borderlands is free to establish a nation here? Duan Ling Tian asked. Theoretically, yes, the old man nodded. However, there are very few people who want to establish a nation due to the tremendous energy and effort they have to put in. Most would rather conquer a well-established nation by killing the ruling emperor. The emperors of the nations in the borders of the central area are mainly powerful celestial kings. Normally, the celestial kings from the borderlands are incapable of defeating the nation's emperors. However, they're also unwilling to yield to the emperors. Therefore, most of the celestial kings from the borderlands will eventually join powerful sects or clans in the central area. The powerful sects and clans are located further away from the borders of the central area where the resources are much better than the nations in the borders. Duan Ling Tian shuddered inwardly. The nations near the borders were the weakest factions in the central area. Even then, the strongest powerhouses in the nations were all extraordinary celestial kings. Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin continued their journey after speaking to the old man. Our first stop will be the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Lu Guanglin headed toward the direction of the supporting Fall Nation after receiving directions from the old man. During their journey, Duan Ling Tian, who was still worried about Huaner, mulled over the information they obtained from the old man. Lu Guanglin, who could sense Duan Ling Tian's worries, reassured him. "Master, don't worry, Miss Huaner will be fine." Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly in response. "Master, according to the old man, we should arrive in the supporting Fall Nation after we cross the mountains before us." Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting in a cross-legged position in the air, opened his eyes after hearing Lu Guanglin's words. A seemingly endless mountain range that looked like a dragon crawling on the ground appeared before his eyes. All of a sudden, the sound of wind howling resonated in the air. An old figure and a young figure flew out of the mountains and appeared before the duo, blocking their path. Lu Guanglin's expression turned grave. Based on the old man's speed, it was clear the old man was stronger than him. A 3-talent celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian could sense the old man was a 3-talent celestial duke like him. The young man was dressed in an embroidered robe. He had an obvious birthmark on his face. His expression remained unchanged as his eyes swept past Lu Guanglin. However, he was filled with hatred and jealousy when he saw Duan Ling Tian. "Either you ruin your face or die." Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin ignored the two newcomers and continued on their journey. Alas, the old man and young man appeared in front of them again, blocking their path. The young man's hideous face twisted with envy as he looked at Duan Ling Tian as though Duan Ling Tian had murdered his father. Chapter 29:31 Another king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin were baffled. Why did the young man who was dressed in a brocade robe come looking for trouble with them? Is there enmity between us? Duan Ling Tian asked with a hint of confusion. No, there isn't. It's just unfortunate that you have an attractive face that women like. The young man coldly said with a sour expression on his face, "I'm going to give you two options, disfigure your face or die." Duan Ling Tian was stunned by the young man's words. It seemed like the reason the young man wanted to kill him was due to his handsome appearance. What a twisted man, he could not help but say, a person's physical appearance is innate. We inherited it from our parents. It's not a sin to look ugly. What's terrible is an ugly heart. I don't need a pretty boy like you to lecture me. The young man's expression turned grim. His face turned even more unsightly. He did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply as he glared at Duan Ling Tian and coldly said, "It seems like you've made your decision. Very well, Elder Ju, the man next to him is all yours. I'll deal with the pretty boy." As soon as he finished speaking, celestial origin energy surged out from his body. Duan Ling Tian could, naturally, sense his aura at this moment. He was taken aback. He's not even 100 years old, but he's a yellow stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In the borderlands, apart from him and Huaner, he had never met anyone below the age of 100 who was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He sighed inwardly. One really can't judge a book by its cover. The young man's body flickered before he charged toward Duan Ling Tian like a ferocious beast. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. There was no doubt he wanted Duan Ling Tian dead. His divine consciousness had already detected that Duan Ling was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old, just like him. Regardless, he was confident he could defeat Duan Ling Tian. There were not many overarching heavenly supreme celestials under the age of 100 in the supporting Fall Nation that he had not met or heard of. Meanwhile, a grave expression could be seen on Lu Guanglin's face as he looked at the old man intently. His celestial origin energy shrouded his body, ready to defend against the old man's attack. Based on the old man's speed, he could tell the old man was much stronger than him. A loud explosion rang in the air as the old man shot out like a cannonball toward Lu Guanglin. "Guanglin, go all out and distract him. I'll look for an opportunity to injure or kill him." Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in Lu Guanglin's ears. Lu Guanglin's confidence was boosted when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He mobilized his celestial origin energy as a pair of gloves that shone brilliantly appeared on his hands. Based on the gloves' aura, they were clearly a Duke-grade celestial weapon. His size increased at an alarming rate soon after. His robes began to feel too tight due to his bulging muscles. In just a few seconds, he had grown to 3 meters tall. Veins could be seen on his rock-hard muscles. In the wake of his transformation, his celestial origin energy turned blood red as it gathered and transformed into a giant tiger silhouette. Based on this, it was clear he had combined his celestial method and divine ability. "Take this, old man." Lu Guanglin scoffed as he swung his right fist at the old man like a meteor falling across the sky, leaving shockwaves rippling out into the surroundings in its wake. The scarlet tiger silhouette shrouding his body opened its jaw as he lunged at the old man. "A mere one. Basic celestial duke, I'll kill you within 3 moves without using any celestial weapons," the old man said scornfully. His domineering celestial origin energy surged from his body. He was clearly much stronger than Lu Guanglin. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang in the air as the old man charged toward Lu Guanglin menacingly. "You'll have to go through me if you want to kill my subordinate." At the same time, the old man keenly sensed a domineering aura approaching him from behind. A 3-talent celestial duke. The old man's expression changed drastically. Since he was a 3-talent celestial duke, he was, naturally, familiar with the aura of a 3-talent celestial duke. With just a thought, his celestial origin energy transformed into a barrier to defend against Lu Guanglin's incoming attack. Then, he hastily turned around, wielding a sword that was infused with his celestial origin energy. Based on the sword's aura, it was also a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian brutally struck the old man with a long rod as soon as the old man turned around. Mysterious patterns could be seen on the long rod as it shone with a dazzling golden and purple light. The old man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the long rod's powerful aura. He cried out in despair, "A king-grade celestial weapon." Nevertheless, the old man was quick to react. He moved the sword before him, and sword chi shot out, colliding with the long rod. A loud explosion rang in the air as the old man's sword chi was completely destroyed by the long rod that shone with a golden and purple light. The backlash from the collision tore his perlicue, causing blood to trickle down his hand. At this moment, Lu Guanglin smashed through the old man's defensive barrier with his fist. Severely injured, the old man looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. Blood trickled from the edge of his lips as he asked in a trembling voice, Who are you? A 3-talent celestial duke who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, this person had a king-grade celestial weapon. The old man was certain such a character was not from supporting Fall Nation. There was only one possibility. The young man must be a member of a powerful clan in the central area. Trying to escape, Duan Ling Tian did not fail to notice the slight movement behind him. A golden and purple sword chi shot out as he lifted his hand and severed the young man's arm. The young man had been trying to escape with a shadow void escaping talisman when he saw Duan Ling Tian's strength. Arg! The young man screamed in excruciating pain as he helplessly watched the shadow void escaping talisman and his severed arm fell to the ground. He did not even dare to move a muscle when he sensed the pointed gaze trained on him. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man and lightly said, It's my first time meeting someone who wants to kill me just because of my appearance. Who are you? The young man looked at Duan Ling Tian in horror and confusion. His killing intent had completely disappeared. Although he could not capture Duan Ling Tian and the old man's movements earlier, the result was clear. The old man, a 3-talent celestial duke, was severely injured by Duan Ling Tian even though the old man had used his duke-grade celestial sword. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that you dug your own grave, Duan Ling Tian said apathetically. Once his voice fell, his hand struck the old man at lightning speed. The old man was completely caught off guard since he had assumed Duan Ling Tian was going to attack the young man. A golden and purple light burst forth from the rod as Duan Ling Tian struck. The old man exploded into a blood mist immediately. After killing the old man, a 3 talents celestial duke, Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man pointedly. Pushed to a corner, the young man began to threaten Duan Ling Tian. No, you can't kill me, you can't. My aunt is imperial concubine Lan of the supporting Fall Nation. You'll offend the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation if you kill me. Chapter 2932 Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian disregarded the threat of the young man who was dressed in a brocade robe. He responded by striking with his long rod. A golden and purple light shone brightly as the long rod landed on the young man, killing him immediately. Your communication celestial talisman is useless. Do you think you'll be able to tell people that I'm the one who killed you? Duan Ling Tian murmured as he calmly looked at the blood fog that was slowly dispersing. He knew the young man had used a communication celestial talisman before he died. The communication celestial talisman's speed was as fast as a celestial king, therefore, he could not intercept it. Although I used a king-grade celestial weapon, this battle still drained a lot of my celestial origin energy. Currently, my strength is only comparable to a 1 basic celestial duke. It did not take much strength to kill the young man, but killing the old man who was a 3-talent celestial duke had depleted much of his strength. Currently, regardless if he used soul attack or if he attacked with his celestial origin energy, his strength that was granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon was only comparable to a 1 basic celestial duke. He, naturally, attacked with his celestial origin energy since he was not very proficient in soul attacks. It would consume more of his soul energy to use soul attack just to cause as much damage as his celestial origin energy. Let's go, Guang Lin. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Guang Lin after he put away the young man's spatial ring. Yes, master, Lu Guang Lin replied. Before continuing on their journey to the supporting Fall Nation, he decided to change his clothes. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. You're being too cautious. Judging from his cultivation base, in such a short time, the most he could do was disclose the location of where he was attacked through his communication celestial talisman. It would be impossible for him to describe our physical appearances since he was panicking at that time. He was rather certain the young man had used the communication celestial talisman in a haste to reveal his location in hopes that his people would come and save him. Lu Guanglin said with a smile, maybe, but it's better to be extra cautious. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was pleased with how cautious Lu Guanglin was. The duo flew past the mountain range and entered a vast plain before a city slowly emerged before their eyes. Is that the supporting Fall Nation's capital? It was Duan Ling Tian's first time seeing such a huge city. From afar, it looked like a giant beast crouching on all fours. Lu Guanglin had been curious since earlier. Now that they had almost arrived in the supporting Fall Nation, he could no longer back. He asked, Master, did you use a king-grade celestial weapon to kill that 3-talent celestial duke earlier? Yes. Duan Ling Tian slightly nodded. Although Lu Guanglin had already guessed it, he was still shocked when he received Duan Ling Tian's confirmation. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He was truly curious about Duan Ling Tian's background. How did a young man who was not even 100 years old become an Earth-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial and obtain a king-grade celestial weapon? Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe it if someone told him his master was just a nobody with no special background. Lu Guanglin only snapped back to his senses when Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in his ears. You're good with your fists. I have a celestial weapon that suits you. Lu Guanglin instinctively raised his hand when he saw an object flying toward him. He caught it in his hand and saw a ring. Based on the design of the ring, it was clearly meant to be worn on both his index and middle finger. He could tell the aura of the ring that glowed with a soft light was very different from a Duke-grade celestial weapon. He was once again shocked. This is a king-grade celestial weapon. However, with your current cultivation base, it's best not to use it unless it's necessary. Otherwise, you might draw unnecessary attention to yourself, Duan Ling Tian said casually as though it was normal to give someone a king-grade celestial weapon. Lu Guanglin trembled slightly. His eyes reddened as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He handed the ring back to Duan Ling Tian as he said, Master. This is too precious. I can't possibly accept it. Keep it. Do you want people to notice the king-grade celestial weapon in your hands? Moreover, I, Duan Ling Tian, will not take back what I have given, Duan Ling Tian said. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Guanglin immediately surveyed his surroundings. He sighed in relief and quickly put the ring away after he made sure there was no one in their surroundings. Then, he said emotionally, Master. From now on, my life is yours. Your life is yours to keep. Just help me when I need you. Duan Ling Tian shrugged with a faint smile on his face. 3 figures flew out from the direction of the supporting Fall Nation's capital. Their speed was so fast that Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin could not clearly see their movements. Based on this, it was obvious the 3 people were stronger than them. It seemed like they were heading toward the place where Duan Ling Tian had killed the young man earlier. Now that Lu Guanglin and Duan Ling Tian were fast approaching the capital of the supporting Fall Nation, the duo blended in with the throng of people who were also making their way to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. There were at least a few hundred people in their surroundings and many walked in pairs just like them. Both of them were rather inconspicuous. At this moment, many of the conversations in Duan Ling Tian's surroundings entered his ears. Clearly, many people had seen the 3 figures as well. What an incredible speed. They must be 4 phenomenon celestial dukes at least. They seem to be in a hurry. It must be an urgent matter. Meanwhile, the 3 figures finally arrived at the place where the young man had died. Their expressions were blank as they stared at the blood that stained the ground. One of the men speculated out loud, the culprit must be a 4 phenomenon celestial duke, at least, to be able to kill a 3-talent celestial duke so quickly. During our journey here, I randomly checked the cultivation bases of the people entering the capital with my divine consciousness. There's no 4 phenomenon celestial duke at all. However, there was a purple-clad young man who concealed his cultivation base with some technique. Another man chimed in, that's right. Let alone a 4 phenomenon celestial duke, there was no 3-talent celestial dukes as well. Is the purple-clad young man the culprit? Impossible. Do you think it's possible for a young lad who's not even 100 years old to be a 4 phenomenon celestial duke? Not even 100 years old? You're right, the culprit can't be him. Although Duan Ling Tian had caught their attention, they dismissed him as a suspect. After all, how could someone who was not even 100 years old kill a 3 talents celestial duke? It seems unlikely that we'll find anything else here. Let's look around to see if there are any suspicious-looking people around. That's right, even if we can't find the person who killed young Master Huo, we can't just report back to Imperial Concubine Lan empty-handed. The 3 men continued their search, but it was futile. After all, the culprit had already entered the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. The capital of supporting Fall Nation is huge, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed as he walked down a wide street in the capital. Lu Guanglin, who was walking behind Duan Ling Tian, nodded as he replied, indeed. It's larger than all the cities I have been to. Duan Ling Tian brought Lu Guanglin to a restaurant to eat and also to listen for information. As soon as the duo sat down at their table, a conversation entered their ears and caught Duan Ling Tian's attention. In a month's time, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation will hold the Southern Heaven combat in the Imperial Palace. I wonder who's going to rank in the top 9 and enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Southern Heaven combat, Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as he continued to listen in on the conversation. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was similar to a little world. Instead of being created by celestial kings, it was created by former emperors of the Southern Heaven territory, who were also known as Southern Heaven Celestial Lords. Chapter 2933 The Final Sprint to Become a Heavenly Stage. Overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had existed for a long time and contained many things left behind by Southern Heaven Celestial Lords. It was divided into 3 realms, the upper, middle, and lower realms. There was a limit on the cultivation base of the people entering the 3 realms. The limits for the upper realm, middle realm, and lower realm were celestial kings, celestial dukes, and overarching heavenly supreme celestials respectively. Duan Ling Tian gleaned many pieces of information from the conversations in his surroundings. So the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation will hold the Southern Heaven combat to pick 9 of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It seems like the nation doesn't have many people who are qualified to enter the lower realms, so they're recruiting people from sects and clans in the nation. In exchange for a chance to enter the realm, the members of the sects and clans who survive the realm would have to generously reward the supporting Fall Nation. Although it's just the lower realm, it still holds many treasures that were left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords. There are medicinal pills, celestial weapons, celestial methods, divine abilities, and even cultivation methods. Moreover, one might even have a fortuitous encounter in the lower realm. From the fervent discussions of the people in Duan Ling Tian's surroundings, he also learned many other things. The supporting Fall Nation is ruled by the Profound Nether Mansion. The Profound Nether Mansion has a close relationship with one of the top 10 clans in the central area that rules over the borders in the central area. The Profound Nether Mansion has given 3 major sects and 2 clans authority to guard the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although the 3 major sects and 2 clans aren't directly under the rule of the Profound Nether Mansion, they can be considered as affiliated to the Profound Nether Mansion. The other nations under the rule of the Profound Nether Mansion, including the supporting Fall Nation, will hold the Southern Heaven combat during this time. To select 9 people to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that will open in a year. Those who survive will be given a chance to join one of the 3 major sects or 2 clans. The emperors of the nations would be generously rewarded by the factions their subjects choose to join. Therefore, all the nations place great importance on this event. After obtaining so many pieces of information, Duan Ling Tian decisively made up his mind. I'll take this opportunity to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to increase my experience. After that, I'll join one of the factions. After all, this was in line with his objective of leaving the borderlands for the central area. His objective was to get stronger, and entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would definitely help him improve his strength. Time slowly passed and soon it was evening. The duo left the restaurant and found an inn to settle down. Guang Lin, I plan to participate in the Southern Heaven battle that will be held by the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation in a month to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Ling Tian said to Lu Guanglin after summoning Lu Guanglin to his room. Lu Guanglin was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's decision at all. When they were at the restaurant, he could clearly tell Duan Ling Tian was interested in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He said with a sigh, "It's unfortunate that I've become a Celestial Duke and is unable to participate in the Southern Heaven battle as well, Master." Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, an anxious expression appeared on his face as he asked, "Master, is the remaining strength from the consumable royal grade celestial weapon enough for you to rank in the top 9 of the Southern Heaven battle?" "It shouldn't be a problem," Duan Ling Tian replied. However, he was not certain. After all, the remaining celestial origin energy he had was only comparable to a 1 basic celestial duke now. There would be many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials competing in the Southern Heaven battle. Just dealing with a few of them was sure to deplete all the remaining power he obtained from the first use of the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. "I still have a month left. I should try my best to break through and become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If I succeed, my celestial methods and divine abilities would give me an even bigger chance to rank in the top 9. Things would be slightly more difficult if I don't break through and become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial." With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian dismissed Lu Guanglin so he could begin cultivating. Before Lu Guanglin left, Duan Ling Tian said, "The registration for the Southern Heaven battle will be open after 20 days. I'll need your help to register me. Look for me a month later, before the Southern Heaven battle begins." After receiving his order, Lu Guanglin excused himself. Duan Ling Tian did not waste any time setting up formations to soundproof the room and prevent energies from leaking out of the room. This was so he could use Huan'er's divine crystal without anyone finding out about it. If he wanted to become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial in a month, he had no choice but to use the divine crystal. Huan'er. Duan Ling Tian inevitably thought about Huan'er when he thought about the divine crystal. It took him half a day to shake these thoughts from his head and began to cultivate. With the overarching heaven pills, the king grade cultivation method, the Tai profound method, his 99 heavenly veins, and the superior cultivation environment provided by divine crystal, the speed of Duan Ling Tian's improvement increased at an alarming rate. He continued to improve day after day. As the days went by, the capital of the supporting Fall nation grew livelier. The imperial family of the supporting Fall nation had spread the news about the Southern Heaven battle, so there were many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials from various clans and sects in the nation swarming into the capital. This was a golden opportunity for them to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. If they managed to survive, they would be able to join one of the 3 major sects or 2 clans. The clans or sects they were originally from would benefit from their success as well. In the magnificent imperial palace of the supporting Fall nation, a woman with 2 servant girls behind her was conversing with a finely dressed middle-aged man. The woman looked at the middle-aged man and said with a sigh, "I'm sorry for your loss, big brother." "Third little sister, did your men not find any clues?" the middle-aged man asked with a grim expression on his face. "Unfortunately, no," the woman shook her head. "When I received Hauer's communication celestial talisman, I sent a 5-element celestial duke and 2 6-combination celestial dukes at once. However, they were unable to find any traces of the murderer. They had searched thoroughly for 3 days and 3 nights, but they didn't find anything. Unless we have someone who witnessed the murder coming out to testify, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the murderer." She sighed heavily after she finished speaking. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely grim as he said, "It's really unfortunate that Hauer didn't manage to describe the appearance of his murderer when he sent the communication celestial talisman. Otherwise, we won't be running around with a clue like headless chickens now. Big brother, you can't blame Hauer. At least he managed to send me a communication celestial talisman for help and inform me of his location. Under such circumstances, who knows if both of us are even able to describe the murderer's appearance." The woman sighed again. If Duan Ling Tian were here, based on the woman and middle-aged man's conversation, he would have been able to guess the identity of the woman and the man. The woman was none other than Imperial Concubine Lan, a concubine of the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, Imperial Concubine Lan's elder brother, was the father of the ugly young man whom Duan Ling Tian had killed. Chapter 2934 Li Fei is in the Purple Spike Realm. In the colossal world, there were tens of thousands of realms. In the 81 Devata realms, there were numerous mundane realms. One of the mundane realms was the Purple Spike Realm. The Purple Spike Realm was a huge mundane realm with countless galaxies and planets. Currently, a planet in a certain galaxy in the Purple Spike Realm was the focus of many powerhouses in the realm. Many of them gathered as their eyes were riveted to a planet that was shining faintly with a purple light. This planet, is it created by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? It seems like it. It's said that this planet appeared 3 years ago. It's protected by a formation and nobody's able to enter it. So far, only one person has entered the planet. Most importantly, that person is not even a bodiless celestial. Not a bodiless celestial. That's right. Moreover, it's said that the person's cultivation base is so low that he or she still has a long way to go before having to undergo the heavenly tribulation and ascend to a Devata realm. Is it possible that she's the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's chosen successor? The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was a legendary figure in this realm. In fact, the mundane realm, the Purple Spike Realm, was named in memory of the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was the first person to ascend to a Devata realm in the Purple Spike Realm. Most of the cultivation techniques and methods in the realm were left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. For all these reasons, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was held in high regard by the people of the Purple Spike Realm. However, since so many years had passed, no one remembered if the purple spike supreme celestial was a man or a woman. They only remembered the purple spike supreme celestial who had ascended to a Devata realm would return to the purple spike realm when his or her successor appeared. He or she had wished for the entire realm to witness that moment. This planet that's heavily protected by formations suddenly appeared 3 years ago. Based on the purple spike supreme celestial's words, his or her successor must have appeared. That's right, even when the bodiless celestials and those who are close to ascending to the Devata realms joined forces, they were still unable to breach the formations surrounding the planet. It has been 3 years since this planet appeared, and only one person managed to enter the planet 3 months ago. It's truly unexpected. I saw the person who entered the planet. It was a purple-clad woman wearing a purple veil. Although she was wearing a veil, based on her eyes and eyebrows alone, I could tell she's a real beauty. She must be the chosen one. When the purple-clad woman was mentioned, envy could be seen flashing in many people's eyes. These people were some of the strongest powerhouses in this mundane realm, but alas, they were helpless to do anything. They could only wait to witness the moment when the successor of the purple spike supreme celestial inherited his or her legacy. Unlike the lively atmosphere outside, the planet that glowed with a purple light was tranquil and quiet. There was a magnificent palace on the planet. It seemed to be the only building on the planet. There were complex lines carved on the ground of the palace. The lines came from all directions and converged near an altar on a stone platform in the middle of the palace hall. Purple light would pulse rhythmically through the intricate patterns on the stone platform. At this moment, a purple-clad woman whose beauty and elegance were head-turning could be seen standing on the stone platform. The purple-clad woman glowed with a purple light as well as the purple light from the patterns on the ground entered her body through the soles of her feet. Although not even the lightest breeze could be detected, her hair fluttered in the air. A purple veil lay next to her feet. It had clearly been blown off her face by some mysterious energy. At this time, the purple-clad woman suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes that were gleaming like precious stones were extremely eye-catching. What's going on? The purple-clad lady surveyed her surroundings, clearly bewildered as she took in the seemingly boundless palace hall. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she anxiously said, "Where am I? Why am I here? I can't stay here. I need to look for Tian'er. Tian'er's missing. How am I going to face him if something happens to Tian'er?" Despite her intention to leave, the purple-clad woman discovered she could not move at all. It was as though her feet were deeply rooted into the stone platform. At the same time, memories from before she lost her consciousness began to appear in her mind. I remember a voice calling out to me in the dark. Then, I remember seeing a planet that glowed with a purple light. Wait, I remember being able to hear the conversations in my surroundings. It seems like this planet is created by the purple spike supreme celestial and had suddenly appeared 3 years ago. During these 3 years, even the strongest bodiless celestials who joined forces couldn't break the formations guarding this planet. I remember a mysterious force drawing me to the planet. However, I lost consciousness soon after. The woman's eyes widened as she reached a conclusion. Is it possible that I'm on the planet now? She shook her head as she murmured, "Impossible, so many powerhouses stronger than me failed to enter the planet, how could I have entered the planet?" Suddenly, a woman's voice that seemed to come from all directions echoed thunderously in the hall in a timely manner. It was difficult to pinpoint where the voice came from. "This is because I've chosen you as my successor." "Who's it?" The purple-clad woman's expression changed drastically as she looked around herself. "It's me." The voice rang again before a vague silhouette appeared before the purple-clad woman. It was an average-looking woman who was shrouded in purple light. Her clothing did not stand out since her entire person was gray. Even then, it did not detract from her domineering aura. Who are you?" the purple-clad woman asked, shocked by the sudden appearance of the person before her. "The people in this mundane realm refer to me as the purple spike supreme celestial. This is not the remnants of my soul that's speaking to you. I'm talking to you from a Devata realm through the consolidated phenomenon," the mysterious figure said. "The purple spike supreme celestial. You're the purple spike supreme celestial." An expression of disbelief appeared on the purple-clad woman's face when she heard the figure's words. "Yes, I know you have a lot of questions on your mind right now. Alas, my time is limited, so I'll have to make it short. A very long time ago, I discovered I wasn't using my cultivation method to its full potential in the mundane realm. Most importantly, since I didn't have a stable foundation when I was in the mundane realm, after ascending to a Devata realm, my cultivation base has stagnated once I became a 10-direction celestial emperor. Once I discovered the problem, I went back to the purple spike realm to create this place to communicate with the person I've chosen. The figure continued to say, there are defensive formations and hidden formations on this planet. Years ago, I used a special technique to conceal the planet. When the divine consciousness that I left on the planet detects a person who's able to use my cultivation method to its full potential in the mundane realm, the planet will appear and draw the chosen one into the planet. I'm sure you must have guessed by now. The chosen is you. You'll be my successor. Your future is limitless, and you'll surpass me by leaps and bounds. The purple-clad woman was shocked. An incredulous expression could be seen on her face after she heard the figure's words. In just a moment, tears began to trickle down her face. The purple spike supreme celestial is currently a 10-direction celestial emperor in a Devata realm and has chosen me to be her successor. If Duan Ling Tian were here at this moment, he would have recognized the purple-clad woman. She was none other than one of his wives, Li Fei. Chapter 29:35 Feng Tian Wu and Duan Si Ling. After Sha Jia sent everyone else away from the divine offering realm, Li Fei was the only one who was sent to the purple spike realm. As she wandered around the purple spike realm in search of her son, her beauty had, naturally, attracted unwanted attention. Fortunately, the lecherous men were no match for her strength. To avoid trouble, she decided to wear a veil as she wandered around the purple spike realm. A few months ago, an invisible force had drawn her to this planet. She had heard about the legacy left behind by the purple spike supreme celestial, but she did not expect to be chosen as the successor. Prior to this, she had felt a sense of inferiority when she learned about Kei's identity and strength. Coupled with Duan Ling Tian who was growing stronger day by day, she felt helpless and useless. She had wished she was stronger so she could be of help to Duan Ling Tian and their family. Hope rose in her heart again when she was chosen to be the purple spike supreme celestial successor. At the same time, tears streamed down her face as years of suffering grievances finally took a toll on her. Why me? Li Fei asked as she looked at the translucent figure. She did not think she was outstanding, so why did the purple spike supreme celestial choose her to be her successor? Based on the purple spike supreme celestial's words, she was now a 10-direction celestial emperor. During her time in the divine offering land, she had gained somewhat of an understanding of the Devata realms. Therefore, she knew that 10-direction celestial emperors were the strongest powerhouses in the Devata realms. The heavenly emperors who ruled their respective Devata realms were all 10-direction celestial emperors. It's because your body constitution is unlike any that I've seen in the mundane realms and Devata realms. It's very special, but I can't fully explain why. It's as though it has been baptized by a unique heaven and earth spirit energy. Moreover, your body is a perfect match for my cultivation method. You'll be able to maximize it to its full potential. I only have one requirement for you as my successor: you have to surpass my achievements. In this lifetime, my cultivation base is destined to stagnate, and I'll remain a 10-direction celestial emperor forever. However, you're different. As long as you have a stable foundation, you'll definitely surpass me and become stronger than a 10-direction celestial emperor. The purple spike supreme celestial said confidently. Baptized by a unique heaven and earth spirit energy. Could it be the heaven and earth spirit energy from the divine offering land? Upon hearing the purple spike supreme celestial's words, Li Fei immediately thought of the divine offering land where its heaven and earth spirit energy was deemed superior to Devata realms. When she first arrived in the divine offering land, she could not cultivate at all and felt that her meridians were restless. After adapting to the environment, she was finally able to cultivate and began to improve in leaps and bounds. In fact, the others who were also taken to the divine offering land experienced transformation in their bodies and improved tremendously. It finally made sense to her why the purple spike supreme celestial had chosen her as a successor. Prepare to inherit my legacy. We will meet in the Devata realm after you've completely mastered my inheritance. I've left 4 servant girls in the purple spike realm, and they will bring you to me after you've ascended, the purple spike supreme celestial continued to say. Wait a second, senior, can you help me to find my son? Li Fei cried out anxiously when she saw the figure beginning to fade away. Alas, before she received an answer, the figure had already disappeared. Following that, an overwhelming energy surged toward Li Fei from all directions, rendering her unconscious. Outside the planet. As time passed, more and more people gathered to watch. 4 slender figures could be seen standing in a row among the crowd as they quietly looked at the planet that was glowing faintly with a purple light. The young master has finally appeared. The Lord has appointed us to stay in the purple spike realm to wait for the young master. Now that she's here, we will be able to return to the Devata realm soon. According to the Lord, only someone capable of surpassing her would be chosen. Although the young master is weak now, if any of you dares to disrespect her, I won't hesitate in meting out the punishment. Senior Sister May, the young master is the Lord's successor. How could we possibly disrespect her? The 4 women were extraordinarily beautiful. The most striking thing about them was their identical appearance. They were dressed in the same purple robes. One could only differentiate them from their auras in the embroidery on their robes. The woman who was addressed as Senior Sister May wore a robe that was embroidered with plum blossoms. The woman next to her had orchids embroidered on her robes. Meanwhile, the 3rd and 4th women had bamboo leaves and chrysanthemum embroidered on their robes respectively. The 4 women continued to wait patiently as they stared at the planet in front of them. Meanwhile, in a cave in the desolated mountains of the Great Desolation Realm. Aunt Wu, are you okay? A pretty white-clad girl wore a worried expression on her face as she looked at a red-clad woman who was recuperating in a cross-legged position. At this moment, the lifelike fiery red dragon that surrounded the red-clad woman suddenly disappeared into her body. She opened her eyes and wiped the blood at the corners of her lips away before she looked at the white-clad girl and shook her head as she said, "Don't worry, Si Ling. I'm okay." The white-clad girl fisted her hands as she furiously said, "If father were here, I would have asked him to kill that bastard who hurt you." Then, her eyes reddened as she asked, "Aunt Wu, do you think we'll be able to see father again?" "Of course, we will," the red-clad woman said with a smile before she reached out and gently stroked the white-clad girl's head. Her vision blurred slightly as a purple figure that belonged to a tall and handsome young man with an extraordinary bearing appeared in her mind. He possessed a pair of sword-like eyebrows. This man was the only man she had ever loved. Although many years had passed, her love toward him did not waver. As she looked at the white-clad girl's delicate cheeks, she thought to herself, "Brother Duan, your daughter resembles you and Sister Ka." The red-clad woman was none other than Feng Tianwu. Due to a spatial turbulence when Sha Jia sent them out of the divine offering land, she had instinctively reached out and held onto Duan Si Ling before they were brought to the Great Desolation Realm. Similar to the Saint Province Realm, her hometown, the Great Desolation Realm was also a mundane realm. However, unlike the huge mundane realms, the Purple Spike Realm and Yanhuang Realm, there were no planets or galaxies in the Great Desolation Realm. They could only see planets and galaxies from huge mundane realms from here. Duan Si Ling gritted her teeth and said, "Aunt Wu, why don't you stop delaying your ascension? You should ascend as soon as possible and look for father." The heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land had also transformed Feng Tianwu's body. After arriving in the Great Desolation Realm, she discovered her cultivation base had improved tremendously. For this reason, she could now ascend to a Devata realm. However, she had delayed her ascension because she was unwilling to leave Duan Si Ling alone in this wild and primitive mundane realm. Not long ago, Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling had run into a sectless cultivator who harbored lecherous intentions. She was seriously injured after defeating the lecherous man. Therefore, she brought Duan Si Ling with her and fled to a cave to recuperate. Chapter 2936 Entering the Supporting Fall Nation's Imperial Palace. Si Ling, I won't leave you behind, Feng Tianwu said vehemently as she shook her head. How would she face Duan Ling Tian if she left and something happened to Duan Si Ling? Moreover, since she loved Duan Ling Tian, she, naturally, loved Duan Si Ling as well. As the saying went, love the house, and love its crows. Aunt Wu, tears brimmed in Duan Si Ling's eyes, causing her vision to swim, when she heard Feng Tianwu's words. Apart from Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, and Duan Si Ling, the others had also arrived safely at their destination. Similarly, they discovered their cultivation bases had improved tremendously due to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Some of them had even passed the heavenly tribulation and were waiting to ascend to a Devata realm. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of all this. He was still under the impression that his family and friends were being held captive in the divine offering land. Therefore, he was desperate to grow stronger so he would be able to rescue them after 1,000 years when the path to the divine offering land would open, in the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven. In the supporting fall nation governed by the profound nether mansion. A middle-aged man standing at the entrance to a room in an inn said, "Master, it's almost time." His voice that was infused with his celestial origin energy resonated into the room clearly. The door creaked open as soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, revealing a handsome young man dressed in purple robes. The surroundings seemed to pale when compared to his extraordinary bearing. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had been in closed-door cultivation during the past 1 month. "Let's go," Duan Ling Tian said after he greeted the middle-aged man. The duo did not waste any time and left the inn. Lu Guanglin, the middle-aged man, followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian as he directed Duan Ling Tian to the supporting Fall Nation's imperial palace. It did not take long before the duo arrived at their destination. The imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation occupied a vast area in the east of the city. At this moment, many people were gathered at the entrance of the imperial palace. Yes, however, apart from the registered participants of the Southern Heaven battle themselves, the registered participants are only allowed to bring one companion into the palace, Lu Guanglin said. As the duo drew closer to the magnificent gates of the imperial palace, they saw, despite the huge crowd, only a few were granted entrance into the imperial palace. "Master, here's your token," Lu Guanglin said as he handed Duan Ling Tian a token to enter the imperial palace. The duo smoothly entered the imperial palace after showing the guards the token. The imperial palace was vast, so they were assigned a guide to ensure they would not lose their way. Since one would be granted entry into the palace as long as one registers as a participant. "Does it mean anyone can just register as a participant?" Duan Ling Tian asked Lu Guanglin. "Only overarching heavenly supreme celestials are allowed to register for the Southern Heaven combat. Although killing is prohibited during the Southern Heaven combat, battles are unpredictable after all. Accidents might happen. It's possible for one to be seriously injured during battle, adversely affecting one's life. Moreover, unless one's opponent is overwhelmingly powerful, one can't just simply surrender once one has entered the battle ring," Lu Guanglin said. Under the guidance of the people from the imperial palace, the duo soon arrived at the front courtyard of the palace. It was also the venue of the Southern Heaven combat. There were 9 circular battlefields built in the middle of the spacious courtyard. Unlike the many battlefields Duan Ling Tian had seen in the past, these battlefields were cast with spotlight formations. Beams of light from the sky illuminated the respective battlefields. The battlefields were illuminated by different color lights respectively. The colors were the colors of a rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. In addition, there was also a beam of white and gray light. Each battlefield was roughly 100 meters in diameter. The 9 battlefields were surrounded by spectators, seats in 4 directions. One particular corner was heavily decorated. Clearly, it was specially prepared for members of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family. The seats to the right and the left were reserved for important personages while ordinary people were seated at the back. When Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guang arrived at their seats, half of the spectators' seats were already occupied. After taking his seat, Duan Ling Tian overheard a conversation between 2 middle-aged men. "Xianxia, are you confident? You've broken through and became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial not long ago. It should be easy for you to rank in the top 9, right?" "I'm not sure. After all, the celestial methods and divine abilities I comprehended are only at the heaven grade," the other middle-aged man, Xianxia, said with a sigh. "Moreover, although I've mastered most of my celestial methods and divine abilities, there's still one heaven-grade celestial method that I've yet to master." "It seems like that's troubling you." The other middle-aged man nodded. "In any case, just try your best. If you fail this time, there's always a next time." Xianxia nodded. Next time. Moreover, this Xianxia seems to agree with his friends. Duan Ling Tian could not help but wince. The Southern Heaven combat was held once every 100 years. Was this middle-aged man cursing his friend, Xianxia, to remain as a peak overarching heavenly for the next 100 years? "Master, what's wrong?" Lu Guanglin could tell Duan Ling Tian was distracted. After Duan Ling Tian told him what he had heard, he shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Master, it seems like you're unaware of how blessed you are. A person like you is considered a genius by the profound Nether Mansion. If it weren't for you, it would take me another 100 years to break through and become a celestial duke. One of my friends took 1,000 years before he became a one basic celestial duke." Upon hearing Lu Guanglin's words, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. It seemed like he had unknowingly compared himself to others. After a while, the vacant seats around them began to fill up. Even most of the important personages had taken their seats at the designated area. When a group of 5 people took their seats at the front left, many spectators gasped in surprise. That's the city governor of Passage City. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian instinctively looked at the leader of the group. He was a middle-aged man wearing a dark golden long robe. He was tall and muscular with a jade-like complexion. His bearing was extraordinary and dignified. So he's the city governor of the Passage City, Huang Yuanfei. Yes, it's him. I had the honor of meeting him once. The city governor of the Passage City, Huang Yuanfei. He only ranks below the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, right? He's widely regarded as the strongest powerhouse below celestial kings in the supporting Fall Nation. Based on the conversations in the surroundings, Duan Ling Tian now understood why Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, attracted everyone's attention as soon as he arrived. Not only was Huang Yuanfei a 10-direction celestial duke, but he was also the strongest powerhouse below celestial kings in the supporting Fall Nation. Duan Ling Tian briefly glanced at the people who accompanied Huang Yuanfei. There were 2 old men and 2 young men who resembled Huang Yuanfei. The 2 young men next to City Governor Huang must be 2 of his most beloved sons, right? City Governor Huang has 5 sons. Among the 5, the 2 youngest sons are the most talented. They're only slightly above 100 years old, but they're already peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The eldest among these 2 is Huang Jialong. He's city governor's 4th son. He has completely mastered 2 duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Chapter 2937 The Southern Heaven Combat. Master, I've gathered information about the supporting Fall Nation while you were in closed-door cultivation. The city governor's 4th son is Huang Jialong. He's not even 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He has mastered 1 triple trait duke-grade celestial method and divine ability, Lu Guanglin said as he looked at a tall, muscular, and handsome young man who looked to be only a few years older than Duan Ling Tian. His innate talent is peerless in the central area's borders. Naturally, this doesn't include you and Miss Huaner. Although Huaner was given a celestial weapon that could conceal her true age by Pei Yuanji, Lu Guanglin knew about Huaner's true age from Duan Ling Tian. Lu Guanglin continued to say, City Governor Huang's 5th son is Huang Jia Chao. He's 10 years younger than Huang Jialong, but he's also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He has mastered a triple trait duke-grade celestial method and is close to mastering a triple trait duke-grade divine ability. The 2 brothers are 2 of the 5 most famous overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall Nation. Many people expect them to rank in the top 9 of the Southern Heaven Combat. Their innate talents are good. Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look at Huang Jialong and Huang Jia Chao. During his time in the borderlands, he had never met anyone with such high innate talent like the 2 brothers. The Southern Heaven Combat has no age restrictions. There must be a lot of people who have been peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials for a long time and have participated many times in the Southern Heaven Combat. These people must have mastered all sorts of duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Ling Tian knew the possibilities for a celestial were endless as long as said celestial did not die. Even a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial with ordinary talent would achieve many things after a long time. At this moment, another commotion broke out among the spectators as another group of people took their seats in the VIP area that was located to the left and right of the seats of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family. The important personages were mostly city governors and their entourage. The clans and sects in the supporting Fall Nation were mostly mediocre, and thus, were not seated in the VIP area. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes to rest as he sighed inwardly. I'm so close to breaking through and becoming a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It looks like I have no choice but to rely on the power granted by the consumable royal grade celestial weapon during the Southern Heaven Combat. After a few moments, the imperial family is here. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes as an unknown voice rang in the air. A dignified and tall middle-aged man dressed in golden robes that was embroidered with a dragon was escorted by a group of people as he flew to his seat. The seats reserved for the imperial family were less than 10% of the ordinary seats. The people in the VIP seats stood up and bowed in unison. On the contrary, where Duan Ling Tian was seated, the people did not rise to their feet to greet the emperor at all. They were mostly sectless cultivators, after all. That's Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. He's a celestial king. The green-clad young man sitting next to the emperor must be the 4th prince. He's the most talented among all the princes, right? That's right. Hu Jinyang, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, is the most talented among the princes. Hu Jiyang is a truly outstanding talent. He's also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though he's only slightly above 200 years old. Not only has he mastered a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability, but he has also mastered an assistive Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. Although the fourth prince's innate talent isn't as high as the two young masters from Passage City, he's slightly stronger than the two young masters. There's no doubt the fourth prince and the two young masters from Passage City will rank in the top 9 of the Southern Heaven combat. As the spectators discussed among themselves, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Hu Jinyang, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation. Hu Jinyang seemed aloof and indifferent to his surroundings as he closed his eyes while seated next to Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. At this moment, Hu Linyi suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes. A gentle breeze stirred in the air as he reappeared in the sky above the seats reserved for the imperial family. He looked down and briefly swept his eyes across his surroundings before he began to speak. I believe everyone knows about the Southern Heaven combat, so I won't go into it. I'll briefly talk about the rules and regulations of the Southern Heaven combat now. The Southern Heaven combat has 9 battlefields. Participants are allowed to select among the 9 battlefields. Whoever wins will become the ringmaster. Each participant is given 9 opportunities to challenge the ringmasters. However, once you lose, you're not allowed to challenge the same battlefield again. The participants who still remain on the 9 battlefields at the end of the Southern Heaven combat will be granted access to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Last but not least, the use of celestial talismans, killing, deliberate maiming, and continuous assault after the opponent has surrendered are prohibited during the Southern Heaven combat. It seems like the beams of lights mark the range of each battlefield. Does this mean if the participant is chased out or voluntarily steps out from the range of the light, it would be considered as a loss? Duan Ling Tian looked at the battlefields upon hearing Hu Linyi's words. The 9 beams of light illuminated the 9 battlefields respectively. Each beam of light was roughly 100 meters in diameter. This isn't so bad. I'll attack after everyone has stopped attacking. I'll only need to fight once to secure a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He had been worried about one-on-one battles. However, it seemed like his worries were unfounded. Lu Guanglin said with a frown, it seems like it'll be disadvantageous to those who start the competition as ringmasters. They're at risk of overconsuming their celestial origin energies and fighting with injuries sustained from previous battles. He felt the rules were rather unfair. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, a middle-aged man sitting behind him asked with a smile on his face, "My friend, this must be your first time attending the Southern Heaven combat, right?" Lu Guanglin turned around and nodded. Yes. At the end of each challenge, the ringmasters are given ample time to recuperate, and Duke-grade medicinal pills by the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation are given to restore their celestial origin energies. If the ringmaster is hurt, the imperial family will provide him with medicinal pills according to the severity of his or her injuries. A Duke-grade medicinal pills for mediocre injuries and King-grade medicinal pills for severe injuries. It'll only take overarching heavenly supreme celestials a short time to recover from their injuries after taking the King-grade medicinal pills so long they aren't crippled. Even if the ringmasters are gravely injured, they'll be given ample time to recover to their peak condition. Therefore, there's no need to worry about unfairness in the Southern Heaven combat. In fact, there are lots of precedents where the ringmasters' cultivation bases improved on the battlefield, the middle-aged man explained in one breath. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, 7 figures flew out and occupied the battlefields. Chapter 2938 An additional rule, the 7 ringmasters were ready and waiting for their challengers. If it's like that man said, there's no need for the ringmasters to worry about exhausting their celestial origin energies at all, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man who sat behind Lu Guanglin. Moreover, there were even cases where ringmasters had a breakthrough during the battle. It seemed like there was no harm in going first and becoming a ringmaster. Nevertheless, he decided to play it safe and stick to his plan. He would go last as planned. Another 2 participants flew out and occupied the remaining 2 battlefields. Currently, all 9 battlefields had their ringmasters. Then, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation spoke again. The 9 ringmasters have taken their places. The participants of the Southern Heaven combat are now free to challenge them. If a participant manages to defeat a ringmaster, the participant would then become the new ringmaster. Please remember that those who are defeated by the ringmasters aren't allowed to challenge the same ringmaster again. They have to move on to another battlefield and challenge another ringmaster. Now, without further ado, let the Southern Heaven combat commence. As soon as the Emperor finished speaking, 9 challengers flew onto the battlefields to challenge the respective ringmasters. The spectators were quick to identify the ringmasters and the challengers since most of them were direct descendants or disciples of distinguished clans and sects. That's Hong Shi, the son of the southern city governor. Although he's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he has mastered some remarkable celestial methods and divine abilities. And that's Xianxia, the daughter of the clan leader of He clan in northern city. She's slightly over 300 years old, and she's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The celestial methods and divine abilities she mastered are extraordinary as well. She's regarded as the most talented person to appear in the clan in 1,000 years. At this moment, the battles on the battlefields had already begun. Most of the battles were fought in the air. Bursts of colorful celestial origin energies filled the air as the participants exchanged blows. Less than a dozen breaths had passed, but Xianxia, the only female participant so far, had already caught Duan Lingtian's attention. Xianxia from the He clan in northern city seems to be the strongest among the 18 participants. Many spectators shared Duan Lingtian's opinion as well. Xianxia is really outstanding. That's right, it's amazing how much she has achieved in just 300 years. Miss He is definitely the strongest among these 18 participants. Xianxia was a graceful and slender woman who was dressed in a green robe. In the eyes of the spectators, she was a rare beauty. On the contrary, Duan Lingtian, who had seen too many beautiful women, only found her appearance average. Xianxia sent her celestial origin energy into the long whip she held in her hand. With that, she could manipulate the whip as she pleased. She could make it as stiff as a rod or as flexible as a snake. In less than 24 breaths, she sent her opponent, a heaven stage overarching heaven supreme celestial, out of the battlefield. Xianxia had won. Lu Guanglin said, Xianxia had won easily. She would have been able to defeat her opponent in less than 5 breaths if she had gone all out. The spectators in the surroundings shared the same opinion as Lu Guanglin as well. Miss He didn't even use all her strength in this battle. Indeed. And yet, it's still an easy win for her. Looks like she won't need a medicinal pill to restore her celestial origin energy. At this moment, Lu Guanglin noticed that Duan Lingtian was distracted. Duan Lingtian's eyes were unfocused as he stared at Xianxia as though his soul had wandered off. Master, what's wrong? Upon hearing Lu Guanglin's voice, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. Then, he said with a wry smile, Huan'er's celestial weapon is also a long whip. Xianxia's long whip was only a duke-grade celestial weapon, whereas Huan'er's long whip was a king-grade celestial weapon. The whip had reminded Duan Lingtian of Huan'er, causing him to fall into trance. Worries began to well in his heart again when he thought about Huan'er. Master, Miss Huan'er will be fine, Lu Guanglin said in an attempt to reassure Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly and tried to focus his attention on the battlefields. As time passed, some ringmasters were defeated and replaced by their opponents, and some managed to retain their positions. Soon after, a new group of participants flew onto the battlefields. Most people's attention was still focused on Xianxia as she sat cross-legged on the battlefield with her eyes closed. Looks like nobody wants to challenge Miss He. It's only natural. With her strength, she'll definitely rank in the top 9 of the Southern Heaven combat. At this moment, a white-clad old man seated in one of the VIP seats said to a middle-aged man who was dressed in a fine robe. Clan leader He, your daughter is so outstanding that nobody dares to challenge her. A hint of envy could be seen in his eyes when he spoke. The old man had a grandson who was talented, but his grandson still fell short compared to Xianxia. The middle-aged man grinned before he said, Clan leader Chen, your grandson is doing great out there as well. He has successfully defeated his second challenger now. Moreover, your grandson is, at least, 10 years younger than my daughter. He'll definitely surpass my daughter in the future. Clan leader He, you're too modest. How can my incompetent grandson surpass your daughter? Similar words of flattery could be heard from the people seated in the VIP seats. After all, many of the participants were from famous clans and sects. The sun began to set as evening approached. My strength is still not good enough. I'll cultivate for a few days before I continue to fight. Me too. I'm going to continue comprehending one of my celestial methods before I continue to challenge the ringmasters. Some of the weaker participants who were defeated multiple times decided to take a short break before they continued to challenge the ringmasters. Meanwhile, since Xianxia had defeated the first challenger, her battlefield had remained empty, uncontested. It was the first time such a thing had occurred in the Southern Heaven battle. Upon seeing this, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation could not help but frown. In the past, powerful participants like Xianxia would only appear near the end of the Southern Heaven battle. Since she made her appearance so early, nobody dares to challenge her at all. If another strong participant appears tomorrow and nobody dares to challenge him as well, the progress of the Southern Heaven combat would definitely be delayed. Perhaps, it's time to change the rules of the Southern Heaven combat. It seemed as though some of the spectators had the gift of prophecy. As soon as night fell and the first day of the Southern Heaven combat came to an end, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation made an announcement. From tomorrow onward, an additional rule will be added to the Southern Heaven battle. If nobody dares challenge the ringmasters, after an hour, the ringmasters would be granted a place to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. With the new rule that was announced the day before, many participants challenged Xianxia. Alas, they were no match for her. At this moment, half an hour had passed since Xianxia defeated the last challenger. It did not take long before an hour had almost passed. It's going to be an hour after a dozen breaths. If nobody challenges her, she'll directly be granted entry to the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Even without the rule, there's no doubt she'll still rank in the top 9 and be granted entry to the Southern Heaven ancient realm. With this rule, it only expedites the process. After an hour finally passed, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation rose from his seat and announced, Xianxia has successfully defended the position of ringmaster for an hour. Xianxia, you can leave the battlefield now. Whoever wants to take her place as ringmaster, please step forward. With this, only 8 places were left in the Southern Heaven combat. Chapter 2939 Duan Ling Tian's turn to enter the ring. Congratulations, clan leader He. Congratulations, clan leader He. Your daughter has secured a place to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. If she manages to come out alive, she'll be able to join one of 3 sects or 2 clans. In fact, she might even stand a chance to cultivate in the profound Nether Mansion. That's right, the 3 sects and 2 clans are 7th grade sects and clans, but the profound Nether Mansion is one of the few renowned 6th grade celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. Their cultivation resources are unimaginable. If she can join the profound Nether Mansion, her future will definitely be bright. Once Xianxia secured a place to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm, many people seated around the clan leader of He clan began to congratulate him one after another. A grin seemed to be permanently etched on clan leader Yi's face after it was announced that Xianxia would be granted entry into the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Although the realm was fraught with danger and not many could make it out alive, he was confident about his daughter's ability. He was certain his daughter would have a fortuitous encounter in the realm and safely exit the realm. Since one of the 9 places to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm had been taken by Xianxia, many of the stronger participants who only planned to make an appearance later began to feel restless. Soon after, a few people whose strength was not inferior to Xianxia entered the battlefield and became new ringmasters. With that, the competition intensified at once. At noon, someone seated near the royal seats flew onto the battlefield, attracting everyone's attention. That's Huang Jialong, the 4th son of the city governor of Passage City. Huang Jialong is one of the city governor's most talented sons. I didn't expect him to appear so soon. Perhaps, he saw the advantage in going first after what happened with Xianxia. With his strength, it's easy for him to be ranked in the top 9. Of course, he's undoubtedly stronger than Xianxia. Moreover, he possesses a royal grade celestial weapon as well. Royal grade celestial weapon, really? That's right. Rumor has it that the city governor of Passage City has 5 or 6 royal grade celestial weapons. Do you think he won't give Huang Jialong a royal grade celestial weapon to fight for a place to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm? Huang Jialong was the 4th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City and the strongest person below celestial kings in the supporting Fall nation. Due to Huang Jialong's status and strength, he captured everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. Huang Jialong's opponent, a skinny middle-aged man who was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, smiled bitterly as soon as he saw Huang Jialong. Although he had completely mastered his celestial methods and divine abilities, they were only of the heaven grade. Additionally, he only possessed a duke-grade celestial weapon while Huang Jialong most likely possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. For this reason, he felt he was weaker than Huang Jialong even though their cultivation bases were the same. With all these thoughts in mind, the middle-aged man said decisively as soon as he saw Huang Jialong, "I surrender." As soon as he walked out of the battlefield, he began to study the remaining 8 battlefields. After all, he could still challenge the other battlefields. The middle-aged man had surrendered because he knew it was impossible for him to defeat Huang Jialong. It was more practical for him to surrender and preserve his strength before he moved on to the next battle. Huang Jialong's expression remained calm as he stood with his hands resting on his back. He was clearly not surprised by this development. He briefly looked at his surroundings before he closed his eyes to wait for the next challenger. As expected of city governor Huang's son, he didn't even need to fight, and his opponent directly surrendered. No one would be so bold as to challenge him. Among the supporting Fall Nation's overarching heavenly supreme celestials, the only one who's a match for him is the 4th prince. That's right, if the 4th prince is not making a move, is there a point for others to make a move? At the same time, many people around Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, began to compliment Huang Jialong in an attempt to flatter Huang Yuanfei. Huang Yuanfei only nodded indifferently in response. He was not overly enthusiastic, unlike the clan leader of He clan. "I don't think anyone's going to challenge young Master Huang. With this, there's one place less to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." With 1 hour almost gone, most people did not doubt the second person who would be granted entry to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be Huang Jialong. In just a flash, Duan Ling Tian flew onto Huang Jialong's battlefield and stood across Huang Jialong whose eyes were closed. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the battlefield, Huang Jialong opened his eyes. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He would not be surprised if the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation had stepped forward to challenge him, but how could he not be taken aback to see a stranger had come to challenge him? Moreover, after probing his challenger, he discovered his challenger was not even 100 years old. He asked, "You're challenging me? Do you really think someone who's not even 100 years old will be able to defeat me?" Duan Ling Tian, naturally, attracted everyone's attention by challenging Huang Jialong. When the spectators heard Huang Jialong's words, their eyes widened in shock as they instinctively probed Duan Ling Tian with their divine consciousness. It's true, he's not even 100 years old. What's going through this young man's mind? He dares to challenge young Master Huang even though he's not even 100 years old. Is he looking for trouble? Wait, although he's not even 100 years old, he should be an overarching heaven's supreme celestial as well, right? Although one's cultivation base won't be checked when registering for the competition, it's a known rule that only overarching heavenly supreme celestials are allowed to participate. It's a violation of the rule to participate if one's not an overarching heaven's supreme celestial. That's right, the punishment for violating this rule is death. When the spectators discovered Duan Ling Tian's age, many of them doubted Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. Due to the profound divine metal in his body, no one could discern his cultivation base. Since there was no shortage of secret techniques to conceal one's cultivation base in the Devata realms, the spectators did not think much of being unable to sense his cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Jialong and calmly said, "If you have any royal-grade celestial weapon, use them. You should use all your best moves against me. I'll let you attack me twice before I start to attack. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to attack at all." Apart from Lu Guanglin, everyone was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. Not only was this young man challenging Huang Jialong, but he even asked Huang Jialong to use his royal-grade celestial weapon and strongest moves. Additionally, he even said he was going to let Huang Jialong attack twice before he began to attack. After a beat, the sounds of laughter rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian's words invoked laughter and contempt from the people. Many of them looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully, as though he was an idiot, as they began to discuss among themselves. "Brat, are you arrogant or stupid? Where did a brat who has yet to reach 100 years old get the courage to say something like this?" On the contrary, Huang Jialong's expression was solemn. He noticed the dismissive way Duan Ling Tian had looked at him as though he was not even worthy of Duan Ling Tian's attention. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian had to be a stupidly arrogant person or someone who was genuinely strong. His instinct told him Duan Ling Tian was not arrogantly stupid. The spectators were still jeering when Duan Lingtian suddenly raised his hand. An umbrella appeared in his hand immediately. This umbrella was a royal-grade celestial weapons that he obtained in the little world that Huan'er's grandaunt left behind. Before he even sent his celestial origin energy into the umbrella, it was already shining with a mysterious light and exuding a chilling aura. The bursts of laughter in the surroundings stopped immediately. A royal-grade celestial weapon. It's a royal-grade celestial weapon. Most people could tell with just a glance that the umbrella in Duan Lingtian's hand was a royal-grade celestial weapon. After all, quite a few of them had a certain standing in society. Those who were unaware were, naturally, made aware after listening to the words of those in the know. Those who were laughing at Duan Lingtian earlier were now looking at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. This arrogant and stupid young man possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. I see. As soon as Duan Lingtian took out his royal-grade celestial weapon, Huang Jialong confirmed his suspicion that Duan Lingtian was not arrogant nor was he an idiot. Nevertheless, he did not think Duan Lingtian was serious about letting him attack twice first. He stared at Duan Lingtian as a 7-foot-long spear that was shrouded in a mysterious energy appeared in his hand. Chapter 2940. It's him. He's the one who killed Hauer. A bunch of idiots. When Lu Guanglin heard the others laughing at Duan Lingtian, he cursed inwardly. Just because Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, they assumed he would not be able to defeat Huang Jialong, the fourth son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. All of a sudden, Lu Guanglin sensed the divine consciousness of a one basic celestial duke probing him. His expression darkened as he turned to look at the person who probed him. As it turned out, it was a middle-aged who sat behind him. Sorry, brother, I didn't expect you to be a one basic celestial duke like me. The middle-aged man smiled sheepishly when he saw Lu Guanglin's displeased expression. He had assumed Lu Guanglin's cultivation base was weaker than his, so he was certain Lu Guanglin would not be able to detect his divine consciousness. Who knew Lu Guanglin was also a one basic celestial duke? Curious, Lu Guanglin frowned. Previously, I overheard you addressing the young man on the battlefield as master. Based on that, I assumed your cultivation base should be lower than his. Who would have thought you're a one basic celestial duke? The middle-aged answered honestly. He was puzzled. Why would Lu Guanglin address someone who was weaker than him as master? The purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old, and he could not be stronger than a one basic celestial duke. Otherwise, he would be knowingly violating the rules of the Southern Heaven combat by participating even though he was not an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He would definitely be punished by the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Who says my master has a higher cultivation base than me? Lu Guanglin glanced at the middle-aged man coldly before turning away and ignoring the middle-aged man. Back on the battlefield, Huang Jialong brought out his royal-grade celestial weapon, a 7-feet-long spear, as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian bringing out a royal-grade celestial weapon. The spear was bright red and was shrouded by a mysterious energy. It looked as though flames were dancing around the spear. That's the Passage City Governor's Mansion's royal-grade celestial weapon, the Fire Cloud Spear. I didn't expect City Governor Huang to give his fourth son this royal-grade celestial weapon. It seems like he really favors Huang Jialong. That's right, among the royal-grade celestial weapons he owns, the Fire Cloud Spear definitely ranks in the top 3. It's hardly surprising that young Master Huang has a royal-grade celestial weapon or the Fire Cloud Spear. I want to know where this purple-clad young man came from. How did he obtain a royal-grade celestial weapons? I've never seen him before. Perhaps, he's a disciple of some elusive powerhouse. After Huang Jialong brought out his royal-grade celestial weapon, the spectators began to discuss among themselves. Even the participants on the other battlefields reached an agreement and stopped their fights to look at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong. Many of them tried to guess Duan Lingtian's identity. After Duan Lingtian brought out his royal-grade celestial weapon, no one dared to call him an idiot anymore. Nevertheless, they still thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant. So what if Duan Lingtian owned a royal-grade celestial weapon? Huang Jialong possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon as well. Moreover, Huang Jialong was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had mastered a double-trait duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. Apart from that, Huang Jialong had also mastered his assistive duke-grade celestial method. The tension between Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian was about to reach its peak when an elegant figure finally made its belated appearance at the royal seats. Beloved, what took you so long? The emperor of the supporting Fall nation smiled at the newcomer. He patted the seat next to him, gesturing for the newcomer to take a seat next to him. It was clear the seat had been reserved for the newcomer. Greetings, Imperial concubine Lan. Everyone in the royal seats, including the fourth prince, rose to their feet and greeted the newcomer before turning their attention back to the battlefield. My apologies, Your Majesty. My eldest brother came to see me in the palace this morning. The beautiful woman who had just arrived, Imperial concubine Lan, was the emperor's favorite concubine in recent years. With the emperor's favor, she could be considered as one of the most powerful women in the imperial palace. Your eldest brother, is it for Howard again? The emperor of the supporting Fall nation asked. Yes, the beautiful woman nodded. Soon after, tears began to stream down her face. My eldest couldn't bear it any longer. This morning, he used our clan's secret technique to reveal the face of Howard's killer. The price of using the technique is steep. From now on, he will no longer make any progress in his cultivation base. Upon seeing the tears that kept falling down Imperial concubine Lan's face, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation felt distressed on her behalf. Before he shifted his attention back to the battlefield, he patted her hand comfortingly and grimly said, I'm sorry to hear that. However, since we know what the killer looks like now, it won't be difficult to find him as long as he's still in the supporting Fall nation. Ask your eldest brother to send the portrait of Howard's killer to the palace after the Southern Heaven combat ends. I'll ask my men to make more copies and distribute them. Howard was my nephew as well. I'll avenge him. Thank you, Your Majesty. The beautiful woman hurriedly expressed her gratitude as she wiped her tears away. A smile began to bloom on her face. Then, she followed his line of sight and looked at one of the battlefields. Isn't he the fourth son of City Governor Huang from Passage City? He's the most outstanding one among City Governor Huang's sons, right? He entered the battlefield so soon. Imperial concubine Lan was surprised to see Huang Jialong. It's not just that. It seems like he has met an interesting opponent. His opponent is a young man who's not even 100 years old. Moreover, the young man owns a royal-grade celestial weapon as well. I wonder whose disciples he is, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation said as he studied Duan Lingtian. He would never believe someone who had not even reached 100 years old and possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon did not have an extraordinary background. He's not even 100 years old, and he owns a royal-grade celestial weapon. Imperial concubine Lan was surprised. She shifted her attention from Huang Jialong to Duan Lingtian immediately. As soon as her eyes landed on Duan Lingtian, they widened in horror. She had seen him before. In fact, she had just seen him this morning. Imperial concubine Lan's clan was not a powerful clan in the supporting Fall nation. Her clan possessed a usually useless secret technique called the Blood Catalyst secret technique. At a steep price, one would be able to find the killer of one's immediate family such as a parent or a child. If two or more of one's children died at nearly the same time, the technique would only reveal the killer of the child that died recently. The price of using this technique was to have one's cultivation base stagnate forever. In other words, one was trading away one's future in exchange for information. To her knowledge, her eldest brother was the third person in the clan's thousands of years-long history to use the secret technique. He's Howard's killer. Imperial concubine decided to send a communication celestial talisman to her eldest brother. She needed her brother to confirm it. After all, she was rather confused. Since the purple-clad young man was participating in the Southern Heaven combat, it meant that he was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if he was capable of killing her nephew, how could he have killed the three-talent celestial king who was supposed to protect her nephew? After mulling over it, her doubts disappeared. Maybe his subordinate did it. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation was so focused on the battlefield that he failed to notice the abnormalities of Imperial concubine Lan's behavior. Imperial concubine Lan decided to stay silent for now. She suppressed her anger and waited for her eldest brother's arrival. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Huang Jialong calmly said, I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeves that give you such confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flickered out of sight as he moved toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Huang Jialong moved like the wind as his celestial origin energy surged out his body. His celestial origin energy looked like a golden dragon as it circled him. He thrust his 7-foot-long spear out at Duan Lingtian. Golden energies similar to dragons appeared around his spear as well, and at the tip, blood-red lightning bolts flashed. Faced with an opponent who also owned a royal-grade celestial weapon and seemed confident of his strength, Huang Jialong did not hold back and attacked with all his might. As the saying went, even a lion would use all its strength when hunting a mere bunny. He did not underestimate his opponent even though his opponent was not even 100 years old. Faced with Huang Jialong's ferocious attack, Duan Lingtian let go of his umbrella and merely said, "I said earlier that I'll allow you to attack twice first. If you can't breach my defenses in 2 moves, I'll start to attack. If I can't defeat you in 1 move, I'll admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy that he intentionally suppressed to the level of an overarching heaven supreme celestial surged out his body before it transformed into a golden Buddha silhouette that was surrounded by dark purple energy. The purple and the golden color looked brilliant as they shone together. Chapter 2941 Switching to another royal grade celestial weapon. So he thinks he can defeat young Master Huang with 1 move. He's dreaming. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, most people thought Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. As a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, even if Huang Jialong was not the strongest, he was still considered as one of the top 3 strongest overarching heaven supreme celestials in the supporting Fall Nation. How could they believe a young man who had not even reached the age of 100 would be able to defeat Huang Jialong with just 1 move? How preposterous! At this moment, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, who had maintained a blank expression all this while, looked at Duan Lingtian with a faint sneer on his face. Even the strongest overarching heaven supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, needed at least 10 moves to defeat his son. Huang Jia Chao, Huang Yuanfei's youngest son, clicked his tongue before he said, "This brat is really cocky." Similarly, he did not think it was possible for Duan Lingtian to defeat his elder brother with just 1 move. Back on the battlefield, after Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring tactic to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, the golden Buddha silhouette and the purple energy kept increasing. In the mundane realms, the elementary devouring tactic was so powerful that it could quickly drain an entire area of its heaven and earth spirit energy. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms was, naturally, superior to the mundane realms. In the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation, the heaven and earth spirit energy was so dense that Duan Lingtian's elementary devouring tactic did not even cause a ripple. It was only natural since the elementary devouring tactic was only considered a heaven-grade divine ability in the Devata realms. Although Duan Lingtian had fully mastered it, it still could not compare to Duke-grade divine abilities. An umbrella materialized in the hands of the golden Buddha silhouette that flashing with purple energy as the umbrella in Duan Lingtian's hand released an energy that transformed into a protective barrier around him. At this moment, Huang Jialong was only a hair's breadth away from Duan Lingtian. The air clearly stirred in his wake as he thrust his spear forward. The blood-red light flashing at the tip of his spear brightened before it shot out. At the same time, the golden dragon-like energy around the spear flashed and merged with the blood-red energy. As soon as the golden energy and the blood-red energy merged, it exploded. A terrifying force crashed ferociously against Duan Lingtian's golden Buddha silhouette like an ancient beast. Under Huang Jialong's attack, the golden Buddha silhouette flickered as the purple energy around it disappeared. It looked as though Duan Lingtian's defenses were about to be breached. If I only use the celestial origin energy of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it'd be difficult for me to block his attack. Huang Jialong's strength is indeed superior to most peak overarching heaven's supreme celestials. Besides, not all of my celestial methods and divine abilities are superior to his. I can only use the strength of a 1 basic celestial duke to block his attacks. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he felt the strength of Huang Jialong's attack. Then, he focused on increasing the strength of his celestial origin energy to that of a 1 basic celestial duke. It was difficult for him to suppress his celestial origin energy to that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial while exerting the strength of a 1 basic celestial duke. It was fine for a short time, but it was difficult to suppress for a long time. Alas, he had no choice. If people sensed his celestial origin energy that was equivalent to a celestial duke, he would be disqualified from the Southern Heaven combat. Most importantly, it would anger the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. As the saying went, an emperor's anger could only be quenched by the blood of hundreds and thousands of people. It would not be difficult for him to kill the emperor with his consumable emperor-grade celestial weapon, but he did not want to use it unnecessarily. After all, he only had 2 uses left. Everyone watched with bated breaths as Huang Jialong's spear struck Duan Lingtian's defenses. Amazing defenses. Although Duan Lingtian's golden Buddha silhouette was flickering as though it was going to shatter at any moment, many people were impressed that it lasted as long as it did. After several breaths' time, everyone was shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian manage to withstand Huang Jialong's attack. How's that possible? Huang Jialong looked dumbfounded when he saw that he failed to breach Duan Lingtian's defenses even after he had attacked with almost all his might. Even Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, who was seated next to the emperor, was stunned. Although he was able to defeat Huang Jialong, it was impossible for his defenses to withstand Huang Jialong's almost full-strength attack. "You have 1 more move left," Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, most people regained their senses immediately. This purple-clad young man's defense is terrifying. At this moment, no one questioned Duan Lingtian's strength anymore. More and more people began to think it would not be difficult for Duan Lingtian to defeat Huang Jialong. Nevertheless, they still did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Huang Jialong with just 1 move. After all, just because one had an extremely strong defense did not mean one's strength was equally as strong. "How should I address you?" Huang Jialong asked with a calm expression. However, hints of admiration could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was rare to be able to meet such a young powerhouse. The purple-clad young man was so powerful even though he had not even reached the age of 100. Moreover, he could tell the young man had fully mastered all his Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, including his assistive divine ability that was not of the Duke grade. Duan Lingtian responded indifferently. "Brother Duan, based on the strength of your defenses, it's clear I won't be able to breach your defenses. I don't think the outcome will change even if I attack again. So, why don't I defend against your attack now?" Huang Jialong had used nearly all his strength earlier to attack. He thought it was more practical for him to give up and defend against Duan Lingtian's attack instead, since he did not think he would be able to breach Duan Lingtian's defenses even if he attacked with all his might. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong calmly and said, "When you defend yourself, you may attack as well. I still stand by my words. If I can't defeat you with 1 move, I'll admit defeat." At some point, he had put away his umbrella, the royal-grade celestial weapon. Many people were confused by Duan Lingtian's action of putting away the umbrella. Why did he put his royal-grade celestial weapon away? Isn't he going to attack with his royal-grade celestial weapon? His royal-grade celestial weapon is a defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. If he uses it to attack, its strength wouldn't be any stronger than an offensive Duke-grade celestial weapon. Maybe he's going to switch weapons. You have a point. He's able to block young Master Huang's attack largely because of his defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Although most people guessed that Duan Lingtian was going to change his weapon, they could not help but gasp in shock when they saw the rod in Duan Lingtian's hand that was shining with a mysterious energy. They had thought he was going to bring out an offensive Duke-grade celestial weapon. How could they not be shocked to see another royal-grade celestial weapon? Heavens! It's another royal-grade celestial weapon. Who's Duan Lingtian? Not only is he powerful, but he even casually brought out 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. He must have a remarkable background. Royal-grade celestial weapon, another royal-grade celestial weapon. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation stared at Duan Lingtian intently as he muttered to himself, "This young man is not an ordinary sectless cultivator." 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Imperial concubine Lan, who was seated next to the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, looked as though she was going to faint at this moment. This little bastard has 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. After she recognized Duan Lingtian as her nephew's killer, she could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into a million pieces to avenge her nephew. However, when she saw Duan Lingtian possessed 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, she realized seeking revenge might prove to be a difficult task. A hint of despair began to well up in her heart at this moment. Would someone who possessed 2 royal-grade celestial weapons be an ordinary person with a simple background? If I kill him, will those behind him kill me as well? I'm not sure if I'm even able to kill him, since it's likely that he has powerhouses secretly protecting him. With this thought in mind, Imperial concubine Lan sent another message to her eldest brother. "Brother Duan, I surrender. 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Who are you?" Huang Jialong smiled bitterly when he saw Duan Lingtian casually switching between two royal-grade celestial weapons. With this, he realized Duan Lingtian was not being arrogant when he said he was going to defeat him with just one move. Chapter 2942 Securing a Place. I'll give you 3 breaths time to prepare. Duan Lingtian did not respond to Huang Jialong's question. Instead, he reminded Huang Jialong to prepare himself. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the golden Buddha silhouette that had slightly dimmed earlier shone brightly after he sent more celestial origin energy into it. After this attack, the temporary boost to my soul and celestial origin energy granted by the consumable monarch-grade celestial weapon would be almost depleted. Nevertheless, my fight with Huang Jialong should be sufficient to ward off other overarching heaven's supreme celestials from challenging me. The reason Duan Lingtian had allowed Huang Jialong to make 2 moves first and announced that he would defeat Huang Jialong with 1 move was to intimidate the overarching heaven's supreme celestials present on the scene so they would think twice about challenging him. With this scare tactic, he would not have to worry much about facing outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials after he had depleted his strength and losing the place to enter the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, the strength granted to him by the consumable monarch-grade celestial weapon was almost completely depleted. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Jialong's expression turned grim. At the same time, he swung his long spear, a royal-grade celestial weapon. The golden dragon-like energy began to circle around him and his spear. In just a brief moment, a layer of round golden light shrouded him. Tiny bolts of red lightning could be seen flashing on the golden barrier. He was prepared to defend and attack with all his might, at this moment. He planned to use his offensive technique to defend himself against Duan Lingtian's attack. At this moment, 3 breaths' time finally passed. A loud noise rang near Duan Lingtian, who had suddenly bent his knees. His movement, coupled with his celestial origin energy, caused a crack on the ground of the battlefield. Then, he directly flew toward Huang Jialong. A golden light illuminated the sky and purple chi skyrocketed as he flew with the golden Buddha silhouette in tow. Apart from that, a vortex that kept absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings churned tirelessly. Duan Lingtian swung the staff in his hand slightly. Along with the mysterious glow of the staff, a dazzling purple and golden light suddenly burst out. Duan Lingtian's golden Buddha silhouette moved along with him. Similarly, it was also holding a staff. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian stuck downward. The staff in the hand of the golden Buddha silhouette that shone with a golden and purple light imitated Duan Lingtian's movement, leaving ripples in its wake. Just in time, despite Duan Lingtian's fearsome attack, Huang Jialong seemed unafraid. He thrust his spear out to face Duan Lingtian's attack. Earlier, Huang Jialong had used his offensive celestial method, divine ability, and assistive divine ability. Now, he was more focused on using the assistive divine ability he had mastered. He also used his assistive celestial method that was of the Duke grade. Although he had yet to completely master it, it was rather powerful. Assistive celestial methods did not directly improve one's cultivation base. They helped with mobilizing and boosting one's celestial origin energy. As Huang Jialong thrust his spear out, a shower of spears rained down in front of him. All of the spears were targeted at Duan Lingtian. They looked extremely terrifying, as though they were capable of destroying everything. Boom. Boom boom. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged faced with Huang Jialong's different attack. The staff in his hand stirred up the wind in his surroundings. Similar to earlier, the golden Buddha silhouette imitated his actions as well. Purple and golden light energy circled around Duan Lingtian's staff like dragons. At this moment, the aura Duan Lingtian exuded made people feel as though he was able to shake heaven and earth and destroy the mountains and the rivers. It's time to end this. When Duan Lingtian's staff was just a hair's breadth away from Huang Jialong, he subtly increased the strength of his celestial origin energy to that of a one basic celestial duke with just a thought, increasing the strength of his attack tremendously. When Duan Lingtian's staff collided with Huang Jialong's attack, it felt as though 2 planets had collided. The force of the collision seemed as though it was capable of destroying everything in its path. After the earth-shattering collision, the light from Duan Lingtian's staff did not dim. Moreover, his golden Buddha silhouette seemed to grow stronger and stronger as he continued to fight. On the contrary, Huang Jialong's numerous spears were completely and easily destroyed by Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, his defenses were paper-thin faced with Duan Lingtian's attack. It shattered into a million pieces in just a brief moment. Bang! 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 A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as the wind stirred violently into a flurry of hurricanes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian's attack easily overwhelmed Huang Jialong. In just a short time, Huang Jialong was sent flying out of the battlefield. As soon as Huang Jialong was sent flying out of the battlefield's light barrier, a figure appeared when he was about to fall. The person who had appeared was none other than Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City and Huang Jialong's father. He had clearly made this timely appearance to break Huang Jialong's fall. He heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed Huang Jialong, who had fallen unconscious, was just lightly injured. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze as he said, "Thank you for showing mercy, brother Duan." As a 10-direction celestial duke, Huang Yuanfei could tell Duan Ling Tian had held back his strength during the last moment. Naturally, he did not detect the brief moment where Duan Ling Tian had increased the strength of his celestial origin energy to that of a one basic celestial duke. He was unaware that if Duan Ling Tian did not hold back, his son would surely die. Despite Huang Yuanfei's outward appearance, he was inwardly shocked. My son's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, the celestial methods and divine abilities he mastered are all extraordinary. However, he still ended up in this state after facing this young man. Who's he? At the same time, a commotion broke out as soon as the spectators regained their senses. Some of them even stood up abruptly due to their shock and fear. Heavens, he really defeated Huang Jialong with just a move. His attack seems comparable to a one basic celestial duke who has mastered duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. How powerful! I didn't know our supporting Fall Nation has such a talented genius. Even the fourth prince, who's widely acknowledged as the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation, isn't as strong as this young man. His strength aside, he's not even 100 years old, but he already owns 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. He must have an extraordinary background. Even if he's a sectless cultivator, he must have someone remarkably strong behind him. The way Duan Ling Tian had defeated Huang Jialong with just one move had thoroughly shocked everyone, excluding Lu Guanglin. Even the one basic celestial dukes who did not master any high-grade celestial method or divine ability were fearful of Duan Ling Tian. They were aware they might not even be as strong as Duan Ling Tian. Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, who was sitting next to the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation side. I'm not as strong as him. He's a monster. Meanwhile, Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, looked at Duan Ling Tian with gleaming eyes. The way he looked at Duan Ling Tian was akin to how one would look at a treasure. With his talent, it'd be easy for him to survive in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since he joined the Southern Heaven Combat, it means he's also interested in joining the 3 sects and 2 clans. He should be the disciple of some powerful sectless cultivator. Maybe he wants to join the 3 sects and 2 clans to experience the world. With his monstrous talent, no matter which of the 3 sects and 2 clans he joins, I would still be handsomely rewarded. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man who had just arrived in the Imperial Palace was on his way to the venue of the Southern Heaven Combat. Before he arrived at his destination, he received a communication celestial talisman from Imperial Concubine Lan. Various expressions flitted briefly across his face as he listened to Imperial Concubine Lan's message. "Brother, I can't help you with this matter. I'm afraid the Emperor wouldn't do anything even if I told him the young man is Howard's killer. This Duan Ling Tian probably has an extraordinary background, so the Emperor will be wary of him. That aside, the Emperor now views him as a treasure since he will definitely benefit the Emperor greatly since his chance of coming out of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive is very high. Brother, please give up." The middle-aged man, none other than the father of the ugly young man dressed in fine robes whom Duan Ling Tian killed in the outskirts of the supporting Fall Nation's capital. Upon hearing Imperial Concubine Lan's words, his body trembled violently as his eyes reddened. What? One move? It took him one move to defeat the Passage City's young master, Huang Jialong. Isn't Huang Jialong the second strongest overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial in the supporting Fall Nation, who's only second to the fourth prince? It seemed as though he had lost his mind as he muttered to himself, "No. No, never. I won't give up, never. In order to find Howard's killer. I've even given up on cultivation. He must die, he must die." Hatred burned intensely in his bloodshot eyes as he spoke. At the venue of the Southern Heaven combat, after Duan Ling Tian defeated Huang Jialong with one move, the participants in the other 8 battlefields stared at Duan Ling Tian with a blank expression on their faces, clearly stunned. They only continued with their respective fights after they regained their senses. In the subsequent hour, just as Duan Ling Tian had expected and hoped for, no one else dared to challenge him. Just like that, he managed to secure a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and the 3 sects and 2 clans. How exciting, Duan Ling Tian murmured to himself as he returned to his seat among the spectators, ignoring all the eyes on him. Chapter 2943 The Origin Gathering Hall. After Duan Ling Tian obtained a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm of the supporting Fall Nation, the battle during the second day of the Southern Heaven combat grew more and more fierce. Huang Jia Chao, the 5th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, also successfully secured a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although his strength was weaker than his brother, Huang Jialong, he was still much stronger than the average overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Another noteworthy event on the second day of the Southern Heaven combat was, apart from Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jia Chao, another person also obtained a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Similar to Duan Ling Tian, everyone had not seen or heard of this person prior to the competition. This person was a woman who was even more beautiful than He Qian, the young miss of the He clan. Needless to say, in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, this woman's appearance was only slightly above average. She was far from being comparable to his 2 wives, Ka and Li Fei, or even his partner, Feng Tianwu, let alone Huaner. As Duan Ling Tian watched the woman flying back to her seat among the spectators after securing a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he speculated inwardly, she's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and owns a royal-grade celestial weapon. No one present seems to know her. She has to have an extraordinary background or a strong powerhouse supporting her. It was only when the woman took her seat that everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, noticed the old woman sitting next to her. The old woman who was inconspicuous earlier instantly attracted everyone's attention. Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, extended his divine consciousness to probe the old woman. One basic celestial king, he only frowned slightly and remained silent when the old woman looked at him after sensing his divine consciousness. He was not just an ordinary 2-form celestial king, he was widely regarded as one of the strongest 2-form celestial kings. He was almost as strong as a 3-talent celestial king. Despite that, he did not think it was unnecessary to make a fuss over that old woman. The second day of the Southern Heaven combat came to an end as night fell. 3 participants secured their spots to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Currently, there were only 5 spots left to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, a eunuch approached Duan Ling Tian with an invitation from Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Young Master Duan, as a sectless cultivator, you can stay in the Imperial Palace's Origin Gathering Hall to cultivate until it's time for you to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Origin Gathering Hall. Although Duan Ling Tian had stayed in the Imperial Palace the previous night, the accommodation assigned to him was only an ordinary temporary residence. Although it was his first time hearing about the Origin Gathering Hall, he was certain it must be a good place to cultivate in. The eunuch seemed to be startled by Duan Ling Tian's lack of knowledge about the Origin Gathering Hall. He asked, "Young Master Duan, is it possible that you're not a citizen of the supporting Fall Nation?" "Why do you ask?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Did this mean every citizen in the supporting Fall Nation knew about the Origin Gathering Hall? Apart from the cultivation place for the direct descendants of the imperial family, the Origin Gathering Hall is the best place to cultivate in the supporting Fall Nation. The various Origin Gathering formations in the Origin Gathering Hall are linked to the cultivation place of the imperial family's direct descendants that's connected to the only mediocre celestial crystal vein in our nation. The eunuch explained, almost every citizen of the supporting Fall Nation has heard of the Origin Gathering Hall. As expected, Duan Ling Tian nodded. After their exchange, the eunuch led Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin to the Origin Gathering Hall in the supporting Fall Nation's imperial palace. The Origin Gathering Hall seemed like a palace of its own that housed many small individual courtyards. Despite the size of the small courtyards, they were fully equipped with the necessary facilities. All of the courtyards boasted 2 rooms in a small well-kept compound with a small pound. Moreover, a eunuch and a maid were assigned to each courtyard. "This is young Master Duan. The eunuch who was sent by the emperor introduced Duan Ling Tian to the eunuch and the maid standing at the entrance of the courtyard. After the introductions, the maid led Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin into the courtyard. Duan Ling Tian found out the maid was responsible for everything in the courtyard while the eunuch was to run errands for the people living in the courtyard and the maid. Duan Ling Tian dismissed the maid not long after he entered the courtyard. After that, he said to Lu Guanglin, "Guanglin, I'm going to cultivate over the next few days to see if I can break through the bottleneck of my cultivation. If there's nothing urgent, don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes, my lord," Lu Guanglin replied respectfully. After Duan Ling Tian entered one of the rooms, he sat down in the compound to cultivate so he could guard Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, the cultivation environment in the compound was no different from the cultivation environment in the rooms. After entering the room, Duan Ling Tian set up a few basic formations to keep heaven and earth spirit energy from leaking out of the room. Then, he brought out the divine crystal Huaner had left for him. As soon as he brought the divine crystal out, rich and dense heaven and earth spirit energy filled the room, providing Duan Ling Tian with the perfect cultivation environment. Although the cultivation environment of the Origin Gathering Hall in the supporting Fall Nation's Imperial Palace was good, it was not comparable to the cultivation environment provided by the divine crystal. Based on Duan Ling Tian's earlier words to Lu Guanglin, it was clear he did not intend to continue spectating the Southern Heaven combat now that he had secured a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Southern Heaven combat would continue for another 3 days before it officially came to an end. On the third day of the Southern Heaven combat, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation finally made a move and secured a place for himself as well. Apart from that, a disciple of a faction in the supporting Fall Nation also obtained a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. On the fourth day of the Southern Heaven combat, Huang Jialong, who had recovered from his injuries, was the only one to secure a place in the Southern Heaven combat. On the fifth day, the final 2 people claimed their spots. With that, the Southern Heaven combat officially came to an end. Although the Southern Heaven combat had ended, people in the supporting Fall Nation's capital were still talking about the 9 people who had obtained a chance to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Among these 9 people, Duan Ling Tian was the most talked about. After all, his performance was so amazing that he outshone the other 8 people. Even the limelight on Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, had been stolen by Duan Ling Tian. Huang Jialong, the son of the city governor of Passage City, is probably ranked in the top 3 among the 9 participants. However, the gap between his strength and Duan Ling Tian is way too wide, right? Although Huang Jialong attacked with all his might, he could not even breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses. Only those who were present at that time knew how terrifyingly strong Duan Ling Tian is. Yes, I was there. Duan Ling Tian's defense is indeed very terrifying. His attack was equally as terrifying. He managed to injure and defeat Huang Jialong with just a blow from his staff. That Duan Ling Tian is a monster. I don't know where he sprung out from. It's obvious he's not a simple person based on the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons he owns. Although quite some time had passed since the Southern Heaven combat ended, everyone was still fervently discussing it. Moreover, 60% of the conversation revolved around Duan Ling Tian. This was unsurprising since his performance was truly outstanding. Apart from that, the people also spoke about Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation. They did not doubt he was brilliant, but he really paled in comparison to Duan Ling Tian. They also discussed Huang Jialong's defeat in Duan Ling Tian's hand. No one thought he was weak for losing. They only thought Duan Ling Tian was too strong. Huang Jia Chao, Huang Jialong's younger brother, was also discussed. He was the strongest after Duan Ling Tian, Hu Jiyong, and Huang Jialong. Naturally, they also discussed the only 2 female participants who managed to secure a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. One of them was He Qian, the daughter of the clan leader of He Clan, and the mysterious girl whose name was Hu Fei Yan. Not only is Hu Fei Yan prettier than He Qian, but she seems to be stronger than He Qian as well. She's rather similar to Duan Ling Tian. No one has heard of them prior to the Southern Heaven combat. I heard that the old woman who accompanied her during the Southern Heaven combat is a 1 basic celestial king. Duan Ling Tian, who had left the Imperial Palace after coming out from his closed-door cultivation, was currently sitting with Lu Guanglin at a corner of a restaurant in the supporting Fall Nation's capital. He had, naturally, heard the conversations in his surroundings. A celestial king. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. In fact, when he had first seen the old woman, His instinct had told him the old woman was not a simple person. Although it was just a rumor that the old woman was a celestial king, he did not think it was completely groundless. Most of the people in the restaurant who were gossiping about Duan Lingtian had only heard of him and had not actually seen him. For this reason, they were unaware that the person they were discussing was quietly sitting at a corner of the restaurant. At this moment, everyone in the restaurant abruptly fell silent. The jarring silence, naturally, caught Duan Lingtian's attention. Soon after, an ingratiating and extremely respectful voice echoed in the restaurant. "Young master, please come in." Similar to everyone else, Duan Lingtian turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a tall and handsome young man dressed in brocade robes walking into the restaurant with long and powerful strides. Chapter 29:44 You're the one who's seeking death. A scantily clad young woman walked behind the young man. Although the woman was not as beautiful as Hu Fei Yan, she was not the slightest bit inferior to He Qian, the daughter of the clan leader of He clan. "It's him." With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the young man as Huang Jialong, the fourth son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. He had previously defeated Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat. He briefly glanced at the beautiful woman accompanying Huang Jialong as he thought to himself, it seems like the rumor of Huang Jialong being a womanizer isn't unfounded. It's clear that this woman isn't a proper lady from a good family. As soon as Huang Jialong walked into the restaurant with the beautiful woman, it did not take long for him to discover that the seemingly ordinary patron of the restaurant was Duan Lingtian. Initially, his attention was attracted by Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian only spared him a glance while everyone was openly staring at him. That was how discovered Duan Lingtian. His eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian. He did not waste any time and said to the woman accompanying him, "I have something to attend to. You can return first." He did not look at her when he spoke, directly making his way to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman thought Huang Jialong had dismissed her because another woman had attracted his attention. However, she could not help but shiver when she saw him walking to a handsome purple-clad young man with an extraordinary bearing. "Is young Master Huang interested in man?" "My lord, he's coming our way," Lu Guanglin said when he saw Huang Jialong walking toward them. Duan Lingtian only nodded slightly in response. He had already noticed this. "Brother Duan." Huang Jialong greeted Duan Lingtian. Initially, Duan Lingtian had assumed Huang Jialong only came over to greet him. He did not expect Huang Jialong to sit down unceremoniously before he asked the waiter to bring a wine glass and an extra set of tableware over. Huang Jialong acted as though he had been friends with Duan Lingtian for many years. He was casual and paid no attention to formalities at all. Meanwhile, the patrons who were drinking in the restaurant had been paying attention to Huang Jialong as soon as he walked in. They, naturally, overheard the way he had addressed Duan Lingtian. With this, they were able to guess Duan Lingtian's identity. "Brother Duan, young Master Huang of Passage City seems very friendly with that man. Is there any prominent person with the surname Duan in the supporting Fall Nation? He's dressed in purple, and his surname is Duan. Could he be Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian, the young man who defeated young Master Huang with one move during the Southern Heaven combat. "That's right, he's not even 100 years old. His terrifying strength aside, he also owns 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. I heard he's so powerful that he might even be stronger than those weak 1 basic celestial dukes." With this, Duan Lingtian, who had been sitting inconspicuously in the restaurant, became the focus of everyone's attention. After sitting down without an invitation, Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian and earnestly said, "Brother Duan, I've never admired anyone in my life until I met you. Whether it's my father or the emperor, I'm confident I'll be able to surpass them when I'm their age. After meeting you, I finally understand the feeling of admiration. Young Master Huang, you're flattering me. I heard that you're a rare talented genius in the supporting Fall Nation. If you weren't so obsessed with women, your accomplishments would surely surpass those of the 4th prince." Duan Lingtian replied modestly with a smile as he looked at Huang Jialong knowingly. "Brother Duan, why you know about this?" Huang Jialong touched his nose in embarrassment. He did not expect this young genius whom he admired was privy to his promiscuous lifestyle. He smiled sheepishly before he said, "Brother Duan, this is embarrassing. However, I'll be honest. Apart from pursuing power and strength, my other hobby is pursuing women. Although I'm fond of women, I'm not the unscrupulous sort. I've never deceived or forced a woman. The women I'm with are all willing. Duan Ling Tian did not doubt Huang Jialong's words. Although there was a saying about how one's nature would only be revealed with time, as someone who had lived twice, his judgment was rather good. Based on the clear and righteous look in Huang Jialong's eyes, he could tell Huang Jialong was not a malicious person. In the end, he shook his head and smiled. If you were that kind of person, do you think I'll allow you to sit here or chat with you? If Huang Jialong was a despicable character, not only would Duan Ling Tian prevent Huang Jialong from sitting down at his table, but he might even rough him up a little for justice's sake. Huang Jialong was not reserved at all. After sitting down, he chatted incessantly with Duan Ling Tian about all kinds of topics. Nevertheless, from the beginning to the end, he did not ask about Duan Ling Tian's background. He chatted casually as though they were old friends. The various factions in the Southern Heaven territory are also divided into different grades. For example, the top sects in the borders of the Southern Heaven territory are classified as grade 9 sects. A country like the supporting Fall nation that's located on the edge of the central area is classified as a grade 8 celestial kingdom. The sects and clans in the supporting Fall nation are mostly grade 9 sects and clans. For example, the He clan is a grade 9 clan. Huang Jialong's Huang clan in Passage City is also a grade 9 clan. The 3 sects and 2 clans are grade 7 sects and clans. The grade 7 sects and clans all have prominent celestial crystal veins. Prominent celestial crystal veins are capable of producing supreme celestial crystals. In addition, the 3 sects and 2 clans have a very close relationship with the profound Nether Mansion. They are indirectly dependent on each other. This place I'm in now is also under the rule of the profound Nether Mansion. The profound Nether Mansion, that's a grade 6 celestial mansion, is related to one of the top 10 clans in the Southern Heaven territory. After chatting with Huang Jialong, the chatterbox, the entire afternoon, Duan Ling Tian learned about a lot of things. He also learned the entrance to the Southern Heaven ancient realm would open in half a year. I was about to break through and become a 1 basic celestial duke. However, in order to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm and search for fortuitous encounters, I haven't been cultivating to improve my cultivation base. Instead, I've been focusing on comprehending my divine ability. Huang Jialong still had not fully mastered his assistive duke grade divine ability, so he decided to focus on it. Most importantly, only overarching heaven's supreme celestials could enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Celestial duke would be automatically prevented from entering by a formation at the entrance of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. When night fell, Huang Jialing said reluctantly, "Brother Duan, it's getting dark now. I'll send you back. We will chat again another time." It was clear he still wanted to chat with Duan Ling Tian. "It's fine, we can return by ourselves." Despite Duan Ling Tian's refusal, Huang Jialong was very enthusiastic. Duan Ling Tian could only follow Huang Jialong as he led them to the imperial palace of the supporting Fall nation. When the trio arrived on an empty street near the palace, 2 gusts of wind blew violently. Soon enough, 2 people appeared, blocking the trio's path on both sides of the street. Duan Ling Tian came to a halt and looked at the middle-aged man who blocked his path. The middle-aged glared at Duan Ling Tian with deep-seated hatred, as though he had a huge enmity with Duan Ling Tian. His voice was cold as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, I'm going to make you pay with your life today for killing my son." "I killed your son?" Duan Ling Tian was confused. The middle-aged man said, 11 days ago, outside the capital." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. "As it turns out, you're the ugly and twisted man's father. It seems like the celestial talisman he sent before his death left some clues behind. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find me." His expression remained calm when he spoke. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian silently took out a hairpin. Mysterious light twinkled above the hairpin. The 2 flowers at the tail of the hairpin shone with a blood-red light. No one noticed the hairpin since he held it tightly in his hand. The hairpin was none other than the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon he had obtained in the Borderlands. After using it once, he was left with 2 more uses. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know the cultivation base of the middle-aged man and the man who came with him, he was certain the 2 men were stronger than Lu Guanglin, a 1 basic celestial duke, who had the highest cultivation base in his group of 3. Due to the threat these 2 men posed, he brought the hairpin out. "You're seeking death," the middle-aged man cried out. Not only did Duan Lingtian not deny killing his son, but Duan Lingtian even dared to call his son ugly and twisted. How could he not be furious? His celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames. Duan Lingtian was about to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, and the middle-aged man was about to attack. Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang in the air. I think you're the one who's seeking death. Chapter 2945 The Power of the Law. Just as the middle-aged man who blocked Duan Lingtian and his two companions was about to attack, Huang Jialong's friendly gaze that was trained on Duan Lingtian turned cold when he looked at the middle-aged man. I think you're the one who's seeking death. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's provocative words, the middle-aged man who was startled instinctively turned to look at Huang Jialong. He found Huang Jialong familiar as though he had seen Huang Jialong before, but he could not remember where or when. At the same time, Huang Jialong said quietly, seemingly to the air, Elder Feng. As soon as Huang Jialong finished speaking, an ancient voice that seemed to ring from all directions resonated in the air. Then, an elderly figure appeared, seemingly out of thin air, behind Huang Jialong. Young master. The old man was dressed in a black robe. He was so thin that it seemed as though he was going to be blown away at any moment. The old man's features were rather prominent. Illuminated by the dim moonlight, he looked like a ghost. Based on the way the old man had seemingly appeared out of thin air, it was easy to tell his speed was extremely fast. This shocked the middle-aged and his companion, a young man with a medium build, who was blocking the other end of the street. Why your senior Shui Feng? The young man with a medium build cried out after he had a good look at the old man. He shrank back slightly in fear. Upon hearing the young man's words, the old man turned and looked at the young man indifferently. You know me, Senior Shui Feng, my master is Tong Yu. The young man smiled bitterly. He did not expect to meet the old man here. The old man used to be a sectless cultivator like him. Apart from that, the old man was a famous sectless cultivator in the supporting Fall Nation. The old man was already a 9 Palaces celestial duke long ago. It stood to reason that the old man had since broken through and became a 10 Directions celestial duke. He had met the old man when he was still a child because his master and the old man were friends. Tong Yu, the old man's frown disappeared, and his expression eased up. Are you the little kid who ran all over the place with bare buttocks? Your name is Hu Lai. I'm surprised that you still remember me, Senior Shu Feng. Indeed, I'm Hu Lai. Hu Lai, the young man, inwardly sighed in relief when he heard the old man's words. Then, he looked at Huang Jialong warily as he asked, Senior Shui Feng, I heard that you're now a revered elder in the city governor's estate in Passage City. Who's this man? In fact, he already had an answer in his mind. Shui Feng replied, he's the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City. Although the title, Young Master of the City Governor's Estate in Passage City, could refer to any one of the sons of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, Hu Lai knew Shui Feng could only be referring to Huang Yuanfei's son who was most likely to become the next city governor of Passage City. This person was none other than Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei's fourth and most outstanding son. Shui Feng. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who was blocking Duan Lingtian and his two companions' path finally regained his senses. His expression changed drastically as he said, You're Huang Jialong, the city governor of Passage City's fourth son. Huang Jialong looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, if I'm not mistaken, you're Li Wei, imperial concubine Lan's eldest brother, right? I heard your son died outside the capital, and you couldn't find the murderer. His gaze turned piercing as he continued to say, it seems like you've identified the murdered, and it's none other than Brother Duan. Young Master Huang, since you know who my sister is, for my sister Sake, I hope you don't interfere in my personal conflict with this young man. A hint of fear could be seen on Li Wei's face. If Shui Feng interfered, he might not even be able to touch Duan Lingtian, let alone kill Duan Lingtian. Huang Jialong laughed when he heard Li Wei's words. A sneer could be seen on his face as he said, Li Wei, I'm afraid that your sister has no plan of helping you to avenge your son, right? Moreover, I'm sure even His Majesty would stop you if he knows you want to kill Brother Duan. He had come to this conclusion when Shui Feng told him about Hu Lai through voice transmission. Hu Lai was a sectless cultivator, and he had been hired by Li Wei to help him with killing Duan Lingtian. Li Wei's sister was the emperor's beloved concubine. Why would Li Wei need to hire outside help to avenge his son? It was clear Li Wei's sister had no intention of getting involved in this matter at all. Li Wei inhaled deeply as he looked at Huang Jialong. Young Master Huang, as long as you allow me to kill this person, I'm willing to go to the city governor's estate in Passage City and work for you. Without waiting for Huang Jialong's reply, Li Wei charged toward Duan Lingtian like a goshawk. Alas, as soon as Li Wei made a move, Shui Feng made his move as well. He easily thwarted Li Wei's attempt to kill Duan Lingtian. It was only natural since Shui Feng and Li Wei were in two different leagues. Li Wei was a 10-direction celestial duke while Li Wei was just a 6-combination celestial duke. You must have a death wish. After the old man stopped Li Wei's attack, Huang Jialong finally regained his senses. His expression was sour as he said decisively, Elder Feng, kill him. Yes, young master. Shui Feng did not hesitate to make a move after he heard Huang Jialong's words. Li Wei's expression changed drastically. He did not even have time to react before Shui Feng had already killed him. Upon seeing this, Hu Lai's expression turned grim. Since you're the disciple of Elder Feng's friend, I'll spare your life. Huang Jialong said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Hu Lai sighed in relief as though a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. However, Huang Jialong continued to say, it's just that you've offended my friend, so I can't just let you off the hook so easily. You have to pay one way or another. Hu Lai's face turned pale when he heard Huang Jialong's words. He lifted his hands hastily and brought out a broken diamond-shaped black stone and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, I don't have any valuable items to offer you other than this. I obtained this stone by chance many years ago. I don't know what it is, but even a 10-direction celestial duke couldn't leave a scratch on it. Based on this, it's obvious it's extraordinary. I will give this to you as a token of my apology. Please forgive me, young Master Duan. He clearly planned to compensate Duan Lingtian with the black stone. Upon seeing the broken diamond-shaped black stone, a sense of familiarity flooded Duan Lingtian. As soon as the stone was placed in Duan Lingtian's hand, an ancient voice rang in his mind. This is a first form profound divine metal. The voice belonged to the third form of the chaos divine flame in Duan Lingtian's body. Boy, where did you get this first form profound divine metal? It seemed like the chaos divine flame had woken up after sensing the stone in Duan Lingtian's hand. This is a first form profound divine metal. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened imperceptibly. No wonder he found the stone familiar. It felt similar to the two first form profound divine metals he had obtained back then. One was given to him by Sha Jia from the divine offering land, and the other one he had found in his hometown in the mundane realm. When the two merged, they became a second form profound divine metal. Boy, when the profound divine metal wakes up, you should let it absorb this first form profound divine metal. With that, the profound divine metal only needs to absorb one more first form profound divine metal to transform into a third form profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame said. It's a pity you didn't master a royal grade celestial method or divine ability with both metal and fire attributes. Otherwise, the profound divine metal and I can help you to quickly comprehend and master the laws of fire and metal contained in a royal grade celestial method and divine ability. The law of fire, the law of metal. Duan Lingtian was confused. He asked curiously, what's that? In the Devata realms, only those who have mastered the power of the law can be regarded as a real powerhouse. Generally, only those in the Devata realms who have obtained royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities have the opportunity to comprehend and master the power of the law. This is because royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities contain the power of the laws. Royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are different from duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and those of a lower grade. The latter only requires one to comprehend and master it, while the former needs one to comprehend and master the power of the law that's contained in it as well. The chaos divine flame continued to say, opening the door to a whole new world to Duan Lingtian. One can easily defeat someone with the same cultivation base as long one has mastered the power of the law. This is also the reason there's such a huge gap between duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms. Chapter 2946 Not Worth It. The Power of the Law. The chaos divine flame's words had broadened Duan Lingtian's horizons. His knowledge was limited to various low-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in Devata realms. He did not know much about celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade. The Chaos Divine Flame's words had truly opened the door to a new world for him. Boy, you still haven't told me. Where did you find this first form profound divine metal? Did you see anything else at the place where you found it? The Chaos Divine Flame asked, interrupting Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he looked at Hu Lai calmly as he replied to the Chaos Divine Flame inwardly, "It's given to me by the person standing in front of me." What? The Chaos Divine Flame was shocked. It said mockingly, "Is this person stupid? He gave you a profound divine metal. Although a first form profound divine metal is useless, he would be able to transform it into a second form profound divine metal if he lets it absorb another first form profound divine metal. A second form profound divine metal can be used as a soul defense celestial weapon, after all." A hint of exasperation could be heard in its tone when it spoke. This man is really a fool. He actually gave away a valuable treasure like the profound divine metal. Although the first form profound divine metal is a treasure, it won't be considered a treasure unless one recognizes its value. Duan Ling Tian replied, "All he knows is even a 10-direction celestial duke couldn't leave a scratch on the stone. He only knows it's special, but he doesn't know what it is." "You're really lucky." The Chaos Divine Flame sighed. Then, it fell silent as though it did not wake up at all. Young Master Duan. Hu Lai was laden with anxiety as he watched Duan Ling Tian staring at and playing with the strange stone in his hand. Based on the attitude of Huang Jianlong, the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City, as long as Duan Ling Tian wanted his life, he would definitely die. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian casually put the first form profound divine metal away before he glanced at Hu Lai indifferently. "I'll accept it. This makes us even now. Thank you, young Master Duan, thank you." Hu Lai was overwhelmed with relief when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After bidding farewell to Huang Jialong and Shui Feng, he hurriedly took his leave. He truly regretted being greedy and promising to help Li Wei kill Duan Ling Tian. "Although I don't know what the stone is, it's definitely something extraordinary since even 10-direction celestial duke couldn't leave a scratch on it with a royal-grade celestial weapon." Hu Lai could not help but feel slightly upset over the loss of the stone. He prayed inwardly that the stone was useless. After Hu Lai left, Duan Ling Tian briefly looked at Li Wei's corpse on the ground before he shifted his eyes to Huang Jialong and solemnly thanked him. "Young Master Huang, thank you." If Huang Jialong did not ask Shui Feng to take action, Duan Ling Tian would have had to use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. The consumable royal-grade celestial weapon could only be used 3 times. He had already used it once, and if he were to use it again earlier, he would only be left with one more use. He was grateful that he did not have to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon earlier. "Brother Duan, you must be joking. I saw everything clearly earlier. When Li Wei tried to attack you earlier, your expression was extremely calm. It's obvious you didn't feel threatened by him at all." Huang Jialong shook his head and smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, you have someone secretly protecting you, right? I'm just being meddlesome by asking Elder Feng for help. It's not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, there's no need for the powerhouse protecting you to make a move on someone like Li Wei." After Huang Jialong finished speaking, he regarded his surroundings with a respectful and cautious expression on his face. He had seen how composed and fearless Duan Ling Tian was earlier when faced with Li Wei. It was only natural that he assumed Duan Ling Tian was protected by a powerhouse. Moreover, since Shui Feng could not detect the presence of the powerhouse guarding Duan Ling Tian, it meant that the powerhouse had to be a one basic celestial king, at least, since Shui Feng was a 10-direction celestial duke. He would never be able to imagine that Duan Ling Tian was fearless not because there was a powerhouse protecting him but because of his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that could grant him the strength of an ordinary celestial lord. "Anyway, there's no arguing that you saved me this time, young Master Huang." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Naturally, he did correct Huang Jialong's misunderstanding. He did not want to reveal the existence of his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, after all. He had even deliberately used the power of the second form profound divine metal to conceal the presence of the consumable royal grade when he had taken it out earlier. This was so if there were any celestial kings who instinctively kept their divine consciousness active, they would not be able to sense the consumable royal grade celestial weapon in his hand with their divine consciousness. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was one of the few celestial kings in the supporting Fall Nation. It would be troublesome if the emperor of the supporting Fall nation discovered the fact that Duan Ling Tian possessed a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Since he was a celestial king, his divine consciousness could easily encompass half of the supporting Fall nation's capital. Moreover, the street they were standing on was rather close to the imperial palace. This meant they were in the range of the emperor's divine consciousness. At this moment, Huang Jialong glanced at Li Wei's corpse on the ground and said through voice transmission, "Brother Duan, I'm afraid we will have to go see His Majesty. I'm sure His Majesty has already discovered what happened here through his divine consciousness. Even if he didn't, it's still better for us to inform him about this. Although Li Wei is Imperial Concubine Lan's biological brother, with your strength and my status, His Majesty probably wouldn't punish us. More importantly, we have a good reason for killing him. In a hall of the inner palace in the Imperial Palace of the supporting Fall nation. This, Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, was sitting on the throne in the hall. A frown could be seen on his face when he looked at the corpse in front of him. It was clear he was still unaware of the corpse's identity. Your Majesty, please have a look at his face, Huang Jialong said with his head lowered. Then, he waved his hand, and an invisible energy turned the corpse over. Li Wei, Hu Linyi's expression changed dramatically when he saw the corpse's face. Was this not his favorite concubine, Imperial Concubine Lan's eldest brother? At the same time, a hurried voice rang from outside the palace hall. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Soon after, a graceful and noble woman ran into the palace hall with a few maid-servants in tow. Your Majesty, my elder brother's soul pearl is broken. You must help me find out what has happened to him. The beautiful woman cried out as she held a shattered soul pearl in her hand. She trailed off, stunned, when she saw the corpse on the ground. Big brother, the beautiful woman, Imperial Concubine Lan, wailed as her expression changed. She ran to the corpse, sobbing hysterically. She was inconsolable as her tears fell like a torrent of rain. When Imperial Concubine Lan saw the two young men and an old man standing next to her brother's corpse, she understood what had happened immediately. She knew then that it was nigh impossible for her to avenge her eldest brother. Therefore, even if she loathed these men to the core, she knew she would have no choice but to bury the hatred in the depth of her heart. Jialong, what's going on? Hu Linyi looked at Huang Jialong pointedly. Your Majesty, Li Wei. Huang Jialong recounted what had happened. He also told Hu Linyi about Li Wei hiring outside help to kill Duan Ling Tian. He did not hide the reason Li Wei had wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian and also told Hu Linyi that Shui Feng was the one who killed Li Wei. Hu Linyi looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a deep voice, Duan Ling Tian, are you the one who killed Li Hao? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a calm expression on his face. He was neither humble nor arrogant. Why did you kill him? Hu Linyi asked. I have no quarrel with him. However, as soon as we met for the first time, he gave me two choices. Either I ruin my face or die. Then, Duan Ling Tian asked lightly, what would you have done, Your Majesty, if you were forced to choose between those two options? That asshole, Hu Linyi cursed immediately as he flicked his sleeve angrily. Your Majesty. At the same time, Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Hu Linyi. Li Hao is far stronger than the one basic celestial duke next to Duan Ling Tian. Elder Feng hadn't appeared when Li Wei tried to kill Duan Ling Tian earlier, but Duan Ling Tian remained calm the entire time. It's clear he was not afraid at all. He no longer said anything else after saying these things. He did not explain further because he knew Hu Linyi would be able to guess the meaning behind his words. It seems like someone who's a celestial king, at least, is protecting him. Moreover, he's not even 100 years old, but he's invincible among those who are weaker than celestial dukes. With his talent, the 3 sects and 2 clans would definitely scramble to recruit him after he comes out from the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. No matter which sect or clan he chooses to join, he would be highly appreciated. Whether it's because of the powerhouse protecting him or the sect and clan he joins in the future, it's not worth it to hold him accountable for Li Hao and Li Wei's deaths. With these thoughts in mind, Hu Linyi quickly and decisively made up his mind. Chapter 2947 The Profound Golden Pill. Li Hao and Li Wei deserved it. That's all there is to it, Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, said loudly, bringing the matter to a conclusion. Your Majesty is wise, indeed. Huang Jialong smiled and cupped his hands respectfully. Duan Ling Tian cupped his fists together at Hu Linyi as well. Then, the two of them, along with Shui Feng, left immediately. The moment the trio left the palace hall, Hu Lingyi looked at the crying imperial concubine Lan, who was still crouched next to Li Wei's corpse. He said with a sigh, "My beloved concubine, the dead can't come back to life. My condolences." Hearing Hu Lingyi's comforting words, imperial concubine Lan trembled slightly. Then, a cold expression appeared on her lowered face. Although she had expected this outcome, her heart still turned cold when she heard Hu Lingyi's words. After taking a deep breath, she lifted her head and looked at Hu Lingyi, replacing her cold expression with a pitiful one. "Your Majesty, I'd like to request for permission to return to my maiden home for a while. I want to arrange my brother's funeral as well." "All right." Hu Lingyi nodded and easily agreed to imperial concubine Lan's request. After she left with Li Wei's corpse, he did not leave the palace hall immediately. Hu Lingyi looked ahead and called out indifferently, "Hey Feng." "Your Majesty." A figure appeared out of thin air in front of Hu Lingyi. It was a young man who was dressed in a simple black robe. He was expressionless, and his eyes were blank as though he was a puppet. Hu Lingyi inhaled deeply. Then, with a determined expression on his face, he said, "After imperial concubine Lan buries her eldest brother, kill her." "Your Majesty." "You." The young man was taken aback. Traces of emotions appeared on his expressionless face and soulless eyes immediately. Imperial concubine Lan isn't someone who will resign to fate. She might have been able to endure the death of her nephew, but there's no way she'll let the death of her brother go unavenged. She might endure it for a while, but she'll definitely find a chance to retaliate, Hu Lingyi said knowingly in a deep voice. "I have no choice but to kill her to prevent her from provoking and offending Duan Lingtian. Compared to the benefits that we could obtain from the 3 sects and 2 clans through Duan Lingtian, I have no choice but to sacrifice imperial concubine Lan." His tone was bone-chillingly cold when he spoke. "Yes, Your Majesty." The expressionless young man, Hu Feng, stepped back and vanished into thin air as though he had not appeared at all. Meanwhile, as soon as the trio left the palace hall, Shui Feng, the old man with Huang Jialong, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Master Duan, is it okay for me to take a look at the stone that Hu Lai gave you?" He seemed to realize his request was rather abrupt, so he hastily added, "Of course, that's only if it's convenient. Please don't feel obligated." "Not at all." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and happily took out the stone Hu Lai had given him, a first-form profound divine metal, from his spatial ring. He was confident that only he knew the stone was a first-form profound divine metal. Shui Feng took the stone in his hand and tentatively used part of his power to try and break the stone. However, it was futile. He gradually increased his strength, but he found that he really could not even leave a scratch on the stone. Apart from its toughness, he discovered there was nothing special about the stone at all after he investigated it with his divine consciousness. Finally, he shook his head and returned the stone to Duan Lingtian. "What a peculiar stone." It seems like Hu Lai didn't lie. As he had said, even a 10-direction celestial duke can't leave a scratch on it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he put the stone away. He was not worried that Shui Feng would recognize the stone. After all, even Sha Jia from the Divine Offering Land, who was stronger than the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, did not know what the profound divine metal was. How could Shui Feng, a mere 10-direction celestial duke, know what the profound divine metal was? It would be a different story if Shui Feng had another first-form profound divine metal that could turn the first-form profound divine metal in his hand into a second-form profound divine metal. After all, second-form profound divine metals, which were part of the 5 divine elements like the chaos divine flames, would gain sentience and inform their hosts about the 5 divine elements after transforming into the second form. Most people discovered the existence of the 5 divine elements in this manner. Duan Lingtian would have recognized the first form profound divine metal earlier even without the chaos divine flames reminder, because he had seen the first 3 forms of the profound divine metal before. Naturally, it was still better to have the confirmation from the profound divine metal or the chaos divine flame. Soon enough, they arrived at the Origin Gathering Hall. Lu Guanglin, who had returned to the Origin Gathering Hall first, was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Guanglin, Huang Jialong raised an eyebrow and said, "Brother Duan, this man is truly loyal to you." Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly in response. He had personally recruited Lu Guanglin due to Lu Guanglin's upstanding character, after all. Then, he politely said, "Young Master Huang, would you like to come in and have a seat?" Huang Jialong politely declined the invitation. "Brother Duan, it's getting late. I won't disturb you any longer. Let's meet again another time. After bidding farewell, he left with Shui Feng in tow. Duan Ling Tian walked into the courtyard when Huang Jialong and Shui Feng's figures finally disappeared from his sight. Lu Guanglin followed closely behind him. After Duan Ling Tian sat down in front of a stone table, he asked, Guanglin, what do you think of Huang Jialong? My lord, although the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City is under the impression that you have an extraordinary background and a powerhouse protecting you, I don't think he harbors any ulterior motive. It's your excellence that made him admire you. Lu Guanglin earnestly answered Duan Ling Tian's question. My excellence made him admire me. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Guanglin and said, Guanglin, you really have a glib tongue. In any case, it's as you said, I don't think he harbors any ulterior motive as well. He approached me because he probably feels we're similar. Duan Ling Tian had lived 2 lives, after all, and had met many people. Based on experience, he knew Huang Jialong was someone worthy of his friendship. However, ulterior motive or no, it was unrealistic to think that Huang Jialong had no selfish intention at all. Based on how calmly Huang Jialong had dealt with matters earlier, it was clear Huang Jialong was not a simple character. As the most powerful person among those weaker than celestial kings, and the most outstanding son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, how could Huang Jialong be a simple-minded person? Nevertheless, he could tell Huang Jialong bore no malicious intent and genuinely wanted to befriend him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, in any case, time will reveal men's hearts. If he's sincere in becoming friends, I don't mind being friends. Should he harbor malicious intent, I won't let him go. Guanglin, Duan Ling Tian suddenly called out. Then, he said, please help me buy some medicinal herbs within the next few days. Buy everything you can. For those that can't be purchased, I'll find another way to obtain them. Duan Ling Tian listed all the medicinal herbs he wanted to Lu Guanglin. As a one basic celestial duke, he easily memorized the list of medicinal herbs. After that, he did not waste any time and left to complete his task. After Lu Guanglin left, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, after refining and consuming the profound golden pill, I'll be able to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Then, I'll concentrate on stabilizing my new cultivation base until I have to enter the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, depending on a pill to break through will leave my cultivation base unstable. It'll take me some time to fully stabilize it. The profound golden pill was a top prominent celestial pill that was even more difficult to refine than the overarching heaven pill. The overarching heaven pill was only ordinary compared to the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill was a prominent celestial pill specially used by overarching heavenly supreme celestials. When taken by an overarching heaven supreme celestial, except for peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, his or her stage would increase by 1 stage. The profound golden pill was not effective for peak overarching heaven supreme celestials since the next stage was becoming a celestial duke. To maximize the effect of the pill, most overarching heavenly supreme celestials would choose to take the profound golden pill when they were heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestials to instantly become a peak overarching heaven supreme celestial. Due to the domineering effect of the profound golden pill, it was rather rare. In fact, when Duan Ling Tian was in the borderlands, he did not hear about anyone who was capable of refining the profound golden pill or even of someone obtaining the pill. Rare as the profound golden pill might be, its formula was not a secret and was known by all. It was only rare because of the difficulty of refining it. Its refinement requirements were extremely demanding of a celestial alchemist. Out of 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists or 100 supreme duke-grade celestial alchemists, there was a good chance that none was capable of refining the profound golden pill. Only supreme royal-grade celestial alchemist would be able to confidently say he or she was capable of refining the profound golden pill. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, even the imperial family of the supporting Fall nation might not have a profound golden pill. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.